At the grand finale of the Alliance tournament, trainer Wuma, accompanied by a group of unfamiliar Pokémon, effortlessly triumphed over his opponents, claiming the championship with ease. Yet, these creatures were not born from Pokeballs, they hailed from an alternate dimension, the digital world. The metallic claws of the battle Tyrannomon clashed with the psychic powers of Deoxys. The thunder of the Azure Dragon intertwined with the destructive rays of Rayquaza, and the sacred flames of the Phoenix Beast shone alongside the iridescent feathers of Hououmon. How will this extraordinary confrontation, transcending the laws of the universe, conclude? Even more ominously, Wuma's victory concealed a dire prophecy. As the rules of two worlds began to collide, the encounter between Pokémon and Digimon raises the question. Was this mere coincidence or a meticulously planned invasion? This is not a battle, it is a war of dimensions. Chapter 1. Digimon in the Pokémon world. Ha ha ha, I have been chosen, Wuma exclaimed, rolling joyfully on his bed. Just moments ago, a system had suddenly appeared in his mind, announcing that he was about to traverse into the world of Digimon. Moreover, much like in the anime, he would have the ability to travel back and forth between the realms of reality and Digimon. Since childhood, Wuma had adored watching Digimon. He vividly remembered the sacrifice of Gotsumon and Angemon and the evolution of Angewomon images that remained etched in his memory. He had longed for the existence of a Digimon world and dreamt of becoming one of the chosen children. Now his dream had come true. Please prepare. Host, you are about to traverse into the Digimon world. The system announced. I am ready, let's begin. Wuma exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Transcendence commencing. Upon the system's command, Wuma felt as though he had been struck by lightning and promptly lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself lying in a room. Wuma looked around. This room was entirely different from his own, confirming that he had indeed traversed dimensions. He opened the window and was astonished to see groups of people. How could this be possible? This was the Digimon world. How could there be so many humans? He searched intently and spotted a few Digimon. However, these Digimon appeared quite different from what he remembered, resembling another kind of creature he had come in no Pokémon. Are these not Pokémon? System, what is happening? Wuma shouted internally. Apologies, a spatial storm occurred during your transit. To ensure the host's safety, the system had to relocate to a nearby world. Scanning the current world, a spatial storm? Wuma had no recollection of such an event during his passage. Moments later, the system spoke again. Ding! The host has arrived in the Pokémon world. Indeed, it was the Pokémon world. The Pokémon world and the Digimon world shared numerous similarities. Each realm possessed its own distinctive traits, and Wuma could not determine which he preferred. Can we still visit the Digimon world? I regret to inform you that this temporal traversal has consumed most of the system's energy, rendering further transitions impossible. Can I return to the real world? A gnawing sense of dread washed over Wuma. Regrettably, the Pokémon world and the Digimon world are separate realms. This world has a protective mechanism that prevents back-and-forth travel. Wuma stood frozen in shock. The reason he had eagerly chosen to traverse was the hope of returning to his original world after visiting the Digimon realm. Now, he was being told he could never go back. There is no need for alarm, host. Once the system's energy is restored, you will be able to return. How long will that take? Wuma felt a flicker of hope. Time unknown. With that answer, Wuma sighed. Since he was already here, he might as well make the most of it. He had always enjoyed the Pokémon world, and a journey here could prove delightful. Ding! Due to the world's alterations, the system requires significant adjustments. Estimated update time is 1 day. During this period, the system will enter a state of complete dormancy. As the words faded, the system's voice vanished entirely. No matter how much Wuma called out, he could not awaken it again. Thankfully, the update would only take a day, could wait. During the system's update, Wuma decided to familiarize himself with his surroundings. The room he inhabited was not particularly spacious, approximately 100 square meters. It was impeccably clean, and he discerned traces of only one person's presence. He rummaged through the room, hoping to uncover useful information. In a cupboard, Wuma found a student ID. It bore his name, yet the photo was not his own. This indicated that another individual must have resided here. After searching the room, Wuma felt compelled to venture outside. He retrieved the key from the cupboard and exited. On the street, he walked while observing his surroundings. He spotted several Pokémon that resembled those from his memories. As he strolled, Wuma suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He glanced around and entered a convenience store. After circling the aisles twice, he selected 2 bags of bread and 2 cartons of milk. Approaching the checkout, he stated, "Hello, I would like these." The cashier scanned his items and spoke a few words. Hearing the cashier, Wuma furrowed his brow not because of any unpleasant comment, but because he could not comprehend a single word. At that moment, Wuma realized that the people around him were speaking an entirely different language. Although he did not understand what the cashier was saying, he recognized that it was time to pay. He retrieved the wallet he had found in the cupboard and produced several bills. The cashier regarded him with a puzzled expression, then selected one bill, placed it in the register, and provided change. After pocketing the money, Wuma hurried back home. Wary of lingering on the street, the language barrier was a significant obstacle should any trouble arise. He would be unable to explain himself. Upon returning home, he casually placed the key on the shoe rack, removed his shoes, and hastened to the living room. Wuma turned on the television and sank into the sofa. Indeed, the voices and text emanating from the screen were indecipherable to him. He confirmed that the inhabitants of this world spoke a different language. Turning off the television, he reclined on the sofa, pondering his predicament. What should he do? Would he have to relearn an entire language? After over a decade of studying in the real world, he had yet to master another language, and he had no desire to start anew. He had envisioned embarking on thrilling adventures with Pokémon in this world, not wasting time learning to communicate. He had anticipated countless surprises upon entering this realm, yet now he faced the challenge of even speaking. Glancing at the bread on the table, he decided to set aside his concerns and eat. Wuma grabbed the bread and milk and devoured them heartily. After satiating his hunger, he aimlessly wandered around the room, hoping time would pass swiftly. After turning over a few cockroaches in the corner, Wuma resigned himself to his bed for sleep. Perhaps due to the strain of dimensional travel, he fell asleep quickly and remained unconscious for an extended period. When Wuma awakened, he found it still daylight. He initially thought he had only slept for a few hours, but suddenly the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! System update complete. It's done. Wuma rejoiced, excited to finally have something to do. System, is there a way for me to quickly learn the language of this world? Resolving the language barrier was his utmost priority. Ding! Commencing the infusion of the Pokémon world's language and script into the host. Soon, a torrent of information surged into Wuma's mind. When he regained full consciousness, he did not feel particularly different. However, he looked at the text on the packaging and could finally comprehend its meaning. By the way, system, do I hold an identity in this world? Also, I discovered a credential in the room belonging to someone named Wuma, just like me. What is my relation to him? Please take another look at the credential, the system replied. Wuma hurriedly approached to retrieve the student ID, only to find that the name remained Wuma, but the photograph had transformed into his own likeness. As the system updates, it has successfully integrated you into the Pokémon world. From this moment onward, the Wuma of this realm is you, the system announced. Hearing this, Wuma was elated. This meant that the house now belonged to him. The system has temporarily transitioned to a Pokémon system. You must grow alongside Pokémon and complete tasks to accumulate energy for the system. Once sufficient energy is gathered, the system will guide you back to the real world. Please select your initial Pokémon. Suddenly, 3 images of Pokémon appeared in Wuma's mind, but he soon realized they were not Pokémon at all, but rather Digimon. System, did you not mention selecting Pokémon? Why are they transformed into Digimon? The system was originally designed for the digital world, thus all entities provided are Digimon. The system has not acquired access to the Pokémon world, preventing any alterations. Therefore, you will need to utilize Digimon within the Pokémon realm. Modifications have been made to adhere to the rules of the Pokémon world, the system clarified. Wuma nodded, quite fond of Digimon himself. The thought of battling Pokémon with Digimon seemed rather intriguing. Examining the 3 Digimon closely, Wuma recognized them. Agumon, Gabumon, and Palmon. Observing these 3 Digimon, Wuma felt a twinge of curiosity. While all 3 were indeed among the most renowned from the original series, why were these the selected ones? After some contemplation, he understood that the attributes of these Digimon fire, water, and grass perfectly aligned with the characteristics of the starter Pokémon. Amused, Wuma couldn't help but appreciate the system's meticulousness. Then, I shall choose Agumon. Frankly speaking, who wouldn't want an Agumon after watching the original Digimon series? Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired Agumon. Agumon has been placed in the system space and can be retrieved at your convenience. Wuma eagerly summoned Agumon. Upon extracting it from the system space, he discovered a Pokeball in his hand. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. This is one of the system's modifications to better align with the rules of the Pokémon world. You may store Digimon in a specially designed Pokeball. Additionally, only by enhancing the strength of your Digimon can energy be accumulated for the system. How does one acquire more Digimon? Surely, I cannot rely solely on Agumon. You may obtain additional Digimon by completing tasks or achievements, the system responded. Wuma nodded in understanding. Hello, Agumon, Wuma greeted with a smile. Hello, Wuma, Agumon replied. Taken aback by Agumon's voice, Wuma suddenly recalled that Digimon could speak, whereas Pokémon could not. If others overheard, it could lead to considerable complications. There's no need for concern, host. Only you can comprehend what the Digimon say to others. It will sound like the cries of Pokémon. So that's how it is, Wuma thought, relieved. Being able to converse with Digimon would certainly make future travels much more convenient. Please complete your first task. Become a Pokémon trainer. Become a Pokémon trainer? Am I not one already? Wuma inquired, puzzled. To be recognized as an official Pokémon trainer, you must obtain a Pokémon trainer qualification from the league. I am now loading your information profile, the system announced. Subsequently, a stream of information flowed into Wuma's mind, detailing his identity and life experiences. Naturally, the system only selected the most crucial segments, as the sheer volume of memories from an entire lifetime would be overwhelming. If all were to be crammed into Wuma's mind, he would be unable to bear it. Furthermore, complete memories could potentially give rise to another Wuma within him. After absorbing the memories, Wuma understood the specifics. To become a formal trainer in the league, there were 3 pathways. The first was to submit an application to the league at a young age, paying an annual application fee. Upon turning 10, one would receive a starter Pokémon and embark on a journey. The second pathway involved becoming a provisional trainer, participating in league-hosted events or competitions to earn points. The league would assess these points to determine eligibility for official trainer status. However, provisional trainers do not enjoy the same benefits as official trainers and must rely solely on their own efforts. The third option was to enroll in a Pokémon school. Graduating from the Pokémon school would qualify one as a Pokémon trainer and grant immediate eligibility to participate in league competitions. Wuma had utilized the third method. The student ID he previously found served as proof of his attendance at the Pokémon school. Not long ago, he successfully graduated from the Advanced Pokémon Trainer School. The Pokémon Trainer School comprises primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Typically, children aged 11 or 12 graduate from the primary school and can choose to become trainers, participate in league competitions, or travel. Of course, one could also opt for further studies. Wuma continued his education after graduation, advancing through the intermediate and advanced Pokémon trainer schools. His exceptional talent allowed him to graduate from the advanced school at the age of 16. Now, he merely needed to present his student ID to the league and apply for official trainer status. Suddenly, Wuma remembered that he had another Pokémon residing at the breeding center. This Pokémon had been with him for a decade, acquired after he entered the trainer school. Wuma resolved to visit the league hall to apply for trainer status and retrieve the Pokémon from the breeding center. Let us depart, Agumon, Wuma said, preparing to leave, but suddenly found himself unable to locate his keys. Where are my keys? I can't recall where I put them, he mused, searching his home for quite some time before recalling that he had left them on the shoe rack. After finding the keys, Wuma stepped outside. Chapter 2. The second Digimon, becoming a trainer. Wuma consumed the bread and milk he had left from yesterday before departing the room with his student ID, keys, and wallet. Prior to stepping out, he recalled Agumon back into its Pokeball, as it was too conspicuous and might attract unwanted attention in crowded places. After inquiring around, Wuma arrived at the League Hall in Viridian City. The League Hall offered numerous services, bustling with people coming and going. Following the signs, Wuma reached the area dedicated to inquiries about trainer-related matters. After waiting in line, he approached the window. Hello, how may I assist you today? The clerk greeted with a standard smile. I would like to apply for Pokémon trainer status, Wuma replied. Certainly. Do you have the necessary documentation? Wuma handed over his student ID. The clerk looked up his information using his name and ID number. I see you are a graduate from the Advanced Pokémon Trainer School. You are eligible for a complimentary application for Pokémon trainer status. Please hold on a moment. After a brief moment of typing on the keyboard, the clerk retrieved a Pokédex from a nearby box. He proceeded to input the information of the bug-type Pokémon into the device. Thank you for your patience. The necessary documentation has been completed. You're now a certified trainer within the Alliance. Welcome aboard. This is your Pokédex, which contains your identity information and allows you to access relevant data. The Pokédex is of utmost importance, so please keep it safe. Additionally, here is your student ID. Thank you, replied Wuma, gazing at the Pokédex in his hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief at how effortlessly he had become a Pokémon trainer. The swift approval of Wuma's application could be attributed to his status as a graduate of an advanced trainer academy. Generally, an ordinary individual would require a considerable amount of time to even be recognized as a preparatory trainer. At that moment, a voice resonated in Wuma's mind. Congratulations, host, on becoming a certified trainer of the Alliance. A random reward of a Digimon has been granted. The prospect of receiving a Digimon filled Wuma with delight, and he was eager to discover what his second digital companion would be. However, he knew he could not release the Digimon just yet. He exited the Alliance Hall and made his way home at a brisk pace. After purchasing some food from a shop, he returned home. Once the door was shut, Wuma retrieved a Pokeball from the system. Come forth. A red, beetle-like Digimon appeared before him, revealing itself to be Beetlemon. Hello, Wuma. Beetlemon greeted as it floated in front of him. Greetings, Beetlemon, Wuma replied, gently stroking Beetlemon's head. Wuma was quite fond of Beetlemon, particularly because it could evolve into a form capable of flight. Speaking of evolution, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, System, how does a Digimon evolve? Does it require a Digivice? Not all, the system clarified. The evolution method for Digimon has been slightly modified. Similar to Pokémon, Digimon must gain experience data through battles. Once the data reaches a certain threshold, evolution will occur. Furthermore, after evolving, Digimon cannot revert to their previous forms. Wuma found this alteration rather agreeable. He certainly couldn't shout for Beetlemon to evolve in the midst of battle, or others might mistakenly believe he had the power to induce evolution. Wuma, I'm hungry, Beetlemon announced, clutching its stomach. What would you like to eat? Would bread suffice? Wuma asked as he tore open a package and offered the bread to Beetlemon. Beetlemon happily devoured it, indicating that even Digimon enjoyed human food. Perhaps he could also experiment with Pokémon food later on, as they might relish it as well. Ding! Task activated. Please acquire the badges from the Kanto region and participate in the Alliance tournament. For each badge obtained, there's a chance to receive a Digimon. Although Wuma had already secured his qualification for the Alliance tournament, he was eager to travel and challenge gyms along the way. Gym challenges were part of the thrill of being a trainer, and battling gym leaders would swiftly enhance his experience. Let us rest, well today, we shall embark on our journey tomorrow. Wuma's hometown, Viridian City, housed a gym. In his recollections, the gym leader was Brock. However, he was uncertain of the current timeline and whether this world mirrored the Pokémon world he remembered. To discern if this world was indeed the same, he would need to encounter familiar faces, with Brock serving as a reliable reference. On the following day, Wuma rose early, preparing to visit the Viridian gym. However, he first needed to retrieve a Pokémon from the breeding center. After acquiring Beetlemon the previous day, he had forgotten to collect his Pokémon from the breeding center and needed to do so without delay. While only the growth of Digimon could provide energy to the system, there was no stipulation against possessing Pokémon. There were numerous Pokémon he yearned to obtain. Wuma discovered a receipt in his room for the Pokémon he had left at the breeding center, detailing the specifics of the Pokémon, a Gloom. Initially, he had received a Oddish, which had soon evolved into Gloom. To evolve Gloom once more, he would need a specific evolution stone. Wuma had previously suffered from indecision, unable to choose between evolving Gloom into Vileplume or Bellisum, which was why Gloom had yet to undergo evolution. Upon arriving at the breeding center, Wuma presented the receipt. Certainly, please hold on a moment. Shortly thereafter, a Pokémon was brought out. Here is your Gloom, please check it carefully. The receipt contained specific characteristics to prevent any mix-up. Upon seeing Wuma, Gloom rushed towards him, leaping into his embrace. All right, you must behave, Wuma remarked, taken aback by Gloom's affectionate demeanor. Reflecting on it, he realized he had left Gloom at the breeding center for nearly a year, which felt rather irresponsible. Surprisingly, Gloom emitted a faint floral fragrance rather than the unpleasant odor one might expect. It was said that Gloom only released its foul scent when startled. Of course, Wuma had no desire to test that theory. From this moment forth, I will not abandon you, Wuma gently reassured Gloom. Overjoyed, Gloom leapt with delight, releasing a delightful aroma from its bud as it did so. It seems to be yours without a doubt. Here is Gloom's Pokeball, please take care of it. Thank you for taking care of her, Wuma expressed his gratitude. Gloom, would you kindly enter your Pokeball? Wuma softly asked. However, Gloom clung tightly to him, unwilling to venture into the Pokeball. Very well, you may stay outside for a while longer, but you will eventually need to go in, Wuma said, carrying Gloom as he exited the breeding center and made his way to the Viridian gym. According to the Pokédex, Gloom weighed approximately 8 kilograms, however. It seemed that the breeding center's food had been particularly good, as this Gloom felt like it weighed at least 20 pounds. After walking a short distance while holding Gloom, Wuma began to feel fatigued and set her down to walk beside him. As long as Gloom remained outside the Pokeball, she appeared quite content, obediently following Wuma's side. Chapter 3, Wilderness Training. The onset of Calamity. Wuma and the Stinky Flower arrived at the Tokiwa Gym, which appeared unremarkable from the outside. However, this was to be expected, as the Tokiwa Gym served as one of Team Rocket's bases and could not afford to be conspicuous. Upon entering the gym, Wuma suddenly felt a pang of hesitation. If the gym leader was indeed Sakaki, his chances of winning a challenge were virtually non-existent, and he might even invite trouble upon himself. Nevertheless, he resolved to press forward. As Wuma stepped into the Tokiwa Gym, he noticed the lobby was rather empty, save for a lone staff member at the front desk. "Hello, how may I assist you?" the staff member inquired. Wuma, feeling somewhat anxious, replied, "I would like to inquire about the Tokiwa Gym." "Of course, feel free to ask any questions you may have," the staff member responded. Wuma was taken aback by the staff member's amiability. If the gym leader was indeed Sakaki, it seemed that the Tokiwa Gym was merely a facade for Team Rocket. Would someone affiliated with such an organization truly be so accommodating? "May I ask who the gym leader is?" Wuma queried. "The gym leader is Mr. Sakaki. However, he rarely participates in gym battles personally. That responsibility usually falls to Mr. Shohei," came the reply. It was confirmed, Sakaki was indeed the leader. It appeared that this world closely mirrored the Pokémon world Wuma was familiar with, though the extent of their similarities remained uncertain. "I see. Is Mr. Shohei available? I would like to schedule a gym challenge," Wuma continued. Since it was not Sakaki, the prospect of a challenge seemed less daunting. "Certainly. Mr. Shohei has been available lately. When would you like to book your appointment?" 3 days from now, please," Wuma decided. Setting the challenge for the morning of the third day, he was still unfamiliar with the strength of his 2 digital monsters and the Stinky Flower, making a direct challenge rather reckless. "Please present your Pokémon Pokédex for appointment registration," the staff member requested. The Pokédex serves as a trainer's identification and is useful in many contexts. Additionally, certified trainers are entitled to various benefits. Wuma produced his Pokédex for registration. "Your appointment has been successfully recorded. Please arrive promptly at 9 o'clock on the morning of the third day. If you are late, you may need to reschedule." "Thank you," Wuma replied. "By the way, if you wish to participate in the league tournament, please register at the Pokémon Center or the League Hall," the staff member reminded him. Understood, Wuma acknowledged, pocketing his Pokédex. After glancing around the lobby one last time, he turned and exited the Tokiwa Gym. With the gym battle scheduled for 3 days hence, Wuma resolved to familiarize himself with the capabilities of his digital monsters and Pokémon in the interim. The best way to gauge their strength was through battle, and he intended to venture into the nearby woods. Tokiwa City was enveloped by Tokiwa Forest, making it an ideal location for battling wild Pokémon. However, the forest also harbored many powerful Pokémon, posing potential dangers. Wuma consulted his Pokédex to examine the map of Tokiwa City and the surrounding forest. By selecting areas closer to the city or roads, he could reduce encounters with wild Pokémon and lower his risk of danger. As he studied the map, he suddenly spotted another town, Masera Town. If he wished to ascertain whether this world resembled the one from his memory, a visit to Masera Town would serve as the best test. Between Tokiwa City and Masera Town lay stretches of woods and fields, where wild Pokémon were less formidable due to frequent human traffic. The journey from Tokiwa City to Masera Town would take approximately a day, allowing ample time for battles and exploration, making a round trip feasible within 3 days. Wuma resolved to journey to Masera Town, where he could provide his Agumon and the others with battle practice and pay a visit to Professor Oak. With his decision made, Wuma returned home to pack his backpack. Anticipating a day spent in the wild, he needed to prepare sufficient food and water, along with essential outdoor gear, as anything could happen in the wilderness. Once his backpack was ready, Wuma set off with the Stinky Flower. Shortly after exiting Tokiwa City, he arrived at a vast expanse of grassland. This was Wuma's first encounter with such open terrain, and its vastness brought him a sense of comfort and uplifted his spirits. "All right, everyone, come on out," Wuma called, releasing Agumon and Qinglongmon. With few people around in the wilderness, it was safe to let them out. The Pokémon were ecstatic to be free. "Let me introduce you all. This is Stinky Flower. Yoo-hoo." The Stinky Flower waved in greeting to Agumon and Qinglongmon. "And these are Qinglongmon and Agumon. Make sure to get along." The 2 digital monsters waved back, quickly becoming acquainted with one another. "Now, let us begin our search for opponents." After walking for a while, Wuma spotted a wild Pokémon, a Pidgey, by the roadside. Pidgey was a common Pokémon with a gentle disposition, making it a suitable choice for their first battle. Pidgey is a flying-type Pokémon, so it's your turn, Kabuterimon. Kabuterimon immediately took to the air, charging at Pidgey. Seeing Kabuterimon approach, Pidgey swiftly took flight. Kabuterimon used Tackle. Kabuterimon accelerated and collided with Pidgey, sending it stumbling backward before it regained its balance. Then, Pidgey flapped its wings vigorously, creating a gust of wind. Kabuterimon, be careful, Wuma warned. Kabuterimon skillfully maneuvered to withstand the onslaught of the wind. Kabuterimon used Mini Thunder. Once the wind subsided, Kabuterimon unleashed a bolt of electricity that struck Pidgey, causing it to collapse, unable to continue the battle. Kabuterimon's Mini Thunder was remarkably effective against the flying-type Pidgey. Well done, Kabuterimon. Kabuterimon beamed with pride after defeating its opponent. Following this battle, Wuma gained a clearer understanding of Kabuterimon's capabilities. After vanquishing Pidgey, he and his Pokémon continued their journey. Everyone, stay alert and watch for any movement around us, he instructed, determined to conquer the wild Pokémon along this route. He was not yet prepared to venture into Tokiwa Forest. For now, he would reign supreme on the trails. Wuma, something seems to be moving over there, Agumon suddenly exclaimed. Wuma turned in the direction Agumon indicated and spotted a purple figure swiftly crawling through the grass. It appeared to be a Pokémon, though Wuma could not discern which one it was. As the Pokémon approached, it suddenly launched an attack. Watch out! Agumon leapt forward and swatted it away with a claw. In that moment, Wuma recognized the Pokémon. It was an Ekans. I didn't expect you to come to me so willingly. Agumon, it's your turn. Ekans was not particularly formidable, making it a fitting opponent for Agumon. Ekans raised its head and spat a stream of poison needles at Agumon. Agumon, dodge! Wuma shouted. Agumon leapt back, evading the poisonous attack. Be careful, Agumon. Use Mini Flame. Agumon unleashed a fireball the size of its head towards Ekans, but Ekans nimbly twisted its body to evade the strike. Immediately, the Arbok lunged toward the Agumon, ensnaring its body. The Arbok executed a constricting attack, leaving the bound Agumon in considerable distress. In close proximity, Agumon unleashed a small flame. The fireball detonated at close range, inflicting damage upon both Arbok and Agumon. Following the assault, the Arbok lost its ability to maintain the bind and released Agumon. Agumon retaliated with its sharp claws, striking the Arbok with such force that it was sent flying. The Arbok writhed and hastily fled. Are you all right, Agumon? Wuma inquired as he rushed over. I'm fine, Agumon replied. However, Wuma noticed some scratches on Agumon's body and promptly retrieved a healing ointment from his backpack to apply it. Fortunately, it wasn't a poison sting. Otherwise, an antidote would have been necessary. Let us take a break and have something to eat, he suggested. After applying the ointment, Agumon needed to sit and recuperate for a while. The group was also hungry, and it was time for lunch. They found a relatively flat area to rest and regain their strength. Wuma produced food from his backpack and shared it with everyone. After a sufficient rest, Wuma led the Pokémon onward. He glanced at the map and realized that they were still quite far from Pallet Town. It seemed unlikely they could reach it in a single day, so they had to make haste. Following the map's guidance, Wuma continued on their path. Along the way, they encountered several wild Pokémon, prompting Wuma to allow his Pokémon to engage in battle. Oddish also participated in a match, and Wuma noticed its considerable strength. Though it was somewhat reluctant to fight, he instructed Agumon and Beedrill to practice against Oddish. Oddish successfully defeated both of them. This was unsurprising, as Oddish had been with Wuma for nearly a decade and had grown quite formidable. As they drew closer to Pallet Town, the sun descended gradually. The crimson sunset bathed the fields in a breathtaking glow. Noticing the impending darkness, Wuma decided to rest for the night and set out again in the morning. Suddenly, he spotted a white Pokémon standing on a distant hillside. Absol. Wuma recognized the Pokémon as Absol, a creature said in legends to possess the ability to foresee disasters. Its presence here suggested that calamity might be imminent. Absol slowly approached Wuma. Upon seeing Absol advance, Agumon instinctively positioned itself in front of Wuma, while Beedrill and Oddish readied themselves. At that moment, a blue light emanated from Absol. The azure glow enveloped Wuma and his Pokémon, leaving them feeling as though they were pinned in place, utterly immobile. Absol approached Wuma, their gazes locking. As Wuma looked into Absol's cerulean eyes, he suddenly felt a surge of power wash over him. His vision momentarily darkened, only to return moments later. When Wuma opened his eyes, he found himself no longer in the fields. Ahead of him lay a figure, a lifeless body. Upon seeing the face of the deceased, Wuma's heart raced, for it was his own. The scene abruptly shifted, and Wuma found himself once again gazing at the sunset. He observed Absol turn away and, after a few leaps, vanish from sight. Once Absol had disappeared, Wuma regained his mobility. He stared in the direction of Absol's exit, pondering the events that had just transpired. Absol had the ability to predict calamities, and he had seen his own death in its eyes. Did this mean that at some point in the future, he would perish as he had witnessed? A heavy weight settled in Wuma's heart. Would he truly die? If so, how? The ominous prophecy of disaster brought forth by Absol swirled incessantly in Wuma's mind. Chapter 4. Visiting Professor Oak. Unexpected events. Pallet Town, the place where dreams begin. The most renowned establishment in Pallet Town is undoubtedly Professor Oak's laboratory, which was Wuma's destination. Upon arriving in Pallet Town, Wuma first visited the Pokémon Center to refresh himself. He certainly could not meet Professor Oak covered in dust. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, he found Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, I would like to register for the Indigo League competition in the Kanto region. Could you please assist me with the registration? Wuma handed her his Pokédex. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. A minute later, Nurse Joy returned the Pokédex to Wuma. Registration has been successfully completed. Thank you, Nurse Joy. After registering, Wuma requested a room at the Pokémon Center. For official league trainers, expenses at the Pokémon Center were quite reasonable, with new trainers often receiving complimentary services. Wuma entered his room, set down his backpack, and took a shower. Oddish playfully enjoyed the water stream. All right, don't run off. Let me dry you off, Wuma said, chasing Oddish around the room to wipe the water from its body. We're going to meet Professor Oak soon, so you should stay in your Pokeball for a while. However, Oddish swiftly dashed away, clearly disinterested in staying in the Pokeball. In contrast, Agumon and Beedrill were much more obedient. Wuma obtained the location of Professor Oak's laboratory from Nurse Joy. After walking for over an hour, he finally spotted a large building. It was Professor Oak's laboratory. As Wuma was about to enter the lab, he was suddenly bumped into. The person who collided with him stumbled and fell to the ground. Are you all right? Wuma asked, helping the child up. I'm fine, the child replied. Shin, don't run. Another child came running from behind. I wasn't running, you silly Ash. Shin? Ash. Wuma's eyes sparkled as he looked at the two children, both around 7 or 8 years old. To his astonishment, it was indeed Ash and Shin. It seemed he had truly entered the Pokémon world he was familiar with. Given Ash and Shin's ages, it could be inferred that the events were occurring 2 or 3 years prior to the storyline. While there might be some discrepancies, the general timeline appeared accurate. Hey, what Pokémon is that? Ash asked, gazing at Oddish. This is Oddish, Wuma replied. What a cute Pokémon. I want to catch one too, Ash exclaimed eagerly. That is nothing. My grandfather has many Pokémon at the lab, Shin boasted proudly. Humph, those aren't your Pokémon. If you're so capable, why don't you catch one and show me? Ash retorted defiantly. All right, I'll catch one for you to see, Shin declared, dashing off with Ash closely in pursuit. Watching their retreating figures, Wuma chuckled softly before entering Professor Oak's laboratory. He approached the main entrance and rang the doorbell. Shortly after, a man in a white lab coat emerged. Hello, whom may I ask you're looking for? Hello, I am Wuma from Viridian City. I wish to visit Professor Oak. Do you have an appointment with Professor Oak? Wuma shook his head. No, I am merely passing through and heard of Professor Oak's renown, so I came here specifically. Recently, Dr. Oak has been engaged in significant research, and unless you have made prior arrangements, it is impossible to meet him. Wuma initially thought that simply wanting to meet him would suffice, but he did not realize an appointment was necessary. However, given Dr. Oak's esteemed reputation, if anyone could meet him at will, he would scarcely have time for his research. Thus, he decided to visit Dr. Oak another day. Wuma turned to leave, having already encountered Ash and Gary, and deemed his purpose for this visit accomplished. There would be other opportunities to meet Dr. Oak. There was no need to rush. After departing from the Oak Research Lab, Wuma strolled towards the Pokémon Center. Suddenly, he was startled by a loud noise. Turning towards the source, he discovered it emanated from the mountain behind the lab. The noises continued in rapid succession, suggesting that something unusual was afoot. Dr. Oak and the researchers hurriedly emerged, racing towards the back mountain. Let us go and see, Wuma said, leading his Stunky to follow Dr. Oak and the others to the rear. Upon traversing the woods, Wuma beheld an expansive meadow where the lab's Pokémon resided. At that moment, a Snorlax was engaged in a fierce battle with a Nidoking, both unleashing their signature moves and wreaking havoc around them. The two Pokémon appeared utterly enraged, indicating a serious situation had unfolded. Dr. Oak and the researchers sought a way to approach, eager to understand the cause of the conflict. However, the sheer strength of the two Pokémon deterred them from getting too close. You all stay here. I will approach, Dr. Oak declared as he advanced towards the battling Pokémon. Snorlax, Nidoking, calm down. What on earth has transpired? Dr. Oak shouted. Normally, Pokémon were inclined to heed Dr. Oak's words, but for reasons unknown, they were deaf to his pleas at that moment. The two Pokémon were consumed by their battle. Nidoking suddenly unleashed a hyper beam directed at Dr. Oak. Watch out. Wuma lunged forward, tackling Dr. Oak to the ground. The hyper beam whizzed past them, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Just then, Stunky dashed forward, releasing a cloud of brown powder towards the battling Pokémon. After inhaling the powder, their movements began to slow, and they collapsed onto the ground. This brown powder was Stunky's stun spore. Well done, Stunky, Wuma praised. However, it was not long before the two Pokémon regained their footing and resumed their fierce confrontation. The disparity in strength between Stunky and the two Pokémon was vast, and the effects of the stun spore were fleeting. We must retreat. Wuma and Dr. Oak quickly backed away to avoid being caught in the fray. No, we must first put an end to their conflict. Dr. Oak retrieved a whistle from his pocket and blew into it. Moments later, a colossal Pokémon soared into view. Wuma recognized it as a Dragonite. Dragonite, incapacitate those two, Dr. Oak commanded. Dragonite flew swiftly, delivering a powerful punch to Snorlax, sending it crashing to the ground. In an instant, Dragonite pivoted and struck Nidoking with its tail, knocking it out cold. Incredible. Wuma marveled at Dragonite's prowess. Its strength was overwhelming, effortlessly defeating the formidable Snorlax and Nidoking. Thank you for your efforts, Dragonite, Dr. Oak said, affectionately patting the creature's head. Dragonite then soared away. Dr. Oak approached Snorlax to inquire. Snorlax, what has happened? Snorlax opened its mouth and emitted a few murmurs before pointing to its pouch. Dr. Oak immediately grasped the situation. Snorlax's baby was missing. The baby Snorlax was of utmost importance to its parent. Upon discovering its absence, Snorlax had anxiously set out to search for it, inadvertently provoking Nidoking, which led to their fierce battle. As tensions escalated, the situation devolved into the chaos that had transpired. Rest assured, I will help you find your baby Snorlax. Do you recall where you lost it? Snorlax struggled to raise its paw, indicating a nearby grove. Dr. Oak called out to the researchers. Quickly, search the grove for the baby Snorlax, but exercise caution. Understood, the researchers responded, dashing towards the grove. I will assist as well. Wuma declared. I am Wuma from Pewter City. I had intended to visit you, Dr. Oak, but then this incident occurred. I see. Thank you for your help earlier. Dr. Oak managed a small smile. We shall discuss other matters later. For now, let us find the baby Snorlax. Wuma and Dr. Oak ventured into the grove. After parting ways with Dr. Oak, Wuma summoned his Heracross. Heracross, see if you can locate a Pokémon that resembles this, he said, pulling out his Pokédex to show an image of the baby Snorlax. Got it, Heracross replied, taking to the skies within the grove. With Heracross's ability to fly, it could navigate through the trees swiftly, expediting the search. Stunky, let us also look for it, Wuma said, scanning the underbrush as he walked. Though he did not find the baby Snorlax, he did come across several other Pokémon, such as Rattata. Before long, Wuma and Dr. Oak reunited. Have you found the baby Snorlax? Dr. Oak inquired. Not yet. Wuma shook his head. I found it. I found it. Heracross returned, beaming with excitement. Really? Where is it? Let me there. Wuma urged. Follow me. Heracross beckoned, leading the way. What is happening? Dr. Oak asked, unable to comprehend Heracross's words. Dr. Oak. We have located the baby Snorlax. Wuma exclaimed, closely trailing Heracross. After pushing through several bushes, they arrived at a stone cave where Heracross hovered in front. Wuma peered inside and spotted the baby Snorlax. Heracross, please bring the baby Snorlax out, he requested. Heracross flew into the cave, cradled the baby Snorlax, and emerged with it in tow. Wuma took the baby Snorlax into his arms to check for injuries. At that moment, Dr. Oak and two researchers caught up. You found it. Splendid. Dr. Oak sighed in relief upon seeing the baby Snorlax. Dr. Oak, the baby Snorlax seems to have sustained some injuries and requires treatment. Poochwan. Quickly take the baby Snorlax for treatment, while the rest of you tend to Snorlax and Nidoking, Dr. Oak instructed. Yes, Poochwan replied, carrying the baby Snorlax away. Thank you so much for today. Without your help, things could have become even more troublesome. Dr. Oak expressed his gratitude to Wuma. It was nothing. Credit goes to Heracross, Wuma replied modestly. Heracross? Dr. Oak noticed the Pokémon hovering beside Wuma. Is this a new species? I have never encountered it before. It appears so. I could not find any information about it in the Pokédex, Wuma responded nonchalantly. Dr. Oak approached, intrigued, as he observed Heracross with keen interest. Indeed, it is a variety never before encountered. There exist numerous Pokémon in the world that we have yet to witness, and our understanding of them remains rather superficial. Well then, let us return to the Research Institute. Juma followed Professor Oak as they made their way to the Institute. Chapter 5. Watching a movie with Professor Oak. First encounter with Meowth. Juma entered the Research Institute alongside Professor Oak. Please, take a seat, The professor gestured towards the sofa. Hououmon nodded and settled down. His stunky nestled by his leg on the floor, while his Beedrill buzzed around the room, seemingly fascinated by its surroundings. Come back, Beedrill. Don't wander off. Hououmon called. It's all right. Both of your Pokémon are quite lively, Professor Oak remarked with a smile. Beedrill heeded Houomon's words, returning to perch on the sofa. Did you come to see me for a particular reason? Professor Oak inquired. Not particularly. I merely passed through Pallet Town and wished to pay you a visit, Hououmon replied. I see. You are always welcome here. Would you like to tour my research facility? Sure. I would love to see what your institute is like, Hououmon expressed eagerly. No problem. Let me show you around, Professor Oak responded. Hououmon arose to follow Professor Oak as they traversed the foyer and entered a room filled with various experimental apparatuses, where several researchers were engaged in their work. Initially, Hououmon assumed that Professor Oak was the sole occupant of the institute, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover the presence of numerous researchers. They are conducting experiments related to Pokémon diets. We have several major projects underway, hence the busyness. Professor Oak explained. Following this, Hououmon accompanied Professor Oak to the exterior of a glass chamber, where several Pokémon could be seen inside. These are the Pokémon undergoing experimentation. They will temporarily reside in this space. After a brief tour, Hououmon decided it was time to depart. He needed to return to Jubilife City promptly to challenge the local gym. Thank you very much for the tour, Professor Oak. I must take my leave now. Is there something urgent? Professor Oak inquired. I have scheduled a gym challenge and need to return to Jubilife City before the morning after tomorrow. The journey from Pallet Town to Jubilife City is not far. By car, it takes just over half an hour. How about this? You rest here for the night. And I shall take you tomorrow? Would that not be too much trouble for you? Hououmon asked. Not at all. I owe you for your assistance today. Allow me to treat you to dinner and perhaps a movie, Professor Oak suggested. A movie? Hououmon was taken aback by the unexpected invitation. Indeed, the neighboring town is renowned for its Hollywood, and there are many excellent films currently playing. Shall we dine first and then enjoy a movie? Professor Oak proposed. All right. I appreciate your kindness, Hououmon replied, eager to experience the cinema of this world. Please wait a moment while I prepare, Professor Oak said as he exited to another room. Hououmon settled on the sofa, awaiting his return. Shortly thereafter, Professor Oak emerged. Let us go. Ride with me. They proceeded to the garage and entered the vehicle. I plan to pick up another person in town. A few more attendees would enhance the movie experience, Professor Oak explained. Who will you be meeting? Hououmon wondered. Minutes later, the car stopped before a charming villa. Hanako, are you home? Professor Oak called out. Hanako? That name sounds familiar, Hououmon mused, struggling to recall. Soon, a lovely lady appeared. Good afternoon, Professor Oak. Are we going to see a movie? Count me in. She replied with a radiant smile. By the way, is Ash home? We should invite him along, Professor Oak suggested. No need. Ash is out playing, so don't worry about him, Hanako said as she retreated to gather her things. Hanako. Of course. I remember now. Ash's mother is named Hanako, Hououmon realized. Half an hour later, Hanako returned, looking splendid in a simple dress and a floral hat. She climbed into the car and noticed Hououmon. And who might you be? I am Hououmon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hanako-san, Hououmon greeted cheerfully. Calling me Hanako-san makes me feel rather pleased, she replied, enjoying the exchange. Now that everyone is here, let us set off, Professor Oak announced as he drove towards the nearby town. Hououmon, how old are you? Hanako suddenly asked. I am 16, Hououmon answered. How wonderful. If only Ash could reach 16 sooner, I wouldn't he have to worry so much. She commented. Are you just beginning your journey? Professor Oak discerned from Houomon's demeanor that he appeared to be a novice traveler. Indeed. I just graduated from the Advanced Trainer School and am preparing to participate in the Kanto Region's League competition, hence my travels to challenge various gyms. Upon graduating from the trainer school, you should be eligible to challenge the league directly, correct? Professor Oak inquired. Yes. But I prefer to travel with my Pokémon and experience different cities, Hououmon replied. Professor Oak nodded. You are wise. Travel broadens one's horizons and strengthens the bond between trainer and Pokémon. How many badges have you acquired thus far? None yet. I plan to challenge the Jubilife Gym for my first badge, Hououmon responded. The trainers at Jubilife Gym are quite formidable. I would advise you to try other gyms first. Professor Oak suggested. However, given that you graduated from the Advanced Trainer School, I imagine you will fare well. Hououmon hesitated at Professor Oak's words. While he indeed graduated, he lacked significant battle experience. His Agumon and Beedrill were not yet sufficiently strong, and the probability of winning at Jubilife Gym seemed slim. Nevertheless, having already made an appointment, he resolved to give it a try. Even if he did not emerge victorious, it would serve as valuable experience. Before long, they arrived in Hollywood, a bustling town teeming with visitors. Besides the cinema, The streets were lined with a myriad of shops, catering to every desire. We shall park first and then dine, Professor Oak advised, parking the car before leading Wuma and Hanako to a restaurant. Though it was not yet mealtime, the establishment was already populated with diners. The food here is quite delightful. Hanako and I often come here. Wuma, you should give it a try, Professor Oak suggested. The trio settled into their seats as a waiter approached with the menu. What would you like to eat? Professor Oak asked Wuma. Upon glancing at the menu, Wuma realized the prices were quite steep. Perhaps you two should order. I am not very familiar with the options. Very well. I shall take care of it, Professor Oak said, turning to Hanako. Shall you have the same as usual? Hanako nodded in agreement. Without consulting the menu, Professor Oak ordered several dishes. Excellent. Your order will be ready shortly. While we wait, let us discuss Pokémon. How did you come to find your Beedrill? Professor Oak inquired. Wuma was acutely aware that he could not evade this topic. It was not long ago that he encountered it in the vast expanse of the Jade-Band Forest. Wuma spun a tale for Professor Oak, who listened intently, nodding as he absorbed the story. The Jade-Band Forest was so immense that no one could ascertain what Pokémon resided within its depths. Claiming that a beetle Pokémon dwelled there would hardly raise suspicion. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the restaurant. Wuma turned to see a chef pursuing a group of Meowth that had pilfered food. Initially, Wuma paid little heed to the ruckus. But when he spotted the last Meowth sprinting away on its hind legs, his eyes widened in astonishment. A Meowth capable of bipedal locomotion. Could it possibly be that one? Professor Oak, I must step out for a moment. Wuma recalled his Oddish and Beetle Pokémon into their Pokeballs and dashed out of the restaurant, racing toward the Meowth. Eventually, he discovered an injured Meowth in a narrow alley. Its bipedal gait had rendered it slow, leading to a beating from the chef. I'll never steal again, Meow. The Meowth cried out as it noticed Wuma approaching. It could speak. Indeed, it was a member of Team Rocket. However, it had yet to join Team Rocket and had not encountered Jesse and James. I'm not here to harm you. Would you like something to eat? Wuma offered, producing a carton of milk from his backpack and extending it to the Meowth. A bit timidly, the Meowth accepted the milk and sipped through a straw. Truly, it was an exceptionally clever creature. Wait a moment, let me tend to your wounds. Wuma applied ointment to the Meowth's injuries. Though the treatment was somewhat painful, the Meowth did not flinch. Thank you, Meow, it said, deeply moved. This was the first time anyone had treated it with such kindness. Think nothing of it. How did you learn to speak, Meowth? And how is it that you can walk on 2 legs? That's impressive, Wuma inquired. The Meowth beamed at the compliment. Well, you see, I was just a regular Meowth, all alone, with no parents or friends, always hungry, Meow. Then I heard stories about Hollywood and came here, Meow. But living here is not easy. I have to steal food from shops or restaurants. If I get caught, I'm beaten, Meow. One day, I spotted another Meowth, Madonna, outside a shop. I was smitten and confessed my feelings, but she dismissed me, saying I couldn't pamper her like her owner could. She said that to win her love, I had to become more like a human, Meow. So, I worked hard to transform myself. After much effort, I learned to walk on 2 legs and speak, Meow. But walking on 2 legs is slow, and I often get caught while stealing. Until today, when I met you. Meow. The Meowth recounted its tale. And what about Madonna? Do you plan to confess to her again? I've decided to declare my feelings to Madonna tomorrow. I would like to accompany you. May I? Wuma asked. Of course, Meow. The Meowth was overjoyed at Wuma's agreement. Let us do this. For today, you can stay with me, and I'll treat you to a meal. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to confess to Madonna. Really? Thank you so much. The Meowth was ecstatic. Wuma realized that the Meowth's confession was bound to fail, after which it would likely join Team Rocket. He found the Meowth to be an extraordinary Pokémon and wished to spend more time with it in hopes of altering its fate. Let us go. I'll take you for a meal. Wuma led the Meowth back to the restaurant. My apologies, Professor Oak. I had to take care of something. No worries. The food has just arrived. Upon seeing the table laden with dishes, Wuma felt a pang of hunger. Come, let us eat, Meowth. Then I want to hold back. The Meowth sat at the table and began to devour the food with gusto. This is delicious, Meow. Where did you find this Meowth? It can stand on 2 legs and even speak. It's truly fascinating, Professor Oak remarked. Indeed, how intriguing. Hanako chimed in. It was among those Meowth who just came to steal food. I noticed it could walk on 2 legs and decided to pursue it. I was surprised to discover it could speak. It's quite remarkable. Take your time eating, Meowth. If you need more, I can order additional dishes, Wuma encouraged. I'm so happy. You are truly a good person, Meow. Tears of joy welled in the Meowth's eyes as it smiled. Wuma gently patted the Meowth's head. My name is Wuma. From now on, we are friends. Meow. After their meal, Professor Oak took Wuma and Hanako to see a movie, naturally bringing the Meowth along. The Meowth delighted in the film, cheering during thrilling moments. Aside from its appearance, the Meowth exhibited astonishing similarities to humans. That evening, Wuma did not return to Professor Oak's lab, but chose to stay at the Pokémon Center, as he intended to accompany the Meowth on its confession. Chapter 6. Meowth's Confession and the Mysterious Man Wuma. Do you really think I look good in this outfit? The Meowth gazed at its reflection in the mirror, feeling somewhat odd in the clothes. Of course, didn't Team Madonna say she likes humans? You must learn to walk and talk like them, and dress like them as well. To assist the Meowth, Wuma visited a store that specialized in clothing for Pokémon and had a custom outfit made for it. The Meowth appeared even more elegant in its new attire. Is there anything else I need to prepare, Meow? The Meowth inquired. Gather flowers and grilled fish. Madonna would surely appreciate these, Wuma suggested. The Meowth understood that girls liked flowers, and as a Meowth, fish was the most delectable food. Preparing these two items was undoubtedly a wise choice. After procuring the flowers and grilled fish, the Meowth set off on its mission. Do you know where Madonna is? Wuma asked. Of course, Meow. I've done my research. Madonna's owner visits that shop every week, so if we go today, we're bound to encounter her. Wuma was taken aback by the Meowth's diligence. It clearly harbored deep feelings for Madonna. That's south the place. The Meowth pointed to a shop. It seems Madonna hasn't arrived yet. No worries. We can wait here. We'll definitely see her, Meow. Wuma squatted beside the Meowth, keeping it company as they waited. After an hour, a car pulled up to the shop, and a woman who appeared quite affluent stepped out, accompanied by a Meowth. That Meowth was adorned in splendid attire. It must be Madonna. Madonna gracefully leaped onto the display window ledge, resting as her owner entered the shop to make purchases. Seizing the opportunity, the Meowth approached Madonna, clutching the flowers and grilled fish. For reasons unknown, Wuma felt a surge of excitement. In that moment, he genuinely hoped the Meowth would win the affection of its beloved. The Meowth approached Madonna, beaming as it exclaimed, Madonna, look, I can walk on two legs now and speak like a human. I'm just like a human now, Meow. Madonna, taken aback by the Meowth's ability to speak, gazed at it in surprise. Madonna, these flowers are for you, along with grilled fish. It's incredibly delicious, Meow. Madonna turned her head and let out a few meows. The translation of her words was, how can you possibly resemble a human? Upon closer inspection, she realized that she was merely a filthy cat. The sight of a cat walking upright and speaking human language was utterly revolting. Hearing Madonna's words, the cat stood frozen, dropping the flowers and grilled fish it had been holding. It was beyond comprehension that all the effort it had put into learning these skills was dismissed as disgusting. Initially, it was Madonna who expressed her fondness for humans, and after much effort to master their gait and speech, she had turned against it. Wuma looked at the cat with deep sympathy. To change oneself for the sake of love, only to remain unappreciated, was a heartbreaking reality. In truth, Madonna had never truly liked the cat, regardless of its transformation. The cat returned, dejected. Are you all right, Meow? Wuma asked with concern. The cat leapt onto Wuma, bursting into tears. Why is this happening to me, Meow? Wuma gently patted the cat. He never anticipated that the complexities of human emotions would manifest in a Pokémon as well. It's all right, Meow. Madonna isn't right for you. You will surely find a better companion in the future. But I truly like Madonna, the cat lamented, weeping bitterly. Wuma could not erase the pain of heartbreak from the cat's mind instantly, but could only guide it through the healing process. Come, Meow. Let us feast and transform this sorrow into appetite. Wuma took the cat to a restaurant and ordered an abundance of food. The cat devoured the meal quickly, finishing an entire table's worth in no time. I want more, Meow. With no other option, Wuma ordered more to comfort the cat, glancing at his wallet, which still seemed sufficient. After satisfying its hunger, the cat lay back on the chair, its belly round and unable to move. Wuma carried the cat back to the Pokémon Center and asked Nurse Joy to check that the cat had not overindulged before placing it back in its room. The cat needed a good rest. In the afternoon, the cat awoke, feeling less sorrowful. How do you feel? Wuma inquired. I am fine now, Meow. The cat had completely rallied, declaring, one day, I shall prove to Madonna that I am the strongest cat in the world. Wuma wanted to say that the cat was already among the most remarkable creatures in existence, for few Pokémon in the entire realm could speak human language. While some unique Pokémon could communicate telepathically, it did not equate to true speech. So, Meow, what do you intend to do? Wuma asked. The cat scratched its head. I do not know, Meow. Have you heard of Team Rocket? Team Rocket? I have not, Meow. Wuma explained. Team Rocket is an evil organization filled with many wrongdoers. Wuma? Do you want me to become a villain, Meow? The cat asked in surprise. Of course not. While there are bad individuals within Team Rocket, there are also good ones. I believe Team Rocket would be a fitting place for you, where you can discover your purpose. Really, Meow? The cat's spirits lifted instantly. Absolutely. I would never deceive you. There are two individuals named Jesse and James in Team Rocket. I think they would become great companions for you. Companions? This was the first time the cat had encountered the term. Wuma elaborated, yes, companions. They are those with whom you share a deep bond, able to laugh and cry together. So, are you and I companions, Meow? The cat inquired. Wuma smiled, indeed. We are the best of companions. Will you also join Team Rocket, Wuma? Upon hearing the cat's question, Wuma fell silent. He had not considered joining Team Rocket before. Although labeled as an evil organization, it possessed exceptional strength. Even the Indigo League dared not confront Team Rocket lightly. Joining would undoubtedly accelerate a trainer's growth. However, the environment of Team Rocket was not suitable for Wuma. He shook his head. I will not go, but I hope you do. I have something very important to ask of you. Wuma whispered a few words into the cat's ear. Do not worry, Meow. I will join Team Rocket. I shall become the world's foremost villain. Seeing the cat's renewed determination brought immense joy to Wuma. The headquarters of Team Rocket is in Viridian City, and I too must challenge the gym there. Let us go together. Wuma and the cat first returned to Professor Oak's laboratory before taking a ride to Viridian City. Upon entering Professor Oak's lab, Wuma noticed a man clad in a cloak and hat conversing with the professor. As Wuma arrived, the man departed. Wuma stole a glance. Although he could not see the man's face clearly, it was evident that he was relatively young and strikingly handsome. Despite the frequent visitors to Professor Oak's lab, this particular individual left Wuma with an unusual impression. Wuma, you have returned. Professor Oak, who was that person just now? Wuma asked instinctively. An old friend, just passing through. Professor Oak replied vaguely. Wuma did not press for more information and took his leave. Professor Oak wished for Wuma to stay longer, eager to study the cater pie. But Wuma declined, citing his gym challenge as the reason, promising to return at a later time. Before nightfall, Wuma arrived in Viridian City. Chapter 7, Divided Actions. Challenging the Viridian Gym upon reaching Viridian City, Wuma took the cat back to his home. Wuma, your house is so spacious, Meow, the cat marveled. This is just spacious? You must have never seen a truly grand house. Perhaps you will have the opportunity to see one in the future. Everyone come out. Wuma released his Gloom and 2 Digimon. This is Meow, our companion. Please treat it well, Wuma introduced. Hello, the cat communicated with the 3 Pokémon. The interaction between the cat and Gloom flowed smoothly, but when speaking with Agumon and Caterpie, the cat found it utterly incomprehensible. Despite understanding Pokémon language and human speech, the cat could not grasp the language of Digimon. It seems I still have much to learn, Meow. You must work hard. Team Rocket is not easily joined. To become the world's greatest villain, one requires not only strength, but also extensive knowledge, Wuma advised. Do not worry, I am quite clever, Meow. The cat excelled in both intelligence and creativity, and with Wuma's guidance, he believed the cat might truly ascend to greatness. Let us rest for today. Tomorrow, I will challenge the gym while you search for the location of Team Rocket. I will not assist you in finding Team Rocket's whereabouts. If you cannot even locate them, you do not deserve to join. The following morning, Wuma and the cat enjoyed breakfast at a local CAF before parting ways. Before 9, Wuma arrived at the Viridian Gym. Having previously scheduled a gym challenge, he was determined not to be late. The Viridian Gym ranks among the top in the league, largely due to its esteemed trainer, Giovanni. Sakaki operates as the clandestine leader of Team Rocket, while publicly serving as both a gym leader and the owner of the Sakaki Group. His influence within the Pokémon League is considerable, and the presence of the Tokiwa Gym and the Sakaki Group effectively conceals the actions of Team Rocket. However, these matters are of little concern to Wuma at the moment, as he has come solely to challenge the Tokiwa Gym. The Tokiwa Gym is modest in size, its decor quite simple, reflecting Sakaki's personality. Wuma approached the front desk to sign in, and Mr. SHA promptly approached him, requesting a moment's patience. Wuma nodded in appreciation. He initially sought a place to rest, but soon discovered that the Tokiwa Gym lacked even a single sofa. The floor was relatively clean, so he settled down directly on the ground. Before long, a stern middle-aged man entered. Are you the one scheduled for today's gym challenge? SHA inquired, regarding Wuma. Rising quickly, Wuma replied, Hello, I am the novice trainer Wuma. SHA produced a list and reviewed Wuma's information before commenting, having graduated from an advanced trainer school. You can no longer be treated as a novice trainer. Prior to engaging in a gym challenge, gym leaders typically examine the challenger's credentials, arranging Pokémon for battle based on the challenger's overall strength. After all, most gym leaders possess formidable abilities, and should they unleash their full might, challengers would stand little chance of victory. Gyms serve to filter trainers, not to exclude all from participating in the league competitions. Follow me, instructed SHA, leading Wuma into a room housing an expansive Pokémon battle arena. This was Wuma's first experience in a formal battle setting. This is your position. SH indicated a spot before moving to the opposite side. Wuma hurried over to take his place. A man entered and assumed the role of referee. The upcoming battle is between gym leader SH and challenger Wuma. Each side may use 3 Pokémon. And victory is declared when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. During the match, only the challenger is permitted to switch Pokémon. The rules employed by the Tokiwa Gym are quite standard, as it is a legitimate establishment that would not engage in any underhanded tactics. Let us commence. I wish to witness the prowess of a graduate from an advanced trainer school. Go, Rattata. A large brown rodent appeared on the battlefield. Rattata, a normal-type Pokémon, is characterized by its prominent front teeth. Its signature move, Hyperfang, boasts formidable power. In that case, I entrust you with this, Agumon. Wuma sent out his first Pokémon, Agumon. He felt a twinge of anxiety about using Agumon, given the possibility that SH might be affiliated with Team Rocket. And Agumon was particularly unique. However, there was little choice in the matter. He would eventually be discovered. He could only adopt a mindset of confronting challenges as they arose. Upon seeing Agumon, SH appeared somewhat surprised. In his experience, he was unfamiliar with such a Pokémon. Nevertheless, his role as a gym leader had prepared him for unexpected situations. The battle begins, declared the referee. Rattata, use quick attack, commanded SH. Rattata transformed into a streak of light, rapidly charging toward Agumon. Agumon, dodge, Wuma shouted. Agumon successfully evaded the attack by sidestepping, but Rattata suddenly pivoted and collided with Agumon, knocking him to the ground with great force. Hyperfang. Rattata charged towards Agumon once more. The power of Hyperfang was immense, should it connect. Agumon might lose the ability to battle entirely. Agumon, breathe fire at the ground to evade, Wuma urged. Agumon responded to Wuma's command, unleashing a small jet of flames that propelled him into the air. Again with the small flames, Agumon exhaled another fireball, striking Rattata and causing significant impact. He then landed gracefully back on the ground. Agumon, use claw attack, Wuma commanded. Rattata, quickly dodge, SH shouted. Despite sustaining damage from the fireball, Rattata remained unaffected and swiftly leapt backward to avoid Agumon's claws. Rattata, Hyperfang. Following orders, Rattata lunged forward and bit Agumon's arm, inflicting damage. Agumon, small flames. Agumon, enduring the pain, released another burst of small flames that sent Rattata flying. Deliver the final blow, claw attack. Agumon charged forward, striking Rattata with a powerful slap. Rattata fell to the ground, unable to move. After assessing Rattata's condition, the referee promptly announced, Rattata is unable to battle. Please send out your second Pokémon, gym leader. Well done. Wuma rejoiced at Agumon's initial victory, elated at the prospect of securing the Tokiwa Gym badge if he continued to perform steadily. Return, Rattata. SH recalled his Pokémon before releasing his second choice. Go, Spearow. Spearow, the evolved form of Fyro, is a dual normal and flying type Pokémon. Return, Agumon. Wuma recognized that Agumon could not continue due to his injuries. His remaining Pokémon were Beedrill and Oddish. However, Oddish was equally incapable of flight. And given that flying types had an advantage over grass types, it would be unwise to deploy Oddish. Thus, Wuma had only one viable option left. I entrust you with this, Beedrill. Upon emerging from its Pokeball, Beedrill soared into the air. Although Beedrill is also a bug type, it was not significantly affected by the type disadvantage. Spearow, use Peck. Upon hearing SH's command, Spearow quickly charged toward Beedrill. Beedrill, ascend to evade. The disparity in strength was too great to confront head-on. Just as Spearow was about to strike, Beedrill suddenly rose upward, deftly avoiding the attack. Use Thunderbolt. Beedrill unleashed a bolt of electricity, striking Spearow with excellent effect. Spearow, use Quick Attack. Spearow reversed direction and dashed toward Beedrill at high speed. Beedrill, caught off guard, was hit by the Quick Attack. Come on, Beedrill. Wuma encouraged. Beedrill flapped its wings and ascended once more. Beedrill closed the distance to Spearow. Following Wuma's instruction, Beedrill swiftly approached Spearow. Spearow, use Fury Attack. Spearow repeatedly pecked at Beedrill with its beak. Beedrill suddenly lowered its altitude, dodging the attacks and positioning itself against Spearow's abdomen. As Spearow bent its neck to strike, Beedrill unleashed a Thunderbolt, paralyzing Spearow. Beedrill continued with Thunderbolt. The electric current intensified, and Spearow, hindered by paralysis, plummeted to the ground. Before Spearow could land, Beedrill flew away from its body, soaring into the sky. The large-mouthed sparrow fell to the ground, suffering injury once again, and fainted. With the sparrow incapacitated, the beetle beast emerged victorious. The gym trainer was called upon to send out the next Pokémon. Calmly, Chomping retrieved the large-mouthed sparrow. He had not encountered either of these two Pokémon before, yet their strength was unexpectedly formidable. However, this was also due to the fact that the Pokémon he had used were not particularly strong. Otherwise, he could have easily dealt with Wuma's two Pokémon. "Now it's your turn, Arbok," he declared. A large purple serpent appeared in the arena. Arbok was the evolved form of the previously encountered Ekans, and it was significantly larger and stronger. "Beetle Beast, can you continue to fight?" The Beetle Beast nodded. "No problem." "Good. Then I entrust you with this," Chomping said. The Beetle Beast, being a flying bug type, held a certain advantage in battle. As the referee's voice fell, Chomping immediately commanded Arbok to launch an attack. "Arbok, use Poison Sting." Arbok opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of poisonous needles towards the Beetle Beast. "Dodge, Beetle Beast." The Beetle Beast swiftly evaded while closing in on Arbok. When the distance was nearly closed, it released a small bolt of lightning. The attack struck Arbok, but caused minimal damage. The serpent's strength was formidable, rendering the Beetle Beast's attack ineffective. "Arbok, use Poison Sting." Arbok unleashed another volley of poisonous needles. Due to the close proximity, the Beetle Beast could not evade and was struck by the needles, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. "Return, Beetle Beast." "You did well," Chomping said. The strength of Agumon and the Beetle Beast was comparable, and in this matchup, they were no match for Arbok. Thus, Wuma could only send forth his next Pokémon. "I entrust you, Stunky." With a cheerful "you," Stunky stepped onto the battlefield. The referee announced, "The battle continues. Arbok, use Poison Sting. Stunky, use Acid Spray." Stunky sprayed a stream of corrosive liquid, effectively dissolving the poisonous needles that Arbok had launched. Observing the ineffectiveness of the Poison Sting, Chomping switched tactics. "Arbok, use Bind." Arbok charged forward, ensnaring Stunky. "Stunky, use Sleep Powder." Heeding Wuma's command, Stunky released a cloud of sleep-inducing powder. With Arbok's head hovering above Stunky's flower bud, it inhaled a significant quantity of the powder, causing its body to become paralyzed and unable to move. Yet even in its immobilized state, Arbok refused to release Stunky. "Stunky, use Sleep Powder again." Stunky released another dose of sleep powder. Soon after inhaling it, Arbok succumbed to slumber. At that moment, Stunky finally broke free. "Stunky, deliver the final blow, Solar Beam." Stunky distanced itself, gathering sunlight. After a brief moment, it unleashed a powerful solar beam that struck Arbok, rendering it unable to continue the fight. The referee declared, "Arbok is unable to battle. As all three Pokémon of the gym trainer have lost their fighting capabilities, the victor is the challenger, Wuma." "Fantastic. We won." With a joyful yoo-hoo, Stunky rushed to embrace Wuma. "Stunky, you did wonderfully. Let's keep up the good work," Wuma said, holding Stunky's small paw. Chomping recalled Arbok and approached Wuma. "Congratulations. Your prowess is outstanding. Here is the proof of your victory, the green badge." He presented a green badge. "Thank you, Mr. Chomping." Wuma replied, receiving the badge with great joy. It was his first badge, holding significant meaning. "Your two Pokémon are truly special. I have never seen anything like them." Chomping remarked suddenly. Upon hearing this, Wuma's excitement intensified. "I found them in the Viridian Forest. There are indeed many unique Pokémon there," Wuma said with a smile. Chomping nodded in acknowledgement before departing. As he saw Chomping leave, Wuma sighed in relief and promptly exited the Viridian Gym. He decided it was best to leave Viridian City for now. Lingering could attract unwanted attention. Just as he stepped out of the gym, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a badge. Reward, 1 Digimon drawing card. Using this drawing card grants a chance to acquire Digimon of various levels. The host can click the drawing card to view the acquisition probabilities." Wuma opened the system and clicked on the Digimon drawing card. Probability data appeared before his eyes. Ultimate 0-1, Perfect 1, Mature 10, Rookie 40, Digifragment 489. Upon seeing the probabilities, Wuma was somewhat astonished, noting that the chance of drawing an ultimate was exceedingly low. However, upon reflection, it was understandable, as ultimate Digimon were quite rare, making low probabilities reasonable. Some lottery draws had even lower chances than this. The probability of drawing a Digimon exceeded 50, which was quite high, and there was nearly a 50 chance of drawing Digifragments. These fragments could be used to exchange for Digimon. Wuma entered the fragment shop and discovered that he required 2, 10, 50, and 200 fragments for Rookie, Mature, Perfect, and Ultimate Digimon, respectively. Collecting enough fragments for an exchange would indeed be a challenge. "System, draw a Digimon," Wuma commanded, using the drawing card. The card shattered, reforming into a crystal. Clearly, this time he had drawn Digifragments. To his dismay, he had not even managed to draw a Digimon, falling short of the 50-50 chance. If every draw yielded only one fragment, it would take an eternity to gather 200 fragments to exchange for an ultimate Digimon. However, he was not overly concerned with Agumon. The Beetle Beast and Stunky, he felt sufficiently equipped, as most gyms typically employed only 3 Pokémon for battles. He could focus on nurturing these 3 before beginning to train others. After leaving the Viridian gym, Wuma went to the store to purchase some food and travel supplies before returning home. Although leaving Viridian City seemed prudent, he still needed to wait for Meowth to join Team Rocket. Chapter 9. Separation and entering the Viridian Forest. Upon returning home, Wuma found that Meowth had not yet arrived. Their agreed-upon time was noon. If Meowth had not returned by then, it would indicate trouble. With a little time remaining before the designated hour, Wuma went to the kitchen to prepare some delicious food. After finishing lunch, Meowth finally returned. Meowth, you're back. Did you encounter any trouble? Wuma asked, feeling relieved at Meowth's return. After all, they were dealing with Team Rocket, so caution was warranted. Wuma was uncertain if his presence would cause any complications. Meowth poured a glass of water from the kettle and gulped it down, clearly very thirsty. I succeeded. I searched many places and finally located Team Rocket's hideout. Meowth exclaimed joyfully. So, do you have a way to join Team Rocket? Wuma asked, surprised at how quickly Meowth had found them. I've already inquired about it. Don't worry. I have a plan, Meowth replied confidently. Seeing Meowth's self-assured demeanor filled Wuma with happiness. I have already prepared lunch. Why not join me for a bite? Wuma served Meow Meow's meal, and Meow Meow began to eat heartily. After wandering outside for the entire morning, it was indeed quite famished. Meow Meow? I might be leaving Constant City tomorrow. Meow Meow paused, spoon in hand, and inquired, leaving? Where to? I'm traveling to other cities, intending to challenge the gym and subsequently participate in the league competition. You have also found Team Rocket. Join them swiftly. But I will miss you. Meow, Meow Meow replied. Somewhat sadly. I will miss you too, yet I believe we shall meet again before long. Meow Meow said nothing further, burying its head in the food. Wuma was its first friend, and the prospect of parting so soon was unexpected. In truth, Wuma felt a twinge of reluctance as well. Although they had only spent 2 days together, a profound bond had already formed between them. However, one cannot let sentimentality alter their plans. Often, separation is necessary for growth and strength. Both Wuma and Meow Meow must forge their own paths. The following morning, Wuma packed his backpack, ready to embark on his journey. He also prepared a parcel for Meow Meow, including its favorite canned food, some healing supplies, and a badge. Indeed, Wuma gifted Meow Meow the green badge he had earned from the Constant Gym. As Wuma had no need for the badge in the league competition, he chose to present this meaningful token to Meow Meow as a memento. Upon receiving the badge, Meow Meow was elated, promising to cherish it. This was the first gift it had ever received. After stepping outside, Wuma and Meow Meow parted ways, each heading in a different direction. Yet both held on to the belief that they would reunite one day. Exiting Constant City, they entered the lush Constant Forest. Wuma's next destination was Nibi City, where he planned to challenge the Nibi Gym. The Pokémon Encyclopedia indicated a well-trodden and safe route leading to Nibi City. The forest was teeming with various Pokémon, some of which pose threats to humans, particularly in the case of social species, which could be quite dangerous. Be vigilant, Caterpie. Stay alert to your surroundings. Understood. Wuma replied as he released Caterpie. With its keen senses, Caterpie would help detect any approaching Pokémon. Not long after entering the Constant Forest, Wuma encountered numerous Pokémon, with Caterpie and Weedle being the most common. Many bug-type Pokémon share a characteristic: they evolve rapidly. With a bit of training, bug-type Pokémon can evolve relatively quickly, making them a great choice for novice trainers. However, Wuma already had a formidable Gloom, as well as Agumon and Caterpie, both of which were growing swiftly. These were not the Pokémon he wished to train, so he opted not to capture any. Ding! The host has safely exited Constant Forest. Task completed. Reward: 2 draw cards. Wuma was somewhat surprised by the system's announcement. He was already on his way out of the forest, making this task a free reward. However, since the system had mentioned safety, it indicated he might encounter some dangers. With this in mind, Wuma heightened his alertness. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller, some even blocking out the sun, casting shadows that rendered the surroundings quite dim. Caterpie, do you sense anything? Wuma inquired. No. There are indeed some Pokémon nearby, but they all seem calm. If that's the case, let us quicken our pace. The Constant Forest was vast. It would be impossible to traverse in a single day, making an overnight stay within its depths unavoidable. Wuma could only hasten his journey to minimize his time spent in the forest. He wondered how Meow Meow was faring. It had likely joined Team Rocket by now. Be careful. At Caterpie's warning, Wuma suddenly halted. He had been lost in thought about Meow Meow and had not noticed what lay ahead. Looking up, he spotted a green creature resting in front of him. Had it not been for Caterpie's alert, he might have collided with it. As he focused, he realized it was a dangling Caterpie using silk to suspend itself from a tree. Fortunately, Caterpie was a relatively gentle Pokémon. As long as one did not harm it, it would not retaliate. Wuma carefully sidestepped the Caterpie and continued on his way. Engaging in battles with wild Pokémon is an excellent training method, but Wuma was reluctant to challenge wild Pokémon in the constant forest. The noise of battle could attract other Pokémon, leading to perilous situations. Moreover, many Pokémon here were social. Striking one could provoke a swarm, resulting in a severe predicament. As time passed and the sun began to set, the forest grew increasingly dark. Wuma found a large tree, thoroughly inspected it for Pokémon, and settled down to rest beneath it. He took out food from his backpack and shared some with Caterpie. Unsure of how long he would remain in the forest, he refrained from sharing with Agumon and Gloom to ensure his supplies lasted. While stored in their Pokeballs, his Pokémon remained in a semi-sleeping state, requiring little sustenance, and could endure extended periods without food. Wuma chose not to light a fire. Many Pokémon were unafraid of flames, and the light would only serve to attract them. From his backpack, he retrieved a notebook and began to pen his thoughts. He aimed to document his daily encounters, as it might one day serve as material for an autobiography. He also intended to jot down some of his reflections, which could prove useful in the future. Furthermore, should he accidentally meet his demise during his travels, this could stand as proof of his existence. As night approached, and he prepared for sleep, Wuma took out his sleeping bag. The forest nights were heavy with dew. Without the protection of his sleeping bag, he would become damp, risking illness. His physical constitution was not as robust as some. Wuma drifted into slumber, with Caterpie resting beside him. Caterpie remained vigilant, ready to alert him should any disturbances arise during the night. Chapter 10. The Territory of Beedrill and the Mysterious Old Man. As the night deepened, the forest fell silent, though certain sounds grew more pronounced within that stillness. Caterpie suddenly detected rustling in the bushes. It opened its eyes and focused on the source of the noise. Rising gently into the air, Caterpie avoided waking Wuma. The situation remained unclear. It could merely be a passing Pokémon. After a while, Caterpie noted that the sounds had not ceased and were, in fact, growing louder. Cautiously, it flew toward the bushes and discovered a Nidoran munching on fallen fruit. Upon spotting Caterpie, Nidoran promptly fled. Caterpie sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was not a dangerous Pokémon. Although Nidoran had departed, Caterpie chose not to resume its slumber. The dangers of the forest were too many. It resolved to keep watch over Wuma while he slept. Night swiftly passed, and the sun rose as usual. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating Wuma's face. He rubbed his eyes and stretched lazily. Last night, he slept soundly without waking even once. You woke up. The beetle Pokémon flew over. Wuma noticed that the beetle Pokémon seemed somewhat fatigued. Beetle Pokémon, did you not sleep last night? No. Several Pokémon were nearby, and I was concerned they might launch a sudden attack, so I kept watch. You've worked hard. No wonder I slept so well last night. It was because the beetle Pokémon was guarding me. You should return to your Pokeball and rest well. Wuma. I'm hungry, the beetle Pokémon said weakly. Wuma suddenly remembered he hadn't tea at breakfast yet. The beetle Pokémon had stayed awake all night, and it must have been tough for it. Since he was also hungry, they decided to have breakfast together. After they had eaten their fill, Wuma returned the beetle Pokemon to its Pokeball. Come out, Stinky Flower. The beetle Pokemon could not accompany him, so he had to rely on Stinky Flower. Stinky Flower, being a grass-type Pokemon, had some natural advantages in the forest. With Stinky Flower by his side, Wuma embarked on a new day's journey. However, he soon discovered that the path he walked on the second day seemed somewhat amiss. The map in his Pokédex was not particularly detailed. Although Wuma followed it closely, he still felt he might be on the wrong path. The main road had transformed into a narrow path, flanked by dense bushes that appeared quite perilous. Yet, he had not encountered any forks in the road. Why then did he feel lost? After pondering for a long time, he could not arrive at an answer. Wuma took out his compass to ascertain the direction. Although he had strayed from the intended path, the direction they were heading remained correct. While this was an unfamiliar route, it could still be worth exploring. Perhaps a surprise awaited them. Indeed, he soon stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Wuma suddenly found himself and Stinky Flower amidst a group of Iron Cocoon Pokémon. Iron Cocoon was the evolved form of the horned caterpillar, which would later evolve into the renowned Beedrill. Just before evolving, the horned caterpillar would suspend itself with silk, wrapping its body in threads to transform into Iron Cocoon. Now, these iron cocoons hung all around Wuma. He advanced cautiously, afraid to touch them, even holding his breath. While Iron Cocoon possessed no offensive capabilities, Its evolution into Beedrill was quite formidable. The time taken from Iron Cocoon to Beedrill was brief. A moment of inattention could lead to mass evolution. Please don't evolve, Wuma thought, moving forward with trepidation. Stinky Flower tugged at the hem of Wuma's shirt, also appearing frightened. Just then, Wuma spotted a crack appearing on the Iron Cocoon directly in front of him. The presence of a crack indicated it was about to evolve. Indeed, fear often manifests in reality. Suddenly, a multitude of iron cocoons began to tremble, cracks appearing on their shells one after another. Run. Wuma no longer cared if he would bump into an iron cocoon. Once they fully evolved into Beedrill, escape would be impossible. Wuma grabbed Stinky Flower and fled swiftly. A buzzing sound filled his ears. Some iron cocoons had already evolved into Beedrill. The newly evolved Beedrill, driven by hunger, quickly approached upon spotting Stinky Flower. Their speed was no match for flight. Soon, they would be caught by the Beedrill. Stinky Flower, use sleep powder. Stinky Flower, not wanting to be captured, promptly released a cloud of sleep powder. Wuma covered his nose and continued to flee with Stinky Flower. Although placing Stinky Flower back into its Pokeball would hasten his escape, without Stinky Flower's attacks to buy time, evasion would be futile. Some Beedrill inhaled the sleep powder and became paralyzed, unable to fly. However, the sleep powder was insufficient, and another swarm of Beedrill pursued them. Stinky Flower, use sleep powder again. Stinky Flower unleashed another wave of sleep powder, putting a large number of Beedrill to sleep. Nevertheless, the remaining Beedrill encircled the two of them. Wuma halted, gazing at the surrounding Beedrill, feeling a sense of despair. With a hum, the Beedrill gathered sunlight and unleashed solar beam, creating a circular blast. Many Beedrill were struck by the attack and fell to the ground. These Beedrill had just evolved and were considerably weaker than Stinky Flower. Wuma felt a surge of excitement as he witnessed Stinky Flower defeat all the Beedrill. I hope we don't attract more Beedrill, he murmured. However, no sooner had he spoken than a tremendous sound resonated. A larger swarm of Beedrill approached, and these were not the newly evolved ones, but rather seasoned Beedrill. They had come to welcome the new Beedrill, only to find them defeated. Consequently, they flew in with vengeance in mind. This group of Beedrill was significantly stronger than the earlier ones. Stinky Flower stood no chance alone. After unleashing sleep powder, Wuma immediately clutched Stinky Flower and sprinted forward. Ouch! Wuma suddenly tripped over a stone and fell. The Beedrill swiftly followed, launching an attack. Just as Wuma believed his fate was sealed, he noticed the Beedrill had halted. Ding! Wuma suddenly heard a sound akin to ringing bells. Ding ding ding. An elderly man, donned in peculiar thick clothing and devoid of hair, approached. He wielded a staff topped with 4 bells that jingled with each step he took, the sound mesmerizing the Beedrill. The elder forcefully struck his staff against the ground, producing a clear ringing sound. Upon hearing it, the Beedrill immediately dispersed. Stinky Flower seemed to be influenced as well, following the Beedrill away. Come back. Wuma pulled Stinky Flower back. Stinky Flower immediately regained its senses. Thank you for your assistance, Elder, Wuma expressed gratefully. Those who do not belong will ultimately face calamity. The Elder uttered a few words before turning and disappearing into the bushes. His figure vanished swiftly. Wuma gazed at the departing silhouette, intrigued. How could a mere sound from a staff spells repel so many Pokémon? He felt a mix of astonishment and fear. The Elder's words seemed to speak directly to him. He was indeed not of this world, thus fitting the description of the non-existent person. The latter part of the statement referenced the Absol he had encountered in the vision of his own demise. Wuma was perplexed as to how the Elder knew such things. He consulted the system, but it offered no answers. Wuma suddenly realized that this world was far more complex than he had imagined. Let us hurry, he urged. For the fallen Beedrill would soon recover. Wuma hastily led Stinky Flower away, burying the Elder's incident and the earlier encounter with Absol deep in his heart. He did not yet comprehend these matters, but he could not allow them to disrupt his current journey. Wuma continued forward with Stinky Flower. Chapter 11. Daily training. On the 3rd day in the Evergreen Forest, Wuma had begun to navigate entirely by his instincts. Now, he is completely oblivious to his surroundings. Only aware of the general direction, the map has become utterly useless to him. 3 sprites take turns accompanying Wuma. They travel together by day and help keep watch at night. Traveling alone is indeed quite arduous. Wuma finally understands why many trainers prefer to journey in pairs, with companions. They can look after one another along the way, and at least one Pokémon does not need to stand guard at night. Of course, there are advantages to solitary travel as well. One can go wherever one desires, resting at will without needing to consult anyone else. Moreover, finding a suitable travel companion is no simple task. After lunch, Wuma did not rush to continue his journey. Instead, he decided to dedicate some time to training his Pokémon and Digimon, particularly Agumon and Kabuterimon, both of whom possess significant potential for growth. The power systems of Pokémon and Digimon differ. Pokémon have fixed moves, while Digimon do not. Although the lack of fixed moves allows for unexpected maneuvers in battle, it poses considerable challenges for command. Wuma resolved to correlate some skills between Pokémon and Digimon to facilitate future combat directives. Agumon, you go first, Wuma instructed. Selecting Agumon for training. Use Ember. Agumon unleashed a fireball that struck a nearby tree trunk. Wuma had ensured that there were no Pokémon in the vicinity, allowing him to practice without worry. Excellent. Now, use Claw. Agumon swung its sharp claws, leaving marks on the trunk. Agumon's only signature move was Ember. The claw technique had been acquired through Wuma's adaptations. Beyond this, Wuma needed to find additional skills suited for Agumon. Agumon, use Headbutt. Wuma had previously explained the technique's execution. Agumon focused on a tree and charged forward, its head colliding with the trunk with a resounding thud, causing it to bounce back and roll several times on the ground. Ouch, Wuma, Agumon lamented, rubbing its head. Wuma sighed, having thought this was the most appropriate skill for Agumon to learn, yet it proved to be quite challenging. Agumon, try practicing on your own for a bit. Perhaps you can discover some new moves. Now it's your turn, Kabuterimon, Wuma called. All right, Wuma, Kabuterimon replied, taking flight and preparing itself. Kabuterimon, use Thunderbolt. Kabuterimon executed the move with remarkable proficiency, successfully hitting its target. Great. Now, use Tackle. Kabuterimon charged toward the tree. However, just as it was about to collide, it abruptly halted. Wuma, hitting that would hurt a lot. Can I switch moves? Kabuterimon suggested. Wuma observed Kabuterimon's large, expressive eyes and hesitated. If Kabuterimon used Tackle, its head could suffer significant impact, especially given the prominence of its eyes, which were critical and vulnerable. Thus, Tackle would not be advisable. Wuma crouched down, examining Kabuterimon closely. Suddenly, he noticed the sturdy claws at the front of its legs. Perhaps these could be utilized for an attack. Kabuterimon, practice using your claws. Let us name it Sharp Claw. Kabuterimon, use Sharp Claw. Wuma commanded. Kabuterimon dashed toward the large tree, extending its front claws to pierce into the trunk. Impressive, Wuma exclaimed, astonished by the strength of this new move, which could inflict considerable damage in battle. Finally, Kabuterimon had acquired a second skill. Now practice that move diligently, Wuma encouraged. Understood, Wuma. Kabuterimon flew aside to practice on its own. Wuma then turned his attention to Oddish. Oddish's Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, or Acid were rather dispersed attacks easily countered by opponents. Although Solar Beam was powerful, it required considerable charge time. Wuma decided that Oddish should learn a skill capable of swift attacks. He perused the Pokédex and discovered a practical move, Bullet Seed. Oddish could learn Bullet Seed, which would allow for quick and precise strikes against foes. Decided then, let us learn Bullet Seed. Oddish seemed quite intrigued by the skill. To learn Bullet Seed, it first needed to master the art of spitting seeds. Wuma found small berries nearby, which would serve perfectly as ammunition. He instructed Oddish to store a multitude of berries in its mouth and then spit them toward the target. Oddish's talent shone through as it accurately hit the tree with its seed bullets. Though the power was still lacking, the prospect of success was evident. Unlike Agumon, who continued to collide with the trunk, Wuma held little hope. After training, Wuma allowed the sprites to rest. With only 3 Pokémon, the training was already quite taxing. It was no wonder that the League mandated that minor trainers could carry a maximum of 6 Pokémon. With more, it would be nearly impossible to manage their care. Once they had recuperated, Wuma returned Agumon and Kabuterimon to their Pokeballs and continued onward with Oddish. As they walked, Oddish practiced Bullet Seed, and its projectiles began to leave marks on the tree trunks. As soon as it could harness its power to create seed bullets, it would have mastered Bullet Seed. Take your time, Oddish, Wuma encouraged, gently patting its petals. While Wuma wished for his Pokémon to grow stronger swiftly, he did not want them to become overly fatigued. On this journey, they needed to overcome challenges while also savoring the joys of travel. Wandering through the forest, Wuma felt content, provided he did not encounter any sudden attacks from wild Pokémon. The Pokémon Center is of utmost importance to trainers. Many wilderness areas have established Pokémon Centers to facilitate the healing and resting of trainers' Pokémon. However, within the expansive confines of Viridian Forest, no Pokémon Center has been constructed. It is worth noting that exiting Viridian Forest can take numerous days. If a Pokémon Center were established midway, trainers could replenish supplies and assess the condition of their Pokémon. Attempts have been made to establish a Pokémon Center within Viridian Forest, but all have failed. Viridian Forest resembles a natural paradise for Pokémon, impervious to any external influence. Chapter 12, Aiding Pidgey, The Assault of Spearow. Oddish, pick up the pace. We'll be having lunch shortly, Wuma called to Oddish, who was trailing behind. This marked the 10th day since Wuma entered Viridian Forest. He calculated that they would require another 5 or 6 days to exit the forest. Viridian Forest is vast, and the route to Pewter City merely traverses one side of it. The distance to the center remains considerable. To fully cross Viridian Forest might take a month to accomplish. As noon approached, Wuma found a relatively open spot to sit down. The Shroomish slowly made its way over and settled beside him, appearing exceedingly fatigued. Take a good rest. This is your lunch, Wuma said as he offered the Pokémon food he had purchased along with 2 berries he had foraged in the forest. His decision to bring only one Pokémon out proved wise. Had he attempted to feed several at once, the food would have been depleted in no time. While there were indeed provisions to be found in the evergreen forest, many of those areas were guarded by Pokémon, making it perilous to approach recklessly. Wuma opened a can and began to eat quickly, his own hunger gnawing at him. The forest's food had become monotonous, and he longed for the variety offered by the restaurant. Suddenly, he remembered Meowth, who must have joined Team Rocket by now. He wondered what it was up to. Just as he began to eat, he heard a rustling sound nearby. Having spent 10 days in the evergreen forest, he had fully acclimated to the wilderness. When he sensed a disturbance, he would heighten his vigilance, but he did not feel the need to investigate immediately. The sound, he discerned, was likely from a Pidgey. He had often encountered Pidgeys in the evergreen forest and was well acquainted with their calls. Suddenly, the Shroomish stood up and walked toward the direction of the Pidgey. Shroomish, come back, Wuma called out, realizing that Pidgeys tended to be social creatures, and provoking them could lead to trouble. However, the Shroomish seemed to quicken its pace rather than retreat. Wuma grabbed his backpack and hurried after it. He could not simply stand by and watch the Shroomish get into a predicament. He pushed through the underbrush and found the Shroomish beside an injured Pidgey that was unable to fly. It turned out that the Shroomish had recognized the Pidgey's cries for help and had come to assist. As Wuma approached to assess the Pidgey's condition, the frightened creature flapped its wings in an attempt to take flight, only to crash back down to the ground. Wuma rushed forward and caught the Pidgey. The Pidgey struggled fiercely in his grasp, but Wuma held it firmly while soothing it. Calm down, little one. I mean you no harm. Under Wuma's gentle touch, the Pidgey gradually settled down. Upon inspection, Wuma noted that the Pidgey's wing bore an injury, likely inflicted by another flying-type Pokémon. I will apply some medicine. It may sting a bit, he warned as he carefully treated the wound and bandaged it. The Pidgey would be grounded for a while, and Wuma decided it would be best for the creature to accompany him until it healed. Leaving it in the forest while injured would be reckless, as it could easily fall prey to other dangers. The Shroomish approached and offered the Pokémon food to the Pidgey. Curious, the Pidgey pecked at the food and found it to be quite delectable. The Pokémon food Wuma had purchased was favored by most Pokémon, and the Pidgey was no exception, happily indulging in the meal. Food served as an excellent means of communication after consuming it. The Pidgey no longer feared Wuma and became quite affectionate. Where is your flock? Shall I escort you back? Wuma proposed, intent on returning the Pidgey to its home. He had no desire to keep it with him indefinitely. Once healed, it would need to find its way back. Moreover, he had no intention of capturing the Pidgey, as it was not part of his aspirations. He believed that every Pokémon he captured deserved proper care, rather than being neglected. Such neglect served no purpose. It was far better to allow them the freedom to thrive. Wuma aimed to cultivate digital monsters, thus he had limited energy to devote to Pokémon, requiring careful selection of those he chose to capture. The Pidgey turned its head, indicating the direction of its flock. Very well, I shall guide you home. Wuma adjusted his backpack and, cradling the Pidgey, set off in the indicated direction. The path was treacherous, filled with roots and underbrush that made navigation difficult. He instructed the Shroomish to lead the way, wary of potential threats. Indeed, they soon encountered several Rattatas and Caterpies, but thanks to the Shroomish's heightened awareness, they managed to evade any confrontations. After traversing for over 10 minutes, Wuma arrived at a cluster of towering trees. As he approached, he was met with the watchful gaze of a flock of Pidgeys in their evolved form, Pidgeotto. This was the home of the Pidgey family. All right. We have reached your home. Once you can fly again in a few days, remove that bandage yourself, he said. The Pidgey flapped its wings, seemingly expressing gratitude. Neither the Pidgey nor the Pidgeotto were aggressive in nature, and upon seeing Wuma return the Pidgey, they did not attack. Wuma intended to leave, but just then, a large group of Pokémon flew overhead. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to Pidgeys but were a different type of flying Pokémon, Spearows. Compared to Pidgeys, Spearows were far more aggressive. As the Pidgey and Pidgeotto took to the air in response to the approaching Spearows, the two factions faced off in the sky. The sudden intrusion into their territory enraged the Pidgey and Pidgeotto. Almost immediately, they charged toward the Spearows, and chaos erupted as the two groups clashed. Wuma and the Shroomish swiftly stepped aside to avoid being caught in the fray. He understood now how the Pidgey had been injured. These two groups had long been rivals. frequently battling with heavy casualties on both sides. Shroomish, be careful. We must leave quickly, Wuma urged, realizing he had no means to intervene in such a conflict. Should they become entangled in the fight, it could prove perilous. Just as he attempted to retreat, several Spearows targeted him, launching an attack. Shroomish, use sleep powder. The Shroomish released a cloud of sleep-inducing powder toward the Spearows, but they flapped their wings, creating a wind that scattered the powder. Wuma had previously noted that such techniques were easily dispelled, especially against flying types. In that case, use Seed Bomb. The Shroomish unleashed a barrage of seeds, striking 2 Spearows, while the others managed to evade the incoming projectiles. However, being a grass-type attack, the Seed Bomb had minimal effect against the flying types. The Spearows charged forward, using peck attacks. Wuma and the Shroomish were both struck. The flying-type assault was particularly effective against the Shroomish. Although it was stronger than the Spearows, it still sustained significant damage. For Wuma, lacking any defenses, each peck left its mark, causing him considerable pain. Having narrowly escaped an attack from the Beedrills last time, Wuma found himself unable to evade the assault from the Spearows. He pondered whether that old man could come to his aid once more. However, at this moment, he had no assistance available. Stinky Flower used dissolving liquid. The Stinky Flower unleashed its dissolving spray, swiftly dispatching 2 Spearows. The remaining Spearows, however, demonstrated remarkable agility, evading the attack. Soon, the Spearows surrounded him once again. Agumon, Beetlemon, come forth. At this juncture, every ounce of strength was necessary, prompting Wuma to summon his 2 Digimon. Wuma, what is happening? Agumon inquired, still grasping the situation. We are besieged by Spearows. We must find a way to escape. First, let's defeat them. Mini Lightning, Mini Flame. Beetlemon and Agumon unleashed their skills, continuously striking the Spearows. With the assistance of the 2 Digimon, several Spearows were soon dealt with, and Wuma prepared to seize the opportunity to flee. Suddenly, he noticed a Spearow charging towards the injured Pidgey he had saved earlier. The Pidgey, with its wings wounded, was powerless and unable to fly, making it vulnerable to another attack from the Spearow, which could very well lead to its demise. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wuma resolved to save it. Beetlemon, I entrust this to you. Understood, Wuma. Beetlemon soared towards Pidgey, using Mini Lightning to repel the Spearow. The Spearow screeched, and several others in the sky turned their attention to Beetlemon, launching an assault simultaneously. Stinky Flower, assist Beetlemon with Seed Machine Gun. The Stinky Flower unleashed a barrage of seeds, targeting the Spearows. Yet, more Spearows encircled them, making it impossible to rescue Beetlemon at that moment. While Wuma managed to hold his ground, Beetlemon was severely injured from the relentless onslaught. Beetlemon. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped Beetlemon, its form undergoing a remarkable transformation. It was evolving. Chapter 13. Beetlemon evolves, arriving in Pewter City. Witnessing the brilliant light emanating from Beetlemon, Wuma understood it was evolving. A melody, seemingly from nowhere, resonated in his mind. System, mute the background music. Beetlemon evolves into Beedrill. The crimson Beetlemon transformed into a colossal azure insect, Beedrill. Mega Cannon. Beedrill concentrated its energy, unleashing a powerful strike. The formidable energy beam felled several Spearows in an instant. Beedrill then swooped down, dispatching all nearby Spearows. Ascending into the sky, it unleashed a potent electrical current that struck all Pokémon, incapacitating them. Once the Spearows regained their composure, they promptly fled, ensuring Pidgey and the other Pidgeys were safe. After the battle concluded, Beedrill descended, landing beside Wuma. You performed excellently, Beedrill. Wuma was elated. It was his first encounter with a Digimon's evolution. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining your first mature Digimon. Reward, 1 Digimon card. Wuma was pleasantly surprised, not expecting an achievement reward. Pidgey, Pidgeotto. The Pidgey and Pidgeottos chirped in what seemed to be gratitude towards Wuma. Make sure to protect yourselves in the future, he called, waving goodbye. After bidding farewell to the Pokémon, Wuma intended to depart. With Beedrill at his side, walking was no longer a necessity. Wuma first tended to Stinky Flower, returning it and Agumon to their Pokeballs before taking to the skies aboard Beedrill. As they soared through the air, the wind caressed his face, providing a delightful sensation. However, Wuma remained cautious, prompting Beedrill to lower its altitude. The Viridian Forest was home to many powerful flying-type Pokémon. Flying too high could easily attract their attention, leading to unwanted confrontations. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. As they traversed the forest, although they evaded flying-type Pokémon, they stirred a Beedrill swarm. When they passed a cluster of Beedrills, the creatures immediately took flight, hot on Wuma's heels. Thankfully, Beedrill's speed was sufficient to outpace them. Once he confirmed that the Beedrills were no longer in pursuit, Wuma breathed a sigh of relief. Flying was exponentially faster than walking. Before nightfall, Wuma arrived at Pewter City. Beedrill found a sheltered spot outside the city to land. Wuma dismounted, exhilarated by the flying experience. "You've worked hard, Beedrill. Rest now," he said, returning Beedrill to its Pokeball. The remainder of his journey would be safe enough for him to traverse alone. As Wuma gazed ahead at Pewter City, he noticed an abundance of stones in the vicinity. After consulting the Pokédex, he learned that Pewter City was renowned for its precious stones. This unique environment attracted numerous Rock-type Pokémon, and the gym leader was known to use Rock-type Pokémon. He wondered if the current gym leader was still Brock. Suddenly, it struck him that Brock was likely only 12 or 13 years old now. Thus, it was plausible that the gym leader could be his father, Wooning. Wooning was an expert in Rock-type Pokémon, possessing considerable strength. It seemed that future battles would not be easily won. After walking for over 10 minutes, Wuma arrived at the Pokémon Center. "Ms. Joy, could you please examine my Pokémon?" Wuma presented his Pokéballs to Nurse Joy, along with his Pokédex. The Pokédex served as proof of his credentials as a league trainer, ensuring that his expenses at the Pokémon Center would be minimal. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." While waiting for his Pokémon to be treated, Wuma requested a room for the night. He intended to rest before challenging the Pewter Gym the following day. After placing his backpack in the room, he took a refreshing shower. Opportunities to bathe were rare while out in the wild. As he bathed, Wuma contemplated strategies for his upcoming challenge against the Pewter Gym. To combat Rock-type Pokémon, water or grass types would be optimal choices. He had Stinky Flower, which would provide a distinct advantage. However, Wooning was formidable. Relying solely on Stinky Flower might not suffice. Beedrill and Agumon had no affinity for water types. Thus, Wuma decided to utilize the system and employ the recently acquired Digimon card. If he could summon a water-type Digimon, it would be a tremendous boon. With a sense of trepidation, Wuma activated the Digimon card and awaited the outcome. The card rapidly disintegrated, merging into a new Digimon. To his astonishment, the system seemingly granted his wish, presenting him with a water-type Digimon. Wuma retrieved the Pokeball from the system. "Come forth." A Digimon, entirely white with purple markings and brown fur atop its head, emerged before him. "Hello, Gomamon." "Greetings, Wuma." Gomamon leaped towards Wuma, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Its soft fur felt incredibly comforting to the touch. Wuma recalled that Gomamon possessed the skill Tidal Wave. The Fish Frenzy is essentially a summons of a multitude of fish to launch an attack. Simultaneously, it also brings forth seawater, which proves to be particularly effective against Rock-type Pokémon. The ensuing battle now rests in your capable hands, Gamazu. The hour is still quite favorable, as Wuma, accompanied by Gamazu, has arrived at the battle arena located in the backyard of the Pokémon Center. He intends to test Gamazu's combat prowess first. "Are you ready?" Wuma inquired. "Ready," came the reply. "Excellent. Unleash Fish Frenzy." Gamazu executed the move, summoning a vibrant array of fish. In addition, an overwhelming amount of seawater flooded the arena, transforming it into a veritable fish pond. What on earth is happening? Ms. Joy approached, startled by the sight of fish strewn across the battlefield. Wuma, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, realizing the predicament he had caused. He had no choice but to address the issue himself, as Gamazu could only summon the fish but not return them. Wuma quickly retrieved several buckets from the Pokémon Center and began to scoop the fish into them. "Gamazu, can't you recall these fish?" Wuma asked. Gamazu responded apologetically. "I'm sorry, Wuma, I can only summon them." With a sigh, Wuma recognized that he would have to clean up the mess one fish at a time. It seemed he would need to refrain from utilizing Gamazu in the future, as the cleanup would be quite laborious. Ms. Joy procured a vehicle to transport the fish away. "Your Pokémon have been healed and are ready for retrieval. We performed only basic treatment on 2 of your Pokémon, as we lack data on them," she explained, referring to Agumon and Bidoff. "Thank you, Ms. Joy," Wuma said as he collected 3 Pokeballs. Afterwards, he returned to his room with some food to share with his Pokémon. It was then that he realized, after evolving into Bidoff, its food consumption had increased exponentially. He would have to limit Bidoff's outings, as there would not be enough food to sustain it, especially when foraging in the wilderness. As Pokémon and Digimon evolve, their sizes tend to grow larger, consequently increasing their food requirements. Wuma understood that he needed to find time to learn how to create energy cubes or locate higher energy Pokémon food. Exhausted from his fishing endeavor and drenched in sweat, Wuma returned to his room for a refreshing shower. After drying his hair, he lay down on his bed and succumbed to sleep. The moment he reclined, he felt an immense sense of comfort. Having spent over 10 days sleeping outdoors, he longed for the softness of a proper bed. It wasn't long before he drifted into slumber. The next day, when Wuma awoke, he discovered it was already noon. He had compensated for the sleep he had missed while camping outside. After enjoying lunch at the Pokémon Center, Wuma set off for the Nibi Gym. Located on the outskirts of Nibi City, it took him over an hour to arrive. Wuma had initially thought that the Tokiwa Gym was humble, but he was taken aback by the even more rudimentary appearance of the Nibi Gym, constructed solely of wood and stone. Upon entering, he found that apart from a few stones, there were no other decorations. "Hello, is anyone here?" Wuma called out. Shortly thereafter, a brown-haired boy accompanied by several children emerged. Wuma, noticing the boy's squinting eyes and youthful age, recognized him as Brock. "I have come to challenge the gym. Is the gym leader present?" Wuma asked. "Dad, someone is here to challenge the gym," Brock shouted. A similarly brown-haired and somewhat disheveled man appeared from the back. "Of course, you may challenge the gym. Welcome. Are you a novice trainer?" "I am Wuma from Tokiwa City, having just graduated from the advanced trainer school." "Ah, a high achiever. Your skills must be impressive," the man said with a hint of envy. Families that send their children to Pokémon trainer school are usually not ordinary. Despite running a gym, they were not affluent enough to afford such an education for their children, especially since they had many offspring. "I am just beginning my journey and still have much to learn about Pokémon battles," Wuma replied. "There's no need for such modesty. You'll know your strength once you fight. Let us begin." The man pressed a switch on the wall, and the floor in the center suddenly split, revealing 2 additional battle areas strewn with rocks. This was one of the commonly used terrains, known as the Rock Arena, which provided a significant advantage to Rock-type Pokémon. Chapter 14, Battle with Wuging. Evolution of Agumon. Brock took his position as referee and announced, "Next, we have the challenger Wuma from Tokiwa City, battling against the gym leader Wuging. The battle will be conducted in a 3-on-3 format, with each trainer permitted to use 3 Pokémon. The opposing trainer wins when all of their Pokémon are unable to continue fighting. Furthermore, only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokémon during the battle. The gym leader shall send forth their Pokémon first. I entrust you with this, Geodude," Wuging declared, sending out his first Pokémon, Geodude. "In that case, I choose you, Gamazu." Given Geodude's relatively small size and lack of strength, Gamazu was the perfect choice for this match. The onlookers were intrigued by Gamazu, having never seen such a Pokémon before. "Brother, what kind of Pokémon is that?" one of Brock's younger siblings asked. Brock shook his head. "I do not know." He had memorized all the Pokémon from the Kanto region Pokédex, and he was certain Gamazu was not among them. Despite his astonishment, Brock proceeded diligently with the battle. "Both sides, prepare yourselves. The battle begins. Geodude, use Tackle." Geodude launched the first attack, charging toward Gamazu. Gamazu, jump aside to evade. Following Wuma's command, Gamazu leaped aside, successfully dodging the assault. Geodude, use Rock Throw. Geodude unleashed several large boulders, hurtling them toward Gamazu. Gamazu, unleash Fish Frenzy. Gamazu summoned a vast swarm of fish that surged towards Geodude. Jump onto the fish to evade the attack. Wuma shouted. Gamazu leaped into the school of fish, maneuvering through them to avoid the falling boulders. The fish rushed forward, burying Geodude beneath their numbers. Gamazu skillfully parted the fish, revealing Geodude, now unable to continue fighting. Wuging was momentarily taken aback. It was his first time witnessing such a technique. Quickly regaining his composure, he sent out his second Pokémon. "I leave this to you. Ride on." A gray, rhino-like Pokémon materialized on the battlefield. "Return, Gamazu." Wuma recalled Gamazu, for while it held a certain type advantage, the disparity between it and Rhydon was too great. Even if he were to use Fish Frenzy once more, it would likely not inflict substantial damage. "I am counting on you, Agumon." Wuma sent out his second Pokémon, Agumon. "The battle continues." Brock announced. "Rhydon, use Tackle." The armored rhinoceros charged toward the ancient beast. Although its speed was not remarkable, each movement caused the ground to tremble, demonstrating immense power. A collision could potentially incapacitate the ancient beast in a single blow. The ancient beast unleashed a small flame, projecting a fireball at the armored rhinoceros. Upon impact, the fireball merely bounced off, and the armored rhinoceros continued its relentless advance. Ancient beast, evade. The ancient beast leapt aside just in time, narrowly avoiding the charge. Ancient beast, utilize your sharp claws. With a swift motion, the ancient beast slashed at its foe. A loud clash resonated, followed by a pained cry from the ancient beast. "That hurts. It's too hard," it exclaimed. The armored rhinoceros's defense was formidable, rendering the ancient beast's attacks ineffective. Armored rhinoceros, use horn attack. The armored rhinoceros pivoted and collided with the ancient beast, sending it sprawling. The ancient beast rolled twice before struggling to rise. "Come on, ancient beast." Wuma understood that the ancient beast was no match for the armored rhinoceros. Yet he believed victory was imminent. "You can do it, ancient beast. I have faith in you," Wuma encouraged. igniting the ancient beast's fighting spirit. Suddenly, the ancient beast was enveloped in a radiant white light, accompanied by a classic background score from the system. Ancient beast evolves into Tyrannosaurus. The ancient beast's form expanded. Its limbs grew sturdier, 3 horns sprouted from its head, and blue stripes adorned its body. Go, Tyrannosaurus! Wuma cheered excitedly. He had anticipated the ancient beast's evolution ever since the beetle beast had undergone the same transformation. The training and battle duration of both digital monsters were comparable. The evolution requirements for the ancient beast and the beetle beast were similar, unlike other digital monsters like the Bada beast, which evolved at a slower pace. Wooning watched in astonishment as the ancient beast transformed. Initially, he had speculated that the ancient beast and the beetle beast were artificial creations, having never encountered them before. However, witnessing the ancient beast's evolution confirmed that it was indeed a Pokémon he had never seen. Tyrannosaurus, unleash Super Flame. A fireball, magnitudes larger than before, struck the armored rhinoceros, inflicting damage with its searing heat. Armored rhinoceros, charge attack. Tyrannosaurus, block it. The Tyrannosaurus extended its claws and firmly grasped the oncoming armored rhinoceros. It staggered back, dissipating some of the force while standing its ground against the armored rhinoceros. Both creatures exerted considerable strength, resulting in a stalemate. Tyrannosaurus, lifted. The Tyrannosaurus pressed its foremost horn against the body of the armored rhinoceros, hoisting it into the air. Super Flame. The Super Flame was unleashed once more, successfully hitting the armored rhinoceros, which crashed to the ground, rendered unable to continue fighting. Well done, Tyrannosaurus. Wuma was overjoyed. Tyrannosaurus had indeed lived up to his expectations. The armored rhinoceros has lost its combat ability. Please send out your next Pokémon, Gym Trainer. Return, armored rhinoceros. You've worked hard, Wooning said as he withdrew it. Now, it's your turn, Onix. Wooning summoned his ace Pokémon, Onix. Though it was not his most powerful, Wooning knew that with Onix, his strength would significantly increase. Tyrannosaurus, can you still fight? Absolutely, Tyrannosaurus replied, still brimming with determination. Excellent, use Super Flame. Onix, dig underground. Onix swiftly burrowed beneath the surface, evading the Super Flame attack. Be cautious, Tyrannosaurus. With Onix underground, its attack direction was uncertain. Tyrannosaurus remained vigilant, scanning the ground carefully. Suddenly, Onix erupted from beneath Tyrannosaurus, knocking it off its feet. Tyrannosaurus. Super Flame. Rolling over, Tyrannosaurus stood and unleashed a Super Flame, striking Onix. Onix utilized Slam. Despite the fiery torment, Onix seized Tyrannosaurus's leg and hurled it away with great force. Rockfall. A deluge of stones rained down upon Tyrannosaurus, burying it beneath the rubble. Tyrannosaurus, can you still battle? Wuma shouted anxiously. In a dramatic moment, Tyrannosaurus burst forth from the rocks, ramming its horn into Onix, sending it flying. Yet, in the next instant, Tyrannosaurus collapsed. Unable to rise again. Having sustained injuries previously and just recently evolved, Tyrannosaurus had performed admirably. Tyrannosaurus has lost its combat ability. Please send out your next Pokémon. Return. Tyrannosaurus. You did wonderfully. Take a well-deserved rest. Wuma acknowledged the strength of Wooning, though fortunately, he still had his ace Pokémon remaining. It's your turn now, Stinky Flower. Stinky Flower, use Seed Machine Gun. Onix, dig underground. The Seed Machine Gun struck Onix, but it had already burrowed, avoiding the full brunt of the assault. Stinky Flower, deploy Paralysis Powder. Wuma anticipated that Onix might launch an attack from Stinky Flower's flank, so he prepared the Paralysis Powder. Sure enough, Onix emerged from behind Stinky Flower, grasping it with its tail, though it inhaled some Paralysis Powder, with limited effect. Stinky Flower, use Acid. Stinky Flower sprayed a potent acid that accurately hit Onix. The corrosive liquid inflicted considerable pain upon Onix's rocky form. Onix, slam. Onix lifted Stinky Flower and slammed it to the ground. Once more, Wooning commanded. Onix raised its tail for another strike. Stinky Flower, fire Seed Machine Gun at the left wall. Stinky Flower rapidly unleashed seed bullets toward the adjacent wall, using the recoil to dodge Onix's attack. Stinky Flower, continue with the Seed Machine Gun. Stinky Flower stood and relentlessly bombarded Onix with seed bullets, which proved remarkably effective. Stinky Flower, unleash Solar Flare. Wuma noted that Onix was nearing its limit and prepared for a decisive strike. Stinky Flower concentrated its energy, readying the Solar Flare. Onix, Rockfall. Onix executed the Rockfall move, causing a torrent of stones to descend upon Stinky Flower. As the rock struck, the Solar Flare was also launched, hitting Onix and causing it to collapse. Meanwhile, Stinky Flower emerged from the rubble. Though gravely wounded, it retained its fighting spirit. Wuma had nurtured Stinky Flower for a decade. Its offensive power might be average, but its vitality was remarkably resilient. The Onyx's attack was insufficient to render it incapable of continuing the battle. Brock assessed the situation and declared, "The Onyx has lost its fighting capability. The victor is Wuma from Pallet City." Wuma triumphed. He embraced his beloved Oddish, exclaiming, "You did wonderfully." Oddish, too, was elated by the victory. "Wow, you're amazing." Brock's younger siblings rushed over. "No, your father is far more impressive," Wuma replied humbly. "Haha, yet you are still the greater one. I believe it will not be long before you surpass me," Wuneng remarked. "I will strive for that," Wuma replied. His humility evident. In truth, Wuneng was considered the least skilled among the gym trainers, and it was only a matter of time before Wuma exceeded his prowess. "This is your proof of defeating me, the gray badge." Wuneng presented Wuma with a gray badge. "Thank you, Mr. Wuneng," Wuma said, accepting the badge before bidding farewell. Chapter 15. Brock's Request. A unique stone as Wuma stepped out of the pewter gym. He was greeted by the voice of the system in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the gray badge from the pewter gym. You have also been awarded a digital draw card. Additionally, you receive a reward for successfully leaving the pallet forest. Congratulations, host, you have gained 2 digital draw cards." Wuma was overjoyed. He now possessed 3 digital draw cards. He had almost forgotten that there was a reward for exiting Pallet Forest, though his oversight was inconsequential. It was peculiar that the system had also neglected to mention it, just as Wuma was about to draw for digital Pokémon. He suddenly noticed a nearby sign. 10 consecutive draws guarantee a mature Pokémon. The words illuminated his thoughts. Although the draw rate for mature Pokémon was only 10. Drawing 10 cards separately made it exceedingly difficult to obtain one. However, a 10 consecutive draw would assure him at least one mature Pokémon, making it a worthwhile investment. With 3 digital draw cards already in his possession, Wuma decided to wait until he had 10 before proceeding with the draws. Moreover, with a new Agumon to care for, it would be prudent to hold off on acquiring additional Pokémon for the time being. "Wuma, please wait." He suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he saw Brock. "What is it?" Wuma inquired. "I'm Brock. You met me just now. I wanted to ask if I could join you on your journey." "A journey? You wish to travel as well?" Wuma was taken aback. Typically, Brock remained home until Ash challenged the gym, after which he would travel with Ash. Now, he wanted to accompany Wuma, disrupting the expected narrative. "Yes, I'm 12 now, and it's time for me to embark on my own journey. I noticed you're a commendable trainer, and I'd like to travel with you. On our journey, I can assist with cooking and caring for the Pokémon." Wuma suddenly realized that having Brock accompany him would not be a burden. As he mentioned, Brock would alleviate any concerns regarding meals, and he could prepare Pokémon food. Buying raw ingredients was far more economical than purchasing ready-made meals, allowing them to save a substantial amount. "Sure, that sounds great. When do we set off?" Wuma agreed. "What about you? Are you leaving the pewter gym now?" Wuma nodded, replying, "I've earned my badge, so I'm planning to head to the next city." After a moment's thought, Brock said, "How about you wait for me one day? I'll go home to pack, and we can leave tomorrow." Wuma readily acquiesced. Waiting a day was hardly an inconvenience, and it allowed him to explore Pewter City further. "All right then, let's meet at the Pokémon Center tomorrow." Wuma had initially come to challenge the gym for a badge, and now he had not only secured the badge but also gained a traveling companion in Brock. This unexpected turn of events felt like a great fortune. Wuma wandered through Pewter City, discovering many shops selling various stones. Some unremarkable stones were priced at several thousand league coins, which he found perplexing. However, he was particularly interested in fossil-type stones, although their prices were prohibitively high. With so many Pokémon to care for, he couldn't afford to squander his money in such a manner. He resolved to wait until he had more funds before indulging in any collectibles. Speaking of fossils, Wuma recalled the champion Steven of the Hoenn region, a passionate collector of fossils. He pondered whether he should gather some fossils during his travels to sell to Steven for a handsome profit. At another stall, Wuma continued to examine the stones and noticed one that seemed peculiar. It appeared to shimmer with an elusive brilliance, though the glimmer vanished almost instantly. "How much for this stone?" Wuma inquired. 2,000 league coins, came the reply. Wuma was astonished. Such a small stone commanded such a steep price. Did the seller perceive the shimmer as well? If so, he would surely have polished it to reveal its contents. Intrigued, Wuma reluctantly purchased the stone. Afterward, he visited a stone processing facility to have it polished. As the stone was refined, its true nature gradually emerged. It was a vibrant crimson, resembling the sun. Wuma realized he had acquired a sunstone, a relatively rare evolution stone, for only 2,000 league coins, an incredible bargain. The sunstone was enveloped in an opaque substance that had concealed its brilliance. Otherwise, the seller would never have parted with it for such a price. Upon seeing the sunstone, Wuma thought of Oddish. If Oddish were to use the sunstone, it could evolve into a beautiful Bellossom. Previously, Wuma had been torn between allowing Oddish to evolve into Bellossom or Vileplume. However, now he was resolute. Having obtained the Sunstone, he would aim for Bellossom's evolution. Bellossom was an exceptionally charming Pokémon, more likely to win hearts than Vileplume. Yet, evolving into Bellossom came with its drawbacks. It would lose its dual poison typing and become a pure grass-type Pokémon. Dual-type Pokémon could learn a wider array of moves and have a broader range of advantages, while single-type Pokémon could specialize and attain mastery in one particular area. Wuma wavered on whether to allow Oddish to evolve into Bellossom. Ultimately, he decided to let Oddish choose for itself. If Oddish desired to evolve into Bellossom, then he would permit it. If it preferred not to, that was acceptable as well. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Wuma released Oddish and explained the Sunstone to it. Upon learning that it could transform into the more attractive Bellossom, Oddish was thrilled and eager to evolve immediately. However, Wuma declined Oddish's request. Once it evolved, there would be no turning back. Oddish was still unfamiliar with the nuances of its two potential evolutionary forms. Wuma resolved to wait a bit longer to see which form suited Oddish best. He placed the Sunstone into his backpack, intending to take it out when the time was right. The following morning, Wuma awoke and had breakfast at the Pokémon Center. Before long, he encountered Brock. Xiaogang entered the Pokémon Center, yet his immediate intention was not to seek out Nurse Joy, but rather to approach her with eagerness. Nurse Joy, it has been quite some time. Have you missed me? I have certainly been longing for you these past few days. Observing Xiaogang's infatuation, Wuma couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief. He never anticipated that Xiaogang would start developing a crush at such a young age. Wuma began to regret his decision to travel with Xiaogang. However, since they had made a commitment, he could not abandon him. Nurse Joy, with a serious expression, stated, Mr. Xiaogang, please refrain from disturbing me any further. Xiaogang was quite familiar with Nurse Joy in Nibi City, as he would often visit her during his leisure time, much to her annoyance. No matter how many times she tried to reject him, her efforts were in vain. While Nurse Joy was generally gentle with most people, she had completely withdrawn her smile when it came to Xiaogang. Have you had breakfast yet? Wuma inquired as he approached. He needed to pull Xiaogang away quickly. He was uncertain how much time would be wasted otherwise. I already had breakfast at home. Are we setting off now? Xiaogang replied eagerly. Of course, let us depart immediately. Wuma, with his backpack slung over his shoulders, exited the Pokémon Center without a second glance at Xiaogang's love-struck expression directed at Nurse Joy. As Xiaogang left, Nurse Joy let out a sigh of relief. She had momentarily escaped Xiaogang's persistent attention. However, she understood that this reprieve would not last long, and she needed to devise another plan. Ultimately, Nurse Joy decided to relocate to another area to avoid further encounters with Xiaogang. Where shall we go next? Xiaogang inquired. Naturally, we will head to another gym. Xiaogang opened the map, scrutinizing it closely. The nearest gym was the Hououmon gym, accessible by crossing the Moonlit Mountain. Moonlit Mountain? Wuma recalled that it was home to many Clefairy and boasted an enormous moonstone. Wuma intended to explore it, hoping to uncover valuable clues. With a sunstone already in his possession, acquiring a moonstone would be even better. In that case, let us take this route. Xiaogang swiftly identified a suitable path. It must be said that Xiaogang had an innate talent for certain matters. This path will require us to camp outdoors for a few days, so we should prepare some supplies, he noted. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished, darting into a nearby shop to purchase numerous items. What on earth are you buying all this for? Wuma questioned, having only prepared some potions and food, along with basic camping gear. Of course, we need to eat well while in the wild. It's best to be overprepared than underprepared, Xiaogang asserted. With such meticulous planning from Xiaogang, Wuma felt that their upcoming journey would be immensely enjoyable. Chapter 16, Moonlit Mountain. Unearthing Fossils. Moonlit Mountain is located in the northern region of Kanto, nestled between Nibi City and Hououmon City. Wuma and Xiaogang traveled together, spending an entire day to reach the vicinity of Moonlit Mountain. By noon, they sat together to enjoy their lunch. Xiaogang had brought along various cooking utensils suitable for outdoor meals. This afternoon, he had prepared a large pot of miso soup. Wuma, come and taste this. Let me know how it is. Xiaogang offered a bowl of soup. Wuma gently blew on it, and the aroma wafted through the air, igniting his appetite. After allowing the soup to cool slightly, Wuma took a sip. The moment the miso soup entered his mouth, its rich flavor burst forth, utterly delectable. He quickly drank the entire bowl without caring about the heat. This is delightful, Xiaogang. Your culinary skills are exceptional, Wuma exclaimed. He had known Xiaogang could cook, but he was astonished by how delicious it was. Previously, he believed his own cooking was quite good. But after tasting Xiaogang's creation, he realized his own efforts paled in comparison. Enjoy it as much as you like. Tomorrow, I will prepare something different for you. Xiaogang beamed at Wuma's enthusiasm. He ladled another bowl of soup for Wuma. As Wuma savored the soup, he gazed at the nearby moonlit mountain. This mountain was renowned in Kanto for being home to a unique Pokémon, Clefairy. Additionally, it was a site frequently graced by meteor showers. It was said that the stones capable of evolving Clefairy were meteorites imbued with moonstone properties. The path up Moonlit Mountain was extremely rugged, littered with loose stones and trees, making traversal nearly impossible. Most people opted to pass through the tunnel at the base of the mountain, which had been excavated by Pokémon. Upon discovery, it was widened for human access, ultimately connecting both ends of Moonlit Mountain. As Xiaogang gazed in the same direction as Wuma, he mused, "Moonlit Mountain, it has been ages since I came here." "Xiaogang, have you also visited Moonlit Mountain?" Wuma asked. "Of course. I used to come here often, and sometimes I would stumble upon interesting stones or meteorites," Xiaogang replied. "Are there fossils?" Wuma inquired, his excitement palpable. "Yes, there are quite a few fossils at Moonlit Mountain. I have found some in the past," Xiaogang responded. Upon hearing Xiaogang's words, Wuma's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had previously mentioned collecting fossils to sell to Dewu, and now it seemed that Moonlit Mountain truly held such treasures. "Shall we search for fossils in Moonlit Mountain?" Wuma proposed, while Xiaogang packed up their cooking gear. He replied, "Absolutely. However, fossils are not easy to find and will require considerable time. Don't you still need to challenge the gym?" "That's all right. We have plenty of time, and I'm not worried about delays. Even if I haven't earned all 8 badges before the league competition begins, it won't matter. I am already qualified to participate in the league tournament, so badges are unnecessary," Wuma reassured. His motivation for challenging gyms extended beyond gaining experience from battling gym leaders. He also sought the digital lottery cards awarded by the system, with daylight still on their side. Wuma helped Xiaogang tidy up the cooking utensils before they headed toward Moonlit Mountain. The pair advanced until they reached the entrance of a cave. The cave was dark, obscuring the interior from view. Xiaogang retrieved a flashlight from his backpack. "Let us proceed in this direction," he said, leading the way while Wuma followed closely behind. Suddenly, a flurry of dark shadows soared towards them. "Duck!" Upon hearing Xiaogang's command, Wuma quickly crouched down. The shadows flew over their heads, and through the dim light, they discerned a swarm of Zubat. This cave is teeming with Zubat. They tend to fly chaotically when startled, so be cautious, Xiaogang warned. After walking for a short while, Wuma felt as if he had stepped on something. "Xiaogang, I think I just stepped on something," he called out. Xiaogang turned around, directing the flashlight to Wuma's feet. To their surprise, Wuma had stepped on a yellow Pokémon, a sandshrew, which quickly burrowed into the ground and scurried away. To their astonishment, the cave was home to an abundance of Pokémon. Following Xiaogang deeper into the cave, Wuma spotted Rattata and Ekans, among others. However, there were no signs of Clefairy. This was understandable, as Clefairy was an exceedingly rare Pokémon, even though they had a population in Moonlit Mountain. Finding one was a challenge. After traversing the tunnel, they entered a cavern. The walls of the cave glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating the surroundings significantly. "These stones are quite special. They emit light on their own. I once found a few fossils here, though I wonder if there are any left now," Xiaogang remarked. There are indeed many individuals who come to Moonview Mountain specifically to seek meteorites, but many have already been taken by those who visited earlier. Xiaogang retrieved a flashlight from his backpack and handed it to Wuma. "Let us split up and thoroughly examine the walls. Perhaps we might discover something," he suggested. Wuma accepted the flashlight and approached a nearby wall, scrutinizing it intently. The surface of the wall was uneven, yet it bore no remarkable features. After searching for over an hour, Wuma found nothing of value. He rubbed his eyes and shifted his body, realizing that the endeavor of fossil hunting was indeed quite arduous and monotonous. "Xiaogang, perhaps we should just give up?" Wuma contemplated abandoning the quest, as his initial enthusiasm for fossil hunting had waned. He understood that he was not suited for this pursuit. Xiaogang, however, continued to inspect the stone wall meticulously and remarked, "Excavating fossils inherently requires patience. It is not uncommon to go days without finding anything." Wuma felt disheartened and sat down to rest. Observing Xiaogang's dedication, he chose not to urge him to leave. He found that watching another search was more engaging than searching himself. As he watched, Wuma inadvertently dozed off against the wall. After an indeterminate period, he was jolted awake by Xiaogang's voice. "Wuma, come here. There is something over here." Startled, Wuma hurried over. "Look, there is a pattern here," Xiaogang pointed out. Wuma examined the area Xiaogang indicated and saw a design within the stone wall, albeit only a glimpse of it, leaving him uncertain of its nature. "Is this a fossil?" he inquired. "It should be, though its exact identity remains unclear," Xiaogang replied. "Let us quickly excavate it." Wuma was eager to proceed. "But I haven't brought any digging tools," Xiaogang sighed. Using a Pokémon's special move to shatter the wall could jeopardize the fossil inside. "Do not worry. Leave it to me, Wuma confidently declared. He took the flashlight and dashed toward the cave's entrance. Xiao Gang, puzzled by Wuma's sudden departure, wondered where he was headed. Before long, Wuma returned. A Pokeball in hand. What were you doing? Xiao Gang asked. I went to find some assistance. Come forth, Sandshrew. The Pokeball opened, revealing a Pokémon before them. Wuma had just caught this Sandshrew in the tunnel, unsure if it was the same one he had stepped on earlier. Initially indifferent to Sandshrew, Wuma recognized its adeptness at digging. He believed this little creature would prove invaluable. Sandshrew, excavate this stone. Wuma instructed as he cradled the creature. Sandshrew swiftly began to dig with its small claws, ensuring not to damage the fossil within. Its speed was impressive. In no time, it had unearthed the patterned stone intact. Well done, Sandshrew. Wuma exclaimed, retrieving some food from his backpack to reward the diligent Pokémon. Xiao Gang cleaned the surface of the stone and requested Sandshrew to chip away the excess. Soon, they could clearly discern the intricate design of the fossil. The stone revealed a distinctly spiral pattern, which, upon further inspection, resembled a shell. Wuma felt a sense of familiarity with the shell, as if he had encountered it before. He pulled out his Pokédex for a closer examination and soon realized what it was. This is the fossil of an ammonite. Wuma exclaimed. Ammonite? Xiao Gang echoed, astonished. He had heard of ammonite, a Pokémon long extinct, and was amazed that they had found its fossil. Wuma, even more excited than Xiao Gang, knew another crucial detail: the fossil of ammonite could be revived. While ammonite's combat prowess was not particularly high, its research value was substantial. Although Wuma lacked the means to revive ammonite himself, he could entrust it to Professor Oak for study, potentially leading to significant discoveries. Xiao Gang, may I keep this fossil? Wuma inquired. Of course. Xiao Gang readily agreed, having initially accompanied Wuma for fossil hunting. I have plenty of fossils at home. I can give you some if you like. For Xiao Gang, fossil hunting was merely a hobby, and he was not overly concerned with their value. Thank you, Xiao Gang. Wuma replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had given up after only an hour of searching, and without Xiao Gang's continued efforts, they would not have made this discovery. Wuma placed the fossil into his backpack, which now felt considerably heavier. Upon reaching Slateport City, he intended to find a secure place for it. Having successfully unearthed the fossil, the two departed. Although there might be more fossils within the cave, finding them in a short time would be challenging, and one must not be greedy. Acquiring one fossil was already a significant achievement. After traversing the tunnel for over an hour, they emerged from Moonview Mountain as darkness enveloped the sky. Unable to continue their journey, Wuma and Xiao Gang chose a clear area to rest. Having already napped, Wuma took on the responsibility of keeping watch. During their respite, he took the opportunity to examine the fossil once more, contemplating the immense potential it might hold. Chapter 17, Slateport Gym, Battle with Sakura after leaving Moonview Mountain. Wuma and Xiao Gang continued their journey towards Slateport City. Although they did not find a Clefairy this time, the discovery of an ammonite fossil was a stroke of luck. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived in Slateport City, a mid-sized metropolis. Unlike the forest-surrounded Pewter City, Slateport was more vibrant and bustling. Upon reaching Slateport City, Wuma and Xiao Gang first visited the Pokémon Center. The moment Xiao Gang spotted Nurse Joy, he rushed over. Nurse Joy, unfamiliar with Xiao Gang, was taken aback by his enthusiasm. Wuma shook his head and sat down on a sofa to rest. Once Xiao Gang's fervor subsided, he approached Nurse Joy for a room. After having a meal at the Pokémon Center, the duo ventured out. In preparation for their upcoming travels, Xiao Gang needed to restock on food and healing items. Wuma visited the Pokémon League Hall in Slateport City, intending to send the fossil back to Pewter City. Additionally, he planned to temporarily store his belongings at the League until his return, albeit for a fee. Once the shipping and storage arrangements were completed, Wuma strolled around Slateport City before arriving at the Slateport Gym. He was curious to know who the current gym leader was. If it were the Aqua Sisters, obtaining his third badge would be quite straightforward. The Slateport Gym was far more lavishly constructed than the previous 2 gyms, as it served not only as a gym but also as a swimming facility, hosting periodic aquatic performances. The shows at Slateport Gym were exceptional, drawing numerous visitors. Upon entering, Wuma noticed the gym was rather quiet, indicating a lack of recent activities. This was fortuitous, as it provided him the opportunity to challenge the gym. Hey, are you here for the performance? A youthful voice called out. Wuma glanced over and discovered a little girl with orange hair, seemingly around 8 or 9 years old. I did not come here to watch a performance. I am here to challenge the gym battle. Upon hearing that Wuma was there for a gym battle, the little girl suddenly brightened with joy. Since you are here to challenge the gym, let us battle. And you are? I am Xiaoxia, the gym trainer from the Wallon Gym. Wuma realized that this Xiaoxia differed somewhat from his memories. The girl before him was far more adorable. However, Her temperament bore a resemblance. You're so young, yet you're a gym trainer? Wuma inquired with a smile, as he began to understand the situation. Of course. Don't you believe me? Come out, starfish. At that moment, a starfish leaped from the swimming pool. Starfish, use water gun. The starfish sprayed water towards Wuma in an attack. Wuma quickly sidestepped to avoid the oncoming stream. Hey, what are you doing? Wuma was taken aback by Xiaoxia's sudden assault. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to demonstrate. I truly am a gym trainer from Hououmon. Xiaoxia apologized, feeling embarrassed. Do you have a gym badge? Show it to me. Wuma said with a chuckle. Xiaoxia suddenly fidgeted. The gym trainer of Hououmon Gym was actually her sister, Yinghua, so she naturally did not possess a badge. All right. I understand that the gym trainer is your sister. Please fetch her for me. Absolutely not. Xiaoxia pouted and ran away. Wuma shook his head, realizing that Xiaoxia would not assist him in summoning Yinghua, and he would have to search for her himself. As Wuma ventured further into the gym, he discovered an additional lower level. It seemed that Xiaoxia had dashed down there moments ago. Wuma decided to descend and investigate. Upon reaching the stairs, he encountered a remarkably beautiful young lady. You must be the challenger Xiaoxia mentioned. Please follow me. It appeared this girl was Yinghua, and he was pleasantly surprised that Xiaoxia had indeed conveyed his message. Wuma followed Yinghua down the staircase and arrived in a basement where a battle arena lay. It turned out that the true location of Hououmon Gym was underground. I recently took over Hououmon Gym, so I am not yet very familiar with the gym challenge battles. Yinghua said apologetically. No worries. I'm also a novice trainer. In that case, let us begin promptly, with upcoming performances to prepare for. How about we have a one-on-one battle to save time? Wuma was momentarily taken aback. He had understood that the minimum was a 2-on-2 battle. He was surprised that Yinghua intended to proceed with just one Pokémon. However, as the gym trainer, the method of battle was ultimately her decision. A one-on-one battle could indeed save a considerable amount of time. If that is agreeable, please step this way, she said. Wuma and Yinghua positioned themselves on opposite sides of the battlefield. At that moment, Xiaoxia darted out and declared loudly, I will be the referee. Yinghua nodded in agreement. Excellent. We shall now commence the Hououmon Gym Challenge. The combatants are gym trainer Yinghua and challenger. Xiaoxia looked at Wuma, still unaware of his name. Wuma introduced himself. I am Wuma from Shokan City. Xiaoxia continued, and challenger Wuma. Each side will battle with one Pokémon. The fight begins. Although Xiaoxia's refereeing was not entirely standard, one could not deny her adorableness. In a few years, Xiaoxia would surely blossom into a beautiful young lady. Perhaps only Ash would remain oblivious to her charm. I leave it to you, Gem Starfish. Yinghua sent forth Gem Starfish, the evolved form of the previous Starfish. Gem Starfish. A water and psychic-type Pokémon would be countered by grass and poison-type Shroomish, making it a less than ideal choice. Furthermore, with most of the arena submerged in water, Shroomish's already sluggish movements would be significantly hindered. The best choice would have been to use Ditto, yet Wuma chose not to. I entrust you with this task. Tyranitar. Wuma summoned Tyranitar. It leaped into the pool, causing a significant splash. Yinghua gazed at Tyranitar in astonishment. She had never encountered such a Pokémon before. Xiaoxia appeared quite worried, feeling that Tyranitar would be formidable to contend with, especially since the name Tyranitar reminded her of the Pokémon she dreaded, Gyarados. At this point, Xiaoxia was completely out of sorts. As the referee, she had not even announced the start of the match. Gem Starfish, use Rapid Spin. Given the size disparity, Yinghua decided to take the initiative. Gem Starfish spun rapidly, launching itself towards Tyranitar. The attack struck Tyranitar quite painfully. Tyranitar, use Flamethrower. Tyranitar unleashed a massive fireball towards Gem Starfish. Gem Starfish dove into the water, evading the fireball. The fireball splashed into the water, causing a significant amount of it to evaporate. Yinghua was somewhat taken aback. The ability to use Flamethrower indicated that Tyranitar was likely a fire type. Yet, it was peculiar that a fire-type Pokémon could submerge itself in water. Tyranitar was indeed fire-type, but it was not particularly afraid of water, nor did it prefer it. To clarify, aside from its fire-type, Tyranitar also possessed dragon attributes. Gem Starfish, use Water Gun. Gem Starfish emerged and sprayed Water Gun at Tyranitar. The attack inflicted damage upon Tyranitar, who shook its head, flinging off the water. Tyranitar unleashed several flamethrowers. Tyranitar repeatedly blasted fireballs, causing the water level in the pool to decrease significantly. Yinghua realized that this could not continue. She needed to resolve the situation with Tyranitar swiftly. Gem Starfish. Use Rapid Spin. Gem Starfish spun rapidly and charged towards Tyranitar. Tyranitar, use Feint Attack. Wuma commanded. Tyranitar smacked Gem Starfish, sending it crashing into the water. Use Flamethrower. Tyranitar launched another fireball towards the spot where Gem Starfish had landed in the water. The fireball struck the water, causing it to rapidly evaporate. Simultaneously, the temperature of the water soared, leading it to boil. When the mist dissipated, Gem Starfish floated to the surface, having lost its ability to battle. Yinghua sighed in relief upon seeing Gem Starfish defeated. She had done her utmost, and losing the match did not dishearten her excessively. Xiaoxia, it's time to announce the results, Yinghua called out. Oh, Xiaoxia suddenly snapped back to reality. Gem Starfish has lost its fighting ability, she stated, but abruptly, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Seeing her sister's Pokémon lose made her profoundly sad. Yinghua approached and gently patted Xiaoxia's head. It's all right. Losing a match is completely normal. There is no need to be upset. Little seal. At Yinghua's call, a small seal hopped over, extending its tongue to reveal a droplet-shaped badge. This is the blue badge. Congratulations. Yinghua presented the badge to Wuma. Thank you, Miss Yinghua. Wuma accepted the blue badge with gratitude. This marks the third badge he has acquired. Miss Sakura, I shall take my leave now. Very well. We will have a water performance later. Do come by if you have the time, Sakura invited. Certainly. Hey, you're Wuma, right? Just wait. We'll have a match someday, and I will surely defeat you. Wuma chuckled at the adorable demeanor of Xiaoxia. I shall await that challenge. After bidding farewell to Miss Sakura and Xiaoxia, Wuma departed from the Hououmon gym. Chapter 18, Trainer School, Kapu Huizi. As Wuma emerged from the Hououmon gym, he encountered the returning Xiaojiang at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. Have you sent the fossil back? Xiaojiang inquired. Yes. I took a moment to challenge the gym and have secured the badge, Wuma replied, producing the recently acquired blue badge. Xiaojiang was taken aback upon seeing it. You've already defeated the Hououmon gym? That was remarkably swift. Xiaojiang was astonished. Having just visited the store, he hadn't anticipated Wuma would complete the gym challenge so quickly, with the blue badge in hand. Wuma and Xiaojiang rested for a night in Hououmon City before setting off for their next destination. After studying the map, they opted to head towards Kai City. After 2 days of travel, they found themselves in a forest, much smaller and less dense than the Tokiwa forest. What shall we have for lunch today, Xiaojiang? Wuma inquired. Anything is fine, but the ingredients I brought cannot be stored for long, so many dishes cannot be prepared. By the way, would you like some tea? I brought some leaves, Xiaojiang replied. Of course. I do enjoy tea, Wuma responded. As lunchtime approached, they found a suitable spot to rest. Xiaojiang organized the cooking utensils, while Wuma and Shizuohua went to gather some twigs in the forest. After assembling the firewood, Wuma lit it and began to boil water. Xiaojiang placed the tea leaves into the cups, waiting for the water to reach a boil. A few minutes later, they had brewed a fragrant cup of tea. Let us have some noodle stew for lunch, Xiaojiang declared. Wuma sipped his tea, observing Xiaojiang as he prepared the meal. Oh, we must also prepare food for the Pokémon, Xiaojiang suddenly remarked. Allow me to assist, Wuma offered. Juggling the preparation of food for both themselves and their Pokémon proved to be quite the task for Xiaojiang, so Wuma helped with the Pokémon's meals. The ingredients Xiaojiang had purchased were raw materials for Pokémon food. By mixing them in specific proportions and cooking them, they could create meals for their Pokémon. Thanks to Xiaojiang, each Pokémon could enjoy at least one meal a day. As Wuma accompanied Xiaojiang, he gradually learned how to prepare Pokémon food. The process was even more intricate than cooking for humans, as different types of Pokémon had varying dietary needs, and each had individual flavor preferences. Understanding their tastes and crafting tailored meals was a complex endeavor, typically mastered by Pokémon breeders. Wuma could only work with ready-made ingredients, making it challenging to create food that perfectly matched the Pokémon's preferences. After lunch, the two continued their journey. Not long after, they stumbled upon a grand building. What is this place? I never expected to find such a large structure here, Xiaojiang remarked after checking the map. It seems to be a Pokémon trainer school. A trainer school? Wuma observed closely, realizing it resembled the school from his memories. As he gazed at the school, a flood of recollection surged through his mind, scenes from his days as a student at a trainer school. Let us go inside and take a look. Perhaps we can find a water source, Xiaojiang suggested. Wuma nodded in agreement, eager to explore. They entered the school and soon encountered a boy around 10 years old. Who are you? The boy inquired, as the school was situated in a rather secluded area, rarely visited by outsiders. We are traveling trainers seeking a place to rest and find some water, Wuma explained. That's fine, but you need to get permission from Teacher Kapu first. I'll take you to him. The boy cheerfully led the way. At that moment, 2 other boys approached. Hey, Xiaozi, you haven't completed your study tasks for today, said the boy with black hair. I know, but I need to take these 2 trainers to find Teacher Kapu first. The black-haired boy, named Aching, scrutinized Wuma and Xiaojiang. Who are you? This school isn't open to just anyone. Wuma gazed at the somewhat arrogant child, feeling the urge to teach him a lesson. Xiaozi, if you don't finish your tasks, you won't be able to sleep, said another boy with yellow hair, named Achi. All right. I'll take them to find Teacher Kapu, then I'll return to my studies. No way. You must go now. He insisted stubbornly. And how could you bring unknown individuals to see Teacher Kapu? What if they're bad people? Hing added. Bad people? Wuma was taken aback by the accusation. Little one. We are certainly not villains. Do refrain from making such claims, he replied, somewhat irritated. You don't seem like good people either. You should leave at once. Otherwise, I'll tell Teacher Kapu to expel you, He threatened. Frustrated by the two boys, Wuma was about to retort when a girl, around 16 or 17 years old, approached them. What are you two arguing about? Upon seeing her, Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled, and he quickly moved closer. Miss, my name is Xiaojiang. It is truly fate that we meet here today, he said, taking her hand. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face as she flipped his hand over and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Wuma's heart raced at the sight. This woman was not to be trifled with. Wuma, is this your friend? It seems you're not doing so well, the woman remarked, addressing Wuma. Surprised, Wuma wondered how she knew his name and why she seemed so familiar. A memory suddenly surged into his mind. This girl was Kapu Huizi. They had previously attended the same trainer school and were classmates. What is the matter? Can't you recognize me after just 2 years? She teased. No. You are just as beautiful as before, Wuma replied with a smile, eager to avoid experiencing another shoulder throw. Teacher Kapu, you two know each other? Hing asked. Yes. We were classmates at the trainer school, and he graduated from the advanced school as well, she explained. The three boys were astonished to learn that Wuma had also graduated from the advanced trainer school, recognizing the challenges involved in both gaining admission and graduating. Suddenly, they felt embarrassed about their earlier comments towards him. What brings you here? Kapu inquired. I am preparing to participate in the Alliance Conference. Traveling with Xiaojiang to challenge gyms and collect badges, Wuma explained. I see. You are entirely qualified to participate in the League Conference without the need to challenge the gym. I understand, but I merely wish to experience the joy of gym challenges, and traveling to various places will undoubtedly broaden my horizons. Karp nodded in agreement, stating, You are correct. What about you? How did you become a teacher here? Wuma inquired. Karp explained, after graduation, I was uncertain about my future. So I took the assessment to become a teacher at the trainer school, and unexpectedly, I passed. After a year of training, I came here to teach. By the way, since you're here, let me show you around. The school has changed quite a bit since our days. Sure, I'd appreciate that, Wuma replied, unable to decline. Xiaojiang observed Karp's enthusiasm towards Wuma and felt a pang of disappointment. Wuma, however, remained oblivious to this, following Karp into the school. Karp guided Wuma to the cafeteria, classrooms, and dormitories. Although the school was somewhat remote, the facilities were excellent, far superior to those during Wuma's own schooling. This is the training room where students usually train, Karp introduced. Wuma was somewhat surprised by the training room, as it bore no resemblance to a typical training facility. Instead of training equipment, it was filled with devices akin to gaming consoles. Would you like to give it a try? Karp asked, sitting down in front of one of the machines and commencing training. On the screen appeared 2 Pokémon, a Pidgey and a Bulbasaur. Under Karp's guidance, the Pidgey swiftly defeated the Bulbasaur. Karp, you're amazing, cheered the 3 boys nearby. This machine was specially designed for training in the past 2 years. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Wuma found the notion of training with such machines somewhat trivial, arguing, combat is ever-changing and cannot truly be simulated by a machine. Karp acknowledged. I am aware, but for students in an elementary school, it serves as a beneficial training method. One cannot expect them to engage in formal trainer battles. He added. I also ensure they participate in practical exercises. Wuma nodded, deciding against further comment, as it was ultimately the school's arrangement, and voicing his dissent would be futile. By the way, Wuma, would you like to have a Pokémon battle? It would be a perfect opportunity for the students to observe. Furthermore, our previous match ended in a draw, Karp suggested. Wuma recalled their frequent practice battles, where the score had been 29-29, neither had emerged victorious. And whoever reached 31st would be deemed the true winner. Of course, Wuma replied, eager to engage in battle. Although he retained some memories of Wuma, his own battle experience was rather limited. Thus, having Karp as his seasoned opponent was certainly advantageous. All right, let's head to the battle arena. Aki, Aching, please gather the classmates. Karp instructed. Understood, Teacher Karp, the boys responded, dashing back to the classroom. Let's go. The battle arena is outside, Karp said as Wuma and Xiaojiang followed him to the outdoor battleground. Chapter 19. The battle against Karp. The Bidoof clash. Wuma and Karp arrived at the battle arena, each taking their respective positions. Xiaojiang served as the referee for the match, while Aki and his friends summoned numerous students to witness the event. With word spreading that Teacher Carp would be battling another trainer, many gathered around. Go, Teacher Carp. Most of the cheers were in support of Carp, highlighting his popularity at the school, especially since he was a teacher there, while Wuma was merely an outsider. How many Pokémon will you use in this battle? Xiaojing asked. You decide, Wuma replied, relinquishing the choice to Carp. Let us battle with 3 Pokémon, Carp suggested, to which Wuma nodded in agreement. Currently, he possessed only 5 Pokémon, and to engage in a full battle, he would need 6. Xiaojing announced, the upcoming battle is between Trainer Wuma and Trainer Carp. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon, and victory is achieved when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. No substitutions are allowed during the match. Please send out your Pokémon. Everyone, be sure to observe the battle closely. Afterward, each of you will write a report of 500 words, Carp instructed. I'm counting on you, Oddish, Wuma declared, sending out his first Pokémon. It was fitting, as he had previously battled Carp using Oddish. Oddish, it's been quite some time. It seems you still haven't decided on its evolution path. In that case, I'll leave it to you. Pidgeot, Carp responded, sending forth his Pokémon. Pidgeot? Teacher Carp is sure to win, exclaimed a student nearby. Indeed, Pidgeot is a flying-type Pokémon, while Oddish is a grass and poison type, making Oddish completely vulnerable. Hearing this, Wuma replied, it seems you've learned well, you've memorized the content from your textbooks. While type advantages can influence battles, merely deploying a Pokémon with a type advantage does not guarantee victory. The battle begins. Xiaojing declared, Oddish, use acid. Oddish unleashed a stream of acid towards Pidgeot. Pidgeot, dodge. Pidgeot soared into the air, evading the attack. With its ability to fly, Pidgeot held a significant advantage in aerial combat, rendering Oddish at a disadvantage. Oddish, use Seed Bomb. Oddish launched a barrage of seeds toward Pidgeot. However, Pidgeot's agility allowed it to evade the barrage effortlessly. Pidgeot, use Hurricane. Pidgeot flapped its wings, summoning a powerful gale. Oddish, being lightweight, was swept away by the storm. Battling Pidgeot with Oddish was indeed an unfavorable matchup. Oddish continued using Seed Bomb. Wuma commanded, hoping that this move might connect with the airborne Pidgeot. Pidgeot gracefully evaded the attack with a swift turn. Pidgeot, use Quick Attack. Pidgeot dashed forward, knocking Oddish down in an instant. Oddish quickly rose once more. Oddish, use Sunny Day. At Wuma's command, Oddish began to absorb sunlight's energy. Using Solar Beam now? That's rather unprofessional, Wuma. You've just graduated, and yet you're already returning to what you've learned. Carp remarked. Pidgeot, finish it with Wing Attack. Pidgeot accelerated toward Oddish. Oddish, Seed Bomb. Oddish fired a Seed Bomb at the approaching Pidgeot. The seed struck Pidgeot, disrupting its wing attack. In that moment of pause, Oddish unleashed Solar Beam. Solar Beam fire. Oddish released the powerful energy beam, striking Pidgeot, who tumbled to the ground and skidded for quite a distance. Shortly after, Pidgeot took to the skies once more. The attack power of the solar flare is undeniably formidable. However, being a grass-type move, its damage against Pidgeot is rather limited. Pidgeot, unleash a Hurricane. Pidgeot executed the Hurricane once more, sending Oddish soaring into the air. Return, Oddish. Wuma called back the beleaguered Pokémon. After enduring a series of assaults, Oddish was left with minimal fighting capability. Kapu would undoubtedly exploit Pidgeot's range to wear down Oddish. The remaining skills of Oddish were unlikely to inflict damage upon Pidgeot, rendering its presence on the field futile as it would merely be subjected to attacks. Kapu has triumphed. How impressive, Kapu. The students erupted in joy upon witnessing Kapu claim victory in the first round. In truth, an experienced trainer would recognize that Wuma had managed to bring Pidgeot to this state using a severely disadvantaged Oddish, which was quite commendable. Had Oddish landed another hit, even with Pidgeot's type advantage, it could have potentially incapacitated it. Regrettably, Pidgeot's superiority proved too great, and Oddish lacked the strength to secure a win. Now, I entrust you with Beedrill. Wuma sent forth his second Pokémon, Beedrill. Beedrill could fly, which at least mitigated some of its disadvantages. Kapu was taken aback upon seeing Beedrill, and the students shared his surprise, as they had never encountered this Pokémon in their books. What kind of Pokémon is this? How peculiar. The students engaged in animated discussions. It seems you've discovered a Pokémon not yet documented, Kapu remarked with a smile. Indeed, a Pokémon that has never been recorded. This will make it all the more challenging for you, won't it? Kapu's expression turned serious. Wuma was correct. She was well acquainted with documented Pokémon and could strategize effectively. However, when faced with an entirely unfamiliar Pokémon, uncertainty loomed. Pidgeot, use Quick Attack. Pidgeot flapped its wings and charged swiftly towards Beedrill. Beedrill, evade. Beedrill ascended a short distance, narrowly avoiding the attack. Now, use Twineedle. As Pidgeot darted behind Snorlax, It swiftly changed direction and returned to the fray. Due to the short distance, Beedrill was caught off guard and was struck. Beedrill's speed was significantly inferior to Pidgeot's, making it difficult to compete. Beedrill, unleash Hyper Beam. Beedrill concentrated its energy and released a powerful Hyper Beam. Pidgeot, evade. Pidgeot maneuvered to the side to dodge the attack. Pidgeot, go again with Wing Attack. Pidgeot lunged at Beedrill once more. Beedrill, activate Electric Terrain. Beedrill released currents of electricity around it, creating an electric field. As Pidgeot approached, it suddenly became paralyzed and halted its movement. Now, use Fury Cutter. Beedrill extended its claws and struck Pidgeot down. Pidgeot plummeted towards the ground. Hyper Beam. Beedrill followed up with another Hyper Beam just as Pidgeot landed, striking it simultaneously. As the smoke cleared, Pidgeot was rendered unable to battle. Return, Pidgeot. Kapu called back the fallen Pokémon. Facing an unfamiliar Pokémon was indeed challenging, but I shall not concede easily. Now, it's your turn, Beedrill. Kapu sent forth Beedrill. And Wuma was all too familiar with this Pokémon. He frequently encountered Beedrill in the forest, but had never dared to engage in battle, fearing that one might summon an entire swarm. Beedrill, use Pin Missile. Beedrill raised its stinger and unleashed a barrage of needle-like projectiles. Beedrill, unleash Hyper Beam. Beedrill fired forth its Hyper Beam, obliterating the Pin Missile and hurtling towards Beedrill. Beedrill moved swiftly. Beedrill darted around, evading the assault and closing in on Beedrill. Beedrill, execute Fury Attack. Beedrill relentlessly struck Beedrill with its stingers. Beedrill was hit several times and felt immense pain. Wuma seized Beedrill in its grasp, tightening its grip as Beedrill writhed in agony. Beedrill, use Pin Missile. Beedrill raised its stinger and launched a few needles at Beedrill. The needles struck Beedrill's arm, causing it to lose strength and release Beedrill. Just as Beedrill was preparing to flee, Beedrill struck it down with another paw, slamming it to the ground. Hyper Beam. Beedrill unleashed the Hyper Beam once more, hitting Beedrill, who fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Return, Beedrill. Now, it's your turn, Nidoqueen. Kapu sent out his final Pokémon, Nidoqueen. The nearby students felt a surge of tension as they witnessed Kapu falter for the first time, marveling at the sight of someone capable of defeating Kapu's Pokémon twice consecutively. Return, Beedrill. You've worked hard. Please take a well-deserved rest, Wuma recalled Beedrill. After 2 strenuous battles, Beedrill was likely fatigued. Wuma wished to engage in a fair one-on-one match for the final round. Now, it's your turn, Tyranitar. Wuma sent forth his last Pokémon, Tyranitar, the only one with a chance of overcoming Nidoqueen. Kapu had not seen Tyranitar before, but encountering a second unfamiliar Pokémon did not evoke the same astonishment. Tyranitar and Nidoqueen roared, their eyes ablaze with battle fervor. Chapter 20. The initial encounter with Team Rocket, the lighthouse of Jinghui. The battle pressed on. Tyranitar, use Flamethrower. Wuma commanded. Tyranitar unleashed a colossal fireball towards Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, counter with Shadow Ball. The black Shadow Ball collided with the red fireball, resulting in a direct explosion that radiated outward. Tyranitar, rush in and use Slash. Seizing the opportunity amidst the smoke, Tyranitar sprinted forward and swiped at Nidoqueen. However, Nidoqueen swiftly raised its arm to block the attack. Nidoqueen, use Strength. Nidoqueen grasped Tyranitar's horn and hurled it into the air, slamming it into the ground. Meteor Mash. Nidoqueen continued its assault, landing a powerful punch on Tyranitar, inflicting significant damage. Hang in there, Tyranitar. The strength of Nidoqueen exceeded Wuma's expectations, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Slowly, Tyranitar rose to its feet. Tyranitar, unleash Flamethrower. Nidoqueen, Ice Beam. The Ice Beam collided with the fireball, shattering it and striking Tyranitar. In an instant, Tyranitar was encased in ice. Final move, Hyper Beam. Nidoqueen unleashed a surge of energy, directing a beam at Tyranitar. The ice surrounding Tyranitar shattered explosively, and it collapsed to the ground, unable to continue. With all 3 of Wuma's Pokémon incapacitated, the victory belonged to Kapu. Teacher Kabu has triumphed. Truly, Teacher Kabu is remarkable. The students nearby were filled with excitement upon witnessing Kabu's victory. Wuma's Tyranitar was recalled. Kabu's Nidoking proved to be extraordinarily powerful. Given that Wuma's Tyranitar had only been trained for a little over a month, it was only natural that it fell short. Wuma believed that it wouldn't be long before Tyranitar would surpass Nidoking, as its potential was immense. Kabu approached with a smile, commenting, your Pokémon are quite strong. Those 2 must be relatively new additions to your team. Wuma nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the only Pokémon I had left from before is a Bellisum. After 2 years apart, Kabu remarked, it feels like you've changed quite a bit. Wuma's heart skipped a beat. Could Kabu have noticed something? All right, I'm hungry too. Let us go have a bite to eat. Kabu led Wuma and Brock to the cafeteria. The meals at the trainer school's cafeteria were exquisite. rivaling even those of the Pokémon Center. As night fell, Wuma and Brock decided to rest at the school for the night. The next morning, they resolved to continue their journey. Make sure to give it your all. I'm participating in the upcoming league as well. Perhaps we shall have the chance to battle again. Wuma nodded. Absolutely. I shall defeat you next time. After bidding farewell to Kaboo and the other students, they resumed their journey towards Leaf Town. Although the forest was not particularly vast, it stretched over a considerable distance. Having departed from Hououmon City nearly 10 days prior, they had yet to exit the forest. Wuma checked the map and estimated that with another day or two of travel, they would emerge from it. Brock suggested, Wuma, how about we take a break and prepare for lunch? Wuma agreed, feeling quite famished after walking all morning. I still need some firewood. Could you please gather some? Brock requested. Sure, Wuma replied, as he had always been responsible for collecting firewood while Brock handled the cooking. Wuma ventured into the nearby woods to search for dry leaves and branches. It was not difficult to find firewood, as various branches often fell from the trees. Suddenly, Bellissum began to dance excitedly, seemingly wanting to communicate something. What is it? Have you made a discovery? Wuma inquired. Bellissum nodded, pointing in a certain direction. Is there danger over there? Wuma asked, but Bellissum shook its head, indicating there was none. Then let us take a look, since there is no danger. It should be fine to investigate. Before long, Wuma heard a voice calling for help. Is anyone there? Help me. Someone. Wuma hurried towards the sound and discovered a large pit, where a boy was trapped inside. Hey, are you all right? Wuma called out. I'm fine. I accidentally fell into the pit. Could you please help me out? The boy replied. All right, wait for me. I will find a rope. Wuma dashed back to the camp and retrieved a rope from his backpack. Wuma, what do you need the rope for? Brock asked. There is someone who fell into a pit. I'm going to rescue him. Do you want me to help? Brock offered. No need. I'll be back shortly. You can use this firewood for now. I'll gather some more later. Wuma rushed back to the pit, tossing one end of the rope down. Tie the other end around yourself, and I'll pull you up. Once the boy secured himself, Wuma began to pull. Bellissum also helped from behind, and soon the boy was lifted out. Are you hurt? Wuma asked. No, thank you so much. By the way, my name is Xiaomi. I'm a new trainer from Hououmon City. I'm Wuma, also traveling. How did you end up in that pit? Wuma inquired. It was Team Rocket. They stole my Pokémon as well, Xiaomi explained. Team Rocket. Wuma exclaimed. Team Rocket was notorious in the Kanto region for their nefarious deeds. Yet Wuma had not encountered them until now. What will you do next? Are you planning to retrieve your Pokémon? Wuma asked. Xiaomi lowered his head, looking despondent. I don't know. My Pokémon is gone, and I'm unsure of what to do. Seeing Xiaomi's pitiful expression, Wuma felt a pang of compassion. It's too dangerous for you to be alone in the forest without a Pokémon. How about you accompany us for now? I'll take you to Leaf Town. And then we can figure something out. Really? Thank you so much. Xiaomi replied, overwhelmed with gratitude. Don't mention it. It's only natural for trainers to help one another. Come on, let us head to our resting place. I also need to apply some ointment to your scratches. Although Xiaomi claimed he wasn't injured, Wuma noticed some scrapes on his arms and legs. Wuma brought Xiaomi back to the camp. Brock, I brought someone back. Hello, I'm Brock, he said, squinting at Xiaomi. I'm Xiaomi, sorry for the trouble. Xiaomi has some injuries. Could you help him with the ointment? You're more meticulous, so you'll do a better job than I would. All right, keep an eye on the soup for me, Wuma replied, moving to stir the miso soup. Brock retrieved the ointment from his backpack and gently applied it to Xiaomi's wounds. Though it stung, Xiaomi didn't cry out. All done. Just avoid water for the next few days. Thank you, Xiaomi said, genuinely touched. Wuma and Brock not only rescued him but also tended to his wounds. Brock, come check if the soup is ready, Wuma suddenly said. Brock washed his hands, took a spoonful of the soup, and tasted it. Yes, it's ready. We can eat now. Great, Wuma exclaimed, ravenous. He served a bowl of soup to Xiaomi before taking one for himself. Brock's soup was delicious. Try it, but be careful. It's hot. A few times, Wuma nearly burned his tongue in his eagerness to taste it. As they ate, Xiaomi recounted his experiences. I've heard of Team Rocket. They're truly an evil organization. If they took your Pokémon, it's likely you won't get them back, Brock remarked. Xiaomi felt a deep sorrow. He truly cherished his Pokémon and never imagined they would be taken from him. Wuma and Brock were unable to offer any solutions. All they could do was ensure Xiaomi's safe passage out of the forest. After lunch, the trio packed their belongings and set off towards Leaf Town. After several hours of walking, the sun began to set. Suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way, and they all fell into a pit. Wuma stood up, rubbing his sore backside. Who did this? Who dug this pit? He shouted. Since you asked so earnestly, we shall graciously inform you. It is Team Rocket. Upon hearing those familiar words, Wuma recognized the culprits. Team Rocket, consisting of Jesse, James, and Meowth. They ignored Wuma and continued their monologue. To protect the world from devastation. To safeguard the peace of the world, we uphold love and confront evil with authenticity. Charming yet delightful. We are the notorious Team Rocket Musashi. Kojiru. We traverse the galaxy in our quest. A white hole, a radiant tomorrow awaits us. Just like that, Meow. Out of nowhere. A talking Meowth peeked out. Upon spotting the trapped trio, it momentarily froze. Swiftly regaining its composure, Meowth shouted, "Hand over your Pokémon at once, or we shall not let you go." Meowth, don't steal my lines. Musashi retorted with mild annoyance. If you desire our Pokémon, you may have them, though I wonder if you can withstand the challenge. All right, Brock, I entrust this to you. Come forth, Onyx. Brock summoned Onyx, who formed a makeshift ladder, enabling the trio and a Bellsprout to escape from the pit. Musashi, taken aback, remarked, "You actually managed to climb out. Now witness our prowess. Go, Spearow. Charge forth, Rattata." Musashi and Kojiru unleashed their Spearow and Rattata, respectively. It appeared they had yet to acquire Arbok and Weezing. Bellsprout unleashed Seed Bomb. Bellsprout propelled seed projectiles, striking both Spearow and Rattata, rendering them incapacitated. How could this be? Musashi and Kojiru were incredulous at their Pokémon's swift defeat. Bellsprout, deploy Stun Spore. Bellsprout released a cloud of paralysis powder, enveloping the two and their Pokémon, immobilizing them instantly. Xiaomi, were they the ones who took your Pokémon? Indeed. They are. Xiaomi exclaimed furiously, "Hurry and return my Pokémon." Return your Pokémon? That is simply impossible, Musashi declined. Indeed, we are Team Rocket. Villains never return what they have taken, Kojiru added. Then I shall take matters into my own hands. With their inability to move, the trio easily approached and retrieved 3 Pokeballs from Musashi and Kojiru. These 3 must belong to you, Xiaomi confirmed upon inspection. Thank you so much, Wuma. No problem, as long as your belongings are restored. Wuma turned to Musashi and her companions. As for you, remain here and do not blame me if you encounter wild Pokémon. The effects of the paralysis powder would take some time to dissipate, leaving them utterly motionless. Navigating around Musashi and her team, Wuma and the others continued on their journey. Once they were out of sight, Musashi and Kojiru breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were unharmed, losing the Pokémon was of little consequence. Nevertheless, they etched Wuma's name into their memories, vowing revenge next time. After walking for some distance, Wuma suggested they rest. Let us bring out all our Pokémon. Xiaomi released her 3 Pokémon, a Squirtle, a Seal, and a Staryu. All your Pokémon are of the water type? Wuma inquired. Indeed. My goal is to become a master of water-type Pokémon. Wuma nodded in agreement. Training a single type of Pokémon is comparatively easier. The Elite Four and gym leaders often possess teams composed predominantly of the same type. With the sun setting, they decided to rest for the night. Later that evening, as Wuma slept, he was startled by the sound of a meow. He quietly rose and stealthily approached the nearby woods. Beneath a tree, a Meowth jumped down. "Long time no see, Meowth," Wuma greeted. "Indeed, Wuma. How have you been?" "I have been well. Since we parted, I have traveled through various cities and have already earned 3 gym badges. What about you? Have you officially become a member of Team Rocket?" Meowth shook its head. "Not yet. We must undergo a series of trials before becoming official members. After joining, I formed a team with Musashi and Kojiru, but they often make foolish mistakes. Do you enjoy being with them?" Meowth nodded. "Despite the dangers we encounter, it is quite enjoyable." "Yes, that is what companionship is about. It doesn't always mean living a comfortable life. Every day can be filled with joy." Musashi and Kojiru also have their own merits, which I believe you will eventually recognize. When they parted, Wuma had instructed Meowth to pretend not to know him upon joining Team Rocket. This way, no one would suspect their connection, allowing for greater convenience in future endeavors. Leaning against the sturdy tree, Wuma and Meowth shared tales of their experiences over the past month. Hearing Meowth's adventures filled Wuma with trepidation. The perils Meowth faced in Team Rocket far surpassed his own travels. "Be cautious, for some situations can be quite dangerous. Fear not, I am quite capable. Though my battle prowess may be lacking, my intellect is sharp. Soon enough, we shall officially be Team Rocket members. Then do strive to excel." Wuma felt reassured by Meowth's confidence. After conversing for over an hour, Wuma and Meowth parted ways. Now, they belonged to entirely different factions and could not indulge in overly intimate interactions. Wuma quietly returned to camp and lay down to rest. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, the trio set off toward Leafy Town. After 2 days of travel, they finally emerged from the woods. However, they still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching Leafy Town. After traversing for 7 to 8 hours, they beheld the vast ocean. The sea. How magnificent! Xiaomi dashed toward the shoreline. Wuma gazed at the ocean from afar, its boundless beauty captivating him. The gentle breeze caressed his face, filling him with comfort. This was his first encounter with the sea. There must be an abundance of water-type Pokémon along the coast. I must capture them. Xiaomi excitedly searched for Pokémon. While the ocean indeed teemed with water-type Pokémon, locating them along the shore proved challenging. Let us find a place to rest first. Camping by the sea at night is unfeasible, Brock advised. Wuma and Brock scanned their surroundings for a suitable resting place. Suddenly, they spotted a lighthouse in the distance. Let us head to the lighthouse. We should be able to find shelter there, Brock suggested. With the lighthouse's protection, they could safely spend the night. Xiaomi, hurry up. Wuma called out to the eager girl. All right, Wuma. Xiaomi quickly ran over to join him. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at the lighthouse and discovered the entrance. Is there anyone inside the lighthouse? Wuma inquired. There should be. Lighthouses are crucial for ships at sea, so they are typically manned, Brock replied. Noticing a doorbell on the wall, he pressed it. Hello, how may I assist you? A voice echoed from inside shortly after the bell chimed. Greetings. We are passing trainers seeking shelter for the night, Wuma announced. If you could provide us with accommodation, I would be delighted to prepare some delectable meals for you. Little Gang, concerned about the possibility of refusal, proposed a condition. Very well, you may enter. Came the response as the door opened automatically. The three entered the lighthouse, where they were greeted by a man with deep green hair. I am Jingwei, the owner of this lighthouse. And you are? Jingwei. Wuma suddenly recalled who this individual was. I am Wuma, this is Little Gang, and this is Xiaomi. He introduced. Welcome to my abode. Many trainers often stay here, so you need not worry, Jingwei assured them. Thank you, Mr. Jingwei. I have heard of you from Professor Oak, Wuma remarked. Oh, you know me? Jingwei responded with mild surprise, as he was not as renowned as Professor Oak within the league. Indeed, Professor Oak mentioned you. You are the inventor of the Pokémon storage system, correct? Wuma continued, knowing that he had only a limited understanding of Jingwei, and invoked Professor Oak's name for credibility. That is indeed my invention. However, I still have a long way to go compared to Professor Oak. I have merely conducted foundational research, Jingwei replied modestly. Wuma was aware that in reality, Jingwei surpassed Professor Oak in genius. While Professor Oak relied on diligence and hard work, Jingwei's brilliance was innate. He had achieved fame as a Pokémon researcher in just a few short years. Had he not devoted so much time to collecting Pokémon, he would surely be one of the youngest doctors in the Pokémon League. Come, allow me to show you around, Jingwei said, leading the trio to a wall nearby. Wuma looked up to find numerous stone tablets adorned with depictions of Pokémon. So many Pokémon. There are many I have never seen before. Xiaomi exclaimed in awe. These are images of Pokémon I have collected from the Kanto region. Some tablets were discovered in ancient ruins, while others I crafted myself. Nearly all Pokémon known in the Kanto region are represented here, Jingwei explained. Of course, there are still many Pokémon in this world that we have yet to encounter. Pokémon have existed long before us humans, and there are countless mysteries that await exploration. Wuma gazed at the stone tablets in astonishment. This was akin to a stone tablet version of the Pokémon Pokédex. To depict such a vast array of Pokémon was truly impressive. Suddenly, he noticed a blurred tablet featuring a Pokémon he could not identify. Mr. Jingwei, what Pokémon is depicted here? Wuma inquired. This is a very special Pokémon that I have been searching for over the years, but I have yet to find it, Jingwei said, his gaze distant as if peering into the far reaches of time. Wuma suddenly recalled that when Ash visited Jingwei's lighthouse, he encountered an enormous Pokémon, though he could not ascertain its identity. Enough of that for now. Mr. Gang, you mentioned you would help with dinner. What shall we have this evening? Anything will do. As long as the ingredients are available, Little Gang replied. Then I shall trouble you, Jingwei said, leading Little Gang to the kitchen while Wuma and Xiaomi continued to admire the stone artworks. Wuma sought to discover if there were any Pokémon Jingwei had not etched into stone. After sharing a delightful dinner, the trio settled in for the night at the lighthouse. Chapter 21. Acquiring the orange badge and boarding the SS St. Anu in the early morning. Wuma stood on the lighthouse platform, gazing out at the sea. The gentle sea breeze brought with it the briny scent of the ocean. Xiaomi was on the beach searching for Pokémon. Don't run away, Kingler. Xiaomi chased after a Kingler as it scuttled about. Once it entered the water, she was at a loss. Wuma, it's time for breakfast. Little Gang called, having prepared the morning meal. All right. Xiaomi, come back. Wuma shouted. Coming. Xiaomi dashed back quickly. They all gathered in the dining area to enjoy breakfast. Thank you for your efforts, Little Gang, Jingwei said. It's no trouble at all. I usually handle the meals while traveling, he replied. I heard you plan to visit Leaf Green City? Jingwei inquired. Wuma nodded. I intend to challenge the Leaf Green Gym. Do your best. I hope to witness your impressive performance at the League Conference, Jingwei encouraged. Rest assured, I will strive for it. By the way, here are 3 tickets for the SS St. Anu, which will dock at Leaf Green City in 5 days. You may take a ride then. Thank you very much, Mr. Jinghui. Wuma accepted the tickets without hesitation. After breakfast, the trio departed the lighthouse, continuing their journey towards Leaf Green City. The distance from Jinghui's lighthouse to Leaf Green City was still considerable. After 2 more days of travel, they finally arrived at Leaf Green City. Their first stop was naturally the Pokémon Center. They entrusted their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for treatment and requested a room for the night. After dropping off their backpacks, the 3 enjoyed a refreshing shower. Fortunately, they had bathed at the lighthouse prior. Otherwise, they would have been quite odorous by now. Once refreshed, they retrieved their Pokémon and sat in the Pokémon dining area for a meal. Xiaomi, what are your plans now? Wuma asked. Previously, he had mentioned that after escorting Xiaomi to Leaf Green City, they would part ways. Of course, I plan to travel, she replied. Are you going to challenge the gym? Xiaomi shook her head. I do not intend to challenge the gym just yet. I want to spend a year exploring various cities and encountering more Pokémon. I will challenge the gym and participate in the league conference next year. Wuma nodded, understanding that for most novice trainers, even with badges in hand, achieving success in competitions is quite challenging. Traveling and growing alongside Pokémon before entering competitions is a wise approach. And where will you go next? Wuma continued. I haven't decided yet. Wuma brother, how about I travel with you? Wuma did not hesitate and agreed, of course. He had enjoyed his time with Xiaomi these past few days. Her lively spirit added a delightful atmosphere to the group. Then I look forward to your guidance, she said, her smile brightening the room. After breakfast, Wuma proceeded to the Leaf Green Gym. He entered to register for a challenge and learned that the gym leader was Ma Zhishir, a trainer who primarily used electric-type Pokémon, known for his fiery temperament. He showed little mercy in battles, leaving many trainers' Pokémon severely injured afterward. Wuma, however, was not particularly concerned. He understood that injuries were a natural part of battles. As long as trainers exercised proper control, significant harm to Pokémon could be avoided. As there was another challenger ahead of him, he waited a while. During this time, the 3 explored Leaf Green City, where Wuma discovered a plethora of culinary delights, some of which he had never encountered before. He indulged in a variety of foods. And by the time he returned to the Leaf Green Gym at the appointed hour, he found himself quite full. Brother Wuma, you can do it, Xiaomi encouraged, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Rest assured, I am confident, Wuma replied with unwavering assurance. The trio stepped into the dojo, where they encountered Ma Zhishir. Ah, more challengers. Who dares to contest my dojo? Ma Zhishir's voice boomed with a commanding presence, instilling a sense of trepidation in Xiaomi as she clutched Xiaojiang's sleeve. Not only was Ma Zhishir's voice powerful, but his physique was imposing as well. It is I, Wuma declared, stepping forward unperturbed by Ma Zhishir's stature. Then follow me. Little one, do not tremble in fear, Ma Zhishir instructed as they proceeded to an inner chamber containing a standard battle arena. Hurry, take your positions. Let us resolve this swiftly, we have no time to waste. His words were rather unpleasant, contrasting sharply with the amiable demeanor of other trainers in different dojos. What are the rules? Is there no referee? Wuma inquired. In my dojo, there are no rules. We will battle using 2 Pokémon, and the last one standing will claim victory. As for a referee, such a thing is unnecessary. My first Pokémon is this. Ma Zhishir tossed a Pokeball, revealing a red and white Pokémon that materialized on the field. It was a Raichu, an electric-type Pokémon. Wuma had a Pokémon ready to counter it. Go. Sandshrew, he called. Sandshrew, a ground-type Pokémon, was impervious to electric-type attacks. A ground-type Pokémon, indeed a wise choice, Ma Zhishir remarked. But you are merely employing a cute little baby. Raichu, use Tackle, commanded Ma Zhishir, as Raichu charged towards Sandshrew. Sandshrew, dig. Wuma countered, and Sandshrew swiftly burrowed underground, evading the assault. Raichu halted, scanning the vicinity for Sandshrew's whereabouts. Suddenly, Sandshrew erupted from below, launching a surprise attack and sending Raichu airborne. Sandshrew, use Tackle, Wuma shouted, as Sandshrew leaped to strike Raichu once more. Raichu, use Sonic Boom. Raichu unleashed a shockwave from midair. Sandshrew, evade, Wuma urged, as Sandshrew curled into a ball and rolled aside just in time to avoid the blast. Raichu landed and charged at Sandshrew again. Sandshrew, use Rollout, Wuma commanded. Sandshrew curled up and rolled towards Raichu, colliding with it, the impact sending both Pokémon sprawling. Raichu, use Tackle again, Ma Zhishir ordered. Sandshrew, do not falter. Show him our strength, Wuma encouraged. The 2 Pokémon clashed repeatedly. Suddenly, Raichu halted abruptly. Self-destruct. Get away, Ma Zhishir shouted. Raichu emitted a blinding light before exploding. When the smoke cleared, Sandshrew was nowhere to be seen. However, Sandshrew had dug underground to avoid the brunt of the explosion, sustaining only minor damage. It then surged back up, striking Raichu and sending it crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Return, Raichu, Majishur said, retrieving his Pokémon. Not bad. You are not as weak as I expected, but the next Pokémon you face will be far more formidable. Go, Raichu. Majishur sent out his second Pokémon. Raichu. Wuma recalled with clarity how Raichu had once bested Ash's Pikachu, only to be retaliated against later. This indicated that Majishur's Raichu was certainly not to be underestimated. Raichu, use Thunderbolt, commanded Majishur, and Raichu unleashed a fierce current that struck Sandshrew. Ineffective. Electric moves have no effect on Sandshrew, Wuma asserted. Is that so? Majishur smirked. Just then, Sandshrew let out a pained cry, evidently suffering significant damage. Return, Sandshrew. Wuma exclaimed, quickly recalling his Pokémon. You are too naive. My young friend, electric attacks may not affect ground-type Pokémon, but that is only when they are of equal strength. When there is a vast disparity in power, the notion of immunity becomes irrelevant. Wuma clenched his fists, feeling a deep sense of regret. He had always claimed that type advantages do not dictate the outcome. Yet here he was, naively believing that Sandshrew's ground type would render it invincible. However, you did well to recall your Pokémon in time, which makes you a competent trainer. Majishur continued. I will not be so careless next time. This is your turn, Stinky Flower. Wuma summoned his second Pokémon, Stinky Flower, which not only held a favorable type advantage but also possessed considerable strength, making it an excellent choice against Raichu. Raichu, use Quick Attack, commanded Majishur. As Raichu dashed forward, knocking Stinky Flower to the ground. Raichu, use Iron Tail. He added. Stinky Flower, use Seed Bomb. Stinky Flower retaliated from the ground, launching a barrage of seeds that struck Raichu. Raichu fell, but quickly regained its footing. Raichu, use Mega Punch. Majishur shouted. Raichu rushed at Stinky Flower with a powerful punch. Stinky Flower, use Stun Spore. Wuma commanded, and Stinky Flower released a cloud of spores that enveloped the area. Raichu, come back. Majishur ordered, as Raichu leaped back, avoiding the spores. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Raichu unleashed a powerful surge of electricity that struck Stinky Flower. Despite the force of the attack, Stinky Flower stood firm against the Thunderbolt, sustaining minimal damage. Continue with Seed Bomb. Wuma urged. Raichu, dodge with Quick Attack. Then use Mega Punch. Raichu sprinted, evading the seed barrage and swiftly closing in on Stinky Flower. The stun spore had dissipated by now, allowing Raichu to reach Stinky Flower and deliver a punch. Stinky Flower, evade. Wuma called out, and Stinky Flower sidestepped just in time. Raichu, propelled by momentum, charged forward, only to find itself plunged into a hole, one that Sandshrew had dug earlier. Stinky Flower had anticipated this move. Majishur was taken aback as he witnessed Raichu tumble into the pit. Excellent. Use Stun Spore. Wuma commanded. Stinky Flower released Stun Spore into the hole, quickly filling it. Raichu, hindered by the spores, found itself unable to move. Stinky Flower, use Solar Beam. Wuma instructed. Stinky Flower concentrated energy and unleashed a powerful solar beam into the hole, causing an explosion that shook the ground. Raichu was rendered incapable of battle, unable to rise again. You have some skill. You are not merely a weak little baby. All right. I will retrieve Raichu myself. Here's your badge, Majishur said, tossing a badge to Wuma. Wuma caught it, recognizing it as an orange-red badge resembling the sun. Regardless, I sincerely thank you, Mr. Majishur. Despite his fiery temperament, Wuma understood that Majishur had shown restraint in their battle. If he dispatched his most formidable Pokémon, it would be exceedingly difficult for Wuma to secure victory. After obtaining the badge, Wuma departed from the Withered Leaf Gym. He hastily returned to the Pokémon Center, where he entrusted his Sandshrew to nurse Joy for treatment. Fortunately, he retrieved Sandshrew just in time. Otherwise, the healing process would have been quite troublesome. 2 days later, once Sandshrew's injuries had completely healed, Wuma and his companions set forth towards the next city. They had consulted the map and decided that their next destination would be Golden City. To reach Golden City, they had to travel by boat. Luckily, Jingwei had previously given them 3 tickets for the SS St. Anu, and the time had finally arrived for their journey. That afternoon, the trio arrived at the port of Withered Leaf City. Numerous vessels were docked, including cargo ships and passenger ferries. Among them, they spotted a remarkably luxurious cruise ship, the SS St. Anu. How magnificent! Exclaimed Xiaomi. It was Wuma's first encounter with such a grand vessel, and he too was taken aback. A multitude of passengers had already gathered, all dressed in formal and opulent attire, clearly indicating their affluence. The trio's attire presented a stark contrast to the well-dressed crowd, although a few individuals bore a semblance in appearance to Wuma and his friends. Before long, the ship's doors swung open. Several sailors clad in uniforms descended to commence ticket inspection. After their tickets were checked, Wuma and his companions boarded the ship. As they ascended the staircase, Wuma was unexpectedly jostled by a man hastily darting past him. The man wore black clothing and a matching hat, moving furtively, which struck Wuma as peculiar. Suddenly, he recalled the SS that Ash and his friends had boarded, which had fallen victim to Team Rocket and a storm, sinking into the depths. He silently hoped that this vessel would not encounter a similar fate. Before boarding, Wuma had perceived the ship as enormous, but upon entering, the sheer scale became undeniably apparent. They walked for nearly a minute before entering the ship's interior. Upon entering the grand hall, they were astonished by the sight that greeted them. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, while famous artworks adorned the walls, accompanied by exquisite decorations. The floor was covered with luxurious carpets, and tables were laden with an array of drinks and delicacies, with a band playing nearby. Wuma had never witnessed such opulence before. Indeed, poverty had limited his imagination. The hall already housed several individuals who had arrived from other cities. The SS St. Anna would sail for 2 months, stopping at numerous cities, allowing passengers to embark and disembark. Wuma soon spotted the man in black again, sitting alone in a corner, watching the surroundings with keen interest. Despite his odd attire, he did not draw much attention. Wuma chose to ignore him. As long as he did not pose a disturbance, there was no reason to invite trouble. The guests aboard engaged in lively conversations, discussing a myriad of topics. Wuma, however, had no inclination to join their chatter. He approached the buffet table and poured himself a glass of juice. Upon tasting it, he found it remarkably fresh, akin to juice freshly squeezed from fruit plucked from the tree. He then sampled a dessert, which was equally delightful. Subsequently, he grabbed a plate and swiftly piled it high with various foods. The few who noticed him regarded him with amusement. Wuma felt no embarrassment. Although he had not spent any money, the food was provided for them, with no restrictions in place. Suddenly, Wuma realized that Xiaomi and Xiaojiang were nowhere in sight. With food in hand, he began to walk and eat while searching for their figures. Soon, he found Xiaojiang and Xiaomi. The ship was not only filled with passengers but also featured numerous stalls showcasing intriguing items for sale or display. Xiaomi was drawn to one such stall, while Xiaojiang's attention was captivated by the beautiful women aboard. Upon arrival, Xiaojiang seemed to have entered paradise, quickly mingling with the ship's lovely ladies. Wuma shook his head, preparing to continue his quest for food. Wuma, look, Xiaomi exclaimed, approaching with 2 fishing rods in hand. I bought 2 Pokémon fishing rods. Let us go fishing together. We might catch a Pokémon. Sounds good, Wuma replied. He had always enjoyed fishing, and the prospect of catching a Pokémon intrigued him. He wondered if he could indeed reel one in. Wuma released his oddish and set a plate of food for it to carry. For while they aimed to catch Pokémon, they also needed sustenance. The two exited the hall and made their way to the deck. Wuma baited his hook and cast it into the water. At that moment, the ship had not yet departed and remained anchored at the shore. Catching a Pokémon from the dock would prove challenging. Once the vessel was underway, the likelihood of success would increase. Indeed, after several minutes of waiting, there were no bites. Xiaomi, however, persistently reeled in her line to check. Xiaomi, you need to be patient. You won't catch any Pokémon that way, Wuma advised. I know, but I can't help but want to see, she replied. Wuma shook his head, realizing that if Xiaomi hoped to catch a Pokémon, it would be up to him to do so. By the way, Xiaomi, what Pokémon do you hope to catch? Wuma inquired. Any will do. Pokémon like Magikarp, Kingler, and Stereo would be great. My goal is to catch all the water-type Pokémon from the Kanto region. Wuma calculated that, including the evolutionary forms, there were only about 20 to 30 water-type Pokémon in the Kanto region, so collecting them wouldn't be overly difficult. At that moment, Wuma noticed some individuals below pushing black boxes into the ship's hold. To his surprise, the SS St. Anna not only transported passengers but also cargo. He turned his head and spotted the man in black nearby, fixated on the boxes. Wuma surmised that the man's intentions likely revolved around the contents of those boxes. It was uncertain how many of his accomplices were aboard, but if chaos erupted, it would spell disaster. Half an hour later, the ship's horn blared, and the SSST Anna began to set sail. As the vessel moved, Wuma suddenly became aware that he was seasick. His head spun, and his legs felt weak. I need to head back, he said to Xiaomi. Wuma, are you all right? She asked, concerned. I'm fine. You keep fishing. I'll manage on my own, he responded. Oddish, let us go. Oddish hurried to keep pace with Wuma, sensing that something was amiss with him. Wuma staggered unsteadily toward the ship's cabins. Suddenly, a wave crashed against the ship, causing it to sway violently. Wuma lost his balance and stumbled against the door, losing his lunch. As the door swung open, he fell inside, landing directly in the arms of the man in black. My apologies, I must have entered the wrong, Wuma began, but was interrupted as he heaved again. Having eaten too much prior, he expelled a substantial amount, splattering the man in black. The man grimaced, clearly uncomfortable. I have some medication. Would you like to take some? He suddenly offered. That would be much appreciated, Wuma replied. Wuma had never anticipated that he would suffer from seasickness, nor had he brought any medication. Although he was reluctant to interact with the man beside him, his primary concern now was how to alleviate his nausea. The man assisted Wuma into a room and seated him on a chair. He retrieved a bottle from his backpack and poured out 2 pills, offering them to Wuma. Just as Wuma was about to take them, he hesitated, uncertain of the man's identity. Consuming unknown medication could lead to dire consequences. The man seemed to sense his apprehension, swallowing a pill himself before presenting Wuma with 2 more. Thank you, Wuma said, taking the pills and downing a drink that the man handed him. Where's your room? Allow me to escort you back, the man offered. Wuma produced his room key, which bore the number 27. Very well, I shall accompany you, the man replied, steadying Wuma as they made their way to room 27. Once inside, Wuma collapsed onto the bed. Yo-Yo, the man who had helped him, expressed concern as he approached. Do not worry. After taking the medication and resting for a while, you will feel much better. Here are some additional pills. Take one every 6 hours. But do not exceed the dosage. Wuma waved a hand in gratitude, lacking the strength to speak further. The man refrained from lingering, exiting the room and closing the door behind him. After the door clicked shut, Wuma opened his eyes. Though he lacked the energy to move, his alertness remained intact. So far, this man had not posed any threat. Whether he was a friend or foe would require careful discernment. The ship suddenly lurched violently, and Wuma felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, leading him into an unbidden slumber. Chapter 22. The Identity of the Man in Black. Summer Festival. The sound of waves crashing against the hull echoed within the cabin as Wuma awakened, slowly propping himself up. Chowchua, he called out, noticing the familiar figure sitting by his bedside. Yo-Yo beamed with joy upon seeing Wuma alert. I'm feeling much better now. Thank you, Wuma said, stretching after a long, restful sleep. What time is it? He checked his Pokédex and noted that it was already 6 in the morning. He had slept for over 10 hours since taking the medication the previous day. Let us go out for a while, Chowchua, Wuma suggested as he exited the room and made his way to the main hall. There, the staff was setting up for breakfast. Stepping onto the deck, he stretched, relishing the fresh sea breeze that invigorated his spirit. Wuma spotted the man who had assisted him the day before standing by the railing. Thank you for your help yesterday, Wuma said as he approached. I apologize for getting your clothes dirty. He recalled the previous day's unfortunate incident. It's quite all right. Seasickness is a common occurrence. You're feeling better now, I trust? The man replied. Wuma nodded. Much improved, thank you. My name is Wuma. What's yours? I'm you, the man said. Wuma finally took a good look at you. He had an uncommon shock of blue hair and a strikingly refined face, pale and angular. His thick eyebrows arched slightly, and under long lashes lay deep, dark eyes. His chiseled features were beautifully sculpted, yet exuded a gentle aura. To be honest, Wuma had never before acknowledged another man's handsomeness. However, you was an exception. Wuma felt there could be no one more striking than him, as conceding second place was a significant concession on Wuma's part. You, what brings you aboard? Surely this isn't a leisurely trip. You don't appear the type for travel, Wuma queried, curiosity getting the better of him despite his earlier resolve to avoid prying into Yu's affairs. I'm here for work. Work? Does it involve those black boxes on the ship? How do you know? You asked, surprised. I noticed you intently watching when someone was moving the boxes the other day. I initially thought you might be contemplating theft, but it seems that is not the case. You chuckled. And what if I were? My intuition suggests otherwise, Wuma asserted confidently. Perhaps it was the alignment of his instincts with Yu's demeanor, coupled with the assistance he had rendered, that led Wuma to believe you was a good person. It's better that you remain unaware of this matter. It could bring you danger, you cautioned. Wuma nodded, respecting Yu's discretion and refraining from further questioning. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. By the way, let us exchange contact information. Certainly. They exchanged details. I should head to the dining area for something to eat. I've nearly emptied my stomach from yesterday's ordeal, Wuma said, smiling sheepishly as he turned to leave. Upon entering the dining room, he found the food had been laid out. Despite his earlier discomfort, Wuma had a hearty appetite and filled his plate to the brim. As time passed, the restaurant grew busier, and soon Xiaojing and Xiaomei arrived. Wuma Gitch. Are you all right after yesterday? Xiaomei inquired with concern. I'm fine. I feel much better now, Wuma reassured her. I know a few remedies for seasickness. You might want to try them, Xiaojing suggested. Sure, I do appreciate your help. Wuma was grateful for the offer. Though medication could alleviate seasickness, exploring alternative remedies was worth a shot. So, did you catch any Pokémon yesterday? Xiaojing asked Xiaomei. I did. I caught a Magikarp. She exclaimed, her joy radiating. I've already added it to my collection. Though Magikarp was considered one of the weaker Pokémon, it evolved into Gyarados, a formidable creature in its final form. It was also among the easiest Pokémon to catch. I plan to fish for more Pokémon later. Perhaps I'll encounter ones I've never seen before. Xiaomei was eager. Her interest peaked after her successful catch. The SS St. Anna continued its voyage across the sea, expected to reach Jinwang City by the following morning. After finishing dinner, Wuma prepared to return to his room. As he opened the door, he unexpectedly spotted you, clad in black, exiting a room. Wuma speculated that you was likely off to fulfill a task. Respecting their agreement to avoid interference, he refrained from following. Upon entering his room and closing the door, Wuma retrieved his journal and began to write. After nearly 2 months of travel, his notebook was already half full. Once he finished writing, Wuma flipped through the earlier pages to ensure he hadn't overlooked anything. Just as he was about to retire for the night, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. "Who is it?" "It's me," came the familiar voice. Wuma recognized it immediately. He opened the door. "And you rushed inside." Wuma promptly shut the door and locked it. What has happened?" Wuma asked, concerned. "I was discovered while carrying out my task. I feared they might search the rooms, so I needed a place to hide." Before long, Wuma heard a cacophony of knocks outside, indicating that someone was systematically checking the cabins. They had not detected anyone leaving the ship, so they knew you was still aboard. As they continued their search, it was only a matter of time before they found him. Soon, there came a knock at Wuma's door. Wuma took a sip of water from the cabinet and then walked over to open the door. "What's wrong?" Wuma suddenly felt nauseous. The other party stepped back, waving a hand in front of their nose. "I apologize. I'm feeling a bit seasick. Have you seen a man in black?" Wuma shook his head weakly. "I've been in my room all day due to my seasickness. I haven't seen anyone in black." "What is going on? Is there a problem?" "Nothing serious, just a thief," the other replied. "Please rest well. I apologize for the disturbance." Most of the individuals aboard this vessel are of high status, and they would not dare to invade a room directly. Naturally, they glanced into the room, found it empty, and left. After they departed, Wuma closed the door and locked it again. Moments later, a loud bang echoed as a room was forcefully opened. It was the one where you was staying. They did not find anyone in the cabin and went elsewhere. "All right, you can come out now." You emerged from the wardrobe. "Now, would you care to explain what is going on?" "I'm sorry for dragging you into this," you said. "It's fine. I told you to come to me if you needed assistance." "They must be from the St. Anu," Wuma remarked. "What is wrong with the ship?" "Upon my investigation, this vessel ostensibly serves as a cruise for important guests, but in reality, it is a means for Team Rocket to transport stolen Pokémon." "Team Rocket?" Wuma was taken aback. He had not anticipated this was Team Rocket's ship. Indeed, it was difficult to avoid encountering Team Rocket in the Kanto region. "And you? Which side are you on?" Wuma inquired. "I am a special agent of the Alliance. My name is indeed you, and I assure you, I am not deceiving you. The ship carries important guests, and we cannot just board for inspections without cause. We did conduct a check previously, but found nothing, and were even met with complaints. This time, I am conducting a covert investigation. Have you found evidence?" You nodded. "They have placed the Pokémon in a secret room, making it difficult for anyone unaware to find them. What shall we do now?" "I have already relayed the information. The Alliance will intercept the ship before it docks." Wuma sighed in relief. It seemed the ordeal was nearing its conclusion. "You can't return to your room now, so please sit with me for a while." The two, being relatively unfamiliar with each other, found it somewhat awkward. Wuma decided to initiate a topic of conversation. "How's the salary for a special agent in the Alliance?" he asked. You, surprised by the question, chuckled and replied, "It's not particularly high, but I have the privilege of operating conveniently in many places. If you are interested in becoming a special agent, I could recommend you. While it can be challenging to become a formal agent, it would be much easier with my assistance." "Thank you, but I'm not considering that for now. We still have much traveling to do," Wuma remarked. "These positions in the Alliance seem more suited for retirement. Of course, being a special agent is still quite perilous." Before long, a commotion erupted outside, with shouts piercing the air. "What is happening?" Wuma opened the door to see people rushing out. "The ship is leaking. It's about to sink," a man shouted. Wuma and you immediately understood the situation. It seemed Team Rocket had learned of the information leak and planned to escape early. Sinking the ship was their method of destroying evidence. "What do we do now?" Wuma asked, more concerned about capturing Team Rocket than the ship sinking. "There's nothing we can do. I can't believe they dare to scuttle the ship. We should hurry and get out. Let us go, by the way. You should take off your clothes to avoid drawing attention." Once you changed, Wuma shouldered his backpack, and together they rushed out of the room towards the deck. Everyone had gathered on the ship's deck, where lifeboats were being lowered into the sea, and people were orderly jumping into them. "Wuma, hurry onto the lifeboat," Xiaomi called from below. Let us go. Wuma turned to find you missing. He should not have left without saying anything. He must be up to something. Suddenly, Wuma surmised Yu's intention. He was likely going to rescue those Pokémon. Show me. Stay on the lifeboat. Don't worry about me. Wuma dashed back into the cabin, following the sound of banging to find you attempting to break down a door. Why are you here? I'm here to help you. You released a Pokémon from a Pokeball. Flareon, use Flamethrower. Flareon unleashed a torrent of flames, melting the door. Upon entering, they discovered numerous black boxes. You rushed in, opening each one. I'll help too. Tyranitar, use Stone Edge. Wuma sent out Tyranitar, who used its claws to release the trapped Pokémon. Everyone, hurry out. Wuma and you led the Pokémon onto the deck. By now, all the passengers had boarded the lifeboats, and the ship was on the verge of sinking. Everyone, quickly leave. Wuma urged. Water-type Pokémon dove into the sea, while flying-type Pokémon soared into the sky. However, several Pokémon that could not swim remained on the deck, bewildered. What do we do? You clenched his fists. His expression conflicted. There is no choice. Let us save as many as we can. Everyone, there are still some Pokémon here. Can we put them on the lifeboat? Wuma called out. With space remaining on the lifeboat, Wuma and you placed a few smaller Pokémon aboard, but the larger ones could not be accommodated. Does anyone have an ice-type Pokémon? Use Ice Beam to create an ice surface on the water. Wuma suddenly had an idea and shouted. Go, Glacian. Use Ice Beam. You was the first to send out Glacian. Glacian froze a section of the water as surface, but alone. It was insufficient to create a vast expanse of floating ice. Come forth, Walrein. Use Ice Beam. Shelter, use Ice Beam. A few passengers released Pokémon capable of using Ice Beam. Among the Pokémon previously freed, 2 also emerged to assist. With the efforts of the Pokémon, the ice surface gradually expanded. Just then, the ship sank, and all the Pokémon fell into the water. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Wuma summoned Gyarados, who lifted the Pokémon from the water. The fish carried the Pokémon onto the ice surface. The ice was large enough to support the Pokémon's weight, ensuring their temporary safety. As Wuma and you saw that the Pokémon had been rescued, they both sighed with relief, smiles breaking across their faces. Fortunately, their efforts had not been in vain. Wuma reflected that without the ice surface, those Pokémon might have perished. He had not anticipated Team Rocket's cruelty. With a deep sigh, Wuma contemplated the situation. He initially believed that this was a beautiful world where humans and Pokémon traveled and grew together. But he did not expect that this world also harbored so many tragic events. Strength. Only by becoming stronger could one protect oneself and others. For the first time, Wuma felt a profound desire for power. Before long, the individuals summoned by you arrived. However, their mission shifted from capture to rescue. A large ship was dispatched directly from the port of Qinglongmon City to evacuate the people and Pokémon from the lifeboats. The next morning, the ship docked at the port of Qinglongmon City. Upon disembarking, Wuma and you stood aside to bid farewell. Are you leaving now? Yes, this mission has concluded. Although it was not a success, it is time to report back. Very well, you can always reach out to me if anything arises. Okay, you intend to participate in the Alliance tournament this year, right? I will come to watch you, you said. Sure, it's a promise, Wuma replied, beaming. Then you must hold on longer. Don't fail to pass the preliminary rounds. When I first participated in the Alliance conference, I made it to the top 8. Is that so? This time, I shall reach the top 4. Haha. The two shared a hearty laugh. I must take my leave. Hopefully, we will meet again soon. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to you, Wuma joined Xiaogang and Xiaomi to head to the Pokémon Center. This journey had not been particularly pleasant, especially for Wuma. However, he was still delighted to have made a friend in you. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, the trio found a room to stay. They had not rested well the previous night and needed to catch up on sleep. In the afternoon, everyone gradually woke up and enjoyed afternoon tea in the Pokémon restaurant. Wuma had originally intended to challenge the Jinhuang Gym, but after inquiring with Miss Joy, he learned that they were not in Qinglongmon City, but rather in Xiaozhou Gorge. They had arrived at the port of Xiaozhou Gorge instead. Miss Joy also informed them that the summer festival was currently being held in Xiaozhou Gorge. Wuma, brother, can we participate in the festival here before heading to Qinglongmon City? Wuma nodded in agreement. Given their previous journeys, everyone was quite fatigued, and attending the festival would be a nice way to unwind. Xiaogang, too, appeared excited. Seemingly lost in thought, the trio made their way to the street, lined with various stalls selling food, toys, souvenirs, and games. The street was bustling with activity. How beautiful! Xiaogang suddenly exclaimed. Following Xiaogang's gaze, Wuma spotted a girl with lavender hair, who was indeed strikingly beautiful. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Strange. Where did she go? Xiaogang recalled having watched her intently, yet she had disappeared without a trace. Wuma also felt puzzled. He was uncertain if he had truly seen that girl. Wuma brother, there are so many delicious treats over here. The mention of food instantly drew Wuma's attention. An array of delightful snacks filled the stalls, each with a unique flavor that Wuma relished. As they indulged in the festivities, the trio arrived in front of a temple, where a crowd had gathered. An elderly man with a white beard was showcasing some treasures. Everyone, come and see. The treasure exhibit of the Xiaozhou Shrine has commenced. This painting has been preserved for over 2,000 years and can only be viewed during the summer festival. The crowd was captivated by the old man's words. Once enough people had gathered, he unveiled the painting. Please enjoy it with your hearts. As the cloth was pulled away, a black and white image appeared before them. Wuma and Xiao Gang were momentarily taken aback, as the woman depicted in the painting seemed strangely familiar. Xiao Gang unconsciously stepped closer. How beautiful! Why is she so stunning? The old man halted Xiao Gang, saying, this young woman passed away over 2,000 years ago. She had a lover who went to war by sea. And she waited by the shore for his return. She waited and waited, yet he never came back. Legend has it that she transformed into a statue, still waiting for her beloved to this day. Wuma suddenly found this story familiar. Many love tales seemed to follow this theme. While some were true, many were embellished. Where is that rock? Xiao Gang asked. Do you not know of the Xiaozhou rock? It is located on the coastal reef. The trio expressed interest in the statue, particularly Xiao Gang, who eagerly rushed toward Xiaozhou rock. Upon reaching the site, they beheld a statue of the young woman, gazing longingly into the distance for her lover's return. After a while, Wuma grew bored and decided to leave, primarily because he had finished the food in his hands. Xiao Gang, let us go? Xiao Gang, however, remained seated on the ground, fixated on Xiaozhou rock, unwilling to depart. I want to stay a bit longer. You two can head back. Unable to force him to leave, Wuma decided to return to the festival street with Xiaomi. The two enjoyed games and food, reveling in their joy. The festival lasted the entire day, and even as dusk approached, the streets remained lively. Wuma purchased some food and returned to Xiaozhou rock, discovering Xiao Gang still there. Xiao Gang, have something to eat first. Wuma placed the food beside him. Xiaomi, sitting next to Xiao Gang, inquired, Brother Xiao Gang, what are you looking at? I don't know. I just find this story very sad, as if I were witnessing it firsthand. Wuma and Xiaomi sat beside him for a while. Once the sun had fully set, Wuma decided it was time to leave. Aren't you going? No, I will return shortly. All right then, come back soon. Since there was little danger in the area, Wuma and Xiaomi made their way back to the Pokémon Center. Along the way, Wuma bought some late-night snacks to enjoy in the center. After showering, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Wuma washed up and went to the dining hall for lunch. Before long, Xiaomi also woke up. What about Xiao Gang? After finishing the meal, Wuma noticed Xiao Gang had not yet appeared. Typically, Xiao Gang was the earliest riser. Yet today he had not stirred for quite some time. I don't know. I will go check. Xiaomi went to Xiao Gang's room and knocked on the door. However, there was no response, no matter how hard she knocked. Wuma sought out Miss Joy, requesting her to use a spare key to unlock the door. Upon entering, they found Xiao Gang was not there. His belongings were arranged just as they had been the previous day, indicating he had not returned. Let us go check Xiaozhou rock. A sense of foreboding washed over Wuma. He sensed something might have gone amiss. Chapter 23. The Ghost of Xiaozhou Gorge, challenging the Jinhuang Gym upon arriving at Xiaozhou rock. Wuma still did not find Xiao Gang. He noticed the food he had brought for Xiao Gang remained untouched in its original spot. Given Xiao Gang's nature, he would have taken his things with him, even if he intended to leave. He suddenly vanished. He must have encountered some trouble. At that moment, Wuma heard a sound coming from a small room behind him. Let's go take a look, he said. Wuma and Xiaomi pushed open the door and found a figure lying in the room. It was Xiao Gang. At that moment, Xiao Gang appeared somewhat disoriented, mumbling incoherent phrases. Wuma approached and caught snippets of what Xiao Gang was saying. I want to see him. I want to see him. Wuma suddenly realized that Xiao Gang might have been controlled by some force. Xiaomi, pour water on him. Xiaomi released Squirtle, who promptly used water gun to spray Xiao Gang's face. And he immediately regained consciousness. Why am I here? Xiao Gang asked, bewildered as he looked around. Do you remember what happened? Wuma inquired. Xiao Gang shook his head, completely unable to recall. It's a ghost. An old woman approached and said, it seems you've been attacked by a ghost. A ghost? Indeed. Every year around this time, male travelers fall victim. Bewildered men end up in this room, dazed as if under control. This is all the work of a young girl's ghost who died with unfulfilled love. But there is a solution, she added, producing a stack of talismans. If you stick one of these on yourself, you can avoid being attacked. But, Xiaomi asked nervously, fearing the ghost. My talismans require payment. The old woman then revealed a cash register from seemingly nowhere. Although Wuma was skeptical, Xiao Gang and Xiaomi spent money to buy several talismans to affix to themselves. Wuma initially intended to leave, believing that would prevent the ghost from pursuing them. However, Xiaojiang insisted on staying to witness the ghost's true form, and although Xiaomi was terrified, she was equally intrigued. Reluctantly, Wuma decided to accompany them. Xiaojiang and Xiaomi waited in the room while Wuma returned to the Pokémon Center, planning to come back later that night. After a long wait, there was no sign of anything occurring. Perhaps we should head back. The ghost legend might just be a fabrication, Wuma suggested. It's not a fabrication. This is a real occurrence. Look, she is coming, the old woman exclaimed. Just then, a gust of wind swept in, causing the talismans around the room to flutter. Subsequently, the spirit of a young girl rose, her appearance identical to that of the rock sculpture. I have been waiting here for you. I long to see you, the girl whispered softly. I long to see you too. Xiaojiang seemed to fall under her influence once more. His body suddenly floated upwards and drifted outside the house. Wuma and Xiaomi hurried outside, unaware that the old woman had vanished. Xiaojiang, seeing him suspended in the air, Wuma resolved to rescue him. Stunky, you seed bomb. Stunky unleashed a barrage of seeds at the girl's spirit, causing Xiaojiang to plummet to the ground. The impact jolted him awake. Hypnosis and confusion. You must be a ghost-type Pokémon, Wuma addressed the spirit. Only ghost-type Pokémon possess such abilities. Ha ha ha. I never expected to be discovered by you. Sometimes I am the spirit of the girl, and at other times, I am the mysterious old woman. In truth, my real identity is Ghastly. The girl's spirit transformed into a dark purple sphere, revealing itself to be the ghost-type Pokémon Ghastly. Wuma suddenly recalled that there was indeed a Ghastly residing in the Maiden Escorge, which had lived for over 1,000 years. Such ancient Pokémon are exceedingly enigmatic, and Wuma was cautious not to provoke them. To everyone's astonishment, this Ghastly could speak. Previously, Meowth had learned to talk through extensive training and exceptional talent, having sacrificed much in the process. In contrast, Ghastly's ability to converse was a gift acquired after millennia. Why do you disguise yourself as a ghost to frighten others? Wuma asked. My existence serves to ensure that you do not forget the legend of Maiden Escorge. Ghastly floated over to the rock sculpture of the girl. This year, my task is nearly complete. Your legend will likely endure. Ghastly addressed the rock. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone but Ghastly, a spirit emerged from the statue. It was the soul of the girl. Thank you, Ghastly. No need for thanks. I merely work once a year to rekindle fading legends in people's memories. A cash register appeared before Ghastly, accepting a coin. Next year, I will need your help again. I have been waiting here for the day I can reunite with him, the girl said. I'm afraid I may have to break my promise next year. I have an important matter to attend to, as I have met someone quite intriguing. However, if I encounter your beloved one day, I shall convey your feelings to him. Thank you, Ghastly. The girl's spirit returned to the rock. Ghastly floated back. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you, but I hope you always remember the legend of Maiden Escorge. Rest assured, we will remember, Xiaojiang affirmed. That's good to hear. Until we meet again, fate permitting. With that, Ghastly vanished from sight. After resolving the ghostly affair, the trio returned to the Pokémon Center to rest for the night. The following morning, Wuma, Xiaojiang, and Xiaomi set out together for Goldenrod City. Goldenrod City is a crucial urban center in the Johto region, serving as a hub connecting several other cities, which has led to its thriving commerce. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center in Goldenrod City, Wuma settled in temporarily, intending to gather information about the Goldenrod Gym, where the gym leader, Nagi, a highly enigmatic figure, resided. Nagi specialized in psychic Pokémon and possessed a unique ability, psychic powers. In the Pokémon world, some humans can also acquire special abilities, such as psychic powers, the mystic force, aura, and dragon power, among others. Wuma was not entirely clear on the functions of psychic powers, but battling against such individuals would undoubtedly be quite challenging. Moreover, Nagi was known for her peculiar personality. To effectively combat psychic Pokémon, it is advisable to employ bug, dark, and ghost-type Pokémon. However, Wuma had none of these, with only Beedrill qualifying as a semi-bug type. Regardless, Wuma planned to challenge her, as he had yet to engage in battle with psychic Pokémon, and facing Nagi would serve as valuable experience. After preparing himself, Wuma arrived at the Goldenrod Gym. Is anyone here? He called out as he entered, noticing the peculiar arrangement inside. Unlike other gyms, there was no reception area for challengers. Instead, several rooms lined the sides. Peering into one of the rooms, he observed numerous individuals, some wielding spoons and others holding cards, seemingly engaged in training. Who are you? What brings you here? A man approached and inquired, Greetings. I am a trainer from the city of J-Ban, and I wish to challenge the Golden Gym. Wuma replied, Do you intend to challenge Miss Nasi? I suggest you leave. After all, you are unlikely to be her match. Isn't the purpose of a gym to provide a venue for challenges? If all challengers are sent away, What is the significance of its existence? Wuma retorted. This place is not meant for trainers like you to challenge. It is a sanctuary for learning about psychic powers. Learning about psychic powers? Xiaomi and Xiaojiang exclaimed in astonishment. What are psychic powers? Xiaomi asked. You uninitiated souls, unworthy of this place, have no comprehension of psychic abilities. The man produced a spoon and focused intently on it. His face turned crimson until the spoon slightly bent. See? This is psychic power, he declared. Wuma took the spoon to examine it, confirming it was indeed an ordinary eating utensil. The fact that the man could bend it, albeit slightly, indicated some level of ability. However, such a trivial display of psychic power was hardly impressive. Nevertheless, please escort me to challenge Miss Nasi. You have no right to prevent me from doing so, do you? Wuma returned the spoon to him. Very well, follow me, the man conceded, acknowledging Wuma's determination, and led him into a spacious chamber. At the center of the room was a standard battle arena. However, it was illuminated only by flickering torches, casting an ominous shadow over the surroundings. The man approached a door and respectfully announced, Miss Nasi, a challenger seeks to face you. Yet, I believe he lacks the qualifications. Suddenly, the man clutched his own throat, struggling as he stammered, I apologize, Miss Nasi, I should not have spoken out of turn. He released his grip and fled the room in panic, as though under some form of control, wielded by Nasi herself. Nasi emerged from behind the door, her gaze fixed intently on Wuma for a moment before she remarked, You exude a most unpleasant aura. Wuma was perplexed. What could be so distasteful about him? You wish to battle me? That is permissible, but should you lose, there will be a price to pay, Nasi stated. Wuma raised an eyebrow, having never encountered such a stipulation before. Forgive me, but I am merely here to challenge the gym. The League's rules do not seem to include such a clause. Shall I file a complaint with the League? Wuma would not acquiesce to terms that seemed unjust. He would accept responsibility where it was due, but would not bear an unwarranted burden. If Nasi insisted on imposing a penalty, he would resort to the League for recourse. Indeed, you are an irritating individual. Since you wish to engage in combat, I shall oblige, Nasi declared, floating effortlessly to her designated position in the arena. Xiaomi and Xiaojiang were astonished, having never witnessed anyone with psychic powers before. Wuma, however, remained unfazed. This was well within his expectations. His understanding of psychic abilities encompassed levitation, teleportation, object manipulation, and telepathy. Let us settle this with Pokémon. A Pokeball floated from Nasi's hand, revealing a spoon-wielding Pokémon, the psychic type, Yungara. Wuma contemplated which Pokémon to deploy against it. Stunky would be ineffective, as its poison type is completely countered. Goma and Sandshrew lack the necessary strength. Sending them into battle would be futile. Thus, my only viable options are Gyarados and Pidgeot. Could you move a bit faster? Nasi urged. Pidgeot, it's your turn. Pidgeot appeared on the battlefield. Pidgeot, use Hyper Beam. Pidgeot soared into the air and unleashed a Hyper Beam towards Yungara. Yungara, use Teleport. Yungara instantly vanished, avoiding the oncoming attack. Teleportation proved exceptionally powerful, evading numerous moves and making it exceedingly difficult to land a hit. Yungara, utilize Illusion. Yungara employed Illusion to immobilize Pidgeot. Pidgeot, cast Electric Terrain. Pidgeot released an electric field that disrupted Yungara's move. Now, unleash Hyper Beam. Just as Hyper Beam was about to strike Yungara, it deflected the attack with telekinesis. Pidgeot, evade. Pidgeot darted aside, narrowly avoiding the blow. The Hyper Beam struck the ceiling, creating a gaping hole. The damage was infuriating. At that moment, Nasi's eyes glowed red. Wuma suddenly felt an overwhelming force binding him. Nasi was exerting her psychic power upon him. This was the first time he had witnessed a trainer being directly targeted. Yet, it was not against the rules, as he had no evidence to refute it. Meanwhile, Yungara used Illusion to accelerate Pidgeot's descent, crashing it to the ground. Wuma felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Without utilizing Pokémon with advantageous types, defeating a psychic-type Pokémon was exceedingly challenging. Moreover, Nasi herself possessed psychic abilities, allowing her to communicate with Yungara without uttering a word, fully orchestrating the battle. Confronted with such an adversary, overcoming her seemed insurmountable. Furthermore, Wuma found himself immobilized, making it difficult to command Pidgeot. Just then, Wuma felt a surge of power coursing through him. The binding force dissipated instantly, and he realized he could move again. Nasi, sensing her psychic ability interrupted, was taken aback. Seizing the moment, Wuma instructed Pidgeot to attack. Pidgeot, utilize Electric Terrain. Pidgeot cast Electric Terrain, paralyzing Yungara. Charge. Pidgeot dashed downward, ramming its horn into Yungara and knocking it to the ground. Finally, Hyper Beam. The Hyper Beam struck Yungara, creating a deep crater upon impact. Younger's spoon clattered to the ground, signifying its defeat. Fantastic. We won. Wuma exclaimed, exhilarated. Although this victory felt somewhat fortuitous, he had nonetheless triumphed over Nasi. Nasi, though visibly irked, found herself at an impasse. Despite Wuma's inexplicable surge of power that had interrupted her, she had no evidence to substantiate her claim. Just as she had no means to retaliate against him. Though you have won this time, I shall grant you the badge. A badge soared toward Wuma, who caught it in his hand. It was a golden emblem resembling a coin. Regardless, thank you. I have learned much today. Miss Nasi, perhaps you should smile more often during your leisure. I believe you would look quite lovely when you do. If all else fails, do not despair. Perhaps in a few years, you will encounter someone who can bring about a change in your life. As there seems to be nothing further to discuss, I shall take my leave. Wuma swiftly departed from the Golden Gym with Xiao Gang and Xiaomi, although Nazi appeared relatively calm at present. It was difficult to ascertain whether she might act unpredictably later. It was prudent to leave promptly. However, Wuma found it somewhat perplexing that Nazi had suddenly become dazed and the restraints on his powers had vanished. With no clues to ponder, he chose to dismiss the thought. Upon exiting the Golden Gym, a voice from the system echoed in Wuma's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a badge and a digital draw card as a reward. Wuma was elated. With this draw card, he now possessed a total of 6. If he were to acquire 4 more, he could engage in a tin draw, which would guarantee at least one fully matured digital creature. Initially, Wuma had not intended to linger in Golden City, but he discovered that there were more than just the Golden Gym in the area. The Golden Gym was, of course, the most renowned establishment in Golden City. However, Nazi's formidable strength made it rare for anyone to claim a badge from her, rendering the Golden Badge exceedingly scarce. To ensure trainers could obtain a sufficient number of badges, a second gym was established in Golden City. This second gym was named the Fighting Gym, with trainer Wu Da at the helm. True to the gym's name, Wu Da specialized in fighting-type Pokémon. In the afternoon, Wuma arrived at the Fighting Gym to partake in the gym challenge. Compared to the Golden Gym, the atmosphere here was much more vibrant, bustling with many trainers eager to challenge the gym. After registering, Wuma had to wait until evening for his turn. Wuma and Wu Da stood at opposite sides of the battle arena, ready for combat. The battle would pit gym trainer Wu Da against challenger Wuma, with each side allowed to use 2 Pokémon. Victory would be declared when one side's Pokémon could no longer fight. Go forth, Howley, Wu Da declared, sending out his first Pokémon, which was impressively muscular and powerful. Blast Tyranitar, I entrust you with this. Wuma called, releasing his equally strong Tyranitar. The ground trembled as the imposing Tyranitar landed in the arena. Wu Da was visibly thrilled at the sight of such a formidable opponent. Howley used Karate Chop. Tyranitar, use Horn Attack. The clash of Howley's palm against Tyranitar's horn resonated through the arena, both exhibiting equal strength. Tyranitar, use Sharp Claw. With a swift motion, Tyranitar struck Howley, forcing him back. Howley skidded on the ground but quickly regained his footing and charged forward again. Howley, use Flying Kick. Howley delivered a powerful kick to Tyranitar, causing the latter to stagger back. Tyranitar, once more use Sharp Claw. Howley, employ a throw. Howley sidestepped, seized Tyranitar's arm, and hurled it to the ground. Now use Hell Roll. Howley grasped Tyranitar's neck, rolling them both into a ball on the ground before catapulting Tyranitar into the air. Tyranitar crashed down heavily. Are you all right, Tyranitar? Wuma shouted. Tyranitar slowly rose, charging towards Howley and striking with its horn. Though Tyranitar could have unleashed a powerful flamethrower, it opted to engage in a battle of pure strength instead. The fervor of both Pokémon ignited, leading them to exert every ounce of their power. Ultimately, both Pokémon collapsed onto the ground simultaneously. Both Tyranitar and Howley have lost their ability to battle. Please send forth your next Pokémon. Return, Tyranitar. Had Tyranitar employed Flamethrower, the outcome of the first round would likely have been different. However, we do not blame it. It was Tyranitar's choice to fight with strength, and Wuma naturally supported that. Yet, for the next round, he must secure victory. Go forth, Abilash. Wu Da sent out his second Pokémon, Abilash. In that case, I entrust you with this, Stinky Flower. Referee, the battle continues. Abilash, use Quick Attack. Abilash darted towards Stinky Flower at lightning speed. Stinky Flower, use Paralyzing Powder. Wuma was well prepared for such close-range assaults. Stinky Flower released a cloud of paralyzing powder that enveloped the vicinity. Upon encountering the powder, Abilash hesitated. Now Seed Bomb. In that fleeting moment of indecision, Wuma commanded Stinky Flower to launch an attack. Abilash, defend. Wu Da, realizing there was no time to evade, instructed Abilash to guard. Abilash raised its fists in defense, successfully blocking the seed bombs. Stinky Flower, use Acid Spray. Stinky Flower continued its assault, spraying Abilash with corrosive liquid. Abilash, dodge. Abilash retreated swiftly, evading the attack. Abilash used Sonic Punch. Abilash launched a powerful punch, striking Stinky Flower from a distance. Stinky Flower, Seed Bomb. Stinky Flower stood tall and unleashed a barrage of seed bullets towards Abilash. Abilash dodged adeptly, weaving around the battlefield to evade the onslaught. Stinky Flower used Shadow Clone. Stinky Flower executed a recently learned Shadow Clone technique, multiplying into numerous copies. Abilash stood bewildered, unable to discern which was the real Stinky Flower. Abilash used Combinations Punch. Abilash charged forward, dispersing the clones one by one with its punches. Stinky Flower used Paralyzing Powder. Stinky Flower sprayed a fresh dose of Paralyzing Powder, hitting Abilash at close range. Abilash became immobilized, unable to move. Stinky Flower unleashed Solar Beam. Stinky Flower gathered energy, preparing to unleash its attack. Abilash move. Wuda urged. Abilash strained to control its body, managing to stand. Just as it attempted to evade, Stinky Flower's Solar Beam struck. The powerful Solar Beam sent Abilash flying, and it crashed to the ground, rendered unable to battle. Abilash has lost its ability to fight. Thus, the victor is Challenger Wuma. Chapter 24, Goma Beast Evolves. Reaching Rainbow City. Wuma felt a surge of joy at his victory, even though it was anticipated. Congratulations on your victory. This serves as proof of your triumph over me. Wuda presented a brown, fist-shaped badge to Wuma. Thank you, Mr. Wuda. With this brown badge, Wuma now possessed a total of 6 badges. However, as one was given to Meow Meow, he still needed 3 more to qualify for the league tournament alongside other trainers. After departing from Golden City, Wuma and his companions set forth towards Rainbow City. Along the way, they found a place to rest. During lunch, they released their Pokémon. After this period of travel, their Pokémon had grown accustomed to one another, playing joyfully together. While Xiao Gang prepared their meal, Wuma busied himself with the Pokémon's food. Gather around, everyone, for a feast awaits. Upon hearing that the food was ready, the Pokémon rushed over with great enthusiasm. Witnessing the Pokémon devouring the meal with such delight filled Wuma with immense joy. During this time, Brock had astutely discerned the culinary preferences of both Pokémon and Digimon, enabling him to prepare dishes that catered to their tastes. Suddenly, Wuma noticed an extra portion of food. He had prepared it according to the number of Pokémon present, so there should not have been any surplus. If the food was not in excess, it meant that the number of Pokémon was fewer than expected. Upon counting, Wuma realized that Gomamon was missing. Gomamon, where have you gone? Wuma called out repeatedly, but received no response. It appeared that Gomamon had wandered off. Moments earlier, 2 members of Team Rocket, along with Meowth, had stealthily approached the thicket near Wuma and his companions. Their skill in concealment was formidable, as the Pokémon remained oblivious to their presence. Musashi, are we really going to take action against them, Meowth? Meowth inquired. Of course. Last time, we were on the verge of completing our mission when they thwarted us. This time, we must exact our revenge. What shall we do, Meowth? Naturally, we shall seize their Pokémon. There are several we have never encountered, and they must be quite valuable. If we manage to capture them, we will surely pass the evaluation, Kojiro remarked. Once Musashi and Kojiro resolved their plan, they prepared to spring into action. Although Meowth was reluctant, there was little he could do to stop them. Musashi and Kojiro stealthily approached Gomamon, tossing a moving toy nearby. Intrigued, Gomamon crawled over. Just as it was about to grasp the toy, it suddenly darted away. Captivated, Gomamon chased after it. The toy accelerated, prompting Gomamon to quicken its pace. As it entered the underbrush, Kojiro seized it. Kojiro covered Gomamon's mouth to stifle any sound, and the two swiftly absconded with it. Meowth had intended to find a way to inform Wuma, but was pulled away by Musashi. Bidu, please go search for Gomamon, Wuma instructed, having realized its absence. Understood, Wuma. Bidu soared into the sky, speeding in a specific direction. Its keen eyesight allowed it to clearly spot the situation below. Let us split up and search. The group set off in different directions with their respective Pokémon. Before long, Bidu returned. Wuma, I found Gomamon. It has been captured by 2 individuals. Wuma's heart sank at this revelation. He had not anticipated that his Digimon would attract such attention. He wondered who had stolen Gomamon and hoped they were not too formidable. Take me there at once. Wuma recalled his other Pokémon and swiftly mounted Bidu to fly over. Soon, he spotted Team Rocket racing away with Gomamon. How could it be them? Upon realizing that Team Rocket had taken Gomamon, Wuma felt a wave of relief. Musashi and her companions were relatively easy to deal with, especially with Meowth as an undercover ally. Bidu used Mega Cannon to block their path. Bidu unleashed the Mega Cannon, striking the ground before Team Rocket. The impact sent Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth tumbling to the ground. Team Rocket, return Gomamon at once. Wuma shouted. Do you really think we will? Musashi and Kojiro turned to flee. Meowth trailed behind them, but its pace was sluggish, and it quickly fell behind. Realizing this, Meowth decided to halt. Turning to Wuma, it said, I never expected to see you again, Meow. Indeed, but this time is far less amicable than our last encounter. Previously, Team Rocket had merely clashed with them. Now they had outright stolen Wuma's Agumon. I apologize. I intended to intervene, but I couldn't stop them, Meow. However, do not worry, those two won't get far. They have never succeeded in their missions, Meowth reassured. Before we pursue them, there is something I wish to share. The matter you spoke of earlier has made progress. Meowth suddenly announced. Wuma was taken aback, surprised that Meowth, still not a full member of Team Rocket, had already caught wind of this information. Indeed, Meowth was quite impressive. However, I've only heard whispers. The specifics remain unclear. Once I become a full member, I will seek to uncover the truth. Wuma nodded in agreement, saying, Let us not rush this matter, prioritize safety. Now, let's pursue Musashi and Kojiro. With Meowth leading the way, Wuma soon caught up to Musashi and Kojiro. Musashi, Kojiro. Wait for me. Meowth called as it dashed forward. You brought this little pest along. Couldn't you run faster? Musashi scolded. You left me behind. Knowing full well I run slowly, Meow. Meowth retorted. Enough of this. Go, Firebird. Musashi tossed a Pokeball, releasing a Firebird. Bidoo, use electric field. Bidoo unleashed an electric current, paralyzing the incoming Firebird. The Firebird fell to the ground, unable to maintain flight. How could this happen? Musashi was astonished that her Firebird had been so easily defeated. I'll handle this. Go, Rattata. Kojiro released Rattata, which charged at Wuma, before Bidoo could intervene. Wuma swatted Rattata away with ease. He had experience in dealing with rodents. Now, return Agumon to me. Wuma advanced step by step. Don't come any closer. Musashi and Kojiro, fearful, began to retreat. As they backed away, they found themselves at the edge of a large lake below. In that case, why not toss it in? Kojiro declared as he unceremoniously threw Agumon into the water. Wuma shook his head, nearly laughing. It seemed Musashi and Kojiro were unaware that Agumon was a water type. Upon entering the water, it was as if it had returned home. Hurry and save your Pokémon. We must go. Musashi and Kojiro recalled their Pokémon and hurriedly fled with Meowth in tow. Meowth nodded at Wuma as they departed, to which Wuma smiled in response. Approaching the lake's edge, Wuma called out, Agumon, are you alright? I'm fine. It's quite pleasant down here. Just then, a massive Pokémon emerged behind Agumon. Watch out. A gigantic Gyarados surged from the depths, lunging at Agumon. Although Wuma was close, there was no time to intervene. Fish Frenzy. Agumon promptly unleashed Fish Frenzy, causing a swarm of fish to surge forth, colliding with Gyarados and redirecting its attack. Gyarados' head plunged into the water, sending Agumon flying a distance away. Bidoo, go assist Agumon. Wuma urgently commanded. Bidoo soared toward Agumon, launching a mega cannon at Gyarados. Gyarados swiftly dove beneath the water, evading the strike. In the midst of the tumultuous battle, Bidwa Beast descended swiftly to rescue Goma Beast, seizing the opportunity. However, the sudden onslaught of the ferocious Gyarados, unleashing a torrent of water, sent Bidwa Beast hurtling away. Bidwa Beast, Wuma exclaimed in disbelief, taken aback by how easily it was vanquished. It seemed the strength of this Gyarados far exceeded his expectations. After sending Bidwa Beast flying, Gyarados charged towards Goma Beast, its jaws agape, poised to consume it. Yet, at this critical juncture, a brilliant white light enveloped Goma Beast. Its form expanded, a singular horn sprouted from its head, and two massive fangs emerged from its mouth. Goma Beast evolved into Sea Lion Beast. With a fierce collision, Sea Lion Beast repelled the advancing Gyarados. Horn Drill. Sea Lion Beast's horn spun rapidly, crashing into Gyarados. The mighty creature let out a pained cry, collapsing into the water. Soon after, Gyarados regained its footing, gathering energy for a devastating beam attack. Sea Lion Beast. Use the harpoon cannon. Wuma commanded. The horn atop Sea Lion Beast launched forth, transforming into a projectile that struck Gyarados, interrupting its assault. Mega Cannon. Bidwa Beast returned just in time to assist, unleashing the powerful attack upon Gyarados. After enduring a barrage of hits, Gyarados chose to retreat, diving deep into the water to escape. Recognizing Gyarados' formidable prowess, Wuma hesitated to pursue, understanding that even the combined might of Sea Lion Beast and Bidwa Beast might not suffice against it, as long as Sea Lion Beast remained unharmed. That was all that mattered. Return, Sea Lion Beast, Wuma said. Acknowledging that Sea Lion Beast's capabilities were diminished on land, he returned it to its Pokeball. Well done, Bidwa Beast. Your efforts are commendable. Wuma mounted Bidwa Beast, soaring back to the camp. Subsequently, Bidwa Beast went to retrieve Xiao Gang and Xiaomi Wuma. Did you find Goma Beast? Xiao Gang inquired. Indeed, I did. Thank you for your efforts. Goma Beast has now evolved into Sea Lion Beast, Wuma replied. Sea Lion Beast? What does it look like? Both Xiao Gang and Xiaomi asked, unfamiliar with the new evolution. Wuma released Sea Lion Beast from its Pokeball. So adorable. Xiaomi exclaimed, immediately embracing it. Is it also a water-type Pokemon? I absolutely adore it. Upon learning of Sea Lion Beast's water typing, Xiaomi's affection only deepened. Having spent considerable time seeking Goma Beast, their food had grown cold. Xiao Gang reheated the meal, and after dining, they continued their journey. Rainbow City was in close proximity to Golden City, and they arrived after a day's travel. Rainbow City was a vast metropolis, second only to Golden City. If Golden City was the hub of commerce, then Rainbow City was the epicenter of entertainment. Here, one could find an abundance of recreational activities, including amusement parks, sprawling shopping malls, cinemas, and even colossal arcades. Most young trainers lingered in the city for an extended period, and Wuma and Xiaomi were no exceptions. Heading straight to the arcade to indulge in games. The arcade in Rainbow City welcomed all, imposing no age restrictions. Wuma and Xiaomi immersed themselves in the fun, while Xiao Gang, uninterested, ventured off to the mall to shop. He found himself drawn to the mall, captivated by the many beautiful young women shopping there. Apart from clothing and culinary delights, the mall also featured an array of perfumes, as Rainbow City was known for its exquisite flowers, leading to a thriving perfume industry. The delightful scents wafted through the air from various shops, enticing passers-by. After a leisurely stroll, Xiao Gang returned to the arcade, discovering Wuma and Xiaomi still engrossed in their games. Xiaomi, over here. Look ahead. There are people. He shouted. Where? Where? They responded excitedly. There. Hurry up. Don't go over there. Retreat. Attack. Attack. Oh dear, why are you so clumsy? A peculiar dynamic unfolded between Wuma and Xiaomi during their gaming sessions. When they teamed up, they consistently lost, yet when they played separately, victories were mixed with defeats, a curious phenomenon indeed. You two should cease gaming. We still need to challenge the gym, Xiao Gang urged. It's fine, we can wait on the gym. Just a little longer, Wuma replied. No. You've been playing for ages, Xiao Gang exclaimed, abruptly disconnecting the game. Let us head to the Pokémon Center to rest. We'll challenge the gym tomorrow. He sounded like a mother hen. All right, I understand, Wuma said, relinquishing the game. Instead of gaming, you should be reading. I found a decent book at the bookstore. You might want to take a look. Wuma glanced at the title of the book, Digital Monsters in the Pokémon World. What a ridiculous book. Not even a dog would read it. He stuffed the book into his backpack and followed Xiao Gang back to the Pokémon Center. Miss Joy, could you please check my Pokémon? Wuma requested. Whether Pokémon or Digimon, evolution could sometimes lead to complications, so it was best to have Miss Joy examine them. After a short wait, Miss Joy returned with the Pokeballs. Rest assured, your Pokémon are all in excellent health. Thank you, Miss Joy. Relieved that his Pokémon and Digimon were fine, Wuma felt a weight lift from his shoulders. By the way, Miss Joy, could you arrange a room for me? Entering his room, Wuma placed his backpack down, took a shower, and lay on the bed to rest. It was still somewhat early, and he found it hard to sleep. Suddenly, he recalled the book Xiao Gang had given him. He retrieved it from his backpack and began to read. As he delved into the pages, he became engrossed. Initially, he thought the writing was atrocious, and indeed it was. Wuma, wake up. Today, we challenge the gym. Xiaomi's voice roused him from slumber. In the morning light, Wuma stretched and groggily made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Afterwards, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed to the dining area for breakfast. Wuma, what's wrong? Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Xiaomi asked. Did you not sleep well last night? Xiao Gang added. Wuma retorted. It's all your fault for showing me that dreadful book. It was poorly written and so short that I finished it in one night. Breakfast consisted of Xiaomi's porridge, which provided some comfort. Let me brew you a cup of coffee to perk you up, Xiao Gang offered. Thank you, Xiao Gang. Once prepared, Wuma set off for the Rainbow Gym, contemplating his strategy along the way. The gym utilized grass-type Pokémon, making it the perfect opportunity for Tyrannosaurus Beast to shine. Additionally, if the opponent relied solely on grass-type Pokémon, Stinky Flower could also take the stage, as Poison-type moves had an advantage over grass types. Following the map, the trio arrived at the Rainbow Gym. As he stepped inside, a delightful fragrance enveloped him. The Rainbow Dojo served not only as a training facility but also as a perfume manufacturing establishment. For many dojo trainers, running a dojo is merely a side venture. They often engage in other professions. For instance, the Nibi Dojo sells stones, while the Hououmon Dojo showcases aquatic performances. After all, a sole focus on being a dojo trainer yields scant financial reward. To secure a better livelihood, they are compelled to pursue additional work. Upon entering the Rainbow Dojo, Wuma discovered an environment reminiscent of a botanical garden. The dojo's ceiling was made of transparent glass, allowing sunlight to stream in. The ground was adorned with a variety of plants, some of which were in bloom, exuding a captivating floral scent. "Hello, may I assist you?" Approached a girl with golden hair. "Greetings, I am Xiaojiang," he replied. "No wonder I caught a whiff of such a delightful aroma. It must be your presence, miss." Xiaojiang rushed over, gazing at her with starry eyes. "Xiaomi, take care of this." Xiaomi promptly ran over, grasped Xiaojiang by the collar, and dragged him away. Witnessing this, Wuma felt a surge of joy, as it seemed someone was finally managing Xiaojiang. "Hello, I wish to challenge the Rainbow Dojo," Wuma stated. "A dojo challenge?" "Of course. Please, follow me," she replied. After traversing a lengthy corridor, Wuma arrived at a flower bed. "Director, there is someone here to challenge you," she announced. At that moment, a girl with azure hair emerged from the flower bed. She removed her gloves and said, "I apologize. I was tending to the newly blossomed flowers." "Not a problem. I am Wuma from Shikotan City, here to challenge the dojo. I am the dojo trainer, Elika. Welcome. By the way, would you like to purchase some perfume before the challenge?" Elika said with a bright smile, presenting several bottles of perfume. "Absolutely. I am most willing." Xiaojiang suddenly teleported over. Wuma swiftly pushed him aside. "Of course, I am in search of a particularly unique fragrance, but perhaps we can discuss that after the dojo battle." "Certainly, no issue. I am thrilled to hear you wish to buy perfume," Elika responded enthusiastically. "Please, follow me." Elika led Wuma to a battlefield. "Our arena is the grass field," she explained. "That's perfectly fine. I can adapt to any environment," Wuma assured her. Many dojo trainers design specific terrains to their advantage. Though most challengers are often insufficiently skilled to fully oppose the dojo trainers, their choice of diverse battlefields serves to familiarize challengers with various combat scenarios. As the upcoming league will feature an array of battle environments, the earlier girl with golden hair approached to serve as the referee. Next, we will witness the battle between dojo trainer Elika and challenger Wuma. Each side may utilize 2 Pokémon, and victory is awarded when one party's Pokémon is rendered unable to battle. Let us begin. Go, Vine Monster. Summoned Elika as a Pokémon entwined in vines materialized on the field. Its body was cloaked in blue tendrils, obscuring its true form. "Then I shall entrust this to you, Sandshrew," Wuma declared, sending out his first Pokémon. Xiaojiang was taken aback. Having anticipated Wuma would select a more formidable Pokémon like Charizard or Gyarados. Moreover, Sandshrew, being a ground type, faced a disadvantage against Vine Monster, making victory quite challenging. Battle commence. Vine Monster, use Vine Whip. The Pokémon extended 2 vines towards Sandshrew in an attempt to ensnare it. Sandshrew, evade. It jumped backward, narrowly escaping the attack. However, Vine Monster swiftly retaliated with another strike. Sandshrew, use Cut. With deft movements, Sandshrew sliced through the incoming vines. Sandshrew, dig. The Pokémon swiftly burrowed underground. Vine Monster scanned its surroundings, momentarily unable to locate Sandshrew. Vine Monster remained vigilant, unsure from where Sandshrew would strike. Suddenly, Sandshrew surged forward from directly in front of Vine Monster, unleashing a flurry of claw attacks. Use Sand Attack. Sandshrew kicked up sand, obscuring Vine Monster's vision. Vine Monster became disoriented, clearly distressed. Sandshrew, roll attack. Sandshrew curled into a ball and sped forward, colliding with Vine Monster. Due to its light weight, Vine Monster was sent flying. Once more, Sandshrew changed direction and charged back again. Elika desperately sought an opportunity for Vine Monster to counterattack, but none presented itself. The relentless assaults inflicted significant damage upon Vine Monster, which ultimately collapsed, unable to continue. Vine Monster has lost its ability to battle. The dojo trainer may now send forth the next Pokémon. Return, Vine Monster. You have done well, Elika said with a smile, unfazed by her first Pokémon's defeat. Now, I shall call upon you, Stinky Flower. Elika sent out her second Pokémon, Stinky Flower. Return, Sandshrew. Noticing Elika's choice of Stinky Flower, Wuma decided to withdraw Sandshrew, recognizing its limited combat prowess and disinclination for battle. Since you have chosen Stinky Flower, I shall do the same. Go, Stinky Flower. Wuma declared as his Stinky Flower appeared on the battlefield. "Ah, so you also possess a Stinky Flower," Elika remarked, her opinion of Wuma improving considerably. Stinky Flower. Use Sleep Powder. Wuma's Stinky Flower released a cloud of powder towards Elika's Pokémon. However, Elika's Stinky Flower remained unaffected. My Stinky Flower is immune to Sleep Powder, she proclaimed. Stinky Flower, use Acid. Dodge and use Seed Bomb. Wuma commanded. His Stinky Flower evaded the attack and retaliated with a barrage of seed bullets. Dodge. Stinky Flower. Elika exclaimed, taken aback by Wuma's Stinky Flower's knowledge of Seed Bomb. prompting her Pokémon to evade. Nonetheless, Elika's Stinky Flower still sustained damage. Stinky Flower. Unleash Solar Beam. Elika ordered. We shall also use Solar Beam. Wuma countered. Although he could have seized the opportunity to attack while Elika's Stinky Flower was gathering energy, he preferred a direct confrontation to secure victory. Both Stinky Flowers released their solar beams simultaneously, the energies clashing in a fierce display. In the ensuing moment, Wuma's Stinky Flower's solar beam overpowered Elika's, striking her Stinky Flower. The outcome of this exchange clearly indicated that Wuma's Stinky Flower possessed superior strength. Though the power of the sunlight flame was formidable, its effect on the Stinky Flower was rather feeble. Elika's Stinky Flower rose once more. Alright, that's enough. Stinky Flower. We concede, Elika suddenly declared. Wuma, somewhat taken aback, inquired, Miss Elika, your Stinky Flower should still be able to battle, shouldn't it? Elika nodded and replied with a smile, Indeed, my Stinky Flower can still fight, but from that last blow, it's evident that your Stinky Flower is somewhat stronger. If we continue, victory would still be yours. I've never been fond of making my Pokémon battle. It's dreadful when they get hurt. Let us call it a day. With Elika conceding, Wuma was granted victory in the gym challenge. Your Pokémon is quite impressive. This is well deserved. Elika approached and handed Wuma a 7-colored rainbow badge. Thank you, Miss Elika. By the way, you mentioned wanting to purchase a special perfume. What was it like? Elika's attention swiftly shifted to the perfume. She seemed to favor it over the gym. I wish to have a uniquely customized perfume. Wuma explained his requirements to Elika. Creating such a perfume is quite complex and may take some time, not to mention it will be rather expensive. That is fine, as long as it can be made. How long will it take? I still need to experiment. It might take 2 to 3 months, Elika responded. Wuma nodded. 2 to 3 months seemed reasonable. And by then, he might have completed his gym challenges. In that case, please send it to me in Band City once it's ready. Wuma left his address. How much will it cost? Upon hearing Elika's price, Wuma's heart sank. It was exorbitant. However, he understood the difficulty in creating it, and such a price was expected. He took out his league storage card and made the full payment. The funds were what he had saved previously, and he was left with little now. He would need to find a way to earn more money, or else he would struggle to sustain his Pokémon and even afford his own meals. Miss Elika, I must take my leave now. Please ensure the perfume is made. With the rainbow badge in hand and the perfume order placed, Wuma departed from the rainbow gym. Brother Wuma, what kind of perfume are you getting? Xiaomi inquired. Xiaogang and Xiaomi, having been recommended by the others at the gym, also purchased a perfume. Fortunately, they acquired it directly from the production site, thus at a slightly reduced price. It's a secret for now, Wuma replied with a mysterious smile. After receiving the rainbow badge, the group decided not to leave Rainbow City immediately, opting instead to explore and enjoy the entertainment capital thoroughly. Naturally, Xiaogang prohibited Wuma and Xiaomi from visiting the gaming arcade, so they searched the streets for other intriguing activities. Brother Wuma, look at all those people over there. Xiaomi pointed in a direction. Wuma and Xiaogang turned to see a large crowd gathered, seemingly engaged in some event. Let us go check it out. The trio approached and saw the host in the center introducing the rules of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, who wishes to participate in the Pokémon food making contest? Here, we provide various ingredients, and if you create a dish that delights the Snorlax, we shall reward you with this very Snorlax. They noticed a Snorlax lounging on a nearby table. Offering a Snorlax as a prize was indeed extravagant, as Snorlax was considered a relatively rare Pokémon. However, due to its low intelligence and tendency to ignore commands during battles, many trainers opted not to raise it. Upon seeing the Snorlax as the prize, several individuals promptly left. A Snorlax? How adorable! I really want one, Xiaomi exclaimed excitedly. Snorlax, a water and psychic type Pokémon, was on her list for training. Xiaogang, will you join me in the contest? Xiaomi asked. Given Xiaogang's impressive ability to make Pokémon food, she stood a chance of winning. I'll do it. Before Xiaogang could respond, several others volunteered to participate. Excellent. Our contest is open for anyone willing to make a dish that Snorlax enjoys. It's first come, first served. Those who signed up hurried to the adjacent area to start preparing Pokémon food. An array of ingredients was laid out for the trainers to choose from. Seeing others take part, more individuals were eager to try their hand at it. After all, it was merely about making a dish, and for them, there was little to lose. If luck were on their side and Snorlax liked their dish, they could end up with a free Pokémon. Xiao did not join in making food but instead approached Snorlax to observe it closely. Xiaogang, what are you looking at? Wuma inquired as he walked over. I'm observing this Snorlax. Since the contest requires making food that Snorlax enjoys, it must be quite picky. To create food that appeals to a Pokémon, one must not only possess culinary skills, but also assess the Pokémon's condition. One must determine if it's in a bad mood, has a poor appetite, or is unwell. Different situations call for different types of food. Moreover, each Pokémon has unique preferences, which can be deduced from their behavioral patterns. However, with time limited, I can only make simple assessments based on my observations of Snorlax. Young man, you speak quite well. Are you a Pokémon breeder? Suddenly, a man approached and asked. Xiaogang stood up and replied, not quite. I just frequently care for Pokémon and prepare their food. These insights come from my experiences. Haha, interesting. Such rich experience at such a young age. What is your name? I'm Xiaogang. Xiaogang, a fine name indeed. I am Yukimori, a Pokémon breeder. Have you considered becoming a breeder? Xiaogang hesitated. He had never contemplated becoming a Pokémon breeder. At home, apart from caring for Pokémon, he also looked after his younger siblings, leaving him little time to ponder other pursuits. Xiaogang, I believe you would make an excellent Pokémon breeder. Wuma chimed in. In the world of Pokémon, there are numerous professions related to them, such as Pokémon trainer, Pokémon breeder, Pokémon coordinator, and Pokémon observer, among others. Naturally, the most numerous and recognized are Pokémon trainers. You have great talent. I believe you can pursue a path as a Pokémon breeder, Yukimori suggested. I'll have to think about it, but for now, let us focus on creating food for Snorlax. After careful observation, Xiaogang made his way to the cooking area to prepare the dish. Brother Xiaogang, I'll help you. Xiaomi followed him, eager to lend a hand. Meanwhile, Pokémon breeder Wuma contemplated whether he should pursue a side career. Although he had yet to fully embrace his role as a Pokémon trainer, considering a side venture was certainly not out of the question. Becoming a Pokémon breeder seemed a fitting choice. Becoming a Pokémon breeder not only allows one to provide better care for their Pokémon, but also presents opportunities for profit, such as selling Pokémon food and energy cubes. Although Wuma has acquired some knowledge, he is far from achieving a professional level. Nevertheless, he can reduce the expenses involved in raising his Pokémon. As the number and size of his Pokémon increase, it becomes increasingly difficult for Wuma to sustain them solely on his savings. Uncle, do you think I could become a Pokémon breeder? Wuma inquired of Xiuemu. Xiuemu cast a surprised glance at Wuma and replied, I am not yet 30. I am hardly an uncle. As for you, I see no potential for you to become a Pokémon breeder. But how can you conclude that without knowing me? Wuma retorted. Let us make a deal. Prepare a dish that would appeal to a slowpoke. If you succeed, I will acknowledge your qualifications to become a Pokémon breeder. All right. It's a promise. Wuma hurried to the cooking area to begin his culinary endeavor. He selected Pokémon flour, water, and several types of berries from the materials section. Unsure of what flavors would please a slowpoke, he decided to take a chance, hoping for a stroke of luck. Wuma first mixed the Pokémon-specific flour with water to form a dough, then pureed the pecha and citrus berries and added them to the mixture. After blending the ingredients, he incorporated some edible flavor enhancers. He then shaped the large dough into several smaller pieces and placed them in the oven. After 10 minutes, his dish was complete. At this point, two individuals had already presented their creations to the slowpoke, but it remained motionless, exhibiting no appetite whatsoever. Wuma approached, placing his dish before the slowpoke. Suddenly, the slowpoke stirred, examining Wuma's food closely. A smile blossomed on Wuma's face, filled with anticipation. To his delight, the slowpoke devoured his dish in one bite. Wonderful! Wuma exclaimed, overjoyed that the slowpoke had enjoyed his food. However, the next moment, the slowpoke promptly regurgitated the meal, rolling on the ground in evident discomfort. Wuma scratched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Could his food really be that unpalatable? Taking a bite himself, he too found it distasteful. Indeed, even he perceived it as unappetizing, let alone a Pokémon. Nonetheless, the fact that the slowpoke had been willing to try his dish indicated that, at least in terms of aroma and appearance, it had been successful to some extent. Wuma glanced at Xiuemu, who wore a smug smile, and felt a surge of determination to try again. As he prepared another dish, more and more people began to present their own culinary creations. However, the slowpoke showed no interest in any of them. A few individuals managed to coax a single bite from it, but the slowpoke clearly did not enjoy their offerings, failing to meet the challenge's requirements. Finally, Xiaogang presented his dish to the slowpoke, but it merely glanced at it without tasting. Xiaogang felt a wave of disappointment, having hoped that his food would appeal to the slowpoke. At that moment, the host stepped forward, stating, it seems that no one has succeeded in this challenge today. Could it be that this slowpoke simply has no preferred food? A voice from the audience shouted in agreement. The crowd began to murmur, questioning how so many dishes could fail to entice the slowpoke. Please, everyone, calm down, the host urged. I understand your skepticism. Rest assured, a slowpoke will eat food, but it is rather particular about its preferences. At that moment, a can of food was produced. The host continued, this Peter brand Pokémon food, however, is something a slowpoke will eat. Crafted by several master Pokémon breeders, it contains a variety of rare ingredients, ensuring balanced nutrition and exceptional flavor. Only such refined food will satisfy the discerning palate of a slowpoke. The host poured the food onto a plate and presented it to the slowpoke. Wuma, standing below, felt a sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated this to be a promotional stunt. He had assumed it was a genuine competition. It seemed that the slowpoke primarily consumed the food they provided, and this contest was merely a means to highlight the superiority of their products. However, both the host and Wuma were taken aback when the slowpoke displayed no interest in the food presented by the organizers. The host stood frozen, perplexed. As the protocol dictated that the slowpoke should have eaten the food. It appears you are all charlatans, a voice from the crowd called out. Your food is no more appealing to the slowpoke than the others. The audience erupted in chatter again. Suddenly, Xiaojiang stepped forward, taking a bite of the organizer's Pokémon food. This tastes quite delightful. Surely a Pokémon would enjoy it. Xiaojiang took another bite. We have identified the issue, he exclaimed. Your food contains a specific substance that initially attracts Pokémon. However, after consuming a sufficient quantity, this substance diminishes their appetite, leading them to refuse any further food. Don't be ridiculous, the host retorted angrily, believing Xiaojiang was merely trying to disrupt the event. The slowpoke is not rejecting the food, it simply lacks an appetite. Please wait a moment. Xiaojiang rushed to the ingredient area, returning with a red berry. This is a spicy tomato, known for its intense flavor. Generally, we avoid using it in Pokémon food, adding only a hint even for fire-type Pokémon. Yet, in this instance, it will prove quite effective. Xiaojiang sliced the spicy tomato in half and promptly placed one half into the slowpoke's mouth. The creature's face turned a shade of red, and it began to roll around frantically before spitting out the spicy fruit. Stop fooling around. If you harm the slowpoke, can you bear the consequences? The host shouted. Ignoring the warning, Xiaojiang crouched down and offered the slowpoke a pecha berry. The sweetness of the berry calmed the slowpoke, and it soon returned to a state of tranquility. Now, it will eat the food, Xiaojiang declared. The slowpoke approached a plate of food and began to consume it eagerly, devouring both Xiaojiang's dish and those prepared by others. It had been a long time since it had eaten, and it was clearly ravenous. At this moment, Wuma dashed over, presenting his second creation to the slowpoke. The slowpoke took the plate and began to eat voraciously. Seeing the slowpoke enjoy his food filled Wuma with elation. It turned out that his earlier culinary failure was not due to poor cooking, but rather the slowpoke's inability to eat at that moment. However, the slowpoke soon expelled Wuma's dish once more. Even in its hunger, it could not stomach what Wuma had made. Wuma scratched his head in confusion. He usually followed Xiaojiang's instructions, and his Pokémon food turned out delicious. Why then did his own creation taste so unpalatable? The desire to become a Pokémon breeder quickly faded. Xiaojiang addressed the organizers, saying, as per our agreement, since I have managed to get the slowpoke to eat, it is now mine, correct? The host stammered, of course. Furthermore, there are issues with the Pokémon food you are selling. It should be subjected to inspection before being offered for sale. At that moment, two intimidating individuals charged out. You dare to cause trouble here. One exclaimed, Go, Machoke. Show him what you're made of. Each of them unleashed a robust Machoke. The two Machokes advanced menacingly towards Brock. Without hesitation, Wuma rushed in, summoning a Stunky. Stunky. Use Stun Spore. Stunky released a cloud of paralyzing spores that incapacitated both Pokémon and the event organizers. Brock, are you alright? Wuma inquired. I am fine, Brock stuttered, only to realize he too had been affected by the paralysis. I'm sorry, that was an accident, Wuma apologized sheepishly. The range of Stunky S-spores had been broader than anticipated, inadvertently affecting Brock. Before long, Miss Junsha arrived to escort the organizers away. Wuma extracted a drop of flower nectar from Stunky and dissolved it in water, offering it to Brock to drink. The paralysis quickly subsided. This was a method he had learned from Iligia for treating paralysis. By the way, what shall we do about this Psyduck? Wuma asked. Since the organizers had been apprehended and Brock had fulfilled the competition requirements, the Psyduck rightfully belonged to him. Let us give it to Xiaomai. After all, it was meant to assist you in the competition, Brock suggested. Thank you so much, Brock, Xiaomai exclaimed, genuinely delighted as he had always loved Psyduck. Wuma had no objections. He had not entered the competition with Psyduck in mind, especially after his complete defeat. Xiaomai took out a Pokeball and successfully captured Psyduck. Chapter 26. The Disappearing Pokémon. A thrilling investigation. Once Brock fully recovered, the group headed to the dining hall for a meal. Brock, do you really think I am unsuited to be a Pokémon breeder? Wuma asked. Indeed, you are not cut out for it, Xuemu interjected suddenly. Why are you following me? Wuma shot him a glare. Xuemu sat beside Wuma and grabbed a drink. That's mine, Wuma protested, realizing Xuemu had taken his beverage. No worries, I don't mind, Xuemu replied nonchalantly. For some reason, Wuma felt a surge of irritation towards Xuemu. He took a large forkful of fried noodles and stuffed it into his mouth. Brock turned to Wuma, saying, everyone has their strengths. You might be more suited to simply being a Pokémon trainer. You don't need to be so tactful, just say I'm not suited for it. Wuma understood Brock's implications. However, after today's events, I've decided to become a Pokémon breeder, Brock declared. Really? Wuma exclaimed, elated. If Brock became a Pokémon breeder, he could shamelessly ask for his help when needed. I have made my decision. The poor quality food produced by those individuals today is just the tip of the iceberg. I hope every Pokémon can receive excellent care. Trust me, Brock. Your decision is sound. Indeed, you possess the potential of a Pokémon breeder. What do you say? Would you like to learn from me? Xuemu offered. Before Brock could respond, Wuma interjected, Brock can learn on his own. Why seek your guidance? Because I am a senior breeder. Senior breeder? I'm still a senior trainer. Wuma scoffed. It's not like that. In the breeder hierarchy, senior breeders are quite rare, akin to the Elite Four, Brock explained. So impressive. Wuma was taken aback. There are only 4 elite members in each region, their strength being among the top tier. He hadn't anticipated that Xuemu, who seemed unimpressive, was equivalent to an elite-level figure. Nonetheless, Wuma's opinion of him did not change significantly. What do you think? Would you like to become my student? With my guidance, you could soon become a junior breeder. Brock shook his head. Thank you for the invitation, but I cannot accept. I am not yet ready to fully dedicate myself to the study of Pokémon breeding. I wish to travel to better understand Pokémon. Only with adequate knowledge can I be a good breeder. Since you have made your choice, I will not press further. Everyone has their own path to follow. I hope you can go far on yours. Thank you, Mr. Xuemu. Well then, I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Xuemu stood up, carrying a slice of cake as he departed. Hey, give me back my cake. Wuma shouted. Goodbye. Without looking back, Xuemu vanished from Wuma's sight. What a jerk. Wuma stabbed his fork into the plate with force. The next time they meet, he would certainly give him a piece of his mind. After finishing their meal, the group returned to the Pokémon Center to rest. The following day, the 3 did not rush to leave Rainbow City, opting instead to enjoy a couple more days there. As they strolled through the streets, they sought out places to visit. There's a Pokémon Enthusiast Club nearby. We should check it out, Brock suggested. Pokémon Enthusiast Club? What is that? Wuma inquired. The Pokémon Enthusiast Club, also known as the Pokémon Club, is essentially an organization where people who love Pokémon gather. It includes not just trainers, but also ordinary people who appreciate Pokémon. They can exchange ideas and insights there, Brock explained. Let us go see. Wuma and Xiaomai agreed. Under Brock's guidance, the trio arrived at a grand house with a sign outside that read Pokémon Club. Let us go in and take a look. Upon entering the Pokémon Club, they found it buzzing with activity. People were gathered in circles, engaged in lively discussions. Welcome to the Pokémon Club. It seems this is your first visit. An elderly man approached them. How did you know? Xiaomai asked, astonished. I know most of the people who come here. You 3 look unfamiliar, likely travelers from another city. Yes, we heard there was a Pokémon Enthusiast Club here, so we came to check it out, Wuma replied. Welcome. Anyone who loves Pokémon is welcome to join. You can discuss anything related to Pokémon here. I'm sure you will find it very rewarding. Wuma wandered over to a circle of 6 people, eavesdropping on their conversation. Look, this is the Kater I just caught. I heard it can evolve into Rayquaza, a young boy announced. Rayquaza? What is that? Many were unfamiliar with the Pokémon Rayquaza. Rayquaza is a Pokémon from another region, and it's incredibly powerful. Upon hearing their discussion, Wuma shook his head. To think that Caterpie could evolve into Rayquaza was sheer folly. Wuma took a spin around the room and found that, just as Brock had said, the people here were all passionate about Pokémon, and most of them were not trainers. In truth, one does not need to possess Pokémon to be deemed a trainer. Pokémon has long been woven into the fabric of people's lives for some. These creatures serve more as pets. However, the number of trainers remains relatively small. Have you heard, Ding? Xiang's beloved Butterfree has been stolen. A voice suddenly reached Wuma's ears, drawing his curiosity closer. Indeed, many Pokémon have vanished in recent days. It is said that a ghost is at play. A quiet voice murmured. No, it is rumored that they have been taken. The crowd buzzed with varying opinions. What remains clear is that a significant number of Pokémon have indeed gone missing. Just then, the elderly man approached. Alas, this marks the 5th Pokémon that has disappeared this week. So many Pokémon have gone missing? Wuma inquired. Yes. While there have been instances of lost Pokémon in the past, such occurrences were rare, happening perhaps once a month. Yet, the recent disappearances are alarmingly frequent. Hearing the old man's words, Wuma felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. The sheer number of Pokémon vanishing in a week hardly seemed like a mere case of theft. Nevertheless, this matter did not greatly concern him. As long as no one attempted to steal his Pokémon, he felt secure. Noticing Xiao Gang and Xiaomi engaged in cheerful conversation, Wuma stepped outside for some fresh air. At that moment, he caught sight of a suspicious figure stealthily making their way into a nearby alley. Though he initially hesitated to intervene, memories of the stolen Pokémon aboard the SS and flooded back to him. Had it not been for his timely intervention alongside you, those Pokémon might have been whisked away by Team Rocket or lost to the depths of the sea. Wuma sensed that the shadowy figure was undoubtedly linked to the current wave of Pokémon thefts. If he could uncover any clues, he might be able to rescue the missing Pokémon. Determined, he stealthily followed the figure. The man clad in a black cloak did not traverse the main street, but rather navigated through the alleys. Wuma kept a close distance, careful to avoid detection. As they turned a corner, Wuma suddenly realized that the figure had vanished. He cautiously advanced a few steps when someone abruptly seized his shoulder from behind. "Who are you? Why are you following me? What is your intent?" rasped a voice. Wuma felt a surge of anxiety. Should he provoke the individual, he would have no time to summon his Pokémon for protection. "I just wanted to ask if you would like to visit the arcade. I have discounted game cards," he stammered, quickly concocting a pitch for the cards. "Oh, I wasn't aware you had taken up selling game cards. Is this your side job, Wuma?" The voice, now less hoarse, struck Wuma as oddly familiar. He turned to see a familiar face. It's you," Wuma exclaimed, surprised at the unexpected reunion. "I never anticipated seeing you again so soon. I thought it would be quite a while," you replied. "What brings you here? Are you investigating the missing Pokémon?" Wuma suddenly grasped the situation. "So your visit to the Pokémon Club was also for an investigation?" "Indeed," you nodded. "The recent disappearances are rather peculiar. Upon receiving orders, I came to look into it." "Have you made any progress?" Wuma asked. "Somewhat, but it does not concern you. This investigation may prove perilous, and I advise against your involvement. If I were unaware of your undertaking, I would not interfere. However, knowing you are involved, I must assist. While my abilities may not be formidable, two are certainly better than one. Rest assured, I will not be a hindrance," Wuma asserted firmly. "Very well, but you must promise not to act independently." "I understand that," Wuma reassured. You continued, "If the information I gather proves accurate, this situation may indeed be connected to Team Rocket. As expected, any major incident in the Kanto region could hardly escape the shadow of Team Rocket." "How audacious of them to operate in the city," Wuma exclaimed, outraged. "Team Rocket holds considerable sway in Kanto, nearly ruling the entire underground. The League has attempted several times to eradicate them but has yet to succeed. You must exercise caution. Having thwarted their plans previously, coupled with your unique Pokémon, they may very well target you." Wuma chuckled resignedly. He had already drawn the attention of Team Rocket. Fortunately, the trio of Meowth was unlikely to pose a significant threat. "Is there any further information?" Wuma inquired. "None. I have only uncovered details regarding the stolen Pokémon. Their current whereabouts remain unclear." Wuma contemplated and formulated a plan. "Do you know where the Pokémon were specifically taken?" he asked you. You nodded. "I do." "Why?" "Do you have an idea? Perhaps I can locate it. However, I first need a map of Rainbow City." "I have a map. I prepared one specifically for this mission." As he produced the map, he added, "Please mark all the locations where the Pokémon were taken." You swiftly noted 9 points on the map. "I have only been able to identify 9 Pokémon, and they are likely in these areas," he explained. Wuma took the pin from you and connected the dots, ultimately identifying a specific region. This should be the area. While the locations of the thefts lack a discernible pattern, it is evident that they aim to swiftly relocate the Pokémon, meaning the hidden locations should not be far from these points. The center of the connected dots likely indicates their base, Wuma concluded. You appeared astonished. He had not considered that the base's location could be deduced in such a manner. Yet the range is vast, making it difficult to pinpoint the exact location, you remarked. Wuma examined the map and suddenly recognized a familiar spot. "Is there not a game center here?" he inquired. You nodded. "Indeed, it is a game center." "Then it's settled," Wuma said excitedly. He recalled that the underground game center was rumored to be a Team Rocket stronghold. Previously, when he visited the arcade, he had not connected the dots. But if they were to locate the base, this was undoubtedly the place to start. "Let's head over and investigate," he declared. You trusted Wuma's judgment. As they folded the map and made their way toward the game center, you cautioned, "The game center is undoubtedly a significant stronghold. We must proceed with caution." "I understand. We can pretend to be gamers while searching for clues." For reasons unknown, Wuma felt a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of this perilous endeavor. Wuma and you confidently entered the underground game center. Once inside, they were greeted by a cacophony of sound. Today, the atmosphere was even more lively than their last visit. "What shall we play?" Wuma asked. Anything will suffice. Let us not forget, our purpose here is not merely for amusement. Of course, I am well aware of that. Wuma discovered a gaming console and began to play skillfully. Would you like to give it a try? Not engaging in games might draw unnecessary attention, he suggested. You found Wuma's reasoning to be valid and sat beside him to join in the game. As he played, you kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings, searching for anything amiss. How about we team up for a multiplayer session? Wuma proposed. I've never won a single match when playing with Xiaomi, he lamented, attributing their previous losses to her. He was eager to see how things would fare with you instead. Sounds good, you agreed, and they connected their consoles, forming a team. You come over here. To the left, to the left. Protect me, protect me. Move quickly. Behind the rock, behind the rock. Hurry, attack him, attack him. Both Wuma and you became utterly engrossed in the game, completely forgetting the purpose of their visit. After several rounds, Wuma angrily removed his headphones. They had lost every match they played together. Last time it was Xiaomi's fault, but this time it was Yu's. Indeed, it must be so. It seems both Xiaomi and you are rather inept at gaming. Come on, let's keep going. You urged. Wuma took off Yu's headphones and fixed him with a serious gaze. Have you forgotten why we are here? Yu paused, suddenly recalling that they were investigating the case of the missing Pokémon. Wuma did not expect you to be so absorbed in the game, and his adept skills suggested he was no novice. Taking a deep breath, Yu composed himself. All right, let's split up and see if we can find any clues. Wuma nodded and headed in the opposite direction from you. As Wuma kept an eye on the gaming console, he also searched for any signs that might lead to their objective, striving to remain inconspicuous. He circled around the area, aside from some guards. The place was filled with individuals lost in their gaming worlds. The walls bore no peculiarities, merely adorned with wallpaper posters advertising various promotions, competitions, and game releases. After a lengthy search, Wuma found no leads. Suddenly, he was bumped into, and something was thrust into his hand. Turning to see a short figure clad in a black cloak, he examined the item and discovered it was a schematic depicting a Meowth. The one who had slipped it to him was clearly Meowth. To his surprise, Meowth had chosen to convey a message, gazing at Meowth's self-portrait. Wuma recalled a poster featuring Meowth. Slowly, he approached the poster, which was tucked away in a corner and easily overlooked. It was entirely normal to display a Meowth poster. Known as the Fortune Cat, it possessed the ability to attract wealth, making it a fitting decoration for an arcade. Thus, it drew no attention. Based on the hint provided by Meowth, it seemed likely that Team Rocket's hideout lay behind this very poster. Calmly, Wuma found you and relayed his discovery. Are you certain Team Rocket's base is behind there? You asked quietly. Wuma nodded, smiling as he replied, I have inside information. You raised an eyebrow, skeptical of Wuma's claim. But now was not the time for doubts. He approached the poster and carefully examined it, noting that it was simply affixed to the wall without any obvious anomalies. Continuing his exploration, he eventually found a slightly raised spot near Meowth's coin. Pressing it caused a soft click, revealing a crack in the wall. With a gentle push, the hidden door opened, and you swiftly entered. Wuma closely followed, and aside from the guards, no one noticed the two individuals disappearing into the arcade. The guards, also members of Team Rocket, assumed Wuma, and you were one of their own upon witnessing them enter through the secret door. Inside was a long stone tunnel, dimly lit, barely illuminating the path ahead. After walking for a while, they encountered a staircase leading downward. I'll go first. You follow closely, you whispered. Wuma nodded in understanding. You descended the stairs with light footsteps, making no sound. Wuma, however, could not match his stealth and produced a faint noise upon landing. After navigating the staircase, they faced a metallic door. Beside it was a card reader, suggesting that entry required a card swipe. You produced a card from his pocket and swiped it through the reader. With a beep, the metal door swung open, leaving Wuma astonished. He had not expected you to possess a Team Rocket card. This is merely an ordinary access card, easily obtainable, you reassured him. Now, follow closely behind me. And remain silent. If you notice anything unusual, tug on my sleeve. You then removed his outer clothing, revealing a black uniform underneath, emblazoned with a prominent logo. He donned a hat and mask, rendering him unrecognizable even to Wuma, who began to question whether you might actually be affiliated with Team Rocket. Uncertain of Team Rocket's logic, Wuma mused that while the mask concealed one's identity, it also made it easy for outsiders to infiltrate. What about me? You can change clothes, but I cannot, he pondered. Don't worry, just stay behind me. I have a plan. Wuma obediently followed you into the metallic door. The interior was a stark contrast to the outside. The walls were constructed of metal, exuding a sense of fortitude. After walking a short distance, they reached a corner. Suddenly, you halted, prompting Wuma to stop as well. Remaining closely behind him, two members of Team Rocket passed by without acknowledging you, and thus, They remained unaware of Wuma's presence. Let's go. The two ventured in the direction the Team Rocket members had come from. Before long, they encountered another pair of Team Rocket members, who this time took notice of you and Wuma. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before, one member inquired. Wuma internally scoffed at the absurdity of their ability to recognize newcomers despite their masks. I am Vegeta, a recent recruit. This individual behind me is a Pokémon breeder I brought in to examine some Pokémon that had issues after capture, you stated with a steady voice. The two Team Rocket members scrutinized Wuma for a moment. You know the organization's rules. Anyone brought in from outside must be kept confidential, or you will face the consequences. Of course, I understand. Well, I can't chat further. I need to get him inside quickly. If any Pokémon die, it would be a significant loss. Then hurry along. The members said, their suspicions alleviated, and they moved aside. Wuma exhaled in relief and continued to follow you. After navigating 2 more corners, you stopped before a room. Peering through the window, they spotted several Pokémon inside. The door bore a keypad lock, requiring a code for entry. You placed a circular device against the keypad. With a decisive click, the door swung open. Impressive, Wuma marveled inwardly. If he were a villain, he would undoubtedly be a high-ranking member of Team Rocket. Once inside the room, they closed the door behind them. You surveyed the space, ensuring it was unoccupied. Wuma counted. There were far more than 9 Pokémon here. In addition to the ones he recognized, other Pokémon had also been stolen and brought here. Wuma spotted a Butterfree, likely the one belonging to ASCENT. What should we do? Should we release the Pokémon? He inquired. You shook his head, stating, no, we can't. The defenses here are too stringent, with our strength alone. We cannot escort these Pokémon to safety. However, having located Team Rocket's base makes matters much simpler. Once we exit, I will contact the Alliance to handle the situation, and the Pokémon will be rescued. Let's hurry out then. Just then, the door suddenly opened. You shot Wuma a glance, and they swiftly sought a hiding spot. A Team Rocket member entered, placing food into the Pokémon's bowls. This food contained a special agent that would render the Pokémon powerless and unable to resist. In an instant, you dashed behind the man, covering his mouth and injecting a syringe into his neck. The Team Rocket member struggled briefly before collapsing to the ground. Quite skilled, Wuma gave a thumbs up. Let us move. The two exited the room and headed outside. I hope our escape goes smoothly, Wuma thought silently. However, they had scarcely stepped out when they encountered another Team Rocket member. Who are you two? You reiterated his earlier statement. Wait, I'm responsible for the captured Pokémon. I haven't heard anything about a Pokémon caretaker. You are intruders. The opponent slammed a fist against the wall, triggering alarms throughout the corridor. We've been discovered. Let us go. They had thought they could escape safely, but it seemed they were mistaken. The two raced toward the exit. Want to run? Go, Zubat. Zubat, use Supersonic. Zubat unleashed Supersonic at Wuma and you. The sound wave struck them, causing discomfort as they clutched their ears. Go, Leafeon, use Volt Tackle. Leafeon struck Zubat with Volt Tackle, knocking it to the ground. As the alarms blared, more Team Rocket members charged forth. What now? Wuma asked, glancing at the encircling Team Rocket members. There's no other option. We must break through. Glacian, Ice Beam. Glacian unleashed Ice Beam, freezing the corridor behind them. Flareon, Fire Spin. Flareon released flames, knocking down the individuals blocking their path. Let us go. Wuma and you maneuvered around them, sprinting ahead. However, they were soon intercepted again, this time facing a multitude of Pokémon released by the adversaries. You, hold off the rear. I'll break through. US3 EVs unleashed their skills, obstructing the pursuers. Beedrill, Mega Drain. Beedrill attacked the front line with Mega Drain, toppling some of the foes. Horn Attack. Beedrill charged forward, knocking down those in their way. The two quickly dashed past, turning into another corridor. Return, Beedrill. Wuma called back his Pokémon. US3 EVs simultaneously released their moves. The 3 elemental attacks collided, creating a reaction that resulted in an explosion, even shaking the metallic tunnel. The duo hurried forward, opened a metal door, and entered the previous rocky passage. You recalled her EVs, picked up some clothes from the ground, and rushed towards the exit. Wuma and you emerged from the hidden door, returning to the game hall. Yet, the patrons engrossed in their games remained unaware. Wuma and you nonchalantly exited the game hall, successfully evading Team Rocket's pursuit. Chapter 27. Unsatisfactory Outcomes. Encounters with Team Rocket after leaving the game hall. Wuma and you entered a restaurant. 2 juices, please, you requested from the server. Will Team Rocket members pursue us here? Wuma expressed his concerns. Don't worry. It will take time to repair the collapsed tunnel. By the time they emerge, they want to know our whereabouts. Wuma found you's reasoning sound and felt more at ease. By the way, have you contacted the Alliance? Given the chaos we've caused, they may very well relocate the Pokémon. Team Rocket isn't foolish. Upon learning of our intentions, they will certainly take countermeasures. I've already informed them. It won't be long before someone addresses the situation. You needn't worry. I'll update you once there's news. Excuse me. Here are your juices. The server said as she placed 2 glasses before them. Unbeknownst to them, the server's attire bore a conspicuous insignia. After taking a sip of her juice, you remarked, "You would make a great special coordinator. How about giving it a try? You've graduated from a prestigious training academy, so you're more than qualified." Wuma, stroking his glass, declined, saying, "No, I prefer to continue challenging gyms for now. If I ever decide to join the Alliance, I'll seek your assistance then." "It's a deal." The two clinked their glasses together. After bidding farewell to you, Wuma returned to the Pokémon Center. Brock and Xiaomi were back as well. "Where have you been, brother Wuma?" Xiaomi asked. "I had something important to attend to. Sorry for worrying you." "It's all right. What matters is that you returned safely." "Did you know? I've heard many people have recently lost their Pokémon. We should be cautious as well." "Don't worry. The situation has been resolved," Wuma assured. "The matter regarding Team Rocket's base has been reported to the Alliance, and the base beneath the game hall should be dismantled. Consequently, Team Rocket won't be making any moves in Rainbow City for a while." "Really? How did you resolve it? Did you capture the villains who stole the Pokémon?" Xiaomi bombarded him with questions. Wuma could not divulge the details, so he deflected with various responses while attempting to shift Xiaomi's focus. After Wuma and you departed, Team Rocket members were busy clearing the rubble from the collapsed tunnel. Meanwhile, the supervisor reported the incident to Sakaki. "Boss, 2 individuals infiltrated our base. Our operations may have been compromised. Have you identified the intruders?" Sakaki inquired. "We have their identities," the supervisor replied, transmitting 2 files containing images and detailed information about Wuma and you. "So it's this kid. Intriguing. Boss, should we take action?" "No. Let us hold off on any actions against them for now. Our primary focus should be on repairing the base. I will manage the fallout from the base's exposure. You all must also heighten your vigilance. I do not wish for this situation to occur a second time." "Understood." The supervisor recognized that if such an incident were to repeat, his position would be at risk. The following day, you arrived at the Pokémon Center to find Wuma. Their conversation needed to remain confidential, so Wuma pulled you into his room. "What happened?" Wuma asked eagerly, having pondered the matter all night and scarcely slept. "The Pokémon have been rescued," you replied with a smile. "That's wonderful," Wuma exclaimed, elated to hear the news. "But what about Team Rocket's hideout?" You hesitated before answering. "The hideout beneath the arcade is still operational." "How could that be?" Wuma was astonished. "Logically, if the hideout has been discovered, the League should have sent someone to seal it off. Moreover, this is a crucial base for Team Rocket. Taking it down would severely weaken them." "Wuma, there are some matters within the League that I cannot disclose to you. The situation is not as straightforward as it seems. I wish for Team Rocket's stronghold to be dismantled as well, but alas, it is not so simple." Wuma's heart sank as he began to comprehend the complexities involved. If the League truly wished to eradicate Team Rocket, it would not be an insurmountable task. More often than not, it appeared the League was unwilling to completely eliminate Team Rocket, or perhaps they found some necessity in their existence. Of course, these intricacies were beyond Wuma's control. For him, the most important thing was that the Pokémon had been saved. You managed a faint smile and patted Wuma on the shoulder. "Remember, while our world may seem peaceful, numerous dangers still lurk. Only by strengthening ourselves can we pursue our desires." Wuma nodded, fully aware of Yu's sentiments. "There's a new mission ahead. I must take my leave. You should also leave quickly. Your identity may have been compromised, and Team Rocket might come looking for you." "Understood." Wuma had anticipated this. Having already prepared to depart from Rainbow City, he merely wished to know the outcome. After bidding you farewell, Wuma sat on his bed, striving to calm his mind. The recent events had inundated him with information, which he found challenging to fully process. After regaining some composure, Wuma sought out Brock and Xiaomi. "Pack your things. We're leaving Rainbow City," Wuma declared. "What is going on? Why the rush to leave?" Brock inquired. "After spending several days here, it's time to challenge the next gym. Besides, there have been reports of missing Pokémon. My Pokémon are special. Remaining in Rainbow City might not be safe." Brock sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared but refrained from probing further. "All right, but I still need to buy a few things." Xiaomi had no major objections. Whether to stay or go made little difference to him. Once they had finished shopping, the trio departed Rainbow City, heading toward the next city. Every city connected to Rainbow City had its own gym, and Wuma decided to challenge the Shallow Pink Gym, as he was familiar with the Pokémon used there, making victory more attainable. Shortly after leaving Rainbow City, they entered a dense forest. Ahead on their path, 2 individuals and a Pokémon awaited them. "Do you really think digging this pit will be effective, Meowth?" Meowth questioned. At that moment, Musashi and Kojiro had dug a large pit on the route frequented by Wuma and his companions. Learning from their previous failure, they had made the trap particularly deep. They covered it with branches, leaves, and a layer of sand, rendering it indistinguishable from the ordinary road. With such a flawless trap, they will surely fall for it. Kojiro boasted. Meowth, however, felt exasperated. He had initially intended for Musashi and Kojiro to catch other Pokémon to complete their mission and swiftly become formal members of Team Rocket. Yet, they insisted on targeting Wuma and his friends. Once those little brats come by, they'll fall right into the trap, and their Pokémon will be ours. Musashi laughed heartily. By the way, where did the trap we just dug go? Kojiro remarked. Due to the meticulous setup, they could no longer locate it. I think it was right here, Kojiro said, taking a few steps forward. No way. If it were here, you would have fallen in already, Musashi retorted, moving closer as well. That's because I set a weight mechanism. One person alone wouldn't trigger it. Suddenly, with a crack, the branches beneath them snapped, and they fell into the pit. Help! Musashi and Kojiro cried out as they landed hard in the trap. Musashi, Kojiro, are you all right? Meowth called from above. Meowth, pull us up, Musashi shouted. But how can I save you? Meowth looked around and noticed the rope they had used to dig the pit earlier. Wait for me. I'll tie this rope to a tree and pull you up, he declared. However, before Meowth could secure the other end of the rope, Musashi and Kojiro yanked on it, pulling Meowth down into the pit as well. Meow! Meowth exclaimed as he fell, landing atop Musashi and Kojiro. Ouch! That hurt. How did you end up down here? Musashi asked. You pulled me down, Meowth replied, feeling quite frustrated. Now we're all stuck. This is a disaster, Kojiro lamented. All three regretted not having dug the trap less deeply. Just then, Wuma and his companions arrived at the scene. Wow, there's a huge hole here. Could it be another trap set by Team Rocket? Xiaomai remarked as he approached the pit. Having fallen into Team Rocket's traps twice, Xiaomai immediately suspected their involvement. No way. If Team Rocket had dug it, they would have covered it with branches and dirt and waited for us to fall in. It can't just be a simple hole, Wuma replied. Knowing Team Rocket's proficiency in trap making, Wuma dismissed the notion. However, a pit of this size on the road poses a risk of someone falling in. Shouldn't we fill it in? Brock suggested. Absolutely, let's do that. Xiaomai suddenly became enthusiastic. Yet, filling the pit was not an easy task. Given the lack of tools and sufficient soil, Wuma then noticed a few shovels among the grass nearby. Upon inspection, he discovered a mound of freshly dug earth. In that instant, he realized the pit might indeed have been dug by Team Rocket. Aside from their skill in trap making, they were also known for their clumsiness, making it quite likely they could fall into their own trap. Wuma picked up a shovel and began to fill the pit with dirt. Almost immediately, a voice echoed from below. Is anyone there? Help us. There are people down there. Brock and Xiaomai exclaimed in surprise. They peered into the dark pit, unable to discern what lay within. Is anyone down there? Brock shouted. Yes, yes, yes. We've fallen into the pit. Please help us out. Team Rocket, hearing voices from above, felt a surge of excitement. Okay, just wait a moment. Xiao Gang retrieved a rope from his backpack, securing one end to a tree before letting the other end drop down. The rocket team immediately grasped the rope and began their ascent. Halfway up, Wuma remarked. It should be the rocket team down below. Upon hearing that it was the rocket team, Xiaomi swiftly approached and untied the rope from the tree. Once the rope slackened, the rocket team plummeted back down. Cries of despair echoed from the trap. We should bury them, Xiaomi declared, shovel in hand. The memories of being bullied by the rocket team lingered in his mind, and he yearned for them to experience the consequences of their own trap. There's dirt over there. We can use it to fill the pit, Wuma said, a wicked smile on his face. Everyone sent forth their Pokémon to transport the nearby soil, preparing to fill the pit. With the assistance of Onyx, the pit was rapidly filled. Just as they were nearing completion, the three members of the rocket team climbed back up. You little brats, do you intend to bury us? Musashi shouted angrily. What's wrong? Do you wish to fight us? Wuma inquired, holding up a Pokeball. Observing the multitude of Pokémon with the rocket team, they chose to retreat. We will return, the rocket team exclaimed as they fled at lightning speed. As everyone continued to fill the pit, the rocket team shook off the dirt from their bodies and stood atop the mound. With the continuous influx of soil, their standing position gradually rose until they finally emerged. Wuma was aware they would not simply accept being buried and would find a way to climb back up, which is why he dared to fill the pit with dirt. Meowth was his trump card, and Wuma would not easily cast it aside. Furthermore, they were not malicious individuals who killed indiscriminately. The desire to bury the rocket team was false. The intent to fill the pit was genuine. With the rocket team out and the pit filled, it was a win-win situation. After completing the filling, everyone settled down to rest. Wuma and his companions enjoyed a meal and took a moment to recuperate. Standing before everyone, Wuma announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our training session. Today's focus will be strength training. I will now divide you into groups." After surveying the group, he declared, Tyranitar and Onix will be one group. Blastoise and Celio another, and Sandshrew and Staryu will form the last group. Wuma organized them based on their sizes and strengths. They then began competing in strength, with the stipulation that special moves were not allowed. As soon as Wuma finished speaking, Onix's head collided with Tyranitar's in an eager clash. They had long been itching for a battle. The other Pokémon soon joined in the contest of strength. Only one Pokémon remained stationary, showing no inclination to move, Slowpoke. Wuma was reluctant to train Slowpoke, as it struggled to comprehend commands, even when it did understand. It often feigned ignorance and refused to act. Thus, Wuma allowed it to lie aside, disregarding it. "Everyone, be cautious not to injure yourselves or go overboard," Wuma cautioned, anxious that the friendly competition could escalate into a brawl, leading to chaos. Fortunately, the Pokémon exhibited restraint, and no issues arose during the exercise. However, as often occurs, misfortune struck. When Staryu used Rapid Spin, it accidentally veered off course and struck Blastoise mid-battle. Blastoise, caught off guard, was sent flying by Celio, crashing into Tyranitar and causing Onix's attack to miss and strike a nearby Oddish instead. Startled, Oddish released a noxious cloud of gas. All the Pokémon and Wuma's trio were caught in its foul stench. Ugh! Both humans and Pokémon began to retch. The odor was simply unbearable. "Come back, Oddish," Wuma quickly called back his Pokémon. Overwhelmed by the stench, they hurriedly fled several meters away. Once they reached a safe distance, the foul smell dissipated. "All right, everyone, return," Wuma instructed, recalling the Pokémon. It seemed prudent to avoid such large-scale training activities in the future, as accidents could easily occur. "Now, let us continue our journey," Wuma proclaimed. With their packs secured, the trio set off once more. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at the city of Shallow Red. Shallow Red City bore a resemblance to Evergreen City, being largely enveloped by sprawling forests. After resting overnight at the Pokémon Center, Wuma and his companions continued toward the Shallow Red Gym. Unlike other gyms, which were prominently situated in urban areas for easy trainer access, the Shallow Red Gym lay hidden within the mountains, requiring a trek to reach. Upon entering the forest, they discovered that the majority of Pokémon residing there were bug types, making it a veritable paradise for such creatures. Consequently, the gym leader of Shallow Red boasted an array of bug-type Pokémon. While Wuma's group made their way, 3 familiar figures shadowed them closely: Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth from the Rocket Team. "When are we going to make our move? We've been following them for ages," Musashi complained impatiently. "Now is not the time to strike. We must wait for an opportunity to snatch their Pokémon when they are not paying attention," Kojiro replied. Meowth appeared indifferent, fully aware that acquiring Pokémon from Wuma and his team was nearly an impossible task. To become a formal member of the Rocket Team, it would take a considerable amount of time. What was that? Meowth suddenly felt a collision with something. Looking up, he saw a Metapod hanging nearby. "Musashi." Meowth tugged at Musashi's sleeve. "What is it?" Musashi turned to see the suspended Metapod. They looked up to find numerous Metapods dangling from above. The trio gulped nervously and cautiously maneuvered to the side, careful not to disturb them. Just then, several Beedrills appeared before them. "Run!" The Rocket Team dashed out from the bushes, pursued closely by a swarm of Beedrills. Wuma's group, hearing the commotion, turned to see the Rocket Team. "What trouble are you up to now?" Xiaomi inquired. The Rocket Team rushed past them, continuing their flight. It was then that everyone noticed the swarm of Beedrills trailing behind. "Run!" Wuma and his companions sprinted after the Rocket Team, quickly catching up. "What on earth did you do?" Musashi asked. "Since you've asked so sincerely," Kojiro began. "Then we shall generously inform you," Musashi continued. "Can you please spare us the theatrics?" Wuma shouted, interrupting them. "We didn't do anything, Meow. They attacked us out of nowhere," Meowth exclaimed. The commotion attracted even more Beedrills, and before long, they were completely surrounded. "Wuma, what should we do?" Xiaomi asked, panic evident in her voice. "There's no choice now. We must fight," Wuma declared. No longer the weak individual he once was, Wuma now commanded a formidable team of Pokémon, more than capable of dealing with Beedrills. "Mothim, use sleep powder." A large purple moth emerged, flapping its wings to release a cloud of sleep-inducing powder. "Hurry, cover your noses." Upon hearing the sound, Wuma and his companions swiftly shielded their noses and mouths to prevent inhaling the sleep powder. The powder wafted through the air, settling upon the Beedrills. Under the influence of the sleep powder, the Beedrills gradually succumbed to slumber, swaying gently before descending to the ground. Mothim, a silver whirlwind. Mothim flapped its wings, dispersing the excess sleep powder in a shimmering gust. "Are you all right?" A man with deep blue hair emerged, clad in a black ninja outfit and adorned with an orange scarf around his neck. "I'm fine, thank you," came the reply. That's a relief. There are many bug-type Pokémon in this forest, and encountering them could spell trouble. "Where are you headed?" "I aim to challenge the Vermilion Gym," Wuma responded. "Oh, I see. In that case, follow me. I am the gym leader of the Vermilion Gym, a Jew." Upon seeing a Jew, Wuma surmised his identity. Turning to the Team Rocket trio, Wuma inquired, "What about you?" Startled by Wuma's voice, the trio sheepishly replied, "We can manage on our own." Nodding, Wuma turned and followed a Jew, leaving them behind. The Team Rocket trio exchanged glances at the multitude of sleeping Beedrills, their faces breaking into smiles. Wuma and his companions continued alongside a Jew. After a short while, they left the main path and ventured into the woods, surprised to find no clear route to the Vermilion Gym. After traversing several thickets, they encountered a row of wooden houses. "This is the Vermilion Gym. Welcome," the Jew announced as he entered first, with Wuma and his friends trailing behind. "Stay close to me. The gym is filled with traps, and triggering them could be perilous," a Jew cautioned. Under a Jew's guidance, Wuma and his friends successfully entered the Vermilion Gym and arrived at a room. "Please rest here for a moment. I must attend to some matters and will return shortly for the gym challenge." "Thank you for your assistance," they responded. After advising Wuma and his companions not to wander, a Jew exited the room. Chapter 28. Trapped in the Pokémon breeding area, Wuma and his friends sat in the room, awaiting a Jew's return. However, after a considerable wait, he had yet to reappear. The gym was riddled with various traps, and they dared not venture out. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Wuma appeared outside, but saw nothing. Then, a series of crashes followed. "What is happening?" Xiaomi exclaimed. "It seems to be coming from below," Xiaojiang suggested. Wuma crouched down, pressing his ear to the floor, and the sounds became clearer. Indeed, they emanated from beneath. Ah, bang. 3 figures soared into the air and crashed down into the courtyard. As Wuma and his friends stepped outside, they recognized the familiar silhouettes. Team Rocket. At that moment, Team Rocket appeared quite disheveled, drenched and bearing scorch marks, with 2 darts lodged in their bodies. It dawned on them that Team Rocket had inadvertently triggered the traps of the Vermilion Gym, and it seemed they had set off a chain reaction. The sounds from earlier must have been their doing. "Who set these traps? We nearly met our demise," Jesse shouted, jumping up in outrage. "If you have the guts, show yourself. We owe you a lesson," James echoed. "If it weren't for you 2 activating the traps, we wouldn't be in this predicament," Meowth grumbled. "It was clearly Jesse's fault for stepping on the trap first," James retorted, shifting the blame. "I only triggered 1 trap. The rest were set off by you 2. The trio erupted into an argument. "Shouldn't you tend to your wounds?" Wuma observed their injuries. "Since you asked so sincerely, we will graciously inform you. To prevent the world from destruction, to protect the peace of the world." Just then, a swarm of bug-type Pokémon burst through the window. Beedrills, Butterfree, and Mothim. These 3 Pokémon, typically adversaries, united to drive away the intruders. The trio of Pokémon charged towards Jessie and her companions. These Pokémon were yet another of Aju's traps. "Run!" Team Rocket yelled in panic. However, they barely escaped before encountering another trap. The sounds of triggered mechanisms and their cries of despair echoed through the gym. Wuma and his friends, unable to bear the commotion, hastily retreated to the room and shut the door. As dusk approached, Aju finally returned. "I apologize for the delay. Today has been quite eventful. By the way, did you trigger the traps? Are you all right?" Aju inquired. "It wasn't us. A few intruders came in earlier but fled after setting off the traps," Wuma replied. "I must admit, those individuals were quite impressive. They triggered all the traps," Aju remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone. Wuma was at a loss for words. Team Rocket indeed had a knack for causing chaos. It wasn't merely their survival amidst the traps, but their ability to activate every single one that left an impression. Wuma believed that even if he had tried, he might not have managed to set them all off. "Let us put the intruders aside for now. Do you wish to eat first or proceed with the gym challenge?" Aju asked. "Let's have the challenge first, then we can eat." "Very well, follow me," Aju responded, leading them into an adjoining room. The floor of this room was marked with a battle arena. You may use 3 Pokémon each. The side whose Pokémon all lose their fighting capacity will be declared the victor, Aju announced the rules. "I shall first send forth this one." A purple, mud-like Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. "Is that Mook?" Wuma was taken aback, not expecting Aju to use Mook. He had considered various poison-type Pokémon, but never Mook. Mook is a rather unique Pokémon, resembling a mass of sludge, with a remarkably soft body. Physical attacks have minimal effect on it. Unlike Gloom, which can conceal its foul odor, Mook exudes a distinct stench that is immediately noticeable upon proximity. Of course, with diligent care, its odor can be significantly diminished. I leave it to you, Tyranitar. With that, they summoned the formidable Tyranitar. Mook, use Mud Bomb. Mook launched a purple sludge that struck Tyranitar, releasing a noxious odor. Tyranitar, feeling quite uncomfortable, flung the sludge away. However, Mook relentlessly bombarded Tyranitar with more sludge, coating it thoroughly. Tyranitar unleashed Flamethrower. A massive fireball surged forth, striking Mook and inflicting considerable damage. The flying sludge, passing through the flames, turned into clumps of mud that fell to the ground. Mook, employ Minimize. Mook's Minimize move countered Tyranitar's Flamethrower. Wuma was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Mook possessing such a move. With the Flamethrower sealed, Tyranitar's effective means of attack had diminished significantly. Tyrannosaurus, utilizing its sharp claws, lunged forward, striking directly at the sludge creature. However, the body of the sludge creature morphed with the force of the claws, mitigating a significant portion of the damage. Moreover, the sludge creature enveloped Tyrannosaurus's hand, ensnaring it. The sludge creature then executed a mud bomb, launching a deeper shade of sludge that collided with Tyrannosaurus. The latter forcefully withdrew its hand, scraping off the mud, but suddenly felt weakened. It had been poisoned. The mud bomb not only inflicted damage and emitted a foul odor, but also caused the opponent to suffer from poison. Tyrannosaurus, unleash Flamethrower. Tyrannosaurus hesitated momentarily before turning to say, Wuma, I am not capable of using Flamethrower. Tyrannosaurus attempted to transform its fireball into a robust flame. Since it could expel fireballs, it should be able to produce flames as well. Gathering its strength, Tyrannosaurus concentrated on dispersing the flames, which subsequently erupted forth, striking the sludge creature. Excellent. Continue with Flamethrower. Tyrannosaurus intensified the output of flames. The sludge creature was subjected to the searing heat, causing it immense discomfort, leading it to faint. That's enough. Observing the sludge creature's incapacitation, Wuma commanded Tyrannosaurus to cease its assault. Return, sludge creature. I entrust the next challenge to you, Weezing. Wuma found the Pokémon before him quite intriguing. He had not encountered Weezing during his time with Team Rocket, but was surprised to meet it in the gym. Tyrannosaurus, can you endure? Previously, during the battle, Tyrannosaurus had been poisoned, and its strength was gradually waning, making the combat increasingly arduous. I can do it, Wuma, Tyrannosaurus stated resolutely. All right, I rely on you. If you can no longer continue, be sure to inform me. Weezing, use toxic gas. Weezing opened its mouth and released a purple mist. The air was laden with toxic fumes, which, if inhaled, would quickly lead to suffocation. Tyrannosaurus, unleash Flamethrower. Tyrannosaurus expelled flames, which ignited upon contact with the gas, resulting in a massive explosion. Both Tyrannosaurus and Weezing were affected by the blast. Weezing, use Tackle. Weezing barreled out of the smoke towards Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus swiftly struck with its paw, slamming Weezing to the ground. Weezing, employ self-destruct. A brilliant light emanated from Weezing, followed by an instantaneous explosion. The consecutive blasts inflicted substantial damage upon both Pokémon, rendering them unable to continue fighting. Wuma approached, administering an antidote to Tyrannosaurus. Now, take a moment to rest. Once the poison was neutralized, a brief respite would allow Tyrannosaurus to recover. Wuma retrieved Tyrannosaurus and handed it to Brock, requesting him to clean off the mud. Tyrannosaurus was covered in sludge, some of which was toxic. If left untreated, it could suffer further poisoning. Currently, Wuma still had 2 Pokémon at his disposal, while Aju had only 1 remaining, placing Wuma in a more favorable position. I'll leave it to you now. Let him witness our might. Aju's final Pokémon was Mothim. Mothim was exceptionally powerful and challenging to contend with. While typical bug-type Pokémon evolve rapidly, Mothim requires a prolonged period of training to reach its final form, thus possessing formidable strength. Now, I entrust you with the task, Beedrill. Beedrill, significantly larger than Mothim, appeared on the battlefield. Both Pokémon flapped their wings, soaring through the air. Despite the vast difference in size, Wuma could not be certain that his Beedrill could triumph over Mothim. Mothim, use Silver Wind. Mothim flapped its wings, dispersing scale powder into the wind. The gust carried the powder, causing it to strike Beedrill and inflict damage. Beedrill Mega Drain. Beedrill concentrated its energy, launching a formidable energy beam. Mothim, evade. Mothim deftly maneuvered to the side, successfully dodging the attack. Its smaller size made it relatively easy to avoid Mega Drain. However, at that moment, Beedrill charged forward, attempting to strike Mothim with a powerful blow. Use Telekinesis. Mothim quickly employed Telekinesis to control Beedrill. Though the control was brief, it was enough to avert the impending attack. Excellent. Now unleash Stun Spore. Mothim once again relied on the wind to propel the Stun Spore rapidly towards Beedrill. Upon contact, Beedrill felt a wave of discomfort, yet it was not sufficient to incapacitate it. Beedrill, execute horn attack. Beedrill swiftly charged at Mothim. Mothim, dodge. Although Beedrill was fast, Mothim adeptly adjusted its position based on Beedrill's trajectory, successfully evading the attack. However, as it attempted to evade, Beedrill unexpectedly unleashed an electric terrain, paralyzing Mothim. Beedrill then barreled forward, pinning Mothim to the ground with its massive horn. Psychic. Mothim unleashed a psychic attack on Beedrill's mind. Beedrill was overwhelmed with pain, launching itself into the air. After rising, Mothim initiated another assault. Silver Wind. The silver wind struck Beedrill, rendering it unable to continue the battle, and it plummeted from the sky. Return, Beedrill. Just before Beedrill hit the ground, Wuma recalled it. Well done, Beedrill. Despite Beedrill's significant disadvantage against Mothim, its ability to inflict such damage was commendable. I leave the final challenge to you, Celio. Wuma dispatched his last Pokémon, Celio. Aju regarded Celio with curiosity. Wuma's trio of Pokémon were unfamiliar to him, leaving him uncertain of their capabilities. Battling Wuma was proving to be a considerable challenge for Aju. Wuma had an advantage, as he was aware of Aju's Pokémon's potential moves from their previous encounters. After the recent battle, he had gained insight into Mothim's combat style. Mothim, use Silver Wind. Aju commanded Mothim to attack first. Celio did not shy away, absorbing the blow. Celio, launch Harpoon Cannon. The horn atop Celio's head shot forward, splitting to transform into a bomb that struck Mothim directly. The explosion inflicted significant damage. Mothim, once more with Psychic. Mothim used Psychic, landing a hit on Celio. Celio was struck, its mind becoming momentarily disoriented. Mothim employs Silver Wind. Observing Celio's confusion, Aju seized the opportunity to strike. Celio, unleash a barrage of harpoon cannons. Celio launched a multitude of missiles in rapid succession. Due to its disorientation, the missiles flew erratically within the gym. Yet, the sheer number of missiles meant that even if they did not directly hit Mothim, the explosions from nearby detonations still caused damage. At that moment, a missile unexpectedly hurtled towards Wuma. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. Just as the missile was about to strike Wuma, it suddenly halted before him. The missile turned back and struck the Morla Moth head-on. After enduring a series of attacks, the Morla Moth fell to the ground, incapacitated. Wuma stood there, panting heavily. Had that missile hit him instead, it would have left him either dead or grievously injured. However, his greater concern was why the missile had halted and redirected itself towards the Morla Moth. Once launched, the sea lion beast could not control it, indicating that some external force must have altered its trajectory. Wuma suddenly recalled an incident that had transpired at the Golden Gym, where an extraordinary power had surged within him, allowing him to break free from Nagi's control. Could it be that he possessed some unique ability? Examining his body and squeezing his hands, he felt no distinct difference. Aju approached, handing Wuma a badge. This is the pink badge, well deserved for you. Today's battle was truly spectacular. Thank you, Mr. Aju, Wuma replied, accepting the badge. All right, everyone must be hungry. Let's hurry to get some food before dining. Wuma made his way over to the Tyrannosaurus beast, just in time to see Xiaogang finishing cleaning the mud off it. Thank you so much, Xiaogang. Wuma expressed gratefully. Not a problem. Cleaning Pokémon is something I'm quite adept at. Back at the gym, I often cleaned the onyxes. Traveling with Xiaogang was indeed delightful. He not only cooked and cared for people, but also looked after the Pokémon. With him, worries seemed to diminish significantly. After their meal, the trio settled down at the gym for the night. As Wuma lay down to sleep, he continued to ponder the nature of that peculiar power. Yet, mere contemplation yielded no answers. He resolved to seek ways to activate that power again. Perhaps through repeated attempts, clarity would emerge. The following day, after breakfast and bidding farewell to Aju, they departed from the shallow red gym. After traversing through the forest for an entire day, they arrived at a vast plain. The Pokémon in the plain were considerably fewer and less dangerous, allowing them to relax during their journey. Look at those Stunky! Xiaomi suddenly exclaimed after walking a short distance. Underneath a large tree, several Stunky basked in the sunlight. Those are Tauros. Not long after, they spotted a herd of galloping Tauros. The sight reminded Wuma of the group captured by Ash, which had caused considerable trouble for Professor Oak. However, Ash had yet to become a novice trainer, and the lab still lacked Tauros. As they continued forward, they noticed more Pokémon in the vicinity. That's a Tadbulb. I want to catch it. Xiaomi exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the water-type Pokémon. Wait a moment, Xiaogang interjected, stopping her. This is a Pokémon conservation area. Capturing Pokémon here is prohibited. If you attempt to do so, you could face imprisonment. Xiaomi quickly withdrew her Pokéball. What's a conservation area? Xiaogang explained. A conservation area is designated for Pokémon to breed and grow safely. Capturing Pokémon is strictly forbidden, and battling is also not allowed. Some people attempt to steal Pokémon from here, known as poachers. Fortunately, there are personnel assigned to patrol and protect the Pokémon. Understanding that it was a conservation area, the trio decided not to linger, aware that they could face repercussions if Pokémon were to confront them. However, the conservation area was quite expansive, and by nightfall, they had not yet exited. Thus, they found a place to rest. The Pokémon there were indeed gentle. While Wuma fed them, several wild Pokémon approached for food, necessitating him to prepare additional portions. The next day, they arrived at a house. "What place is this?" Xiaomi inquired. "This is no longer the conservation area. It's a Pokémon hunting zone." Hunting zone? Xiaomi had never heard of such a term. Wuma elaborated. A Pokémon hunting zone is where one can capture Pokémon. Here, you can freely catch Pokémon. But you must use special wilderness balls and are not allowed to bring other Pokéballs inside. "Let's go take a look," Wuma said, intrigued by the wilderness zone. As it was rumored to harbor Dratini. Once evolved, Dratini becomes Dragonair, and then Dragonite. Who wouldn't want a Pokémon capable of mastering a multitude of elemental skills? The existence of Dratini in this wilderness zone had been revealed long ago, drawing many to capture Pokémon, all eager to obtain a Dratini. Yet, none had succeeded in finding one, resulting in the near depletion of Pokémon in the wilderness zone. After years of restoration, the Pokémon population had returned to a stable number. Upon entering, they encountered a gray-haired old man. "Hello, we wish to enter the hunting zone to capture Pokémon. 3 of you? That will be 3,000 alliance coins. Each person gets 30 wilderness balls, and you must exit once your supply is exhausted or time runs out. Do not be overly greedy, or you may face dire consequences," the old man said in a grave tone. "Understood, we will adhere to the rules." They replied as they prepared to enter the wilderness zone. "Wait, you must leave all your backpacks behind, including your Pokéballs and other tools. However, if you need items like fishing rods, you can rent them from me." "No need, we will manage with the wilderness balls," they responded. The trio left their backpacks and took the basket containing 30 wilderness balls, stepping into the wilderness zone. As they entered, 3 figures quietly perched atop the roof. "Here, we can capture Pokémon freely. It's like a paradise for us," Jesse exclaimed. "Let us hurry and steal those kids' Pokémon." "Along with all the Pokémon in this area," James added excitedly. Meowth shook its head, puzzled by Jesse and James's insatiable greed. They couldn't even manage to take the Pokémon of Wuma and his friends, let alone the entire wilderness zone's Pokémon. In the previous days, they had already handed in a large number of Beedrills, bringing them closer to becoming official members. Yet, Jesse and James remained fixated on Wuma and his companions. "Which way should we go?" Xiaogang asked. "Let us split up. If we stick together, we won't be able to use these wilderness balls," Wuma suggested. "Xiaomi, you should stick with Xiaogang. It would be too dangerous to go alone. What about you, Brother Wuma?" "Don't worry. I have my own methods, and will be safe." With that, Wuma set off in one direction while Xiaogang and Xiaomi ventured in another, each searching for Pokémon. After distancing themselves from Xiaogang and Xiaomi, Wuma took a Pokéball from his system. He was determined to capture a Dratini. It was essential to battle, as Dratini would not willingly accompany him. Chapter 29, Battle with Dragonair, Team Rocket's Rocket Cannon. "Come forth, Bidoof." Wuma released the Bidwa beast, and then mounted its back. "Bidwa beast, seek out the canyon." Wuma vaguely recalled that the mini-dragon resided in a pool within a certain canyon, a secluded place that was not easily found. This was why, despite the multitude of seekers in the past, no one had ever discovered the mini-dragon. The Bidwa beast was swift and capable of soaring through the skies in search. Before long, Wuma spotted a canyon. The Bidwa beast descended gracefully. It flew into the canyon and soon glimpsed a shimmering pool. The Bidwa beast landed smoothly on the ground. Wuma, gazing at the pool, felt an exhilarating thrill. The mini-dragon was most likely here. Approaching the water's edge, Wuma examined it closely. The water was remarkably clear, revealing depths that seemed unfathomable to the naked eye. "Come forth, sea lion beast. I implore you to uncover the mini-dragon beneath." Engaging in underwater battles was indeed more suited for the sea lion beast. It leaped into the pool, swiftly submerging. Moments later, a flurry of bubbles erupted from the depths, signaling a confrontation between the sea lion beast and the mini-dragon. Shortly thereafter, a figure burst forth from the water, soaring into the air. Wuma looked up to behold a Pokémon with a blue back, a white belly, and a blue gem adorning its neck. This Pokémon was not the mini-dragon, but rather a Hakron. Wuma was astonished to see that the mini-dragon had evolved into a Hakron. He recalled that when Ash had visited, the Hakron had already been present, along with its offspring. He wondered if that offspring had been born yet. Soon, the sea lion beast emerged from the water's surface. "Are you alright, sea lion beast?" "I'm fine, but this creature is formidable. We must proceed with caution." "Are there any other Pokémon below?" None. There are no other presences aside from it, the sea lion beast replied. Wuma nodded, realizing that the Hakron had yet to bear its young. Let us all engage together. Wuma released all his digital beasts and Pokémon. This Hakron was no weakling. Defeating it would not be an easy feat. Wuma was far from the Navi trainers who yearned for fair one-on-one battles. In situations like this, a concerted effort was the true strategy. The Bidwa beast soared upwards, charging towards Hakron. Roar! Hakron unleashed a whirlwind. The wind before it began to spiral rapidly, coalescing into a tornado. The tornado barreled towards the Bidwa beast, enveloping it within its grasp. Sea Lion Beast, deploy the harpoon cannon. The horn atop the Sea Lion Beast launched forth, transforming into a projectile that exploded beside Hakron. Roar! Hakron cried out in pain and retaliated with an electromagnetic wave. The attack struck the Sea Lion Beast, paralyzing it and rendering it unable to continue its assault. Tyrannosaurus Beast, unleash Super Flare. Stinky Flower, prepare Seed Bomb. The Stinky Flower and Charizard coordinated seamlessly. Although Hakron evaded the Super Flare, it was struck by the Seed Bomb. The Bidwa Beast broke free, executing a Mega Cannon that struck Hakron. The relentless barrage inflicted substantial damage upon Hakron. Roar! Hakron emitted a cry towards the heavens. Soon, dark clouds gathered, and a fine rain began to fall. The rain intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour, drenching Wuma to the skin. Hakron summoned another tornado towards the Bidwa Beast. Due to the weather, the tornado formed more rapidly, swirling the rain into a water vortex. The immense suction drew in the Bidwa Beast. Hakron skillfully controlled the tornado, pulling the Sea Lion Beast from the pool into the whirlwind as well. The Tyrannosaurus Beast sought to intervene, unleashing a Super Flare. Stinky Flower, gather energy for Solar Flare. With the absence of sunlight, preparing the Solar Flare required time. The Tyrannosaurus Beast's Super Flare struck out, but Hakron used teleportation to evade the attack. As the tornado subsided, the Bidwa Beast and Sea Lion Beast fell to the ground, incapacitated by the assault. Hakron, recognizing Wuma as the strategist, began to gather power for a Dragon Rage attack. Solar Flare, fire. The Solar Flare collided with Hakron's Dragon Rage, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The immense energy unleashed powerful gusts of wind, sending Wuma hurtling backward. Wuma hastily regained his footing. He had not anticipated Hakron to be so formidable. At that moment, his thoughts shifted from capturing Hakron to merely escaping. Hakron charged forward, swatting the Stinky Flower aside with its tail. Stinky Flower. Wuma turned to see the Stinky Flower crashing into the mud, unable to rise. When Wuma turned back, he found Hakron standing directly before him. A sense of fear gripped Wuma, mingled with regret. He had believed that unleashing all his Pokémon would suffice to defeat Hakron. Yet now he was unable to flee. Furthermore, this Hakron was not the gentle creature he had envisioned. Hakron concentrated its Dragon Rage, preparing to unleash it. Wuma! The Tyrannosaurus Beast charged in, ramming its horn into Hakron. Hakron flicked its tail, delivering a heavy blow to the Tyrannosaurus Beast. The Tyrannosaurus Beast swiped its claws at Hakron. But Hakron deftly evaded the attack and unleashed another electromagnetic wave, incapacitating the Tyrannosaurus Beast. Hakron readied its Dragon Rage once more, aiming at Wuma, standing frozen. Wuma realized that attempting to flee would be futile. In that moment, he decided to test whether the previous surge of power would return. It was indeed a perilous gamble, but it was his sole recourse. Just as Hakron was about to release its Dragon Rage, its ability was interrupted. Hakron descended to the ground, appearing to be in considerable pain. Wuma surmised that Hakron had sustained injuries from the earlier assault. Now is the time, go Pokeball. Wuma hurled the Pokeball forward. Hakron raised its head, batting the Pokeball away. Suddenly, the Stinky Flower emerged from the mud, unleashing a Seed Bomb towards Hakron. Hakron curled its body, deflecting the attack. Roar! Hakron emitted a pained cry. The other Pokémon began to recover, preparing to launch their own assaults. Wait! Wuma sensed something was amiss with Hakron. It was not that Hakron had lost its fighting capability. Rather, it was enduring some immense suffering. It's pregnant. The sound of Meowth suddenly echoed. Team Rocket, what are you doing here? Wuma turned to find the trio of Team Rocket present. Since you have inquired so sincerely, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world, to embody love and truth, we are the charming yet wicked villains. Jesse, James, we are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A bright future awaits us. That's right, Meow. The Rocket team is truly omnipresent. Yet our primary concern now lies with what Meow Meow just uttered. Meow Meow, what did you say? Haycron is about to give birth? Indeed, Haycron was already pregnant. And now it is in labor. Wuma is taken aback, as he did not foresee such a situation arising. Although he greatly desires to capture Haycron, he cannot act at this moment. Thankfully, Meow Meow is here to translate. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a tragic outcome for both. I sincerely apologize, Hacron. Please focus on giving birth. I shall not disturb you any further. Hacron gazes at Mou with a scrutinizing eye, remaining on high alert. Ha ha ha, what an excellent opportunity. Hacron, the rocket team shall claim you. Musashi exclaims. Kojiro adds, not just Hacron. We shall also take its offspring. Wuma nearly forgets that the rocket team is still present. His restraint does not imply that the rocket team will not act. Rocket team, Hacron is in labor. You are forbidden from harming it. Wuma turns his gaze toward the rocket team. This time, you shall not stop us, Musashi confidently asserts. Is that so? Then let us see. Celio, harpoon cannon. Celio launches a missile towards the rocket team. Wuma envisions their imminent explosion. This time, we are prepared. Kojiro suddenly produces a massive shield, positioning it in front of himself. The harpoon cannon explodes against the shield. However, as the smoke dissipates, the shield remains unscathed. The harpoon cannon proves ineffective. Wuma stares at the shield, somewhat astonished. When did the rocket team start using equipment? This is a specially crafted shield. Your attacks are futile. Now, observe our next move. Musashi brandishes a rocket launcher, resting it upon his shoulder. Brace yourselves. Musashi pulls the trigger, launching a rocket towards Wuma. Mega Cannon. Pidove adeptly employs the Mega Cannon, intercepting the rocket. Wuma did not anticipate that the rocket team possesses not only defensive weapons, but also offensive ones, which complicates matters significantly. Tyrannomon, Superfire. Tyrannomon unleashes a fireball directed at the rocket team. Once again, the rocket team raises their shield, successfully blocking the flames. This shield is capable of withstanding both brute force and fire. Meow Meow is equally taken aback by the unfolding events, observing Musashi and Kojiro being knocked back repeatedly. It endeavors to enhance their weaponry, thereby prolonging their endurance. However, in the process, it inadvertently strengthens the weapons excessively. Now, even Wuma's Pokémon combined are no match for them. Here it comes. Musashi suddenly fires a rocket, striking Pidove midair. Pidove suffers considerable damage and plummets swiftly to the ground. Return, Pidove. Wuma retracts Pidove back into its Pokeball. Celio, Harpoon Cannon. Tyrannomon, Superfire. Stunky. Seed Machine Gun. The three Pokémon relentlessly launch their attacks, yet none can breach the shield. Seizing the opportunity, Musashi fires two rockets, striking both Tyrannomon and Celio. Both Digimon had already sustained significant damage, and with this additional assault, they lose all fighting capability. Everyone return. Wuma calls back his two Digimon, feeling a surge of anxiety. For the first time, the rocket team has caused him such considerable trouble. He could abandon Hacron, but in its current state, it cannot withstand the rocket team's onslaught. The life of the child within it could be at risk. Furthermore, Hacron is his responsibility, having been brought into this predicament by him. Wait, rocket team. What is it, you little brat? Do you have something to say? The rocket team, feeling confident, is open to hearing Wuma out. I understand that you wish to capture Hacron, but if you attack now, it may lead to a difficult birth or even death. If you wait a moment before striking, you can not only obtain Hacron, but also a Dratini. Would that not be more advantageous for you? Kojiro and Musashi confer briefly. What do you think? Musashi inquires. I think there is merit to that, Kojiro replies. Let us wait until Hacron has given birth. After all, it cannot escape. Meow Meow adds. Very well, we shall wait. The rocket team exudes confidence. With their shield and rocket launcher, they hardly perceive Wuma and Hacron as threats. Seeing the rocket team cease their assault, Wuma breathes a sigh of relief. Over 10 minutes have passed, yet Hacron has still not delivered its offspring. Hacron lies on the ground, clearly in distress. Wuma cautiously approaches. Hacron lifts its head, eyes filled with suspicion. Although Wuma previously shielded it from the rocket team's attacks, he had also battled it before. Hacron, trust me. While I would love for you to be my Pokémon, my foremost desire is for you to safely deliver your child. I will hold off the rocket team. And once you have given birth, we will drive them away together. Please trust me, will you? Hacron gazes intently into Wuma's eyes for a moment, sensing his sincerity. At that moment, another wave of pain surges through Hacron's abdomen. Woo. Wuma quickly rushes over, pulling a blue orange from his pocket. Originally meant for a dull moment, it now serves to replenish Hacron's strength. Hacron, consume this blue orange. It will help restore your vitality. After sniffing it and confirming its safety, Hacron eats it. Gradually, under the influence of the blue orange, Hacron's strength begins to return. Hacron, you must remain relaxed. Just like relieving yourself, you must push it out. Wuma is uncertain about the process of childbirth. If only Brock were here, he might be able to assist. He gently caresses Hacron's body, aiding it in relaxation. Meanwhile, the rocket team watches Hacron intently, seemingly cheering it on. Woo. Hacron emits a loud cry, giving birth to a Pokémon egg. Well done, Hacron. Witnessing the egg's emergence fills Wuma with immense joy. After delivering its child, Hacron collapses onto the ground, utterly fatigued. "Oh, how moving!" Meow Meow exclaims. "Indeed. It suddenly reminds me of my mother," Kojiro says, tears welling in his eyes. Musashi is also reminded of her long-lost mother. "Pull yourself together. It is time to capture." Musashi hoists the cannon and fires another projectile. As the missile ascends into the sky, it unexpectedly transforms into a capture net, lunging toward Hacron. "Watch out." Wuma positions himself in front of Hacron, intercepting the net. He falls to the ground, ensnared by the net. "Humph, meddling little brat." Musashi launches another capture net. "Yoo-hoo." Stunky leaps up, catching the net. "Let us see what you do next." Wuma and Stunky are now bound, leaving Hacron without any allies. Musashi prepares to pull the trigger once more, ready to launch another projectile. However, she discovers that she has run out of ammunition. How could this happen? Meow Meow. Why didn't you prepare more rockets? Who could have anticipated you would use so many? Well then, it's your turn. Firo. Musashi's fiery sparrow has evolved into a largemouth sparrow. The largemouth sparrow swiftly charged towards Hacron. Suddenly, Hacron soared into the air, using its tail to send the largemouth sparrow crashing back. Following this, Hacron unleashed a whirlwind directed at Team Rocket, who quickly took cover behind a shield. However, the whirlwind swept them up regardless. Although the shield could block attacks, it could not withstand the force of the whirlwind. Once the whirlwind dissipated, Team Rocket found themselves sprawled on the ground. Hacron then gathered its strength and unleashed Dragon's Fury, sending Team Rocket flying. What an irksome feeling. The battle concluded, and Hacron gently landed on the ground, utterly exhausted. Stinky Flower used its dissolving liquid to melt away the net binding it. It then sprayed the dissolving liquid towards Wuma. "Be careful, Stinky Flower, don't get it on me." The corrosive nature of the liquid is quite severe. It can corrode skin upon contact. After freeing itself from the net, Wuma hurried over to check on Hacron. Hacron was merely fatigued and had not sustained significant damage. If Wuma were to capture Hacron now with a Pokeball, the likelihood of success would be high. However, Hacron might never heed his commands. Hacron struggled to rise, and Wuma gently restrained it. "I understand, just wait a moment." Wuma rushed over to retrieve the Poké egg and placed it beside Hacron. Hacron curled its tail around the Poké egg and gently nudged it with its head, exuding pure joy. "Hacron, would you like to travel with me?" Wuma extended the invitation. "Team Rocket is likely to spread news of your existence, and soon more people will come seeking you. It was manageable when it was just you. But now that you have a child, remaining here is unsafe. Travel with me. I promise to take good care of both you and your child." Hacron glanced at the Poké egg and nodded. Although Wuma had initially attacked it, it was Wuma who had shielded it from Team Rocket during its time of need. Without Wuma, both it and its child might have perished. Witnessing Hacron's agreement brought immense joy to Wuma. In a way, he even owed Team Rocket a debt of gratitude. "In that case, please rest in the Pokeball. Rest assured, I will care for your child." Hacron cast a lingering glance at its offspring before entering the Pokeball. Wuma then washed the Poké egg at the water's edge and dried it with his clothing. He stored both the Poké egg and the Pokeball in the system space. After tidying up, Wuma and Stinky Flower began their journey back. However, Wuma suddenly realized he had lost his way. Initially, he had been flown in by Bidwa Beast, but now he had no idea how to return. Nevertheless, there were no alternative paths in the canyon, so Wuma continued along the route. After more than 2 hours of walking, he successfully arrived at the entrance. To avoid suspicion, he casually captured a few Pokémon along the way. Upon entering the house, he found that Brock and Xiaomei had already returned. "Wuma, where have you been? Why are you only back now?" Xiaomei inquired. The uncle shouted angrily. "You've exceeded your time limit, kid." "I'm truly sorry, uncle. I was so engrossed in capturing Pokémon that I lost track of time. I can pay an extra fee if necessary." "No need. Just grab your things and go." The three approached the machine to transfer their Pokémon. With nowhere else to store them, Wuma sent his Pokémon to Professor Oak. "Professor Oak, I entrust my Pokémon to you." Wuma conducted a video call with Professor Oak. "Rest assured, I will take good care of your Pokémon." Wuma currently had 6 Pokémon and 1 Poké egg. As a novice trainer, he couldn't carry more Pokémon, and even if he could hardly afford to care for them. Professor Oak's extensive resources made it feasible for him to care for several Pokémon. After transferring all his wilderness balls, Wuma and the others left the wilderness area. Once they had distanced themselves from the wilderness area, Wuma took out the Poké egg. "Is this the Poké egg you found in the wilderness area?" Brock asked. "What kind of Pokémon does it belong to?" Xiaomei inquired curiously. "It's a Poké egg of a Dratini," Wuma replied. "Dratini? What kind of Pokémon is that?" Xiaomei had never heard of Dratini. She pulled out her Pokédex to look up information on Dratini. Dratini, the dragon Pokémon, is an exceedingly rare Pokémon. "So it's such a precious Pokémon. How did you obtain it? Xiaomei asked. Wait, how do you know this is a Dragonese egg? Typically, one wouldn't know before the Pokémon hatches, Brock remarked. Because its mother is a Haycron. Xiaomei then checked Haycron's information. I encountered a pregnant Haycron in the wilderness area, and it happened to lay this Poké egg. Haycron is traveling with me, so I am responsible for this egg. Wuma refrained from sharing the entire story with him. I see, you are indeed quite lucky, Brock said with a hint of envy. By the way, Brock, do you know how to care for a Poké egg? Wuma inquired. I know a bit about that. However, it's best to place the Poké egg in a Pokémon device for safety. Holding it like this makes it easy for it to fall and break. Wuma first placed the Poké egg in his backpack, planning to buy a Pokémon device once they reached the town. Brock shared additional care tips for the Poké egg, and Wuma gradually recalled what he had learned at school. Caring for a Poké egg requires even more attention than caring for Pokémon themselves. During their breaks, Wuma would release Haycron, allowing it to bond with its child. After 2 days of travel, the trio finally reached a town. This time, Wuma did not head to the Pokémon Center first. Instead, he visited the Pokémon store to purchase tools and a Pokémon device for caring for the Poké egg. This purchase cost Wuma quite a bit of money. Afterward, he visited the Pokémon Center and entrusted the Poké egg and his Pokémon to Nurse Joy for examination. Nurse Joy conducted a thorough check on the Poké egg. Rest assured, the Poké egg is stable. With careful attention, it will hatch in due time. Thank you, Nurse Joy. The hatching time for a Dragonese Poké egg is relatively long. Since this egg was just laid, it requires meticulous care for a while longer. After resting for a night in the town, Wuma and his companions prepared to set off for the next city. The next city lies across the sea, and they needed to find a way to get there. Nearby, a cross-sea bridge was under construction, but it would not be completed for another 2 years. With no options left, Wuma and his companions headed to the shore to see if there were any boats available. Look, there's a boat, Xiaomei exclaimed. The group hurried over. Greetings. We wish to travel to the city across the water. Certainly, the fare is 500 Alliance coins per person. While 500 Alliance coins may not seem exorbitant for Wuma, any cost that is not free feels imprudent. Additionally, he is uncertain whether he might succumb to seasickness aboard such a small vessel. The primary reason, however, is that Wuma has alternative means of transportation. Come forth, Sea Lion Beast. Wuma summoned the Sea Lion Beast and mounted its back. You all can join me. With 3 individuals aboard, the Sea Lion Beast had no trouble accommodating them. As they journeyed across the water, they were suddenly surrounded by numerous Pokémon that swam alongside the Sea Lion Beast, with a few leading the way as if clearing a path. How delightful! Observing the joyous Pokémon frolicking in the water uplifted the spirits of Wuma and his companions. Wuma also realized that his seasickness was merely a trivial concern. Riding on the Sea Lion Beast posed no discomfort. Before long, the Pokémon in front halted abruptly, scattering in all directions. The surrounding Pokémon submerged, vanishing from sight. Emerging on the water's surface were several blue, board-like entities. Soon, their full forms were revealed, a blue mushroom-shaped creature adorned with red gem-like protrusions. Long venomous tentacles sprouting from its body, presenting a rather menacing appearance. Xiaomei retrieved the Pokémon Pokédex to investigate this particular species. Venomous jellyfish, she read. The jellyfish approached, encircling the Sea Lion Beast. What do you intend to do? Wuma felt a surge of anxiety. If these venomous jellyfish bore ill intentions, they would be in dire straits, with only one Sea Lion Beast to defend them. Suddenly, the venomous jellyfish raised its head and unleashed a bubble beam towards the Sea Lion Beast. Be careful. Wuma clutched the device tightly as the bubble beam struck, inflicting varying degrees of damage on all. Sea Lion Beast, do not hold back. Use harpoon cannon. The Sea Lion Beast unleashed a barrage of harpoon cannons upon the venomous jellyfish, the explosive force causing many to sustain severe injuries and sink beneath the waves. Now's our chance, let's flee. The Sea Lion Beast accelerated forward. However, the recovered venomous jellyfish pursued closely behind. The Sea Lion Beast, not particularly swift and burdened by its passengers, was quickly overtaken. Come forth, Beast. Wuma summoned the Beast and leaped onto its back. Beast, use Mega Cannon. The Beast fired a Mega Cannon, striking a multitude of venomous jellyfish. Once more, Mega Cannon. The attack detonated upon impact, effectively obliterating the jellyfish. Meanwhile, the Sea Lion Beast surged ahead through the waves. In no time, the venomous jellyfish resurfaced, launching an assault on the Beast. Beast, ascend. The Beast swiftly soared into the air, evading their attacks. The jellyfish could not reach the airborne Beast, which retaliated by firing mega cannons to thwart their advance. Once the Sea Lion Beast had distanced itself, the Beast unleashed an electric field into the water, paralyzing the venomous jellyfish with a powerful current. Let us go. With the jellyfish neutralized, the Beast sped across the sea's expanse. After a brief span of time, Wuma reached the shore. Thank you for your efforts. Return now. He recalled his 2 digital beasts. What on earth just transpired? Why did the venomous jellyfish attack us? Xiaomi inquired. Wuma was equally perplexed. Though venomous jellyfish are known for their aggressive nature, they typically do not initiate attacks without cause. Arriving at the Pokémon Center, they presented their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for treatment. Nurse Joy, do you know why the venomous jellyfish in the sea suddenly attacked us? Have they targeted others? Wuma asked. Indeed, the venomous jellyfish inhabit these waters. However, during the construction of the bridge, some sewage and waste materials were dumped into the sea. The noise from the construction also disturbed them, leading them to associate the workers with a threat and subsequently attack anyone crossing between the shores. Could nothing be done about it? Xiaojing pressed. Efforts were made. The responsible parties considered relocating the jellyfish to a quieter area. But they were unable to adapt to the new environment and returned here. Rest assured, the relevant authorities will handle the matter, she reassured them. Wuma nodded, recognizing that the handling of the jellyfish issue was beyond his control. With their journey across the water completed, he was eager to challenge the next gym in the upcoming city. Upon reaching the town, Wuma and his companions did not linger, setting off once more. Before long, they arrived at a quaint little town named Stuntown. Though small, it was renowned for its proximity to a colossal mountain known as Evolution Mountain, famous for its abundance of evolution stones. Upon entering Stuntown, Wuma and his companions first sought rest at the Pokémon Center. They witnessed a trainer using a water stone to evolve their Froakie into a Frogadier, shortly followed by a Pikachu evolving into a Raichu using a Thunderstone. Clearly, this town was indeed rich in evolution stones. Nurse Joy, could you direct us to Evolution Mountain? Wuma inquired, gesturing towards a mountain visible through the window. Indeed, that is Evolution Mountain. Are you hoping to dig for evolution stones? Yes, we wish to try our luck. In the past, Evolution Mountain was abundant with stones. But due to extensive excavation, they have become quite rare. Particularly for newcomers, it can take several days to unearth even one. However, there are many evolution stones for sale in town at reasonable prices. If you truly desire one, you might consider purchasing it, Nurse Joy suggested. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Wuma expressed his gratitude. Nurse Joy, the moment I saw you, I felt an urge to evolve. Let us venture to Evolution Mountain and procure our evolution stones together. Xiaojing exclaimed, enamored as he approached Nurse Joy. Come here. Xiaomi intervened, pulling Xiaojing aside. No worries, I wish to try my hand at it. Nurse Joy, could you please check my Pokémon? If we are to dig for stones, they must be in peak condition. Just as Wuma arrived in Stuntown, Team Rocket had also made their way here. I heard there are evolution stones on the mountain, Meowth stated, clutching a book. Is that so? Let us get to digging, Musashi declared, brandishing a shovel. Wait, aren't we supposed to steal the Dragonite egg? Kojiru interjected. The pursuit of the evolution stones can commence at any moment. However, our primary objective remains the extraction of these precious stones. Once we have amassed a sufficient quantity, we shall sell them to procure new equipment to confront the mischievous foes. Previously, Haxorus had successfully dismantled their shields and rocket launchers, leaving them to devise new weapons. Musashi found great exhilaration in wielding weapons during the last encounter and yearns for another opportunity. Let us hasten onward. The evolution stones await our discovery. With that, Musashi shouldered her pickaxe and ventured into the mountains, followed closely by Kojiro and Meowth. After recuperating at the Pokémon Center, Wuma and her companions prepared to ascend Evolution Mountain. Upon surveying the nearby town, they noted that numerous shops were selling evolution stones, which were once considered rare but now seemed abundant and reasonably priced. Even Wuma could afford to acquire several. However, why squander money when they could unearth them themselves? Before long, Wuma and her companions arrived at the foot of the mountain. There, they encountered a man with a climbing backpack. Are you also seeking evolution stones? He inquired. No, we intend to search for Pokémon, Wuma replied, withholding her true intentions from the man, maintaining a necessary level of caution. Oh, so you are in pursuit of Pokémon. However, I must warn you that there are scarcely any Pokémon here, and those that exist are quite challenging to capture. He remarked. That is of no concern, we merely wish to explore. Is it truly possible to find evolution stones here? Wuma asked. The man sighed. It is not as simple as that. While evolution stones do exist, locating them is quite the challenge. 2 years ago, they were more plentiful, but in recent times, it has become exceedingly difficult. I come here monthly and may find only 1 or 2 stones in a year. It is terribly arduous. Wuma was skeptical of the man's claims. If one could only find 1 or 2 stones a year, it would hardly justify repeated visits. It seemed likely that he was not being entirely truthful. Nevertheless, this was understandable. The scarcity of evolution stones meant that if others could not find them, the likelihood of their own success would increase. What Pokémon do you hope to capture? Perhaps I have seen them and can provide you with their approximate locations. The man continued. We have yet to determine which Pokémon we desire. We shall decide when we encounter one, Wuma replied. As they ascended the mountain, they observed numerous pits scattered about, remnants of those who had previously mined for evolution stones. Some of these pits had been filled in, while others remained open, posing a risk of accidental falls. Everyone, please exercise caution, the man advised as they continued deeper into the mountain. With the exterior already excavated, their chances of finding evolution stones diminished. They would need to venture into more treacherous areas, where fewer individuals had tread. Let us part ways here. I wish to explore that rugged path with my friends, Wuma suggested, pointing to a nearby trail. The man understood her intent and nodded in agreement. Very well. Do take care. I will proceed this way. The three friends diverged from the man and ventured further along the narrow path. Upon reaching the mountain's midpoint, the trail vanished, compelling them to forge a new route. Come forth, Gloom, Wuma called, directing her Pokémon to lead the way. Gloom adeptly navigated through the underbrush. After a few paces, Gloom halted abruptly before a large pit, surprising Wuma, who wondered who could have excavated such a hole. Since you have inquired so earnestly, a red-haired head emerged from the pit. We shall generously inform you, followed by a blue-haired head appearing alongside. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world, to promote love and truth, Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Musashi, Kojiro, we are the excavation crew of Team Rocket. Marvelous, the evolution stones await us, Meowth exclaimed as he finally climbed out. Wuma sighed in exasperation. She had not anticipated encountering Team Rocket in this place. With a swift motion, she stepped on both Musashi's and Kojiro's hands, causing them to lose their grip and tumble into the pit. What an irritating sensation, Meowth remarked, gazing up at Wuma, who wore a mischievous smile as he released his grip. Farewell, Meow. This minor incident, though inconvenient, did not impede their progress. Wuma and her companions continued onward until they stood before a stone wall, untouched by prior excavation. If we dig here, we might just uncover some evolution stones, Wuma declared. All right, everyone, let us commence our efforts. The trio released their Pokémon. Celio, use your harpoon cannon. Celio blasted a hole into the stone wall. Subsequently, Onyx began to burrow into the rock, while Tyranitar utilized its sharp claws to slice away protruding stones. The water-type Pokémon, led by Squirtle, employed Water Gun to wash away excess dirt. Other Pokémon assisted in transporting the excavated stones, while Haxorus watched over its offspring. Wuma was focused on digging and temporarily set aside thoughts of the Pokémon egg. Before long, the wall yielded a substantial opening. Everyone, exercise caution. We must not damage the evolution stones. With the larger Pokémon, Tyranitar and Onyx, no longer able to continue, it was time for the smaller Pokémon, such as Geodude and Sandshrew, to take over. Sandshrew, I entrust you with this task, Wuma encouraged, offering the creature some food to invigorate it. Sandshrew quickly sprang into action, adeptly digging despite its small size. Wuma and her friends joined in, using their tools to assist. They worked in a harmonious rhythm. Geodude excavated, Squirtle washed away dirt, and Tyranitar and Onyx crushed the larger rocks, while the other water-type Pokémon cleaned the stones, searching for any hidden evolution stones. Their efforts formed a seamless workflow, and after a period of exhaustion, they retreated to a clearing to rest and replenish their energy with some food. Once revitalized, they returned to their excavation. Hours passed, and they had dug a hole measuring 2 meters high, 1 meter wide, and 20 meters deep. There appears to be an evolution stone here, Tyranitar exclaimed. Wuma hurried over to discover a blue stone among the rubble, a water stone, capable of facilitating the evolution of certain water-type Pokémon. Excellent work, everyone. Let us keep pushing forward. Finding a water stone was a testament to their labor, yet it felt insufficient compared to their efforts. Thus, they resolved to continue digging. In the following hour, they uncovered several more water stones, all of commendable quality, as verified by Brock. Everyone has performed admirably. A bit more effort, and upon our return, I shall treat you all to a grand feast, Wuma encouraged. The promise of a feast invigorated their spirits even further. At this moment, they had excavated to the heart of the mountain and deemed it unnecessary to delve any deeper. The team at the forefront began to excavate sideways. As they continued their work, the digging mole suddenly emitted a brilliant white light. Its form expanded significantly, sprouting long, sharp claws, and a coat of brown fur appeared along its back. The digging mole had evolved into the King of Moles. The King of Moles excavated at a speed far superior to that of its predecessor. The small stone Pokémon, unable to keep up with the pace of transporting stones, was soon joined by the 3 members of the team in their efforts. However, their combined transporting speed could scarcely match the King of Moles' excavation speed. Before long, they uncovered a blue stone the size of a head. Indeed, this sizable stone was a water stone. If they were to break it down, it would yield numerous fragments of water stones. The team was elated. It seemed their chosen rock wall was particularly conducive to the formation of water stones. After acquiring the massive water stone, the team decided against further excavation. They had already struck gold with this find, and continuing could jeopardize the mountain structure, potentially leading to a collapse. Being trapped within would yield nothing but losses. All right, everyone, let us head back. The three of them recalled their Pokémon, all of whom appeared quite fatigued. Hououmon, you should return as well. After spending a considerable amount of time with its offspring, Hououmon willingly entered its Pokeball. Wuma cradled the Pokémon egg and, alongside Xiaojing and Xiaomi, prepared to descend the mountain. On their way down, they encountered members of Team Rocket. It appeared that luck was not on their side, as they had failed to unearth a single evolution stone despite their prolonged efforts. How is this possible? After all this time, we haven't found a single evolution stone. Musashi exclaimed in frustration. Perhaps our excavation technique is flawed, Meowth pondered. No, I must continue to dig, Kojiru declared, vigorously wielding his shovel and resuming his efforts. Preoccupied with their search for evolution stones, Team Rocket paid no heed to Wuma and his companions. The trio returned to the Pokémon Center to freshen up, as they were covered in dirt and looked quite disheveled. Fortunately, this was a common sight for those returning from the mountain in search of evolution stones, so they did not attract too much attention. After cleaning themselves, Wuma and his friends indulged in a hearty meal at the finest restaurant. Wuma noticed that the man with the hiking backpack was also dining there, appearing quite content, seemingly pleased with his haul. Subsequently, Wuma visited the shop to purchase various ingredients for Pokémon food. The trio prepared a delightful meal for their Pokémon, who reveled in the feast. Wuma and Xiaojing each took a water stone, gifting the remainder to Xiaomi, who had a significant need for water stones due to his affinity for water-type Pokémon. Wuma decided against cutting the large water stone, as it had reached the level of a collector's item. Slicing it would constitute a tremendous waste. He planned to find an opportune moment to sell it at a premium and subsequently share the profits with Xiaojing, ensuring everyone benefited from their venture. Chapter 31, Red Lotus Island. Battling Shaber after mailing the water stone back to Evergrande City from Stone Town. Wuma and his companions set off toward their next gym location, Red Lotus Island. Red Lotus Island is a solitary island at sea. To reach it, they first arrived at a small coastal town. Wow, a beach! Xiaomi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Xiaojing displayed a blissful expression, lost in his own thoughts. As Xiaomi dashed along the shore, she suddenly tripped and fell. What was that? That hurt. Wuma noticed that her foot seemed to be caught by something and hurried over. Upon reaching her, he discovered that a large shelder had clamped onto her foot. This is a shelder. It seems you stepped on it, he explained. Shelder? Is it a water-type Pokémon? Xiaomi inquired. Indeed, Wuma confirmed with a nod. Excellent. Then I shall capture you, Xiaomi exclaimed, retrieving a Pokeball from her backpack and tossing it at the shelder. The Pokeball struck the shelder, drawing it inside. It landed on the ground, and the central button glowed red. After a moment, the Pokeball popped open, and the shelder escaped. In that case, let us battle, Xiaomi declared, standing up and throwing another Pokeball. I entrust this to you, Starmie. Starmie, use Rapid Spin. Starmie twirled, releasing a flurry of yellow stars that struck the shelder, inflicting damage. The shelder leapt forward, biting down on Starmie's tentacle. Starmie, use Water Gun. Starmie's tentacle unleashed a jet of water, propelling the shelder into the air. Rapid Spin. Starmie spun rapidly, ascending to collide with the descending shelder. The shelder tumbled to the ground, rolling a short distance before losing its ability to fight. Go, Pokeball. Xiaomi threw the Pokeball again, capturing the shelder once more. The red light flashed, and the Pokeball stabilized. Xiaomi rushed over to retrieve it. Fantastic. I've captured a shelder, she exclaimed joyfully, adding another water-type Pokémon to her team. She pulled out her Pokédex to examine the details of shelder. After ensuring Xiaomi was unharmed, Wuma scanned the area for Xiaojing. At that moment, Xiaojing was joyfully engaged with a girl clad in a bikini, clearly enjoying himself. Wuma shook his head, choosing not to intervene. From this beach, they could reach Red Lotus Island. A nearby port offered boat rides to the Red Lotus Gym. However, knowing he suffered from seasickness, Wuma opted to travel on a Celio instead. The journey from the port to Red Lotus Island was quite lengthy, and it would be challenging for Celio to carry 3 people. Thus, Wuma planned for Xiaojing and Xiaomi to take the ferry while he followed behind on Celio. The next morning, Xiaojing and Xiaomi boarded the ferry bound for Red Lotus Island. Let us be off. Once the boat set sail, Wuma sat atop Celio, closely following behind. Brother Wuma, are you really not coming aboard? Xiaomi shouted from the deck. Wuma waved his hand to indicate he would remain behind. He preferred not to board the vessel, especially at this moment. as others might mistake him for attempting to dodge the fare. Sitting atop Celio, feeling the ocean breeze, Wuma found his spirits lifted. Strangely, Celio seemed to attract the attention of other Pokémon. Many aquatic Pokémon swam alongside Celio for a stretch before submerging, only to be replaced by another group. Everyone, don't forget the way home. Wuma called out to the Pokémon in the water. At noon, Wuma retrieved his lunch from his backpack. He also pulled out the food prepared for Celio. After consuming the meal, Celio regained its strength and accelerated forward. As the sun began to set, Wuma spotted a massive island in the distance. That was Red Lotus Island. Red Lotus Island is, in fact, a volcanic island, adorned with numerous dormant volcanoes that have not erupted for many years. However, its geothermal hot springs have attracted a myriad of visitors. The speed of the sea lion slightly surpasses that of a ship, and the swift steed has already arrived at Red Lotus Island. Before long, Xiaomi and Xiaojang disembarked from the vessel. Is this truly Red Lotus Island? Xiaomi exclaimed in astonishment. I've heard that the hot springs here are exceptional. We must indulge in them, Xiaojang suggested. The swift steed also found the hot springs intriguing. Since they had arrived at Red Lotus Island, a soak would be delightful. Red Lotus Island is a renowned tourist destination, frequented by many. The Pokémon Center was already fully booked, and it took the trio some time to find accommodation. After enjoying dinner, they proceeded to the designated hot spring area. The swift steed booked a private hot spring for the three of them. Xiaojang seemed somewhat dissatisfied with this decision, but remained silent. The temperature of the hot spring was quite high. Initially, it felt scorching, but once fully submerged, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped them. Brother Wuma, I've heard that the Pokémon used by the Red Lotus Gym is of the fire type. Perhaps I should lend you my water-type Pokémon, Xiaomi proposed. No, thank you, Wuma replied with a smile. Although Xiaomi's water-type Pokémon holds a type advantage, Wuma had never utilized them before, resulting in a lack of synergy. In battle, it was likely they would be at a disadvantage. The gym leader, Xiaobua, indeed employed fire-type Pokémon and was remarkably strong. Since the opponent utilized fire types, the Stinky Flower would be ineffective. Thus, their options were limited to Tyranitar, Bidoof, and Sea Lion. After evolving, the Sandshrew had also significantly improved its combat capabilities, so it could be worth a try. However, as a formidable trainer, Wuma knew he must summon his utmost strength to face Xiaobua. Otherwise, he would likely face defeat. What about using Dratini? Dragon-type Pokémon have an advantage against fire types, Xiaojang suggested. Indeed, I nearly overlooked Dratini, Wuma acknowledged. Yet, Wuma realized that should he unleash Dratini, Xiaobua would most likely respond with his strongest Pokémon. At that point, even Dratini would find victory challenging. To triumph effortlessly in a gym challenge, feigning to be a novice would be a clever strategy. By pretending to be inexperienced, the gym leader would dispatch weaker Pokémon. However, once the gym leader realized the ruse, it would be too late. Yet, employing such tactics is merely a shortcut and does not contribute to a trainer's growth. For those solely seeking badges, this method is acceptable. However, for Wuma, who did not require badges, it was entirely unnecessary. Even if he were to lose this battle, it would not matter. Xiaobua was an excellent adversary, and Wuma was eager to discover the pinnacle of his own abilities. The following day, after preparing himself, Wuma set out for the Red Lotus Gym. However, after much inquiry, he could not determine its exact location. Fortunately, he was aware of the gym leader Xiaobua's name, although the locals had not heard of the Red Lotus Gym. Some were familiar with Xiaobua. Since Red Lotus Island had transformed into a tourist attraction, Xiaobua had transitioned his main occupation to running a guest house. Wuma arrived at the guest house and found Xiaobua. Hello, Mr. Xiaobua. I am Wuma from SH Band City, here to challenge the gym. I'm surprised you managed to find your way here. It's quite a feat, Xiaobua replied. The location of the Red Lotus Gym was rather secluded, and with its conversion into a guest house, few could locate it. How many badges have you earned? Xiaobua inquired. 7, Wuma replied. So, if you acquire the badge from the Red Lotus Gym, you will qualify for the league competition? I never imagined you would come to challenge me last, Xiaobua remarked. You are indeed strong. I wish to grow to a sufficient level before facing you, Wuma stated. Upon hearing this, Xiaobua appeared quite pleased. Of course, you can challenge the gym. However, you must first answer a few riddles. Riddles? Wuma was taken aback, not expecting such a requirement. Certainly, please proceed. Very well. My first riddle is, what has a cold head and a warm body? Wuma pondered briefly. He had encountered this scenario the previous day. It's an open-air hot spring. He answered. Correct. Congratulations on your answer. Seeing Wuma respond swiftly to the first riddle, Xiaobua was delighted. The second riddle followed. What is not afraid of water above and not afraid of fire below? Some use it daily, while others never touch it. What is it? Upon hearing this, Wuma furrowed his brow, momentarily stumped. Xiaojang suddenly exclaimed, It's a pot. Correct. It is indeed a pot. Congratulations on your answer. Wuma understood why the answer was a pot after hearing it. How did you come to that conclusion? Xiaobo asked Xiaojang. Because I cook every day. I am quite familiar with it, Xiaojang replied. Wuma nodded, affirming that practical experience indeed yields true knowledge. Excellent. Now, for the final riddle. If you answer correctly, you may proceed to the gym challenge. A vine connects countless homes, each hanging a gourd. The gourds do not grow big, but they bloom at night. What is it? Wuma contemplated for a moment before providing an answer. Correct. Congratulations to you all for answering correctly. Now, let us proceed to battle. Wuma sighed in relief. He had not anticipated that the gym challenge would require so much mental effort before even commencing. The upcoming battle would undoubtedly be arduous. The trio followed Xiaobo to the backyard. He opened a stone door next to the hot spring, revealing a stone staircase. Let us go. The gym is below. As they descended the staircase, they felt the temperature rising with each step. Why is it so hot? Xiaomi asked, wiping her sweat. Because Red Lotus Island is a volcano. There must be magma underground, hence the increasing heat, Wuma explained. Shortly thereafter, they entered a stone door and beheld a vast chamber. Above, an open volcanic crater loomed. While below, bubbling magma swirled. Xiaomi approached the edge, observing the lava. The sweat from her face evaporated before it could even touch the molten rock. How are we supposed to battle here? She asked, retreating in fear. Of course, we will battle above, Xiaobo replied. A battle arena suspended above the magma was supported by 4 massive iron chains. Xiaobo walked toward the arena. Brother Wuma, maybe we shouldn't go up there? If we accidentally fall, it would be disastrous, Xiaomi worriedly suggested. What's wrong? Are you afraid to come up? Xiaobo called from the other side. Wuma turned to Xiaomi, reassuring her, don't worry, nothing will happen. He stepped onto the battle arena, where the 4 iron chains were taut, and he felt no sway. The Red Lotus Gym employed a 3-on-3 battle format. The side whose Pokémon all lost their ability to fight would be declared the victor. Naturally, the entire space served as the battlefield, not limited to just the area where they stood. How simple are the rules? Wuma stated. I understand. Let us begin. The heat here is unbearable. If it continues like this, Wuma worries that his body may not withstand it any longer. It is better to resolve the battle swiftly. Wuma immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Your gaze is quite impressive. I hope you can maintain it throughout the ensuing battle. You shall take the lead, Ninetales. A fox Pokémon with 9 tails appeared on the battlefield. Ninetales, is it? In that case, I entrust this to you, Pidgeot. Wuma deployed Pidgeot, which possessed an aerial advantage. Shaber watched Pidgeot intently. Having lived for so many years, it was his first encounter with such a Pokémon. An intriguing little creature. I am eager to see the extent of your prowess. Rest assured, I shall certainly meet your expectations, Wuma replied with a confident smile. Quite self-assured, are we? Let us see how long you can hold out. Ninetales, use Flame Vortex. Ninetales unleashed a fiery vortex towards Pidgeot. Pidgeot, evade. Pidgeot maneuvered skillfully to the side, avoiding the assault. Pidgeot, Hyper Beam. Pidgeot's arms converged, channeling energy before releasing a powerful Hyper Beam. Ninetales, dodge. Heeding Shabo's command, Ninetales leapt aside just in time to evade the attack. The Hyper Beam struck the battlefield, causing a slight tremor. Wuma took a step back to steady himself. The actions from both sides were executed with remarkable speed, making direct hits quite challenging. Ninetales, use Confuse Ray. Ninetales directed a Confuse Ray at Pidgeot. Suddenly, Pidgeot began to fly erratically and accidentally collided with a nearby rock wall. The wall was heated, inflicting damage on Pidgeot. Pidgeot, pull yourself together. Pidgeot shook its head vigorously, attempting to regain clarity. Ninetales, use Flame Vortex. Pidgeot, quickly evade. Upon hearing Wuma's voice, Pidgeot slapped its head, striving to awaken its senses. Pidgeot ascended rapidly, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught. Well done. Use Hyper Beam. Pidgeot unleashed another Hyper Beam. Ninetales, dodge. Ninetales swiftly sidestepped once more, evading the attack. At this moment, Pidgeot approached quickly, charging forward to a close position before Ninetales. Pidgeot, use Electric Terrain. Pidgeot released an Electric Terrain, momentarily paralyzing Ninetales and rendering it immobile. Now's the time. Horn Attack. Pidgeot accelerated and collided with Ninetales, sending it out of the battlefield. Ninetales plummeted towards the lava below. Return, Ninetales. Just before Ninetales fell into the lava, Shaber recalled it. Your strength is indeed surprising, and your timing was impeccable. However, the real battle is only just beginning. I leave it to you, Rapidash. A horse Pokémon, its fur resembling flames, appeared on the battlefield. Rapidash, use Flame Vortex. Pidgeot, evade. Pidgeot soared around the battlefield, successfully dodging the attack. Rapidash, use Bounce. Rapidash crouched slightly before leaping into the air, reaching a height comparable to Pidgeot. Fire Blast. Rapidash unleashed a fire blast in midair, striking Pidgeot. Both Wuma and Pidgeot were astonished by Rapidash's remarkable leap. After being hit, Pidgeot began a rapid descent. Return, Pidgeot. Wuma recalled Pidgeot, realizing that if it fell into the lava, it could be utterly obliterated. This Rapidash is formidable. Defeating it will not be an easy feat. I entrust this to you. Celio. Wuma sent forth his second Pokémon, Celio. Upon witnessing Wuma's second Pokémon, which he had never seen before, Shaber furrowed his brow in confusion. He questioned whether he had truly aged, as so many new Pokémon emerged that he was unfamiliar with. Shaber shook off his thoughts and refocused on the match. Rapidash. Use Flame Vortex. Shaber commanded Rapidash to initiate the attack. The Flame Vortex surged forth, engulfing Celio entirely. Celio, use Harpoon Cannon. Celio unleashed a barrage of harpoon cannons from various angles, striking Rapidash. The injured Rapidash emitted a cry of pain. Rapidash, use Stomp. Rapidash charged forward, raising its hooves to stomp on Celio. Celio, Horn Attack. Celio's horn whirled rapidly, launching an attack at Rapidash. Rapidash's hooves landed on Celio, while Celio's horn struck Rapidash simultaneously. Both Pokémon suffered damage from the encounter. The force and recoil propelled them apart. Celio unleashed Fish Frenzy. Celio summoned a multitude of fish, which surged towards Rapidash, overwhelming it. Soon, Rapidash was completely submerged beneath the fish. Use Harpoon Cannon. Celio unleashed another barrage of harpoon cannons. Rapidash, Fire Blast. The harpoon cannon struck Rapidash, and Fire Blast simultaneously impacted Celio. Both Pokémon sustained injuries and simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities, collapsing to the ground. Return, Rapidash. Return, Celio. Wuma and Shaber both recalled their Pokémon. Wuma sighed in relief upon defeating Rapidash. Frankly, Celio was not a suitable match for Rapidash. It triumphed primarily due to Shaber's unfamiliarity with Celio's attack methods. Thus, Wuma had orchestrated a set of skills that led to Rapidash's defeat. Shaber picked up a fish that had been roasted and took a bite. Quite tasty, though it could use some seasoning. Come forth, Charizard. Time to eat. Suddenly, the lava below began to churn violently, and a fiery red Pokémon leaped onto the battlefield. Charizard glanced at the fish on the ground, turned its head away, indicating disinterest. Wuma felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Charizard. This sense of intimidation was reminiscent of his encounters with Professor Oak's Dragonite and the Millennium Jengar. Though Charizard's presence was not as intense, this Charizard was likely Shaber's trump card. For Wuma, defeating this Pokémon seemed nearly impossible. Even utilizing Dragonair would not guarantee victory. Wuma exhaled deeply. Though he had yet to deploy his Pokémon, the outcome of this battle was already apparent. Nevertheless, he had vowed to exert his full strength, regardless of defeat. Finally, I leave it to you, Tyranitar. Wuma summoned his last Pokémon, Tyranitar. Shaber, having encountered yet another unfamiliar Pokémon for the third time, was no longer surprised. He suspected that every one of Wuma's Pokémon was unknown to him. Tyranitar faces a formidable opponent, but we cannot yield, regardless of the circumstances. We must give it our all. Tyranitar let out a fierce roar, brimming with determination. Quite impressive. Having such spirit is indeed a commendable trait. The Duckbull Fire Dragon unleashed its powerful attack, Big Character Blast. The Tyrannosaurus beast responded with a super flame. The two attacks collided violently, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Wuma felt a surge of heat and instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. Sustaining burns to his face would be troublesome. Both the Tyrannosaurus beast and the Duckbull Fire Dragon charged forward, their fists meeting with a resounding clash. The immense recoil sent them both sprawling backward. Though the Duckbull Fire Dragon was slightly smaller in stature, it exhibited no deficiency in strength. Tyrannosaurus beast, use Sharp Claws. Commanded Wuma. Duckbull Fire Dragon, unleash Fire Punch. The two combatants' arms collided once more, the sheer force of their encounter causing the battleground to tremble. Wuma crouched low, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. Tyrannosaurus beast. Execute Horn Attack. With a swift motion, the Tyrannosaurus beast rammed its horn into the Duckbull Fire Dragon, sending it flying. The Duckbull Fire Dragon spun gracefully in midair before landing firmly on its feet. Duckbull Fire Dragon, Fire Whirlwind. Wuma shouted. The Duckbull Fire Dragon expelled a swirling vortex of flames that engulfed the Tyrannosaurus beast, continuously inflicting damage. Tyrannosaurus beast, absorb the flames. Wuma knew this was a perilous maneuver, but had no choice but to let the Tyrannosaurus beast attempt it. The creature opened its mouth wide and consumed the flames of the vortex. Now unleash Jet Flame. The Tyrannosaurus beast propelled its own flames to counterattack the Duckbull Fire Dragon. The flames struck the Duckbull Fire Dragon directly, sending it hurtling away, ultimately plummeting into the magma below. Despite the duckbill fire dragon's descent into the molten depths, Wuma remained vigilant. This creature had thrived in magma for years, so falling into it posed no threat. As anticipated, the duckbill fire dragon soon emerged, revitalized and brimming with energy. Duckbill fire dragon, fire punch. It declared. Super flame, commanded the Tyrannosaurus beast. The super flame slammed into the duckbill fire dragon. In response, the duckbill fire dragon surged from the fiery sphere, swiftly closing the distance to deliver a punch to the Tyrannosaurus beast's abdomen. The impact forced the Tyrannosaurus beast backward, staggering from the blow. Seizing the opportunity, the Tyrannosaurus beast grasped the duckbill fire dragon and slammed it to the ground. Duckbill fire dragon, big character blast. The duckbill fire dragon tilted its head back and unleashed a powerful big character blast at close range, resulting in a direct explosion against the Tyrannosaurus beast. The force of the attack compelled the Tyrannosaurus beast to release its hold. The duckbill fire dragon charged forward, landing a punch squarely on the Tyrannosaurus beast's jaw, knocking it to the ground. Tyrannosaurus beast, Wuma exclaimed in concern, feeling helpless. Deliver the finishing blow, fire punch. Flames enveloped the duckbill fire dragon's fist as it descended from above, delivering a devastating strike. The Tyrannosaurus beast, overwhelmed by the assault, succumbed to its injuries. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus beast unable to continue the battle, Wuma felt a wave of relief. The disparity in strength was too great, and the Tyrannosaurus beast had performed admirably. Return, Tyrannosaurus beast, he said, recalling it. You've done well, rest now. Though the Tyrannosaurus beast could not match the duckbill fire dragon at this moment, Wuma believed it would grow stronger and one day surpass its rival. Duckbill fire dragon, you've worked hard. Return now, he added. The duckbill fire dragon called out and leapt into the magma. Ha ha ha. That was truly an exhilarating battle, remarked Xiaobo as he approached. I believe it won't be long before a new champion emerges from the Kanto region. You flatter me. I still have a long way to go before I can claim the title of champion, Wuma replied modestly. There's no need for humility. It's merely a matter of time before you become a champion. I have faith that you will forge your own illustrious path with these remarkable Pokémon. I hope to see you at the pinnacle of the league. I will strive for that, Wuma asserted confidently. Take this, Xiaobo said, handing Wuma the crimson badge. But I didn't win the battle, Wuma expressed, surprised. Even if you didn't win, this battle was quite impressive. Gym badges do not require victory to be earned. As long as the gym leader recognizes your strength, you shall receive the badge. Accepted. You still need the crimson badge to challenge the next gym. Mr. Xiaobo, actually, Wuma began, but Xiaobo interrupted him. No need to elaborate. The badge is yours. Xiaobo pressed the badge into Wuma's hand. Thank you, Mr. Xiaobo, Wuma said as he accepted the badge, which he had long desired. I wanted to inform you that I graduated from the Advanced Trainer Academy and can directly participate in the league competition. After leaving the Hououmon gym, Wuma hurried back to his inn, locking the door tightly behind him. He was filled with excitement, for upon receiving the crimson badge, he had accumulated 10 digital draw cards, enabling him to perform a tenfold draw. Wuma stood with his hands clasped together. Digital tenfold draw, commence. The 10 cards shattered simultaneously, transforming into digital fragments, digital fragments, digital fragments. To his dismay, 9 of them turned out to be mere digital fragments, leaving Wuma feeling utterly dejected. Fortunately, the final card transformed into a Pokeball. With exhilaration, Wuma retrieved the Pokeball from the system. If all went well, it would contain a mature digital beast. Come forth, he called, tossing the Pokeball. As it opened, a digital creature materialized in the room. The atmosphere grew tense, and Wuma shivered involuntarily upon seeing the creature. Devil Beast, Wuma exclaimed, taken aback. He had not expected to summon such a formidable creature. While the Devil Beast was undeniably powerful, its malevolence was a constant concern. Wuma worried whether it would heed his commands. The thought of it potentially attacking him from behind sent chills down his spine. Greetings, Wuma, the Devil Beast intoned in a deep voice. Hello there, Devil Beast, he replied nervously. The Devil Beast exuded an ominous aura, prompting Wuma to seek a new digital beast for protection. System, I wish to summon a digital beast. Wuma accessed the system's fragment shop and exchanged 10 digital fragments for another mature digital beast. Soon, a new Pokeball appeared in his hand. Come forth, Angel Beast, he declared. A digital creature with 6 wings and a radiant aura manifested in the room. Upon seeing the Angel Beast, the Devil Beast lunged forward with a claw strike. The Angel Beast skillfully blocked the attack with its staff. Devil Beast, I will eradicate you, it proclaimed, gathering energy for a Heaven's Fist attack. Wait, Wuma interjected, leaping between the 2 digital beasts. Initially, he had hoped the Angel Beast would merely suppress the Devil Beast, providing him with a sense of security. However, to his surprise, Both creatures appeared intent on annihilating each other. However, this is indeed true. The angel beast embodies goodness while the demon beast represents malevolence, making it impossible for these two digital creatures to coexist harmoniously. Wuma, step aside. It is an embodiment of evil, and I must annihilate it, declared the angel beast. But the demon beast is currently our ally. Ally? Absolutely not. The angel beast immediately refuted Wuma's suggestion of camaraderie with the demon beast. Ha, angel beast. If you have the capability, then come and kill me, taunted the demon beast with a laugh. As you wish. The angel beast swiftly pulled Wuma behind it and launched a punch. Heaven's fist. With a mighty strike, a colossal beam of energy surged towards the demon beast. The demon beast deftly sidestepped, evading the attack. The Heaven's fist continued its trajectory, piercing through the wall and bursting outside, leaving a massive hole in the end structure. Wuma's mouth dropped open at the sight of the gaping hole. You both return to me. Wuma summoned both digital creatures back, gazing at the shattered wall. Wuma felt a pang of sorrow, pondering the cost of repairs. Upon hearing the commotion, the innkeeper rushed over to assess the damage. Wuma compensated several thousand alliance coins and was subsequently ejected from the inn. Wuma, are you alright? Inquired Xiaojang and Xiaomi with concern. I'm fine, but I might need to find a new place to stay tonight. We'll accompany you, Xiaojang proposed. No need, Wuma declined. The innkeeper hasn't asked you to leave. You should continue your stay here. It's more convenient for me to manage alone, for the time being. Wuma parted ways with Xiaojang and Xiaomi and arrived at the sandy shores of Red Lotus Island. He released the angel beast once more. Wuma, I sincerely apologize for the previous incident, the angel beast said, recognizing its mistake. It's all right, no harm done. Is it truly impossible for you to coexist peacefully with the demon beast? Wuma inquired. It is not possible. My mission is to eradicate evil, and the demon beast is the epitome of malevolence. I hope you will not associate with it. It will only bring misfortune. Do not trust its words. Betrayal comes as easily to it as breathing. Understood. I shall ponder this carefully. Please return for now. Wuma recalled the angel beast. System. Will the digital beasts truly betray me? The system responded. Digital beasts are provided by the system and possess a certain loyalty to their host. They will not easily betray. However, digital beasts also have independent thoughts. Please treat them kindly. Upon hearing the system's response, Wuma breathed a sigh of relief. If betrayal were so easily executed, he would indeed need to contemplate the angel beast's words more thoroughly. Since the demon beast would not easily betray him, he must find a way to make it his ally. Come forth, demon beast. Wuma summoned the demon beast. As it emerged, it surveyed its surroundings. Is it just me you've released? Aren't you afraid of me now? The demon beast inquired. Wuma was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the demon beast would deduce the purpose behind summoning the angel beast. I trust you, Wuma replied earnestly. The demon beast turned its head slightly, walking slowly along the beach. You are the first to utter those words of trust to us demon beasts. We are inherently evil, destined to betray. No one wishes for our existence. I wish for your existence, Wuma stated sincerely, joining the demon beast as they ambled forward together. In this world, where there is goodness, there is also evil. Where there is light, there is darkness. Light and darkness are indeed opposites, yet without darkness, there can be no light. The demon beast leaned closer to Wuma, scrutinizing him intently. Despite the fearsome appearance of the demon beast, Wuma's demeanor remained unchanged. You carry a scent of darkness as well. After speaking, the demon beast straightened and continued on its path. Wuma furrowed his brow, puzzled by the demon beast's words. Tourists on the beach, upon seeing the demon beast, fled in terror, for its appearance was indeed fearsome. See? People flee at the sight of me, yet they gather around the angel beast, the demon beast remarked. And Wuma sensed a hint of envy in its tone. Just then, two young boys approached. Big brother, is this your Pokémon? It's so cool. One exclaimed. The demon beast, curious, leaned closer. Aren't you afraid of me? It asked. The boy was startled by the sudden proximity of the demon beast and took a couple of steps back. The demon beast quickly realized that this human still harbored fear. They cannot hear you, Wuma whispered. Aren't you afraid of it? He asked the boys. Not really. Sure, it looks a bit scary, but it's actually really cool. The demon beast was taken aback by the boys' response. Aside from Wuma, this was the first time it encountered someone who was not afraid of it. You can shake its hand, Wuma suggested. Really? The boy eagerly stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, may I shake your hand? The demon beast froze at the sight of the outstretched hand. Wuma nudged the demon beast, prompting it to respond, extending its claw. The small hand and the large claw met in a handshake. That's amazing, the boy exclaimed with excitement. I want to shake hands too. The other boy rushed over, grasping the demon beast's hand tightly. The demon beast suddenly felt as though something new was blossoming within its heart. Tai Ash, come back. A woman's voice called out. Got it, Mom. The two boys quickly ran back. The demon beast watched their retreating figures, growing more distant. Wuma spoke, in this world, people do not make direct moral judgments about different creatures. They believe that as long as a Pokémon does good deeds, it is kind. Those that do bad deeds are deemed evil. Whether you are evil does not depend on who you are, but rather on what you do. Demon beast. Would you be willing to travel with me in this world and earn the acceptance of others? The demon beast, upon seeing the sincerity in Wuma's eyes, nodded. I am willing. Excellent. Welcome aboard. Beneath the setting sun, Wuma and the demon beast clasped hands together. With the previous and no longer an option, Wuma sought out a new place to stay. He arrived at the Red Lotus Gym, where he found Shabwa, who managed a more secluded inn with available rooms. After bathing, Wuma lay on the bed, feeling immensely relaxed. Today had been a joyful one. Not only had he obtained his 9th badge, but he had also gained the companionship of the powerful Angel Beast and Demon Beast. With the support of these two digital creatures, Wuma was confident in achieving commendable results in the Alliance tournament within the Kanto region. The following day, Wuma sought out Xiaojang and Xiaomi, and they decided to explore Red Lotus Island, having been preoccupied with gym battles and neglecting to enjoy the sights. As a tourist destination, Red Lotus Island possessed its unique charm, particularly in its remarkably fresh air, which surpassed that of other places. The sea breeze blows gently at all times, providing a most pleasant sensation. Hououmon Island boasts stunning scenery. One can witness the sunrise over the sea in the morning and the sunset in the evening. At night, the skies above Hououmon Island are clear, revealing countless beautiful stars. In addition to its picturesque views, Hououmon Island offers a unique culinary experience, predominantly featuring seafood, much of which cannot be found elsewhere. Wuma, an ardent enthusiast of gastronomy, has savored all the delicacies Hououmon Island has to offer during his stay. While exploring, Wuma stumbled upon the Hououmon Research Institute, which houses an exhibition hall filled with numerous fossils. Intrigued, he seized the opportunity to enter and observe. Are these really fossils? They seem rather unremarkable, remarked Xiaomi as she examined a few specimens. Indeed, these fossils lack significant value. They are merely remnants of what was filtered out. Let's take a look inside the display case, suggested Wuma. As they ventured deeper, the fossils became increasingly distinct. The longer a fossil had endured through time, the more complete its structure and clearer its patterns, thus enhancing its value. Wuma, come over here, exclaimed Xiaojang suddenly. Wuma approached and found a fossil that bore an uncanny resemblance to one he and Xiaojang had previously discovered. This is a fossil of an ammonite. I can't believe there's also an ammonite fossil here, Wuma mused. Upon glancing at an adjacent display, he discovered another extinct Pokémon fossil, that of a Kabuto. He noticed an inscription beneath, detailing the fossil along with a statement. The Hououmon Gym is dedicated to the revival of fossils. It is believed that it won't be long before these long-extinct ancient Pokémon reappear. However, reviving fossils is no simple feat. Even if ancient Pokémon were to be resurrected, their significance would be primarily academic, as their inherent strength would be rather limited. If Wuma recalled correctly, a researcher at the Hououmon Institute was none other than Dr. Fuji, the very individual responsible for creating Mewtwo from the essence of Mew. Wuma approached a staff member, inquiring, Excuse me, is Dr. Fuji available? I have something of great importance to discuss with him. I apologize, but Dr. Fuji is currently away from the Institute. If you have any questions, please leave a message, and we will relay it to him upon his return. No need. I shall wait until I can speak with Dr. Fuji in person, Wuma replied. Sure enough, Dr. Fuji was not on Hououmon Island, leading Wuma to believe he might be at the Research Institute on the isolated island. He wondered what progress had been made in Mewtwo's research. Based on the timeline, Mewtwo should be nearing its birth. After spending several days on Hououmon Island, the group decided it was time to depart. Wuma, where do you plan to go next? Asked Xiaojang. I intend to return to Shijian City first and prepare for the upcoming league competition in 2 months. What about you, Xiaojang? I plan to head back to Nyobi City as well. My brother called earlier, mentioning some issues at home that I need to attend to. Xiaomi looked somewhat disheartened. Xiaomi, will you join us on our return? She shook her head, stating, I am not ready to go back just yet. I intend to continue traveling for a while. All alone? Wuma inquired. Yes, don't worry. I have fully adapted to traveling in the wild. I can take care of myself, she assured him. Wuma nodded, acknowledging Xiaomi's growth. She had indeed become a capable Pokémon trainer. However, this meant that Wuma and Xiaojang would part ways with Xiaomi for the time being. After spending several months together, the sudden separation was bittersweet. Xiaomi, please take care of yourself. You must come to watch the league competition in 2 months, Wuma urged. Rest assured. I will cheer for you, she replied, and despite their concerns for one another, they parted with smiles. Wuma and Xiaojang boarded a ship bound for Rainbow City. With no direct route to Shurjin City or Nyobi City, they first traveled to Rainbow City before seeking other means to return. The ship's speed was significantly faster than that of a ferry, and within half a morning, they arrived in Rainbow City. Upon their arrival, they checked into the Pokémon Center. Later, Wuma discreetly visited the arcade. The arcade was operating as usual, seemingly unaffected by recent events. Wuma calmly approached the Meowth-themed wallpaper and pressed the coin button, only to find it unresponsive. It appeared Team Rocket had changed their access point to the hideout. Just as Wuma prepared to leave, 2 guards surrounded him. What do you want? If there's nothing, please don't disturb me while I play. I just touched Meowth's coins. I am sure I can win some money, Wuma said greedily. The guards exchanged glances, frowning slightly before allowing him to leave. They mistook Wuma for the intruder from before, not realizing he was merely a fool lost in his gaming frenzy. Suddenly, the communication device on one of the guards emitted a sound. You too. Hurry and pursue that person. He is the one who previously infiltrated the hideout. Team Rocket members inside the base recognized Wuma's likeness through the surveillance footage. After matching and confirming their suspicions, they realized Wuma was indeed the intruder. The guards quickly pursued him, but by the time they emerged, Wuma had completely vanished. He rushed back to the Pokémon Center, breathing heavily. Thankfully, his acting skills and swift escape had prevented capture by Team Rocket. It seemed prudent to limit their stay in Rainbow City. After resting for a while, Wuma decided to leave Rainbow City. The distance to Shurjin City was still considerable, so he and Xiaojing resolved to take a ferry to Dry Leaf City and then make their way back on foot. As soon as the ferry set sail, Wuma felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He took 2 pills he had received from you earlier, and after a brief respite, felt considerably better. This time, they boarded an ordinary ferry. The journey proceeded smoothly without any incidents, and they successfully returned to Dry Leaf City. After resting for a night in Dry Leaf City, Wuma and Xiaojing continued their journey. They consulted their map and ultimately decided to make a stop at Hououmon City. On their way from Dry Leaf City to Hououmon City, they once again arrived at Jinghui's lighthouse. Xiaojing approached the door and rang the bell. Hello, who is it? Came a voice from within. Mr. Jinghui, it's Xiaojing, he replied. It's Wuma, Wuma chimed in. Oh, it's you. Come in quickly, Jinghui exclaimed with delight, promptly opening the door wide. Wuma and Xiaojing stepped inside the lighthouse, where Jinghui greeted them warmly. It has been quite some time since I last saw you both, he said. Mr. Jinghui, I hope we are not imposing, Xiaojing replied. Not at all. I am genuinely delighted that you are here, Jinghui beamed. Xiaojing prepared a lavish feast using the ingredients available in the lighthouse, and they all gathered around the table, relishing a delightful dinner. How has your journey been during this time? Jinghui inquired. Quite well. I have obtained 8 badges and am now preparing to challenge the league competition, Wuma responded. Jinghui nodded. If I have time then, I shall go and see. Wuma, gazing at Jinghui, suddenly recalled the matter of the ammonite fossil. Mr. Jinghui, are you familiar with the ammonite? Wuma inquired. Of course, I am well acquainted. I even possess a tablet inscribed with the likeness of an ammonite. Is there something amiss? Jinghui's interest piqued at the mention of discussing Pokémon. Indeed, previously, Xiaojing and I discovered an ammonite fossil on Moonview Mountain. Is that so? Where exactly? Upon hearing of the ammonite fossil, Jinghui set aside his bowl and chopsticks, visibly excited. I've sent the fossil back to Shurjin City. If you wish to see it, I can bring it over in due time. However, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Have you considered the possibility of reviving the ammonite fossil? Reviving a fossil? Jinghui's expression turned quizzical. Xiaojing, sitting nearby, also turned his gaze to Wuma. Yes. From my understanding, rock-type Pokémon like the ammonite possess a lower moisture content than other Pokémon. They can endure in fossilized form for many years. When specific conditions are met, they can be revived. Where did you acquire this knowledge? Do you have any relevant literature? Jinghui asked eagerly, as it was his first encounter with the notion of fossil revival. Wuma shook his head. I read it in a book that I can no longer locate. Nonetheless, I believe the assertions made in that book hold some merit. Jinghui leaned back in his chair, deep in contemplation. Xiaojing, what are your thoughts? Having cohabitated with rock-type Pokémon for many years, do you possess any insights? Wuma inquired. Xiaojing replied, what you say is indeed plausible. Rock-type Pokémon tend to enter a dormant state when faced with extreme hunger, akin to the hibernation of certain animals. However, based on observations over the years, this state typically lasts only a few months. Jinghui continued, indeed, research has been conducted on the dormant states of rock-type Pokémon. Yet, the ammonite has been extinct for millennia. It is nearly impossible for it to remain in a fossilized state for a century. But is not research aimed at transforming the nearly impossible into the possible? As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, it is essential to attempt, Wuma asserted. Upon hearing Wuma's words, Jinghui smiled. You are correct. Given this notion of revival, it warrants investigation. If the ammonite fossil can truly be revived, it would signify monumental progress in fossil research. Please find the time to send the ammonite fossil over. I shall commence preparations for the study. Zheng Hui's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. Wuma, pleased to learn of Zheng Hui's willingness to research, had initially intended to present the fossil to Professor Okido. However, Professor Okido seldom delved into the study of fossils and was occupied with various research projects, making it difficult to dedicate time to another field. Zheng Hui had engaged with ancient Pokémon, as well as numerous relics and fossils, for many years, thus he was exceptionally suited for this research. In addition to the ammonite, you might also consider researching the fossilized helmet and the fossilized pterosaur. They are Pokémon that vanished during the same era and also possess rock attributes. If one of them can be revived, the others should be viable as well. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Wuma, I am truly grateful. Should this research prove successful, I shall ensure your name appears in the report. No need for that, Mr. Zheng Hui. I have not contributed much, Wuma modestly replied. No. This direction was proposed by you, and you provided the materials for research. Regardless, your name should be included in the report. Moreover, I will require your assistance with any issues that may arise, Zheng Hui said with a smile. Very well, should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost, Wuma acquiesced, as Zheng Hui's words compelled him to accept. Should this research succeed, it would undoubtedly create a sensation in the academic realm. Having his name on the report would also yield significant benefits. Wuma could not resign himself to a life solely as a nomadic Pokémon trainer. In the ensuing hours, Wuma and Zheng Hui discussed numerous aspects concerning ancient Pokémon, and Wuma gleaned a wealth of useful information. The cause of the extinction of ancient Pokémon remains elusive, representing a major focal point of research. The following day, Wuma and Xiaojing bid farewell to Zheng Hui and set forth for Hououmon City. En route to Hououmon City, the pair once again visited the Pokémon trainer school. Long time no see, Kabu, Wuma greeted upon finding Kabu at the school. Indeed, it has been a while. Are you returning to Shurjian City? Yes, I have acquired 8 badges, and I shall soon challenge the Pokémon League. Kabu smiled. I too have registered for the league. Once I pass the review, I will be able to participate directly. We shall compete once more at the league conference. Certainly, with both possessing formidable strength. The likelihood of encountering each other was quite high. Should they triumph over all other trainers, they would reunite on the final stage. After spending a night at the Pokémon Trainer School, the duo resumed their journey, finally arriving at Hououmon City. Upon reaching Hououmon City, Wuma and Xiaojing were to part ways. Although Wuma could opt to venture to Nibi City first before returning to Shurjian City, that would be somewhat circuitous and unnecessary. Arriving at a fork in the road, they could each take a path leading to either Nibi City or Shurjian City. Xiaojing, let us part ways here, Wuma suggested. All right. I should return home. I am uncertain of the situation there. By the way, I have jotted down the care instructions for the mini dragon egg. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult it or contact me. Thank you, Xiaojing. You must come and watch the league in 2 months. Rest assured, I will be there. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Wuma waved goodbye. Should anything arise, you can reach out to me. Xiaojing waved back as he headed down the right path. Watching Xiaojing's figure grow distant, Wuma turned onto the left path, returning to Shurjian City. The journey from Hououmon City to Shurjian City necessitated traversing the Shurjian Forest once more. Previously, Wuma had crossed the Shurjian Forest alone, and this time was no different. Choosing a path markedly different from his previous journey, this route was more secluded. However, Wuma was no longer the frail individual he once was. Now, even if faced with a swarm of Beedrills, he could manage quite well. Strangely, the Pokémon within the Shurjian Forest seemed to perceive Wuma as formidable, and he encountered no attacks along the way. After traversing the Shurjian Forest for several days, Wuma successfully returned to Shurjian City. Finally back, after months of travel, Wuma had returned home. Though he had only spent a day or 2 in this house, his longing for it was profound. Wuma hurriedly made his way home. Unlocking the door with his key, he was immediately met with a musty odor. Upon switching on the light, he discovered a layer of dust covering every surface in the room. Mold had also begun to spread over the table, sofa, and other wooden furnishings. Opening the kitchen door released a foul stench. It appears that the kitchen waste, which had not been disposed of earlier, has fermented. Ugh! Wuma hurriedly exited the room, taken aback by the state of the house. Holding his breath, he dashed inside, flung open all the windows, and then swiftly retreated. Once the foul odor had dissipated, Wuma re-entered the room. Upon entering the bedroom, he discovered that the sheets on the bed had also become moldy. He had neglected to wash the linens and blankets before leaving, and months without use had led to their decay. Approaching the windowsill, he noticed an abundance of vegetation sprouting from the crevices, while the walls were adorned with moss. Rubbing his temples, Wuma felt a slight headache. Clearly, a thorough cleaning was imperative if the space was to be habitable. He partially closed some doors and windows before departing for the Pokémon Center in H City. Until the room was completely sanitized, he had no choice but to seek refuge at the Pokémon Center. After spending a night there, Wuma enjoyed breakfast the following morning and made his way to the Alliance Hall. It was time to retrieve the items that had been sent to H City. Wuma approached the parcel collection area. "Hello, I would like to pick up a package." He handed over his Pokédex. "Certainly, please hold on." After scanning Wuma's Pokédex, the attendant retrieved the package information. "You have 2 packages. Would you like to collect them both?" "Yes, please." In addition to the fossils, the perfume customized at Elica's had also arrived. After confirming the 2 packages, Wuma signed the receipt. "Thank you. Please assist me in sending this package to Mr. Zhenghui's lighthouse." They had previously agreed to send the fossils there, and Wuma took the opportunity at the Alliance Hall. "All right, please fill out this delivery form." Wuma completed the form with his information and the destination address, along with the payment. After dispatching the fossils, he utilized the communication device in the Alliance Hall to contact Zhenghui. "Wuma, have you made it home?" Zhenghui inquired. "I've just arrived, Mr. Zhenghui. I've sent the fossils to you, so please be sure to sign for them upon arrival. Thank you for your efforts. I have nearly completed the preliminary work. Once your fossils arrive, I will commence the research officially. Following your advice, I reached out to some old friends and managed to obtain fossils of both the fossil pterodactyl and fossil Shereldon. I will conduct research on all 3 fossils together. Indeed, those with capability are remarkable, acquiring such rare fossils with ease. If Wuma were to seek the other 2 fossils, it would likely require considerable effort. I am confident you will succeed. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. Rest assured, I have a few matters to attend to. So I will hang up now, Zhenghui stated. Nothing pressing. Farewell, Mr. Zhenghui. Goodbye. Once Zhenghui ended the call, Wuma did the same, ensuring Zhenghui hung up first. Following their conversation, Wuma returned home. On the way back, he stopped by a store to purchase numerous cleaning supplies, determined to thoroughly cleanse the room. He began by discarding the moldy items that were beyond salvage, then proceeded to wipe away the dust and mildew from the furniture. His Pokémon and Digimon were of little assistance, so he undertook the task alone. It seemed he would need to find a domesticated Pokémon. Perhaps something like a Mr. Mime. Suddenly, Wuma recalled a particular Pokémon. "Come forth, Agumon." The angelic figure emerged, holding a holy staff. "Wuma, what do you need of me?" Without hesitating, Wuma tossed a towel toward Agumon. Agumon, perplexed, caught the towel. "Could you assist in wiping down the walls, the air conditioner, and those high windows? I cannot reach them." Wuma entrusted all elevated tasks to Agumon. Initially, Agumon had assumed Wuma summoned him for a battle, but was relieved to learn it was for cleaning. Agumon filled a bucket with water, dampened the towel, and began to clean. With Agumon's help, they spent the entire morning tidying up the room. "Wait, there's still one last step." Agumon extended a hand, emanating a soft white light that illuminated every corner of the room. Wuma observed the space, although he could not discern any significant changes. He felt a newfound comfort enveloping the room. "I have purified the entire room, expelling all negativity." Wuma's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Agumon possessed such a capability. It seemed Agumon had the potential to be an excellent housekeeper. "I am immensely grateful, Agumon. What would you like for lunch?" "I shall prepare something shortly." "Anything is fine," Agumon replied nonchalantly. "Very well, you should take a moment to rest." Wuma recalled Agumon and rushed to the market to procure a variety of foodstuffs. With little time to prepare a meal from scratch, he opted for ready-made dishes. "Agumon, come and taste this." Agumon folded its wings and sat across from Wuma, picking up chopsticks to eat. Observing Agumon dine, Wuma noted that it was hardly distinguishable from an ordinary human. In the afternoon, Wuma ventured to the mall to purchase new blankets and furniture. Spending a considerable amount of money, he released his Dratini, allowing it to incubate its egg in the safety and privacy of the room. Wuma then contacted Professor Oak. "Good afternoon, Professor Oak, this is Wuma." The communication device at Wuma's home could not display the other person's image. "Ah, Wuma, what brings you here?" Suddenly, Wuma heard slurping sounds, as if Professor Oak were enjoying instant noodles. "I have returned to H City. Do you have some free time soon? I would like to visit." "Of course, I am currently at the research facility in Masera Town. You are welcome to come by at any time. I will set out tomorrow to visit you and should arrive around noon." "Great. I will await your arrival." "Professor Oak, is there anything else?" "You should remember to eat properly amidst your busy schedule. Consuming only instant noodles is not good for your health." "How did you know I was eating instant noodles?" Professor Oak inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. "Perhaps I caught a whiff of the aroma," Wuma joked. "All right, do come early tomorrow. I shall treat you to a lavish meal." That sounds wonderful. Once Professor Oak ended the call, Wuma followed suit, stretching his body. He felt the fatigue of the past 2 days. Once he returned from Professor Oak, he resolved to take a few days to relax before preparing for the upcoming Pokémon League tournament. The next morning, Wuma mounted his Pidgeot and swiftly soared toward Mossera Town. Previously, the journey from Mossera Town to HR City had taken him over a day. But now it would only take a little over an hour by flight. Upon arriving at the research facility, Wuma did not find Professor Oak, but instead encountered Shigeru. Shigeru, it has been a long time, Wuma called out. Xiaomao gazed at Wuma, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where they had met before. I am Wuma. The last time I visited the Research Institute, I accidentally knocked you over. Ah, it's you. Are you here to see Grandpa? Xiaomao suddenly remembered. Yes, is Professor Okido in? Grandpa is inside. You may enter by yourself. Wuma approached the study door and knocked lightly. Come in, came the response. Wuma opened the door and stepped inside. Good morning, Professor Okido. Welcome back, Wuma, Professor Okido replied, setting his book aside. Please, have a seat. Wuma took a chair beside the professor. Did you enjoy your travels during this time? Professor Okido inquired. Very much so. I made several friends and caught a few Pokémon, and I've earned 8 badges, Wuma replied. That is indeed splendid news. Now, you must prepare for the Pokémon League Championship. Do you have a training plan? Wuma shook his head. Not yet. There is still time. I intend to take a break for a while. Professor Okido nodded. Taking a moment to relax is certainly acceptable, but training is essential as well. Many competitors in the league are exceptionally strong, so one must not be complacent. Rest assured, Professor Okido, I understand, Wuma replied. By the way, if you don't have a training plan, would you mind if I left my beetle Pokémon here for research? Wuma found it difficult to refuse this request from Professor Okido and nodded in agreement. Certainly. However, my beetle Pokémon has already evolved into a Beedrill. A Beedrill? What does it look like? Please show me. Professor Okido expressed his excitement. Wuma glanced around the room and said, This room is too small. If Beedrill appears here, it might create a mess. Let us go outside instead. Absolutely. Professor Okido eagerly led Wuma to the exterior of the Research Institute. Grandpa, Xiaomao hurriedly followed behind. Xiaomao, come over and take a look. It's a rare Pokémon. Hearing about the extraordinary Pokémon, Xiaomao became very interested. Come forth, Beedrill. Wuma released Beedrill. Oh, it truly is a completely different Pokémon, Professor Okido observed with great interest. Xiaomao mimicked Professor Okido, scrutinizing Beedrill. Being Professor Okido's grandson, he had seen numerous Pokémon since childhood, yet this was his first encounter with Beedrill. Beedrill, you shall stay here with Professor Okido for a while, Wuma instructed. Okay, Beedrill nodded. Professor Okido, here is Beedrill's Pokeball. Professor Okido took the Pokeball, noticing nothing unusual about it. I must make a record. Suddenly, Professor Okido pulled out a notebook and a pen, beginning to write. Pokémon, Beedrill, type, bug or flying. Height, 3 meters, weight, data to be filled. He meticulously recorded a series of observations, filling in much of the data accurately from mere observation. Indeed, Professor Okido's esteemed reputation was well-deserved. He was exceedingly proficient in Pokémon research. What moves does it possess? Professor Okido asked. Beedrill, could you demonstrate? Certainly, Beedrill replied. It soared into the sky, unleashing a pin missile. Following that, Beedrill ascended and shattered the pin missile with a horn attack. Afterwards, it landed and activated an electric terrain. All 3 could feel a faint current. Those are the primary moves Beedrill knows. Professor Okido, perhaps you could assist in developing some new skills? Given Professor Okido's expertise in Pokémon research, it seemed fitting to have him aid in the development of Beedrill's skills. I can certainly try, but I cannot guarantee success. I truly appreciate it. By the way, Professor Okido, I have several other unique Pokémon as well. Wuma proceeded to release Tyranitar and Celio. As for Angemon and Devimon, they were not yet ready to be revealed. Are these all evolved Pokémon? They appear quite formidable, Professor Okido remarked as he flipped through his notebook, documenting the data for Tyranitar and Celio. Professor Okido, I entrust these 2 Pokémon to your care. Rest assured, I will take good care of them, Wuma replied, feeling a sense of relief. Managing so many Pokémon on his own was quite challenging. Entrusting Tyranitar and the others to Professor Okido would allow him to focus more on his other Pokémon. Beyond being an exceptional researcher, Professor Okido was also a remarkably skilled Pokémon trainer. Under his guidance, the 3 Pokémon might indeed grow stronger. Wuma could already sense the victory in the Kanto Region League Championship beckoning him. Chapter 34, Professor Nishiyama. Launching Team Rocket away, Professor Okido was delighted to see the 3 Pokémon and immersed himself in research. Professor Okido, There is one more thing I would like to ask of you, Wuma said, retrieving a Dragonite egg from his backpack. This is an egg I acquired during my travels. It should belong to a Dragonite. It is close to hatching, and I would like to stay at the Research Institute during this time. Of course, the laboratory is equipped with the necessary tools. You may borrow them as you see fit. Go find Buchuan and have him conduct a thorough examination of your egg. Thank you, Professor Okido. Wuma decided not to linger and disrupt Professor Okido's research on the 3 Pokémon. He returned to the Institute and sought out Buchuan. Having met Buchuan once before, he was not entirely unfamiliar. Buchuan, Wuma, what brings you here? Buchuan recalled Wuma's name. I have a Pokémon egg. Professor Okido suggested I bring it to you for an examination. Of course. Follow me. Buchuan led Wuma to a machine. Just place the egg here. Wuma removed the egg from the Pokédex and placed it in the machine's recess. The mechanical arm pushed the egg inside, commencing the examination. Soon, the egg's data was retrieved. Based on the data, this appears to be a Dragon-type Pokémon egg. The condition is excellent, and the Pokémon inside is quite lively. It should hatch in about 10 days, Buchuan reported. Thank you so much, Buchuan. No need for thanks, it was no trouble at all. The laboratory has a greenhouse specifically for hatching Pokémon eggs, which is even better than the Pokédex. You can place your egg in there. Great. Thank you for your assistance. Buchuan guided Wuma to the greenhouse for hatching Pokémon eggs, placing the Dragonite egg inside. In the greenhouse, 2 other Pokémon eggs were also present. These eggs have been here for a while. This blue egg should belong to a Squirtle and will hatch in 2 days. You can come back to see it then, Buchuan mentioned. All right, Wuma replied, filled with anticipation as he gazed at the eggs in the incubator. To witness the hatching of a Pokémon with one's own eyes is indeed a stroke of fortune, remarked Professor Oak suddenly beside Wuma. Professor Oak, how did you get in? Wuma inquired. I came to fetch some tools. Certain data can only be measured with them. By the way, Wuma, could you hand me your Pokédex? I shall assist you in analyzing the data. All right, Wuma replied, handing over the Pokédex. Professor Oak connected the device to a machine, testing the data. How peculiar. How is it that you have encountered so few Pokémon? Have you never used your Pokédex? Professor Oak asked. Wuma had not realized this point, but had a ready response. During my time at school, I was familiar with most Pokémon. On my journey, there were seldom any unknown Pokémon, so I did not feel the need to consult the data. Ah, I see. Professor Oak nodded, finding Wuma's explanation somewhat satisfactory. There is a matter that requires your consent. I wish to upload the data of your 3 Pokémon to the Pokémon League. This way, relevant information can be accessed via the Pokédex. After a moment of contemplation, Wuma replied, that is acceptable, but I hope you won't embellish their descriptions too much. It could lead to unnecessary complications. Professor Oak nodded in understanding. Uploading the basic data of the 3 Pokémon would indeed be beneficial, preventing others from mistakenly believing they were unprecedented creatures and thus reducing potential covetousness. Here is your Pokédex back. I must now proceed to test the data, said Professor Oak, returning the device to Wuma before hastening outside. Wuma settled by the window, observing Professor Oak meticulously testing the data of the 3 digital beasts outside. Although the task appeared dreadfully monotonous, it was evident that Professor Oak remained utterly engrossed, devoid of any signs of impatience. Engaging in what one loves brings joy. Even amidst challenges and tedium, Wuma mused as he made himself at home in Professor Oak's laboratory. Having promised to rest, he refrained from training. Each day, he strolled through Pallet Town or ventured up the mountains to explore. The ecological environment of Pallet Town was quite pleasant, with its gentle Pokémon making it a suitable place for living. Finding himself somewhat bored, Wuma resolved to seek out Ash. Previously, while riding in Professor Oak's car, he had visited Ash's home. Relying on memory, he managed to find the place once more. Upon arriving at Ash's doorstep, Wuma suddenly felt as if he were being scrutinized. He turned around but saw nothing amiss. With no obstructions nearby, it seemed unlikely that anyone was hiding. That sensation quickly faded, leading him to believe it was merely a figment of his imagination. Hanako, are you home? Wuma knocked gently. Hanako emerged. Is that you, Wuma? It's been ages. You've grown taller. She recognized him. Wuma scratched his head, having scarcely considered this. Is Ash at home? He inquired. He's not here. Who knows where he's wandered off to? Honestly, that boy is always such a worry, she replied. What about Ash's father? Is he not at home either? Wuma ventured to ask a question he had pondered for over a decade. Ash's father is away on a journey. We only communicate through calls. He seldom returns, Hanako said, her tone tinged with melancholy. I see. Ash's father must be a remarkable Pokémon trainer, Wuma speculated. Hanako shook her head. More than a trainer. I wish he would come back more often. But that is his choice, and I respect it. By the way, please come in and sit for a while. I'll brew some fresh tea. No, thank you. I'll just wander around a bit, so I shall take my leave now. I will visit again soon. You are always welcome here. Next time, I'll introduce you to Ash, she replied. Wuma nodded and departed. Over the course of several days, Wuma explored every corner of Pallet Town but found little amusement. Just then, he learned that the Pokémon egg in the laboratory was about to hatch. Excited, he dashed to the incubator. The egg began to wobble slightly, and soon, the Pokémon would emerge. It's happening, Puchuan remarked. Wuma fixated on the egg, determined not to miss a moment. After a while, the egg shook violently, signaling the imminent hatching. Yet, after nearly a minute of vigorous movement, it fell quiet once more. This is troubling, Puchuan suddenly said. What is happening? Wuma asked, confused. Typically, the Pokémon should have emerged by now. The fact that it hasn't suggests it may have a defect that prevents it from breaking free, Puchuan explained. What should we do? Do we need to assist in breaking the shell? Wuma inquired. Not yet. Let us wait a few more minutes. If it remains still, we will need to help it hatch. However, that would leave the Pokémon weaker, limiting its growth potential. Wuma anxiously watched the egg, never having anticipated such a scenario. He worriedly glanced at the mini dragon's egg, hoping it would emerge safely. After a few minutes, the egg began to shake violently once more. This time, however, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface. Everyone felt a surge of joy. With the crack, the Pokémon would be able to break free. In the next instant, a blue head emerged and the shell shattered, revealing a Squirtle before all. The Squirtle emitted a faint sound. Quickly, prepare the nutrient solution. This Squirtle is quite weak and lacks the strength to move. An attendant rushed in with a bottle, feeding the prepared nutrient solution to the Squirtle. After consuming the nourishment, the Squirtle fell asleep. It wouldn't be long before it could move on its own. All right, everyone is tired now. Let us head back to rest. The hatching of the Squirtle took half an hour, and the emotional roller coaster has indeed worn us out. Professor Oak walked into the lounge and asked Puchuan, has the first Pokémon egg hatched? Yes, Professor Oak. As expected, it is a Squirtle. Although the process was quite challenging, the Squirtle is now in good condition. I see. Then let us designate it as the initial Pokémon for this year's novice trainers. Understood. Professor Oak approached and sat beside Wuma. Wuma, there is something I wish to ask of you. What is it? I have a crucial research document that needs to be delivered to Professor Nishiyama living in Binu. This document contains the data of your 3 Pokémon. Professor Nishiyama is also one of the contributors to the Pokédex. If he finds it satisfactory, it can be uploaded. This information is of great significance and must be delivered personally. The lab has been overwhelmed lately, and no one else is available. So I must entrust this task to you. Rest assured, Professor Oak, I will deliver it. However, I need to take the Beta Beast with me. Of course, you may take both the Tyrannosaurus and the Sea Lion Beast as well. In the presence of genuine Pokémon, it was also possible for Professor Nishinomori to verify the data. With the aid of the Pokédex map, Wuma located the position of Binu and set off on a Pidgeot. The town of Binu was quite a distance from Masera town, and it took several hours of flight to arrive. Wuma soon found the research facility of Professor Nishinomori, which was somewhat smaller than that of Professor Okido. Upon reaching the entrance, Wuma pressed the doorbell. Who is it? Professor Nishinomori, I am Wuma, sent by Professor Okido to deliver some materials. Oh, it's you. Professor Okido mentioned you. Come in. As the door opened, Wuma stepped inside, and soon a balding old man came into view. Researchers with a full head of hair like Professor Okido were indeed a rarity. You must be Professor Nishinomori. You are as kind-hearted as Professor Okido described. Haha. Is that so? However, I prefer to be called the dashing Professor Nishinomori, he responded. Upon hearing this, Wuma was momentarily at a loss for words, creating an awkward silence. Haha, just a joke. Come along. Wuma followed Professor Nishinomori into the main hall. Professor Nishinomori, here are the materials that Professor Okido requested me to deliver, Wuma said, handing over the disc. Please, just call me Nishinomori V, he replied. Nishinomori V? Wuma was somewhat puzzled. Indeed, take a look at these photographs. They depict Nishinomori I, Nishinomori 2, and so on, up to Nishinomori V, which is me. Wuma noticed 5 nearly identical photographs hanging up and suddenly thought of the Joy family. It was evident that, due to advancements in technology, the image of Nishinomori V was exceptionally well captured. Professor, could you please review the materials first? If there are any questions, I am here to assist, as the 3 new Pokémon are all mine. All right, let me take a look. Nishinomori inserted the disc into his computer and began to browse its contents. Apart from Wuma's 3 digital beast profiles, there were also updates on other Pokémon. The data in the Pokédex was indeed continually being revised. As expected of Professor Okido, the materials are exceedingly detailed. Pidgeot, a bug and flying type, Charizard, a fire type, and Celio, a water type. Everything seems in order. After I conduct a thorough review, I can proceed with the upload. Thank you for your effort. Not at all. It is my duty, and I appreciate you making the trip. Not a problem. I have been rather free lately. Suddenly, Nishinomori walked to the window, his expression grave as he gazed outside. Is something amiss, Professor? Wuma inquired as he approached. It is not a matter of data. There is a troubling issue regarding a recent experimental project that has been vexing me for some time. What is the issue? Can you share it? There's nothing to hide. I am currently researching the evolution of Slowpoke. Unlike ordinary Pokémon, the evolution of Slowpoke leads to Slowbro, which requires a fusion with Shellder. However, the method of fusion remains unclear. Isn't it simply Shellder biting Slowpoke's tail? Wuma blurted out. What did you say? Nishinomori asked, staring intently at Wuma. Wuma suddenly realized that if this was what troubled Professor Nishinomori, it meant that the matter had not yet been discovered. Indeed, here is an image of Slowbro. You can examine it closely. Wuma found a picture of Slowbro on the computer. The difference between Slowbro and Slowpoke was that a massive shell appeared on its back, which should represent the evolved form of Shellder. From their positions, one could surmise that Shellder likely bites Slowpoke's tail before evolving together. Nishinomori looked at the image of Slowbro and slapped his forehead. Of course, how did I not think of this? What you proposed is highly plausible. We must conduct an experiment immediately. Before long, Professor Nishinomori brought forth a Slowpoke and a Shellder. He gently took Slowpoke's tail and tapped it against Shellder. The shell of Shellder opened and clamped onto Slowpoke's tail. However, nothing occurred. Wuma observed as Shellder held onto Slowpoke's tail, pondering whether the tail was indeed as delectable as described in the Pokédex. He suddenly recalled that one of the editors of Pokémon data was Nishinomori, and it was highly likely that he had authored Slowpoke's profile. The thought that he might know how delicious Slowpoke's tail was sent a chill down Wuma's spine. It seems this hypothesis is incorrect, Nishinomori said. Professor, have you considered that a Pokémon's evolution also requires a willingness? Wuma suggested. What do you mean? A Pokémon must reach a certain level or meet specific conditions to evolve. If a Pokémon is unwilling to evolve, it may never do so. Forcing Slowpoke and Shellder together might not yield an evolution. Perhaps allowing them to coexist for a while will lead to evolution at some point. That is an excellent idea. We shall proceed as you suggested, Nishinomori replied, his enthusiasm evident. Professor, I have delivered the items. I must take my leave. Already? Why not stay a few more days? The beaches here are quite enjoyable. After some consideration, Wuma agreed. After all, there was little left to do in Masera Town, and spending time here could be delightful. Thus, Wuma settled into Nishinomori's research facility. In the following days, Nishinomori not only meticulously examined Professor Okido's materials, but also closely observed the interactions between Slowpoke and Shellder. Once the Pokémon data was uploaded, Wuma decided it was time to depart. At his departure, Slowpoke had yet to evolve into Slowbro. Through this experience, Wuma realized that research on Pokémon was still at a relatively rudimentary stage. Much remained to be discovered, and academic exchange among various regions was quite limited, resulting in insufficient information flow. Wuma felt inspired to pursue advancements in this area in the future. The day after returning to Professor Okido's research facility, Wuma officially commenced his Pokémon training. If he did not train, it would be challenging for him to achieve commendable results in the upcoming league competition, where many participants had already acquired 8 gym badges and exhibited formidable strength. Wuma and his Pokémon trained diligently in the backyard of Professor Okido's facility. Meanwhile, 3 figures concealed among the nearby trees were watching with binoculars. Who would have thought that the little brat would come here? We've been searching for quite some time, said Jesse's voice. This time, we must capture both Dragonair and the other Pokémon, James declared confidently. This is Professor Okido's research facility, Meow. There are many Pokémon here more valuable than Dragonair, Meowth chimed in excitedly. Is that so? Then let us capture all the Pokémon here. It will be a perfect opportunity to test our new hot air balloon. Before long, a hot air balloon appeared in the sky, controlled by Team Rocket. As they flew towards Wuma's direction, fire the cannon. A projectile was launched toward the outside. As Hakron sensed an incoming attack, it deftly deflected the projectile with its tail. The explosion emitted a cloud of smoke, obscuring the view. What could this mean? Since you have inquired earnestly, we shall generously enlighten you. A familiar voice echoed once more. To prevent the world from being destroyed and to ensure peace, Hakron dispersed the smoke. Hakron summoned a whirlwind, clearing the vicinity of the smoke. Enforcing the principles of love and authenticity, it embodied the charming yet villainous character. Wuma yawned. Musashi, Kojiro, we are the rocket team traversing the galaxy. A white hole. A bright tomorrow awaits us. That's how it is, Meow. Little brat, this time we shall capture all your Pokémon, Musashi declared loudly. Indeed, in addition to that, we shall seize the Pokémon from the laboratory as well. Hakron, deal with them. Hakron swiftly soared towards the rocket team, still seeking retribution for their previous assault. Behold, Musashi pulled the trigger, launching a missile. Hakron spun its body, evading the attack as the missile shot outward. Oddish, seed bomb. Oddish unleashed seed bullets, intercepting the projectile. Hakron ascended to the height of the hot air balloon and unleashed a whirlwind, enveloping the balloon. The force of the wind caused the balloon to spin rapidly. Die. Musashi continuously fired rockets. The explosions around tore through the whirlwind. In that case, you shall handle this, Spearow. Musashi released Spearow. Spearow used Peck. Spearow darted towards Hakron. Hakron deployed electromagnetic wave, striking Spearow and immobilizing it in midair. Hakron charged forward and, with a swift tail swipe, sent Spearow crashing into the basket of the hot air balloon. Hakron gathered its power and unleashed Dragon Rage. The attack struck the rocket team's hot air balloon, igniting an explosion in the fuel apparatus. The rocket team was sent flying. What a bothersome feeling. After witnessing the rocket team soar away, Hakron felt a surge of joy. Having finally avenged its earlier grievances, Hakron descended and landed on the ground. Well done, Hakron, Wuma praised. Wuma, hurry over. Your Dratini egg is about to hatch. Poochwan suddenly ran over, exclaiming. Hearing that Dratini's egg was about to hatch, Wuma rushed over, but Hakron was already ahead of him. Everyone quickly reached the greenhouse, finding the egg gently quivering. Anticipation filled the air for the birth of this Pokémon. Chapter 35. The birth of Dratini and the opening ceremony of the League. Not long after Wuma and Hakron entered the greenhouse, a crack appeared on Dratini's egg. The egg shook violently until the shell shattered into two halves, revealing a blue, adorable little creature. How cute. Wuma was instantly captivated by the newly hatched Dratini. Hakron eagerly extended its head, gently nudging Dratini. Recognizing the scent of its mother, Dratini instinctively crawled toward Hakron. Suddenly, Dratini opened its mouth and consumed the eggshell. Many newly hatched Pokémon eat their eggshells to replenish vital nutrients. In the wild, numerous Pokémon are motherless and rely on the nourishment of the eggshells to sustain their strength. After consuming the shell, Dratini indeed seemed more invigorated. It climbed onto Hakron's back, wrapping itself tightly around it. Hakron leaned its head towards Wuma. Are you inviting me to touch it? Wuma asked in surprise. Hakron nodded affirmatively. Wuma gently stroked Dratini, who responded by nudging Wuma's hand affectionately. Dratini felt the care Wuma had bestowed upon it during this time. As Wuma patted Dratini's head, a smile blossomed on his face. For the first time, he felt the vibrant essence of life, experiencing the beauty of existence. Let's allow Dratini to stay in the greenhouse for now. It will foster better growth. After a few days, it can venture outside. All right, Professor Oak. Wuma decided to keep Hakron and Dratini in the greenhouse. Every day, Wuma brought them delicious food, specially crafted according to Brock's unique formula, which both Pokémon relished. In the following days, Wuma dedicated himself to training his Pokémon and nurturing them. Tyranitar and the others continued their studies under Professor Oak's guidance. Whenever Professor Oak had the time, he would specifically train them. Once Dratini was able to move independently, Hakron joined the training sessions. During training, Dratini occasionally approached, eager to battle, but being weak at that stage, it couldn't compete. The others refrained from countering, allowing Dratini to attack freely. As time passed, the Pokémon's abilities steadily enhanced, and under specific guidance, they learned new techniques. Over a month swiftly elapsed, and the League conference was imminent. Wuma, the League tournament is about to commence. You must hurry to the Indigo Plateau, Professor Oak reminded him. I am ready and can depart at any moment. With Pidgeot by my side, I will reach there swiftly. Before the tournament begins, you must confirm your eligibility to participate. The deadline is the day before the opening ceremony. So do not forget. If you fail to register, you will not be eligible to compete. I've noted that down, so I shall take my leave now. Very well. When the League tournament officially commences, if there are no pressing matters, I will go watch your matches with Gary. I shall not disappoint. Wuma expressed with confidence. Wuma's current prowess was formidable. Even if he did not secure victory, reaching the top 4 was certainly within his grasp. After all, Ash had made it to the top 16 in his first League tournament, and Wuma considered himself far superior. Once prepared, Wuma set off for the Indigo Plateau. After 2 hours of flight with Pidgeot, Wuma arrived at the Indigo Plateau. This location was designated for the Kanto Region's League tournament, a significant event within the League. Thus, a vast city had sprung up around the League venue. Wuma landed outside the city. Flying within the city was prohibited. Wuma recalled Pidgeot and entered the city. Initially, Wuma believed he had arrived early, only to find that many others had already gathered. Aside from trainers, numerous spectators had come to watch the event. The hotels had been fully booked a month prior to the Indigo Conference. The Pokémon Center had closed all its rooms to handle various emergencies. However, Wuma was not concerned about accommodation, as the League had prepared a building specifically for participating trainers. This building not only provided rooms for lodging, but also contained a dining area and numerous recreational facilities. Of course, Wuma had never visited and was unaware of the specifics. The city bustled with life, its streets lined with an array of vendor stalls. Colorful banners fluttered all around, and lively conversations about Pokémon and the league tournament filled the air. The tantalizing aroma of takoyaki wafted through the crowd. Who wants to eat some takoyaki? It's our exclusive secret recipe. Suddenly, Wuma heard a familiar voice. Turning, he spotted Team Rocket. It had been a while since their last encounter. When Haxorus had sent them flying, Wuma approached and inquired, how much for a serving of takoyaki? The trio was taken aback upon seeing him, but quickly regained their composure. Responding warmly, 100 league coins per serving. If you buy more, there's a 20% discount. Then I'll take one. Wuma paid, collected his takoyaki, and nonchalantly walked away. Once he was out of sight, the trio sighed with relief. They were here primarily to watch the league tournament and make some money. Setting aside their usual Pokémon capturing pursuits for the moment, Wuma took a skewer and popped a piece of takoyaki into his mouth, surprised by how delicious it was. Indeed, Team Rocket excelled not only in capturing Pokémon but also in their culinary skills. Before long, he had devoured an entire box of takoyaki. Its exquisite taste awakened his palate, prompting him to dart between various stalls along the street, soon amassing a substantial collection of food. This place was a culinary haven, showcasing delicacies from the Kanto region and beyond, many of which were typically hard to find. Are you sure you can finish all that? A familiar voice interrupted. It was you, much to Wuma's surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter a familiar face so soon. Wuma, and you found a quieter spot to sit. Would you like some? Wuma offered, and you eagerly took a box of snacks, diving in. What brings you here? Wuma asked. I primarily came to watch your match. I promised I would. And I never go back on my word, you replied, making Wuma feel quite pleased. I also have security duties for the league, overseeing perimeter safety and managing any unforeseen incidents. Wuma nodded. This was you, the epitome of a workaholic. So, do you feel confident about this tournament? Absolutely. Unless something unexpected happens, making it to the top 4 should be a breeze. With some effort, I might even clinch the championship, Wuma said with a grin. A bit too confident, aren't you? I believe your skills are among the best here, but there are plenty of formidable opponents as well. Overconfidence can lead to defeat. You cautioned. Don't worry. This isn't arrogance, it's confidence, Wuma declared, stuffing a fist-sized bun into his mouth. Seeing him with his cheeks full, you shook his head in amusement. You're almost 17 and still act like a child. By the way, has Team Rocket been giving you trouble lately? You inquired. Yes, but they're just minor characters. Easily dealt with, Wuma replied, uncertain if they were indeed referring to the same Team Rocket. It seems they haven't specifically targeted you. The official members of Team Rocket are quite formidable. If you encounter them, try to avoid direct confrontation, you advised. I understand, Wuma nodded earnestly. Wuma, brother. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he saw Xiaomi rushing towards him. Your friend is here. I'll take my leave, you said, not wanting to interact with too many people. After snatching 2 bags of snacks from Wuma, he quickly departed. What a rascal, Wuma muttered under his breath. Xiaomi hurried over. Brother Wuma, I finally found you. I heard the league tournament is about to start, so I came straight here. Wuma handed her a drink. Let's sit down and talk. Xiaomi obediently took a seat beside him. You seem more energetic after a month apart. How has your journey been? Wuma asked. Pretty good. At first, it was a bit challenging, especially with meals. After leaving brother Xiaojiang, eating became quite a hassle, but I gradually adapted. I've even caught some impressive water-type Pokémon. Wuma felt a sense of pride in Xiaomi's growth. By the way, hasn't brother Xiaojiang arrived yet? He should be on his way. He promised to come, she replied. Oh, brother Wuma, have you registered yet? The deadline is approaching. Not yet, but I will go shortly. Don't wait. Let's go now. Once registered, you'll have a room to stay in. Wuma understood her implications. You haven't found accommodation, have you? Higi. Yes, Xiaomi admitted bashfully. This is my first time here for the league tournament, and I didn't know I needed to book a room in advance. By the time I arrived, everywhere was fully booked. All right then, let us head over now. Wuma stood, tidied up his trash, and made his way with Xiaomi to the reception hall. He approached an empty counter and presented his Pokédex. Hello, I am Wuma from Johto, here to register for the tournament. Certainly. I see you graduated from the advanced trainer school, so you can directly participate in the league tournament. However, since you haven't completed your qualification certification, you cannot participate. The staff member informed him. I understand. I am registering as an ordinary trainer. Here are my 8 badges. Wuma handed over the badge case. Please hold on a moment. The staff member verified each badge one by one. All is well. These are all league-sanctioned gym badges. You are now registered. Here is your Pokédex and room key. Please take good care of them. Thank you, Wuma replied. Xiaomi, let us go. Just as they reached the reception hall's entrance, Wuma spotted Kapu. You made it. I was worried you might be late, Kapu teased. For such an important tournament, I would never be late. Have you registered? Not yet. I was just about to do so. Then go ahead and register. I'll head to the competition venue. All right. After bidding farewell to Kapu, Wuma entered the building designated for participants. Inside, he found that it wasn't very crowded. There were only about 200 trainers qualified to compete in the league tournament. And some were still en route. The first floor featured a grand hall with numerous sofas for relaxation and socializing, as well as a Pokémon healing platform set up specifically by the Pokémon Center for trainers to check and heal their Pokémon for free. The second floor housed a vast dining area where participants could enjoy meals. In fact, all dining facilities across the entire Quartz Plateau were complimentary for competitors, which was excellent news for Wuma. The third and fourth floors were dedicated to entertainment, equipped with a variety of facilities. The fifth floor and above consisted of the accommodation rooms. Wuma's room was on the sixth floor, number 0632. He used his room key to unlock the door and stepped inside. The entire room was quite spacious, featuring a living area equipped for watching television, an enormous bathroom complete with a bathtub, and 2 bedrooms for sleeping. The contestants were staying here. Can I have this room? Asked Xiaomi eagerly. Of course, came the reply. However, when Xiaojiang arrives, one of you may need to sleep on the sofa, since Wuma needed a good night's sleep to participate in the competition. Sleeping on the sofa was out of the question. No worries, until Brother Xiaojiang arrives, this room is mine, Xiaomi declared with great excitement. As the following days unfolded, more and more people arrived, adding to the lively atmosphere. On the eve of the opening ceremony, many gathered on the streets, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Sacred Flame. A significant event in the league competition was the lighting ceremony of the Sacred Flame, which, according to legend, was derived from the fiery bird. However, no one could confirm its authenticity. On the day the Sacred Flame was set to arrive, Wuma and Xiaomi joined the crowd, who eagerly lined the streets, eyes fixed on the horizon. Before long, a figure approached, carrying the Sacred Flame. Go, go! The onlookers cheered for the flame bearer. Being the one to carry the Sacred Flame was indeed a matter of great honor. I wonder if Brother Xiaojiang has seen this, Xiaomi suddenly remarked. Wuma found it curious as well. Xiaojiang was not known for his tardiness and should have arrived by now, yet he had not reached out. Wuma located a communication device to contact Xiaojiang, but it took a considerable time for Xiaojiang to answer. When he finally did, Wuma saw not only Xiaojiang but also some of his younger siblings. Long time no see, Wuma, Xiaojiang greeted. Are you still at home? The league conference is about to begin, Wuma inquired. I'm truly sorry, Wuma. I had intended to come, but a situation arose at home, preventing me from attending. However, rest assured, I will watch the entire league conference from home. Is everything all right at home? Wuma asked. It's nothing serious, just that my parents left home. I must take care of my younger siblings now. So, Xiaojiang's parents had chosen this time to leave. And it seemed he would be responsible for his siblings until their return, then take good care of them at home. I will bring back some local specialties for you. Wuma promised. Thank you, I appreciate it. Do your best in the competition, and I wish you all the best. Xiaojiang replied. Thanks, goodbye. Goodbye. After Xiaojiang ended the call, Wuma also hung up. Brother Xiaojiang can't make it? Xiaomi said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Indeed, he has a lot of troubles at home. Wuma remarked that caring for numerous siblings was no small feat, and he suspected that Xiaojiang's parents might have left due to the overwhelming chaos of their children. The next day, the opening ceremony of the league competition commenced. All the trainers gathered in the battle venue, surrounded by an enthusiastic audience, everyone eagerly anticipating the start of the event. The host stood on stage, microphone in hand, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the venue of the Quartz Plateau League competition. The opening ceremony officially begins. First, let us welcome the contestants." The participants emerged from various entrances, gathering at the center of the venue, greeted by thunderous applause. Wuma scanned the crowd and soon spotted Kapu not far away. Looking towards the audience, he noticed an excited Xiaomi and Yuan seated nearby, along with Ash and his mother, as well as Professor Okido and his grandson. Look, the Sacred Flame is coming. A girl sprinted into the arena, holding a torch, running through the contestants to the Sacred Flame platform. Suddenly, a hot air balloon appeared in the sky. Wuma recognized it as Team Rocket. The Sacred Flame must be mine, Musashi shouted. It was unclear what madness had overtaken Team Rocket, as attempting to seize the Sacred Flame was nearly impossible during the league competition. Before Team Rocket could act, a Pidgeot soared towards them, slicing through the hot air balloon with its wings before sending them crashing away with a powerful gust. Wuma shook his head, bewildered by their audacity to cause trouble at the league competition. Many spectators had not even noticed their presence, and the incident was smoothly resolved. The girl reached the sacred flame platform and tossed the torch into the massive flame, which erupted into a vibrant blaze, elevating the atmosphere once more. Next, the president of the league, Mr. Damalanki, took the stage to deliver his declaration. An elderly man stepped forward, addressing the crowd. This is a place where Pokémon trainers and their Pokémon strive together for honor. The flames of the fiery bird have always protected us. Let us battle openly and without reservation. Upon hearing Mr. Damalanki's declaration, the audience erupted in cheers. Before announcing the conclusion of the opening ceremony, I must inform all contestants of an important matter. The official matches for the league competition will commence tomorrow. Please draw your battle locations and opponents by midnight tonight in the reception hall. If you fail to do so, assignments will be made automatically. I wish all trainers the best of luck. With the host's final words, the crowd erupted in excitement once more. After a few minutes, the contestants and spectators began to exit. Wuma, let us go draw lots together, Kapu suggested as she approached. Sure, but let us hope we don't draw each other. Wuma replied. That is certainly a possibility. Let us finish our matches quickly so I can go home. The students are waiting for me to return for class. Kapu responded lightly. As everyone exited the venue and moved into the hall to draw lots for their battle locations and opponents, Wuma and Kapu approached a counter. Hello. I'm here to draw my battle location and opponent, Wuma stated, presenting his Pokédex. Alright. The league competition features 4 types of fields: rock, water, grass, and ice. Please press this button to draw, the attendant instructed. Wuma pressed the button, and the screen displayed the 4 field images, which rapidly scrolled. Finally, the display halted on the rock field. Next, another screen spun around, revealing an image of a robust-looking man. Your battle location is the rock field, and your opponent is the mighty bear. Your match is scheduled for tomorrow at 1 p.m. in the second arena. Please do not be late. Thank you, Wuma replied, taking back his Pokédex and recording the match details. It was crucial to remember the correct time and location. Afterward, Kapu drew her location, landing on the grass field. Scheduled for 3 p.m. I'll be there to watch your match tomorrow. Give it your all, Kapu encouraged. Don't worry, I'm not one to lose easily. I'll be waiting for you at the end, Wuma assured her. Together, they exited the hall, where Xiaomi and Professor Okido approached them. I'll head off now. See you tomorrow, Kapu called as she departed. Dr. Oak, Sister Hanako, you have all arrived. And I am here as well. My name is Xiaoji. Xiaoji raised his hand and spoke. I recognize you, Xiaoji. We have met before. Xiaoji scratched his head, momentarily unable to recall. Silly Xiaoji, I remember perfectly, said Xiaomao. Then tell me when we met, Xiaoji retorted, somewhat disgruntled. It was the last time he visited Grandpa's research facility. When exactly? Xiaomao and Xiaoji began to bicker again. Their camaraderie is truly delightful, remarked Wuma with a smile as he observed the two. Not at all, Xiaoji and Xiaomao exclaimed simultaneously. The others burst into laughter at this scene. Chapter 36, The First Round of Battle, Smooth Advancement. Dr. Oak, I must go check the battle arena. I shall take my leave for now. Very well, we shall not disturb you. Please do your best tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Dr. Oak and the others, Wuma and Xiaomi made their way to the second venue. Prior to the competition, it is essential to familiarize oneself with the arena, otherwise, chaos may ensue. There have been instances where contestants could not locate the battle arena on the day of the competition, resulting in a direct loss if they were late. That would indeed be quite unfair. Upon returning to his room, Wuma took out a notebook and contemplated his strategy for the following day's battle. He had never encountered Juxiong and was unaware of the Pokémon he would employ. Thus, he resolved to adopt a strategy of adaptability. Wuma needed to pay attention to the Pokémon he would utilize in the match. Most trainers keenly observe the arena to assess their opponent's Pokémon and fighting styles, allowing them to devise appropriate countermeasures in future encounters. Therefore, during preliminary battles, he would strive to keep his Pokémon concealed. Wuma meticulously listed the names of his Pokémon. Tyranitar, Blastoise, Celio, and Oddish would undoubtedly be his main combatants. Meanwhile, Devimon, Angemon, and Dragonair served as his hidden trump cards. He intended to use these 3 ace cards sparingly, revealing them only during critical moments to secure a decisive victory. As for Onix, its combat prowess was not particularly formidable. He would assess the opportunity for it to participate during the match. The first arena was a rocky terrain, which minimally affected environmental factors, allowing any Pokémon to participate. Having made a general arrangement, Wuma lay down on his bed to rest. Although the battle was scheduled for the afternoon, ensuring adequate sleep was imperative. The next day, Wuma rose quite late and proceeded to the dining hall on the second floor for lunch. Brother Wuma, Xiaomi exclaimed as she dashed to sit across from him with a plate of food. Brother Wuma, why didn't you go to watch the matches? The morning battles were incredibly thrilling. After taking a bite of his sausage, Wuma replied, "Did you spot any exceptional competitors?" "No, not really. Although the morning battles were exciting, I didn't notice anyone particularly remarkable." Wuma found the flavor of the sausage delightful and devoured it whole. "It's not surprising if you didn't. I shall go watch again in the afternoon." This league tournament featured over 200 contestants, broadly categorized into novice trainers, academy trainers, and seasoned trainers. Novice trainers typically lack significant strength, having only recently embarked on their journeys. Their Pokémon have not had sufficient time to develop, regardless of their innate talent. Despite having earned 8 badges, gym leaders often go easy on them during battles, with some being quite lenient. Novice trainers are indeed encouraged as the league tournament benefits from fresh talent. Hence, gym leaders do not overly challenge them. However, the majority of participants were seasoned trainers who had traveled extensively and possessed some experience in league tournaments. These trainers varied in strength, but the eventual champion typically emerged from this group. Academy trainers, having undergone systematic training in school, generally exhibit a higher caliber. While they may not display extraordinary prowess during battles, their steady and methodical approach significantly enhances their chances of advancing to the ranking matches. After lunch, Wuma and Xiaomi arrived at the second venue. Xiaomi headed to the spectator stands while Wuma entered the designated resting area for competitors. The lounge featured screens displaying the ongoing battles. As the time approached 1 o'clock, a group of contestants was engaged in battle outside, also on rocky terrain. One side opted for the side advantage with Onix, while the opposing side sent out Bulbasaur, which had a type advantage. Ultimately, Onix triumphed over Bulbasaur, which surprised many. Currently, the tournament was in the knockout phase, requiring contestants to prevail in 4 elimination rounds to advance to the ranking matches. Only those who secured a position would have their scores recorded in their personal information. The top 16 in the league tournament were typically those trainers with considerable skill and potential. Announcer, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to both contestants for their exhilarating battle. Next, we call upon the following competitors, Wuma from Shurjima City and Juxiong from Nibi City. Please make your way to the battle arena within 5 minutes. Wuma exited the lounge and walked through the tunnel to the competition arena, where Juxiong had also arrived. Observing Juxiong, Wuma noted his impressive physique, matching the photo perfectly. Standing approximately 2 meters tall, he possessed a remarkably robust build. As the two entered the arena, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, eagerly anticipating their clash. Referee, kindly take your positions at the designated spots. The arena was spacious. Wuma took a while to reach his designated location. Both contestants were to utilize the rocky terrain for their battles. Each side could deploy 3 Pokémon, and victory would be declared once all of an opponent's Pokémon were incapacitated. During the battle, both sides could switch their Pokémon. Now, please send out your first Pokémon. The announcer's voice resonated. Here they come. The contestants are about to reveal their first Pokémon. Let us see what they will unleash. To ensure fairness, both trainers were required to release 1 Pokémon simultaneously. Go. 2 Pokéballs landed on the ground, and the Pokémon emerged. Announcer, here they come. We can see that Juxiong has sent out Butterfree. Wuma was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Butterfree, as he had assumed someone of Juxiong's imposing stature would choose a more powerful Pokémon like Onix or Nidoking. It was unexpected that he opted for such a charming creature. Indeed, judging by appearances can be misleading. The announcer suddenly exclaimed, Wuma has deployed a brand new Pokémon. What could this Pokémon be? The audience erupted into animated discussions, with some pulling out their Pokédex to gather information. After a few moments, the announcer confirmed, indeed, it is the latest addition to the Pokédex, the water-type Pokémon, Celio. One wonders how it will fare against Butterfree, which possesses bug and flying types. Some audience members also access the Pokédex to learn about Celio, previously an unknown entity. Referee, the battle begins. Butterfree, use Whirlwind. Juxiong commanded Butterfree to initiate the attack. The majestic bar butterfly flapped its wings, stirring up a tempest. However, the winds conjured by the bar butterfly had little effect on the sea lion beast. The sea lion beast unleashed its harpoon cannon, firing 2 projectiles towards the bar butterfly. Bar butterfly, evade. It soared upward, narrowly dodging the harpoon cannon. Yet, the harpoon changed course, pursuing the bar butterfly relentlessly. The 2 harpoons collided, exploding instantaneously, sending the bar butterfly hurtling through the air. The commentator exclaimed with excitement, we can see that the sea lion beast has inflicted damage upon the bar butterfly in an instant. How will the grizzly bear respond? Let us await the outcome. The sea lion beast continued its barrage. Before the bar butterfly could recover from the recent explosion, the sea lion beast unleashed a volley of missiles. The harpoon cannons detonated repeatedly upon the bar butterfly, ultimately bringing it crashing to the ground, devoid of combat ability. The bar butterfly has succumbed. Please send forth your next Pokémon, Grizzly Bear. Return, Bar Butterfly. The Grizzly Bear was taken aback, having never anticipated such an easy defeat for his Bar Butterfly. In truth, his Bar Butterfly was not weak, but his unfamiliarity with the Sea Lion Beast's abilities had led to this unexpected setback. The subsequent relentless onslaught from the Sea Lion Beast left the Bar Butterfly with no chance for retaliation. Well done, Sea Lion Beast. Let us keep the momentum going. Understood. Wuma, replied the Sea Lion Beast. The commentator remarked, we have witnessed Wuma swiftly defeat Grizzly Bear's first Pokémon. What will Grizzly Bear choose next? It's your turn. Raichu. Another adorable Pokémon emerged onto the battlefield. Upon learning that the Sea Lion Beast was a water-type Pokémon, Grizzly Bear sent forth his electric-type Raichu. Would Raichu prevail against the Sea Lion Beast with its advantageous type? Let us observe. Judges, the battle resumes. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Sea Lion Beast, Lightning Rod. The horn atop the Sea Lion Beast began to spin rapidly, deflecting the incoming Thunderbolt. After designating the Sea Lion Beast as a water-type Pokémon, Professor Oak had taught it the Lightning Rod technique, exploiting its horn's unique ability to spin swiftly, enabling it to negate most electric-type attacks. Grizzly Bear had not anticipated the Sea Lion Beast's ability to deflect the Thunderbolt. The commentator explained. Many may wonder why the Thunderbolt failed to affect the Sea Lion Beast. A closer look reveals that the Sea Lion Beast utilized its spinning horn to deflect the attack. What an unexpected countermeasure. In various competitions, we have indeed seen Pokémon employ rapid spinning to deflect attacks. Trainers might consider trying this technique for potential gains. Sea Lion Beast, fire the Harpoon Cannon. The Sea Lion Beast launched 4 harpoon projectiles from different angles towards Raichu. Raichu moved swiftly. Raichu propelled itself forward with remarkable speed. Darting around the battlefield, Raichu Thunderbolt. Raichu halted behind the Sea Lion Beast, unleashing a Thunderbolt that struck the Sea Lion Beast, inflicting damage. Sea Lion Beast. Continue with the Harpoon Cannon. Enduring the pain, the Sea Lion Beast fired another barrage of harpoons. Raichu attempted to evade, but it was too late, and was struck by the harpoon. Raichu, don't give up. Use Quick Attack again. Raichu swiftly dashed away, making it difficult for the Sea Lion Beast to pinpoint its location. In that case, unleash the Fish Frenzy. Countless fish surged forth, inundating the battlefield with water. Raichu was buried beneath the fish, unable to move swiftly. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Sea Lion Beast, Harpoon Cannon. The electric current surged through the water, directly hitting the Sea Lion Beast with great efficacy, while the Harpoon Cannon detonated on Raichu. Raichu collapsed onto the ground, having lost its ability to fight. Despite the Sea Lion Beast enduring 2 Thunderbolt attacks, the electricity did not pose a significant threat, thanks to its formidable defense. Grizzly Bear recalled Raichu, feeling a surge of anxiety as he clenched his fists. With 2 Pokémon now incapacitated, and Wuma as first Pokémon still capable of battle, he faced a dire situation. Grizzly Bear had overcome 8 gym leaders to earn enough badges. He was determined not to be eliminated in the first round. The commentator announced, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a pivotal moment in this match. What Pokémon will Grizzly Bear ultimately deploy? Will Wuma achieve the remarkable feat of defeating all 3 of Grizzly Bear's Pokémon with just 1? Or will Grizzly Bear turn the tide and secure victory in this round? Let us wait and see. The commentator's enthusiasm heightened the atmosphere within the arena. Wuma took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, eager to see the final Pokémon Grizzly Bear would send forth, wondering if it would be equally endearing. Your turn, Sandshrew. Wuma was somewhat surprised to see Grizzly Bear as final Pokémon. It was his first encounter witnessing Sandshrew in such a setting. Sandshrew's combat prowess was not particularly strong, rendering it less suitable for battle. The commentator noted, Grizzly Bear has sent out Sandshrew as his final Pokémon. What could be his strategy? The battle continues. Sandshrew, dig. Sandshrew swiftly burrowed underground. Sea Lion Beast, be cautious. Wuma was uncertain of the damage Sandshrew could inflict on the Sea Lion Beast. However, Grizzly Bear's choice must have been deliberate. Sandshrew, use Earthquake. A massive fissure erupted beneath the Sea Lion Beast, causing it to plummet. Sea Lion Beast, find a way to escape. Wuma urged. The Sea Lion Beast struggled, realizing it was trapped and unable to extricate itself. Wuma, I can't get out. Now, Sandshrew, unleash Earthquake. The ground trembled violently, and the Sea Lion Beast, caught in the fissure, sustained continuous damage. The earthquake forced the surrounding rock walls to compress, inflicting severe harm, leading the Sea Lion Beast to lose its battle capability. Return. Sea Lion Beast. Wuma recalled the Sea Lion Beast, acknowledging that he had underestimated Sandshrew. Sandshrew excelled at burrowing, making it difficult to target once underground. Moreover, its attack method was formidable, as Pokémon that fell into the fissure were left vulnerable to the ensuing earthquake. Wuma contemplated deploying a flying Pokémon, such as Pidgeot, which would evade Sandshrews' attacks. However, as long as Sandshrew remained underground, it would be challenging for Pidgeot to strike. Therefore, Wuma decided to send forth another Pokémon. Your turn, Oddish. Wuma's second Pokémon was the advantageous Oddish. The battlefield now bore a significant fissure. The stinky flower peered cautiously at the gaping chasm before swiftly retreating, for it was indeed quite terrifying. The three Diglets continued to employ their fissure technique, causing the earth to crack once more. Soon, the soil beneath the stinky flower also began to collapse. The stinky flower fell into the crevice. But due to its diminutive size, it was not trapped. Use paralysis powder, commanded the stinky flower, releasing a copious amount of paralysis powder that filled the entire fissure. The Diglets were immobilized, unable to move for a brief moment. Now unleash Solar Flare. The stinky flower concentrated its power and directed a solar flare into the depths of the crevice. The solar flare detonated within, inflicting significant damage upon the Diglets. As a result of the stinky flower's assault, the entire underground area became exceedingly unstable and began to collapse. Finish it off with Seed Machine Gun. At that moment, the Diglets were fully exposed. A barrage of seed bullets struck the Diglets, swiftly rendering them incapable of battle. After assessing the situation, the referee declared, "The Diglets have lost their fighting ability, and the victor is Trainer Wuma." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, cheering for Wuma's triumph. Wuma, filled with joy, relished the excitement of winning in such a grand competition. The commentator announced, "Congratulations to Trainer Wuma for achieving victory in the first match." Meanwhile, Trainer Jiyun also performed admirably in this round. We hope both contestants will deliver even more thrilling battles in the future. Please allow the audience a brief 10-minute intermission before the next match. Wuma stored the stinky flower and departed the battlefield, returning to the resting area. After a 2-hour wait for Kabu's match, he settled into the audience to watch. Kabu also demonstrated remarkable strength, securing victory with just 2 Pokémon, much like Wuma. After Kabu's battle concluded, Wuma chose not to linger at the venue. He returned to the building to entrust his Pokémon to Nurse Joy for healing. The sea lion had sustained serious injuries and required ample rest. The first round of matches commenced at 8 in the morning and concluded at 6 in the evening. On the first day, only half of the contestants had battled, necessitating 2 days to complete the first round of eliminations. By 8 o'clock the following evening, all trainers gathered in the hall to draw for the second round of contestants and battle venues. Following the first round, half of the participants had been eliminated, resulting in a significant reduction in numbers. Wuma pressed the button to select the venue, drawing the grass arena. His opponent appeared to be a very young boy, presumably a novice trainer. For a newcomer to have made it through the first round was commendable, and Wuma resolved to take the match seriously. Wuma's second battle was scheduled for 8 in the morning on the third day of the tournament. This time, he could not afford to sleep in. He had to rise early. "Wuma, do you know who you will be battling tomorrow?" asked Xiaomi. Wuma shook his head. "I do," she continued. "I've seen his matches. He uses Butterfree, Beedrill, and Mothim, all bug-type Pokémon. Don't worry, I've assessed his strength, and he isn't very formidable. You'll definitely win, Wuma." "Thank you. I will do my best," Wuma replied with a smile, grateful for the information Xiaomi provided. Early the next morning, Wuma quickly finished breakfast and raced to the venue. He had risen a bit late, and, upon arriving at the resting area, found that his match had already begun. He hurried into the battlefield. Next up is the match between Trainer Wuma and Trainer Xiaoxi. Each side may use 3 Pokémon, and the victory is awarded to the trainer whose Pokémon all lose their fighting capability. Now, please send out your first Pokémon. Go, Beedrill. Up you go. Sea Lion. Xiaoxi sent out Beedrill, while Wuma deployed Sea Lion once again. With many contestants in the elimination rounds, the audience was still unfamiliar with the other competitors. Therefore, even if Wuma used the same Pokémon as in his previous match, his opponent might not have a counter strategy. The commentator remarked, "We observe that Trainer Wuma has once again chosen Sea Lion. As a relatively new Pokémon, Sea Lion remains unknown to the audience. Let us see what kind of thrilling battle he will present today." Beedrill, use Agility. In a flash, Beedrill appeared directly in front of Sea Lion. Use Twin Needle. Beedrill thrust its 2 large stingers towards Sea Lion. Sea Lion, Horn Attack. Sea Lion spun its horn and collided with Beedrill's Twin Needle. Beedrill, use Poison Sting. Seeing that the Twin Needle was ineffective, Xiaoxi changed tactics. Beedrill flew to Sea Lion's rear and struck with the poisonous stinger on its tail. The poison penetrated Sea Lion's body, causing it considerable distress. Sea Lion, use Harpoon Cannon. Several harpoons launched skyward, plummeting down to explode directly upon Beedrill. Beedrill collapsed on the ground, losing its fighting capability. The referee announced, "Beedrill has lost its fighting ability. Sea Lion is victorious. Please send out your next Pokémon." Trainer Xiaoxi. "Sea Lion, are you alright?" Wuma inquired. Sea Lion had been poisoned by the earlier attack, and the toxin was gradually sapping its strength. I'm fine, Wuma. I can continue to fight, Sea Lion declared with determination. Following this, Xiaoxi sent out Butterfree and Mothim, exactly as Xiaomi had informed Wuma earlier. Both of Xiaoxi's Pokémon were quite capable, posing a significant challenge to Sea Lion. Nevertheless, Sea Lion ultimately triumphed, achieving a clean sweep against all three of Xiaoxi's Pokémon. The audience erupted in fervent applause, as many now recognized Wuma. Initially, they remembered him for his unique Pokémon, but now they celebrated him as a formidable trainer. Wuma had swiftly become a strong contender for victory. Wuma, you're amazing, Xiaomi exclaimed. It's still early. Let us focus on the ranking matches first, Wuma replied. Only 16 contestants can advance to the ranking matches, and each of them is exceptionally strong. I cannot guarantee I can best them. Due to the halving of participants, the second round of battles concluded in just one day. At 8 o'clock that evening, the remaining contestants gathered in the hall to draw for the third round of battle venues and opponents. Wuma drew the ice arena, and his opponent was a boy named AKA Xiaomi. Do you know this AKA? Wuma asked. I think I've seen his battle. He used Pidgeot and Rattata. He won that match with just 2 Pokémon. I'm not sure what other Pokémon he possesses, but his Pidgeot is incredibly fast, leaving his opponents unable to retaliate. Brother Wuma, you must be cautious in dealing with him, reminded Xiaomi. Both Pidgey and Rattata are quite basic Pokémon. If someone uses 2 different types of fundamental Pokémon consecutively in the Alliance tournament, it indicates that they are likely a common trainer. Generally, common trainers, due to their circumstances, lack access to rare Pokémon. Their teams consist of commonplace creatures, such as Pidgey and Beedrill, and their numbers are typically limited because they cannot afford more. The mere fact that a common trainer can enter the Alliance tournament signifies not only their innate talent, but also their considerable effort. It seems that Wuma is destined to encounter a rather intriguing opponent. On the 4th day of the Alliance tournament, Wuma arrived at the observation lounge 2 hours early. The commentator announced, next up, we have Gushing from Huolan City facing off against Legu from Jinwang City. Let us witness the thrilling confrontation that awaits. The name Legu piqued Wuma's attention. Xiaomi had mentioned this trainer, stating that Legu was exceptionally strong and a contender for the championship. Wuma focused intently on this match, as he was likely to face Legu in the upcoming battles. Go, Nidoking. The opponent sent out Nidoking. It's your turn, Gyarados. Legu's first Pokémon was Gyarados. In terms of sheer strength, Gyarados seemed no match for Nidoking. However, to everyone's surprise, Gyarados swiftly dispatched Nidoking. Wuma observed that this Gyarados wielded its bone remarkably well. Yet, the most crucial factor was Legu's exceptional commanding ability. He effectively utilized Gyarados' unique traits to unleash its full potential. After defeating Nidoking, Gyarados went on to conquer 2 more of the opponent's Pokémon, achieving an impressive 3 consecutive victories. Accomplishing such a feat in the 3rd round of elimination is no small task. This undoubtedly attests to Legu's formidable prowess. Following Legu's battle, Wuma was set to engage in a match against another group of competitors, none of whom stood out particularly, so he paid them little mind. After a brief half-hour intermission, it was time for Wuma's match. The commentator announced, next, we have the battle between Akka and Wuma. Akka has secured 2 consecutive victories with common Pokémon, while Wuma has triumphed in the first 2 rounds using unique Pokémon, winning with 1 and 2 respectively. Let us see what thrilling contest these 2 competitors will deliver. Both Wuma and Akka arrived at their designated positions. Akka appeared to be of a similar age to Wuma, exuding a boy-next-door charm. To phrase it more favorably, he radiated a sense of familiarity, yet, to put it less kindly, he was rather unremarkable. There was nothing distinctive about Akka, including his Pokémon. Judges, please prepare. Go. Shelter. Let's go, Celio. Wuma and Akka sent out Pokémon suited to the icy terrain, Celio and Shelter, respectively. The most notable feature of the icy battlefield was its extreme slipperiness, which often led to unexpected mishaps during movement. Let the battle begin. Celio, Ice Spike Cannon. Celio unleashed a barrage of ice spike cannons aimed at Shelter. Shelter, retreat into your shell. Shelter quickly closed its shells to block the incoming attack. The ice spike cannon failed to inflict any damage on Shelter. Shelter, water gun. Akka initiated a counterattack. Shelter opened its shell and shot out a water gun, which struck Celio but lacked any significant power. Celio, slide towards Shelter, commanded Wuma. Celio moved its 4 flippers, gliding towards Shelter on the icy surface, gaining speed faster than it would in water. Shelter, unleash Aurora Beam. Seeing Celio approach, Shelter released an Aurora Beam. Celio dodged. Celio deftly maneuvered, evading the attack by pushing off with its right flippers. Celio, Ice Spike Cannon. Celio fired another series of ice spike cannons. Shelter quickly withdrew into its shell once more to withstand the assault. Celio, use Body Slam. Celio leaped slightly and landed squarely on Shellder. Shedder attempted to open its shell but was unable to move. For a moment, Akka was at a loss for how to extricate Shellder. 3 minutes passed, and Shellder still did not make a move. Due to its prolonged inaction, it was deemed unable to continue fighting. The referee declared, "That will be enough. Return, Celio." Celio released Shellder and slid back. "Return, Shellder." Akka clenched his fists, shocked at how his first Pokémon had lost in such a manner. He had to win his next match. "Next up, I entrust you with Rattata." Wuma was well acquainted with Rattata, having battled with it numerous times. However, Akka's Rattata appeared somewhat different, its size larger than that of an ordinary Rattata. Let the battle continue. Celio, Ice Spike Cannon. Celio unleashed several ice spike cannons directed at Rattata. Rattata, quick attack. Rattata dashed forward, but unexpectedly slipped on the icy surface and fell, sliding uncontrollably until it crashed into an ice pillar. Ice Spike Cannon. The 3 ice spike cannons redirected and struck Rattata, obscuring it in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Rattata was nowhere to be seen. Realizing it could not evade the attack, Rattata had burrowed a hole into the ice to hide. However, the shockwave from the explosion still inflicted considerable damage. This Rattata's ability to dig into the ice was indeed remarkable. Soon, Rattata emerged from its burrow. Akka, observing the ice hole, suddenly conceived a plan. Rattata utilized the ice pillar for a rebound to approach Celio. Akka pushed off the ice pillar, gliding towards another pillar, then redirected with force, sliding towards Celio. Hyper Fong. Rattata bit down hard on Celio's front leg, dealing significant damage. Celio, throw it away. Celio forcefully flung Rattata aside, causing it to spin rapidly on the icy surface. Finish it with Ice Spike Cannon. Rattata could not evade and was struck by the Ice Spike Cannon, losing its ability to continue fighting. Return, Rattata. After losing 2 consecutive Pokémon, Akka trembled slightly. In his previous 2 battles, he had exchanged blows with his opponents and even won with just 2 Pokémon. Yet, now facing Wuma, he found himself unable to secure a single victory with either of his Pokémon. The notion that there are no weak Pokémon is merely relative. When an ordinary Pokémon is nurtured to its fullest potential, it can indeed triumph over rare and powerful creatures. However, considerable effort and resources must be invested in ordinary Pokémon. Just like humans, Pokémon have their limits of strength. To transcend these limits demands an exorbitant amount of time, energy, and resources. Akka employs common Pokémon, yet he lacks the sufficient resources to nurture them. The potential of Akka's Pokémon pales in comparison to that of his opponent, Wuma, who possesses far greater resources. Given that their combat experience is roughly equal, Akka stands no chance against Wuma. After Radha's defeat, Akka did not immediately send forth his next Pokémon. He had a premonition that he would lose this round and was uncertain whether to deploy another Pokémon. Observing Akka's lack of fighting spirit, Wuma called out, "Akka, regardless of the outcome, you must approach every battle with seriousness. The essence of battle lies not solely in victory. The process of fighting alongside your Pokémon is equally significant. Come now, let me witness your final Pokémon." Upon hearing Wuma's words, Akka reignited his determination. "I understand. I leave it to you, Pidgeot." Akka summoned his final Pokémon, Pidgeot. "Excellent, it seems our contender has regained his confidence. Let us all cheer for the 2 participants on stage." Guided by the announcer, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, bolstering Akka's resolve. Seeing Akka release Pidgeot, Wuma recalled his Celio. Pidgeot's speed in flight was remarkable, making it unlikely for Celio's harpoon cannon to land a hit, as it would primarily be on the receiving end of damage. When facing a flying-type Pokémon, it is often best to respond with a flying type as well. Go, Beedrill. Wuma sent forth his 3rd Pokémon of the tournament. The appearance of Beedrill captivated the spectators, as it was a Pokémon they had not yet encountered. After a brief pause, the announcer remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly unexpected. Wuma has chosen a 2nd Pokémon, which has only recently been updated in the Pokédex. It is astounding that Wuma possesses not 1, but 2 entirely new Pokémon." Excitement rippled through the audience, eager to witness the prowess of Beedrill. Let the battle continue. The referee declared, "Pidgeot, use Hurricane." With a powerful flap of its wings, Pidgeot unleashed a tremendous storm directed at Beedrill. "Beedrill, use Pin Missile." Beedrill broke through the tempest, charging towards Pidgeot. Pidgeot, evade. Pidgeot ascended rapidly, dodging the attack. Pidgeot, employ Wing Attack. Following this, Pidgeot swooped down swiftly, striking Beedrill with its wings. Wuma remained composed. Such an attack posed no significant threat. Hyper Beam. Beedrill concentrated its energy, releasing a colossal Hyper Beam. Pidgeot, quickly evade. Akka recognized the potential power of this move and promptly instructed Pidgeot to dodge. At that moment, The hyper beam hurtled towards the audience, but a Hypno suddenly appeared overhead, dispersing the attack. Each venue had numerous Pokémon designated for security and protection. Pidgeot. Move at high speed. Pidgeot's form flickered in the air, eluding Beedrill's attempts to lock onto it. Wing attack. Pidgeot materialized behind Beedrill, launching another wing attack. Beedrill was unable to evade and was struck. Fury attack. Beedrill lashed out, but Pidgeot had already vanished into high-speed motion. Pidgeot's speed was exceptional. It was said that only Dragonite could rival it. Unfortunately, Wuma's Dratini had yet to evolve into Dragonite. Beedrill's speed fell short of Pidgeot's, but Wuma had a strategy. Beedrill. Prepare Thunder Wave. Pidgeot. Use Thunderbolt. Akka saw that this attack was effective and decided to employ it to defeat Beedrill. Upon hearing Akka call for Thunderbolt, Beedrill unleashed a discharge of electricity in all directions. Suddenly, Pidgeot halted midair. Now, grab it, Wuma shouted. Beedrill lunged forward and seized Pidgeot, descending rapidly and slamming Pidgeot into the ground. Hyper Beam. The full-force Hyper Beam struck Pidgeot. Pidgeot lay incapacitated within the crater, unable to move. The referee announced, Pidgeot has lost its combat ability. As all three of Akka's Pokémon are unable to continue, the victor of this round is Wuma. Well done, Beedrill. In triumph. Wuma and Beedrill were elated. After the match concluded, Wuma approached Akka and extended his hand. Your battle was truly remarkable. Keep persevering. I believe in you, Wuma said. For a common trainer to reach this stage is truly impressive. Thank you, Akka replied, managing a faint smile. After the competition, Wuma departed the venue. The next event was the fourth round of elimination. Only by succeeding in this round could they officially enter the ranking matches and secure a position among the top 16 in the league. Wuma took his Pokémon to nurse Joy for healing. Once treated, he decided to stroll through the streets. Not long into his walk, he unexpectedly spotted members of Team Rocket. This time, they were not selling takoyaki, but rather commemorative badges for the tournament. Wuma approached, examining the badges, which appeared to be crafted from bottle caps. Though the method was rudimentary, they were quite appealing. Team Rocket demonstrated remarkable ingenuity in manufacturing. They could create aesthetically pleasing items from the simplest materials, all while maintaining decent quality. After being defeated, Team Rocket had entirely abandoned their disruptive plans at the league tournament, focusing instead on selling their goods. During the tournament, they had garnered quite a fortune. Wuma continued walking, searching for delicious treats, determined to sample every culinary delight the festival had to offer. However, he was cautious about indulging in overly spicy foods during the tournament, as an upset stomach could spell disaster in battle. That evening, Wuma arrived at the hall to draw his last match for the elimination round, to comprehensively test the contestants' abilities. The final battle venue would be the one that had not been selected among the four types. Naturally, Wuma's battleground would be the water arena. However, he was somewhat taken aback to discover that his opponent would be Carp. Wuma had anticipated they would face each other in the ranking matches, not in the final elimination round. This meant that only one of them could advance to the ranking matches. Carp approached him. I can't believe we're going to fight so soon, Carp remarked. Indeed, it's unfortunate that only one of us can place. You'd best be cautious if I defeat you tomorrow. Your first league tournament will yield no results, Carp said lightly. I will give it my all tomorrow. I hope you do not hold back, Wuma replied earnestly, eager for a battle of full strength against Carp. Rest assured, I will unleash my full power. Be careful not to end up in tears, Carp teased. Kapu chuckled softly. All right, I shall take my leave now. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow, he replied. In truth, Wuma could discern that Kapu was quite anxious, and he himself felt similarly. Wuma had truly begun to immerse himself wholeheartedly in the competition. On the fifth day of the league conference, at 10 in the morning, Wuma and Kapu arrived at the battleground. The referee announced, the arena for this round is the water arena. Before Wuma and Kapu appeared a vast pool, featuring two circular platforms suitable for Pokémon that could not swim. However, those platforms were significantly smaller compared to the expanse of water surrounding them. The water arena was the most restrictive type of battlefield, where trainers typically summon flying or water-type Pokémon. And here they come. The battle between the beautiful trainer Kapu and the novice trainer Wuma is about to begin. Hearing the commentator's description, Wuma felt a pang of embarrassment. While Kapu was indeed the beautiful trainer, he too ought to be called the handsome trainer. What did it mean to be termed a novice? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite fitting, considering most of the Pokémon he was using were indeed nil. The commentator continued, in this water arena, I wonder what Pokémon the trainers will choose. We can certainly predict that Wuma will undoubtedly deploy the Sea Lion Pokémon. Though the feeling of being guessed was rather unpleasant, Wuma decided to send forth the Sea Lion Pokémon. No one was more suited for this arena than it. Go. Sea Lion Pokémon, it's your turn. Go, Nidoqueen. Kapu sent out Nidoqueen, which Wuma had previously battled. Kapu's Nidoqueen was formidable, having previously defeated Wuma's Tyranitar. The referee signaled, "Both sides, please prepare. The battle begins." Nidoqueen. Ice Punch. Nidoqueen struck the water's surface, instantly freezing it. Sea Lion Pokémon. Stop her. Use Harpoon Cannon. The Sea Lion Pokémon unleashed a series of harpoon cannons. Two struck Nidoqueen, while the others impeded the spread of ice. Should the ice take hold, the Sea Lion Pokémon would be trapped. Nidoqueen. Body Slam. Nidoqueen's powerful strike sent a torrent of water crashing down upon the Sea Lion Pokémon, sending it sprawling against the edge of the arena. Sea Lion Pokémon. Rise up. Fish Frenzy. A multitude of fish surged forth from the water, charging towards Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen. Thunderbolt. Nidoqueen unleashed a powerful electric current, sending the approaching fish flying. Simultaneously, the current struck the Sea Lion Pokémon. This showcased the difference between Academy trainers and ordinary trainers. Academy trainers had access to abundant resources, enabling their Pokémon to learn a vast array of techniques and thus providing a more comprehensive approach to combat. Nidoqueen. Use Surf. The water in the pool rapidly receded, creating a massive wave that propelled Nidoqueen towards the Sea Lion Pokémon. Sea Lion Pokémon. Harpoon Cannon. The Harpoon Cannon hit Nidoqueen, yet it could not prevent its advance. Nidoqueen charged forth, delivering an Ice Punch against the Sea Lion Pokémon, quickly encasing it in ice. Thunder Punch. A fish charged with electricity struck the Sea Lion Pokémon, inflicting substantial damage. Final blow. Body Slam. After sustaining the Body Slam, the Sea Lion Pokémon collapsed into the water, incapacitated. Return. Sea Lion Pokémon. Wuma retrieved his Pokémon. After battling you, I specifically trained my Pokémon. The results are quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, you've improved significantly, Wuma marveled. He had initially believed he had grown quite strong, only to realize that Kapu had also evolved remarkably. Truly, one must never underestimate an opponent, for there are many who possess greater talent and strength. Chapter 38. Battling Kapu. The mighty Charizard the referee called. Wuma, please send out your next Pokémon. Wuma gazed at Nidoqueen, contemplating which Pokémon to deploy next. In terms of strength, Tyranitar would be an excellent choice. However, this arena proved exceptionally disadvantageous for it. Even disregarding the arena's influence, Tyranitar had a slim chance of defeating Nidoqueen. Please, Mini Dragon. Ultimately, Wuma decided to send forth his Mini Dragon. The commentator exclaimed, "Wow, everyone. Wuma has sent out a second Pokémon, Mini Dragon. This marks the fourth Pokémon to grace the battlefield for Wuma. Let us observe how Wuma's Mini Dragon performs. Continue the battle." The referee instructed. Nidoqueen. Use Ice Beam. Mini Dragon. Evade. Mini Dragon soared into the air, skillfully twisting its body to dodge the Ice Beam attack. Mini Dragon. Dragon Rage. Mini Dragon gathered its power, unleashing a fierce Dragon Rage towards Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen. Counter with Body Slam. Nidoqueen extended its fist, absorbing the Dragon Rage head-on. Unable to remain in the water due to its size, Nidoqueen could hardly evade the attack. Thus, it was forced to withstand the blow. Return. Nidoqueen. Recognizing the disadvantage, Kapu called back Nidoqueen and replaced it with another Pokémon. Please, Beedrill. Beedrill was a familiar face, previously employed by Kapu. With a smirk, Kapu remarked, "Beedrill's speed is inferior to that of Dragonite, but unfortunately for you, you're up against a Dratini. Beedrill, quick attack." Beedrill surged forward with astonishing speed, reaching Dratini in an instant. Kapu's Beedrill was even faster than the one previously used by Arca. Dratini failed to evade, getting struck by the quick attack. Dratini used Twister. A colossal whirlwind materialized, hurtling towards Beedrill. Beedrill, use Agility. Beedrill executed a series of rapid movements, eluding the pull of the Twister. Beedrill, Wing Attack. Beedrill flipped its body and charged towards Dratini. Dratini, Twister. Dratini unleashed a Twister that expanded outward. Due to inertia, Beedrill could not halt in time, becoming ensnared within the Twister. Beedrill, break free. Beedrill flapped its wings vigorously, striving to escape the cyclone. Dratini, do not grant it a chance. Dragon Rage. Dratini locked onto Beedrill's position, delivering a Dragon Rage that struck Beedrill directly, sending it hurtling away. Beedrill, rise up. Beedrill plummeted rapidly, just before hitting the ground. It flapped its wings to take flight once more. Excellent, Beedrill. Use Agility. Kapu commanded. Beedrill instantly positioned itself behind Dratini, then charged towards it with great speed. Dratini. Use Thunder Wave. Dratini released a dispersing wave of electricity, hitting the oncoming Beedrill. Beedrill's body stiffened, rendering it immobile. Dratini spun around, striking Beedrill with its tail, sending it crashing downwards. Dratini, Dragon Rage. Dratini unleashed another Dragon Rage as Beedrill descended. The attack met Beedrill just as it touched down, creating a massive explosion of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Beedrill lay on the ground, unable to take flight again. Referee, the Pidgeot has lost its ability to battle. Please send out your next Pokémon. Carp. Return, Pidgeot. During this time, Carp had devoted most of his energy to Nidoqueen, and Pidgeot had not learned any new moves. Moreover, the strength of Dragonite was inherently superior to that of Pidgeot, so the loss was not surprising. To my astonishment, it seems we will still be utilizing it. I entrust you with this task, Charizard. Carp sent out his third Pokémon, Charizard. Upon seeing Charizard, Wuma appeared somewhat astonished. He vaguely recalled that during their school days, Carp had a Charmander. It seems this Charizard is indeed that very Pokémon. Wuma, do you remember Charizard? Wuma nodded slightly. Commentator, we can observe that Carp and Wuma are engaged in conversation. They appear to be acquaintances from the past. In the arena of the league tournament, friends may transform into rivals. Battles between well-acquainted adversaries tend to be more thrilling, deepening their bond. This is the allure of the league competition. One must commend the commentator for his swift reaction, effectively promoting the league tournament. Wuma, Charizard has grown quite powerful. You should exercise caution, Carp advised. My Dragonite is also formidable. Who should be cautious is yet to be determined. Dragonite roared with determination, showing no signs of retreat. Please commence the battle, otherwise both Pokémon will be declared unable to continue. The referee's voice rang out. Carp, apologies, let us begin. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Charizard charged at Dragonite and, upon reaching a certain distance, expelled a torrent of flames. Dragonite, use Hurricane. Dragonite released a powerful hurricane in front of itself. The tornado enveloped the flames, transforming them into a fiery whirlwind. Dragonite controlled the fire vortex, surging towards Charizard. Charizard, use Slash. Charizard swung its arm with great force, directly tearing through the fire vortex. Subsequently, the tornado dissipated on its own. Witnessing this scene, Wuma was taken aback. Charizard's strength was indeed impressive. Dragonite, use Dragon Tail. Charizard, use Slash. The tail of Dragonite collided with Charizard's arm. Charizard, seize it. Charizard grasped Dragonite's tail with its other hand. Utilizing Earthquake, Charizard ascended rapidly, spinning in midair. Then, Charizard plummeted swiftly, using inertia to slam Dragonite into the water. The tremendous impact inflicted considerable damage on Dragonite. After tossing Dragonite into the water, Charizard hovered in the air, attentively observing the situation beneath the surface. Dragonite remained still, unresponsive. Just as the referee was about to declare a verdict, rain suddenly began to pour from the sky. This was the rain dance move executed by Dragonite. When it rains, the power of fire-type moves diminishes, placing Charizard at a disadvantage. A whirlpool suddenly emerged in the water, followed by a colossal waterspout that surged upward, engulfing Charizard. The waterspout ensnared Charizard, rapidly sapping its strength. The waterspout's assault was exceedingly effective against Charizard. Charizard break free. Charizard attempted to escape, but the waterspout's pull was too strong. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Carp sought to counter the waterspout with flames. Charizard directed its flames towards the waterspout. Under the influence of the fire, the water within the waterspout began to evaporate quickly. Dragonite, do not let him succeed. Dragonite summoned more water with Hurricane. The rain from above and the water from the battlefield continuously supplied the waterspout. Charizard, use Fire Spin from below the tornado. Charizard exerted all its strength to unleash Fire Spin. Flames entwined the waterspout, transforming it into a fiery vortex, causing the water to evaporate instantaneously. Charizard, charge out. At this moment, the tornado became exceedingly unstable. Charizard struck with great force, scattering the vortex and escaping. Dragonite's Fury. Dragonite concentrated its energy, preparing to unleash Dragon Rage. Charizard, we shall also use Dragon Rage. The two Pokémon unleashed Dragon Rage simultaneously, colliding with one another. The clash of their powers resulted in a tremendous friction, culminating in a massive explosion. Both Charizard and Dragonite were propelled away. The two Pokémon swiftly regained their balance and took flight once more. Dragonite, Dragon Tail. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Dragon Tail and Dragon Claw collided, sending both Pokémon reeling once again. Carp, Flamethrower. Dragonite, evade and use Thunderbolt. Dragonite dodged the attack and then struck Charizard with Thunderbolt. This move was particularly effective against Charizard. Once more Dragon Rage. The two Dragon Rages collided once again. The explosion's smoke and airflow enveloped the entire arena. When the smoke cleared, Dragonite fell into the water. Dragonite has lost its ability to battle. Charizard emerges victorious. Wuma was somewhat taken aback by this outcome. Logically, Charizard should have sustained more damage than Dragonite. How could it be that Dragonite fell first? However, the reality was as such, and Wuma needed to contemplate which Pokémon to send out next. Return, Dragonite. Wuma recalled it. You've done well. Carpesh Charizard is exceptionally strong. Dragonite performed admirably. Carpesh Charizard lingered above the platform, its remaining stamina dwindling. Now, we are left with only one last Pokémon to deploy. Carp still had Charizard and Nidoqueen at his disposal. Fortunately, both Pokémon were not in optimal condition. If we give it our all, the probability of victory remains quite promising. Wuma currently had the option of choosing between Beedrill and Tyranitar. As for Agumon and Devimon, Wuma had no intention of deploying them just yet. Soon, Wuma made a choice. Go, Beedrill. Wuma selected Beedrill, a Pokémon capable of flight, whether facing Charizard or Nidoqueen. Utilizing a flying-type Pokémon would be advantageous. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Charizard took to the skies once more, directing flames at Beedrill. Beedrill dodge. Beedrill effortlessly evaded the attack. It was evident that Charizard's reflexes had dulled significantly compared to before. Now was the opportune moment to defeat it. Beedrill, use Fury Attack. Beedrill dashed towards Charizard with incredible speed. Charizard, Fire Spin. Charizard employed Fire Spin against the incoming Beedrill. Just as it was about to be struck, Beedrill suddenly lowered its altitude, successfully avoiding the attack. Following this, Beedrill accelerated and collided with Charizard. Use Electric Terrain. Upon hitting Charizard, Beedrill unleashed Electric Terrain, paralyzing Charizard. For the final blow, Mega Cannon. The Mega Cannon struck Charizard, propelling it directly into the water. The explosion of the Mega Cannon sent waves crashing across the battlefield. Once all was calm, Charizard surfaced, now devoid of its ability to battle. Charizard has lost its ability to battle. Please send out your next Pokémon. Carp. Return, Charizard. You have worked hard, Cap said as he looked at Numa. This is our final battle. Let's see who can advance. Go, Nidoking. Cap released Nidoking, who was not at full strength, thus giving Bidoof a significant chance of victory. Nidoking, use Ice Beam. Bidoof dodge. Bidoof swiftly evaded the attack, but Nidoking adjusted its aim, and the Ice Beam grazed Bidoof, freezing part of its wings. Losing its balance, Bidoof plummeted towards the ground. Thunderbolt. Nidoking unleashed a powerful current towards the descending Bidoof. If hit, victory would become exceedingly difficult for Bidoof. Bidoof, accelerate your descent. Unable to ascend, Bidoof maneuvered downwards, narrowly avoiding the Thunderbolt. It glided forward, landing on the platform. Nidoking, finish it with Hyper Beam. Bidoof, use Sharp Claw. Bidoof shattered the ice on its wings with its claws and swiftly took flight, evading the Hyper Beam. Very well. Use Mega Cannon. Nidoking, Million Ton Punch. Nidoking's Million Ton Punch collided with the Mega Cannon, resulting in an explosion that inflicted damage upon Nidoking. Suddenly, Bidoof charged forward, using its horn to thrust Nidoking into the water. Nidoking, heavy as it was, sank rapidly. Nidoking, use Surf. Nidoking executed the Surf move, propelling itself above the water's surface. However, at that moment, a Mega Cannon struck it once more, plunging Nidoking back into the depths. Return, Nidoking. Cap recalled Nidoking. Having already endured the assault from the Harpoon Cannon and now the Mega Cannon, it could no longer continue the fight. With all three Pokémon of Cap incapacitated, victory belonged to Numa. Victory! Numa exclaimed, exhilarated. The match had been intensely thrilling, with even a moment's lapse potentially leading to defeat. Thankfully, he had triumphed in the end. The commentator announced, "Let us congratulate Numa on his victory in the 4th round of the elimination match, successfully advancing to the ranking battles. We shall witness more of his battles in the future." The clash between Numa and Cap had been fierce, one that would be hard to replicate in the upcoming ranking matches. Let us once again cheer for both competitors. After the match concluded, Numa and Cap exited the venue together. "Congratulations, Numa," Cap said casually. "You seem unfazed by your victory. It was expected that I would lose to you. You've improved significantly during this time. Of course, I still wish to win. However, it matters little to me, as the league tournament holds no significance for my role as an instructor at the trainer school." Cap, already a teacher, had the option to continue in that capacity or cultivate promising students aiming for high ranks within the league. The tournament standings had little impact on her. But for me, it is crucial. I almost failed to qualify for the ranking battles, Numa replied with a wry smile. However, if you cannot defeat me, winning the league tournament will be quite challenging. In this competition, only the champion holds value. Other placements are of little consequence to trainers like us. Numa found himself momentarily perplexed by Cap's words. As long as one reached the ranking battles, they would secure a record of their achievements, which was a matter of great honor. Yet, Cap seemed to imply that anything less than championship glory was insignificant. You will understand in time. With that, they moved on, leaving the topic behind as they exited the Grand Hall. "Numa, I must return," Cap said. "Back to school? So soon?" Numa was taken aback. "Indeed, if I am absent, those troublesome kids will certainly cause chaos. I must hurry back." Actually, my purpose in attending the tournament was to face you in this final match. We may not have another chance to battle in the future. Cap's words rendered Numa silent. It was true. As Cap had stated, their paths might rarely cross again. Thus, regardless of the outcome of this battle, I will not continue in the league tournament. All right, I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Goodbye, Numa responded softly. He watched Cap's retreating figure, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, she was one of the few friends he had in this world. Numa would be traveling far and wide, while Cap would remain at the school. It was uncertain when they would meet again. As Cap's silhouette faded from view, Numa turned toward the lodging building, resolving to shake off his earlier melancholy. Having finally entered the ranking battles, he was determined to strive for the championship title. On the 5th day of the league tournament, the elimination rounds concluded. 16 competitors successfully advanced to the subsequent ranking battles. The format would change, with each participant utilizing 6 Pokémon, leading to more enduring and comprehensive battles. Additionally, the combat arena would shift to a standard battlefield, minimizing environmental factors and truly testing the trainer's abilities. On the morning of the 6th day, all trainers were required to gather at the venue. Numa, do your best. You must win today, his sister encouraged. Numa nodded and entered the venue, making his way to the waiting room. Upon his arrival, he found several other trainers already present, including Raikou, whom Numa had previously taken an interest in. Of course, he had to remain vigilant, as any trainer who made it to the ranking battles was formidable, and none could afford to underestimate their opponents. As the time approached, the announcement echoed through the hall. Welcome, everyone, to the Kanto Region League Tournament. We are now entering the round of 16 to 8, which 8 competitors will advance. Let us await the outcome. The cheers from outside resonated within the waiting room, heightening the excitement among the trainers, all eager for intense battles to secure a spot in the top 8. Firstly, let us view the big screen to determine the matchups. The photographs of the 16 contestants appeared, merging and separating, revealing the pairings for this round. Numa noticed he was positioned 5th, with a red-haired boy as his opponent. Previously, Xiaomi had shared insights about the other 15 competitors, and Numa recognized this boy as Archie, who specialized in fire-type Pokémon. Now, we invite the first pair of competitors to the battle arena. The 2 contenders stood from their seats and proceeded into the venue, where their match commenced shortly thereafter. The remaining trainers in the waiting room closely observed their fierce confrontation. As the 2 combatants faced off, one of them would inevitably become their future opponent. With only 16 participants in the ranking matches, it was the perfect moment to assess their rivals. Soon, the first battle concluded, with both competitors showcasing similar prowess, ultimately relying on their final Pokémon to determine the victor. The second pair of contestants was called forth, and Lei Gu rose to join another trainer on the battlefield. Wuma felt a surge of determination. He sensed that he would soon confront the trainer named Lei Gu. After defeating 3 of his opponent's Pokémon, Galagaga finally succumbed in battle. Lei Gu then sent forth Quintero, which, unlike Galagaga, could only take down one opponent before falling. Subsequently, Lei Gu unleashed Yinshi and Long Yin, vanquishing his rival's final 2 Pokémon and securing victory. From the information provided earlier by Xiaomi and Lei Gu's performance, it was evident that he predominantly utilized ground and rock-type Pokémon. After the second battle wrapped up, Lei Gu and his opponent returned to the lounge. Wuma and Achi stood and made their way toward the battlefield. You're Wuma, aren't you? Achi suddenly halted and spoke. Indeed, is there a problem? Wuma inquired. Your Pokémon are indeed remarkable, but I am certain I will win this battle. Wuma nodded slightly, then let us await the outcome. The 2 parted ways, emerging from opposite exits. Announcer, here we go. The next match features the second bout of the top 16, with contestants Achi and Wuma. Everyone must be eagerly anticipating this, as both sides will deploy 6 Pokémon each. Let us see what new Pokémon Wuma will bring forth. Wuma and Achi approach their positions, ready for combat. Chapter 39. The swiftly concluded battle against Lei Gu. Next up is the battle between Wuma and Achi. Each side is allowed to use 6 Pokémon, and victory is claimed when one side's Pokémon are rendered incapable of battle. During the duel, both trainers may substitute their Pokémon. Now, let both trainers send forth their first Pokémon. As per the previous protocol, both must release their first Pokémon simultaneously. Achi predominantly utilized Fire-type Pokémon, prompting Wuma to select Tyrannosaurus. Go, Tyrannosaurus. Onward, Ninetales. Achi's first Pokémon was Ninetales. Previously, during the Hououmon Gym Challenge, Xiaobo had also used a Ninetales, but it was clear that Achi's Ninetales lacked the strength of Xiaobo's. The battle commenced. Ninetales, Flame Vortex. Tyrannosaurus, withstand it. Ninetales unleashed a fiery vortex that enveloped Tyrannosaurus. However, the flames did little damage. Ninetales, Confusion Ray. The attack struck Tyrannosaurus, leaving it in a state of confusion. Return, Tyrannosaurus. I entrust you to Beedrill. Wuma swapped in Beedrill. Once inside its Pokeball, the confusion would soon dissipate. Beedrill, unleash Mega Horn. Ninetales, evade. Ninetales leaped aside, narrowly dodging the attack. Beedrill, charge. Beedrill dove down swiftly toward Ninetales. Ninetales, stop it with Flame Vortex. Ninetales expelled a Flame Vortex in an attempt to block Beedrill. But Beedrill adeptly altered its course, evading the strike. Now's the time, Horn attack. Beedrill accelerated and knocked Ninetales to the ground. Beedrill, Electroweb. As Ninetales lay down, Beedrill ensnared it with Electroweb. Excellent. Mega Horn. The attack struck Ninetales, rendering it incapable of battle. Ninetales is unable to battle. Please send out your next Pokémon. Achi. Go, Charizard. After recalling Ninetales, Achi sent forth Charizard. Return, Beedrill. Wuma withdrew Beedrill and called upon Hakron. Surely Hakron can contend with Achi's Charizard. Despite not having triumphed over Caboose, in a short span, Achi's Charizard fell to the ground, losing its ability to battle. I concede. To everyone's astonishment, Achi declared his surrender. It was noteworthy, as this was not a mere elimination round but a ranking match. It was unprecedented for a trainer to concede after deploying only 2 Pokémon. Are you certain about your concession, Achi? The referee inquired. Yes, I concede. Achi explained. Charizard is my strongest Pokémon, and my remaining ones would struggle against Hakron. The referee declared, due to Achi's voluntary concession. Victory is awarded to Wuma. Announcer, let us congratulate Wuma for effortlessly securing victory in the first round of the ranking matches, successfully advancing to the top 8. Now, let us invite the next group of contestants to battle. As the venue remained relatively undamaged, only a brief cleanup was required before the next match could commence. Wuma and Achi exited the battlefield and returned to the lounge, where Wuma settled onto the couch, watching the battles of the remaining competitors. As the clock approached midnight, the top 16 matches concluded. Announcer, congratulations to Wuma and Legu for advancing to the second round of ranking matches. Kudos to those who have successfully reached the top 8. At 8 o'clock tonight, we will commence the second round of ranking matches. All participants and spectators are advised to arrive promptly. Furthermore, we encourage all competitors to rest well and prepare for the evening's battles. After leaving the venue, Wuma and Xiaomi headed to the dining hall for a meal. In the afternoon, Wuma had asked Nurse Joy to treat the Pokémon, helping them regain their strength. At 8 o'clock that evening, the remaining 8 contestants and the audience returned to the venue. Announcer, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness the quarterfinals. Let us see which contestants will face off against one another. On the screen appeared images of the 8 contestants. And after a reconfiguration, the matchups for the 4 battles were revealed. Wuma was surprised to see his opponent, Legu. He had anticipated encountering Legu eventually, yet it felt somewhat premature. Now, let us commence the first battle, featuring contestants Wuma and Legu. Both are favored contenders for the championship title in this tournament. Let us see who will falter here and who will advance to the semifinals. Wuma and Legu stepped into the arena. Legu regarded Wuma and stated, your Pokémon are indeed formidable, but I shall be the one to reach the semifinals. Confidence is commendable, yet confidence does not equate to victory. Only through battle will we ascertain who is stronger. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, eagerly anticipating the clash. Most believed that the champion would emerge from either Wuma or Legu. What was initially expected to be a final showdown had arrived earlier than anticipated. The victor of this battle would likely claim the championship title. Referee, please send forth your first Pokémon. I entrust you to Nidoking. Go, Tyrannosaurus. Both trainers released their Pokémon simultaneously. Wuma summoned Tyrannosaurus, while Legu unleashed Nidoking. In terms of size, both Pokémon appeared well-matched for the impending duel. Tyrannosaurus, unleash your flame breath. Nidoking, charge forward directly. Nidoking endures the flames and rushes towards Tyrannosaurus. Nidoking, million-ton punch. Tyrannosaurus with its sharp claws. The hands of Tyrannosaurus and Nidoking collide, and the immense force sends Tyrannosaurus staggering back 2 steps as Nidoking's strength overwhelms it. Tyrannosaurus, Super Flame. The Super Flame strikes Nidoking at close range, pushing it back a short distance. Nidoking, use Earthquake. Nidoking stomps on the ground, causing violent tremors. The earthquake inflicts damage on Tyrannosaurus, making it wobble precariously as if about to topple. Tyrannosaurus, stabilize your stance. Tyrannosaurus lowers its center of gravity, firmly anchoring itself to the ground to withstand the earthquake. Tyrannosaurus, unleash Super Flame. Once the tremor subsides, Wuma commands Tyrannosaurus to unleash Super Flame. Nidoking, million-ton punch. Nidoking shatters the fireball with its fist. At this moment, Tyrannosaurus charges in front of Nidoking, using its horn to knock it a distance away. Nidoking, gather your strength. Nidoking slowly rises to its feet. Both Pokémon belong to the category of high defense and stamina, making it difficult to determine a victor in the short term. Ultimately, Tyrannosaurus prevails over Nidoking. Nidoking loses its ability to battle. Please, Legu, send out your next Pokémon. Return, Nidoking. It's your turn now, Golem. A Pokémon resembling a rock appears on the battlefield. Golem is the final evolution of Geodude, boasting tremendous power. The battle continues. Golem, use rollout. Legu commands. Golem curls its limbs and head, transforming into a ball and swiftly charges at Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus, unleash flame breath. The flames instantly strike Golem. Golem, relying on its rotation, deflects the flames and collides with Tyrannosaurus, knocking it to the ground. Golem rolls over Tyrannosaurus's body. Golem, once more rollout. Golem changes direction and rolls toward Tyrannosaurus again. The power of rollout increases with each use. A strategy must be devised to halt it. Tyrannosaurus, intercepted. Tyrannosaurus spreads its arms wide and embraces the incoming Golem. Golem, accelerate and charge. Golem increases its rolling speed, breaking free from Tyrannosaurus's grasp and colliding with it. Tyrannosaurus is knocked to the ground, losing its ability to battle. Return, Tyrannosaurus. Nidoking's strength and Tyrannosaurus are comparable. It is already remarkable that Tyrannosaurus won. Being swiftly defeated by Golem is also quite normal. Now, it's your turn, Sea Lion Pokémon. Wuma sends out his second Pokémon, the Sea Lion Pokémon. Golem, use rollout. Legu commands Golem to employ the same attack. Golem transforms into a ball and rolls quickly towards the Sea Lion Pokémon. Sea Lion Pokémon, use horn attack. The horn atop the Sea Lion Pokémon spins rapidly and collides with Golem. The high-speed spinning horn pierces through Golem's body. Golem is hurt and comes to a halt. Now, unleash Fish Frenzy. A torrent of fish and water engulfs Golem, inflicting substantial damage. Golem, use Earthquake. The ground shakes violently, scattering the fish. The Sea Lion Pokémon lowers its body, striving to maintain its balance. Sea Lion Pokémon, use Harpoon Cannon. The Sea Lion Pokémon launches 2 harpoons, striking Golem simultaneously. The harpoons explode, causing damage to Golem. Golem, use rollout. Golem rolls rapidly and crashes into the Sea Lion Pokémon. Golem, embrace it and use self-destruct. Golem exits its rolling state, clutches the Sea Lion Pokémon, and detonates instantly. The Sea Lion Pokémon is unable to escape and suffers severe damage. Golem, overwhelmed by the attacks and the explosion, collapses to the ground, losing its ability to battle. Return, Golem, and now it's your turn, Steelix. A colossal Pokémon, resembling forged steel, appears on the battlefield. Steelix is the evolved form of Onyx, a sight Wuma did not expect to encounter here. Steelix, use Dig. Steelix burrows into the ground swiftly. Sea Lion Pokémon, be cautious. Before long, Steelix erupts from beneath the Sea Lion Pokémon, launching it into the air. Steelix, use Iron Tail. As the Sea Lion Pokémon descends, Steelix strikes it with its tail, inflicting further injury. Sea Lion Pokémon, can you still fight? Wuma inquires. The Sea Lion Pokémon rises slowly. Wuma, I can still go on. Excellent, unleash Harpoon Cannon. The Sea Lion Pokémon fires 2 harpoons consecutively at Steelix. However, the explosions from the harpoons fail to inflict damage on Steelix. Sea Lion Pokémon, attack again. The Sea Lion Pokémon launches 10 consecutive harpoons, covering Steelix entirely. Yet, when the smoke clears, Steelix remains unscathed. Futile, Steelix's body is hardened. Its defense is exceedingly high, rendering your attacks ineffective, Legu remarks with a smile. Steelix is one of Legu's trump cards, which he had not deployed until now. He anticipates that Steelix can defeat at least 2 of Wuma's Pokémon. Not necessarily. Sea Lion Pokémon, how do you feel? No problem, Wuma. I'm starting to feel it. Very well. Sea Lion Pokémon. Let him witness our true power. All right, Wuma. Suddenly, a bright light envelopes the Sea Lion Pokémon, and its form begins to transform rapidly. The Sea Lion Pokémon evolves into Zudon. A creature with 2 sharp fangs, standing on 2 legs, wielding a massive hammer appears on the battlefield. The commentator exclaims with excitement. It has evolved. It has evolved. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first instance in this tournament of a Pokémon evolving during battle. The appearance of the evolved Sea Lion Pokémon has undergone a tremendous change. We are left to wonder what new skills it has acquired. The audience erupts with enthusiasm, as witnessing a Pokémon evolve in the arena is a rare occurrence. Throughout this tournament, the Sea Lion Pokémon has participated in nearly every battle, making it the first among its peers to evolve into its ultimate form. Futile, even if your Sea Lion Pokémon has evolved, it cannot breach Steelix's defenses. Legu asserts. Is that so? Then let us see for ourselves. At this moment, Legu feels a tinge of uncertainty. As the transformed Sea Lion Pokémon appears formidable, Steelix, use Dig. The sea lion Pokémon digs underground once again. Soon, Steelix bursts from beneath Zudon, hurling it into the air. Zudon, slam it down. Wuma commands. Zudon throws its hammer, striking Steelix on the head. Steelix immediately collapses to the ground. How is this possible? Why was the hammer able to injure the steel serpent? Legu was utterly astonished. Wuma replied, because the hammer of the Zuduan beast is forged from an alloy that rivals the steel serpent's iron body. Zuduan beast, resolve him. Heavy hammer spark. The Zuduan beast grasped the hammer and struck the steel serpent with a mighty blow. The clash of steel produced dazzling sparks, leaving the steel serpent completely incapacitated. Return. Steel serpent, Legu commanded, recalling his Pokémon. His expression grew grave. He had initially believed the steel serpent would eliminate its disadvantage, but it had only worsened. He realized that Wuma's strength exceeded his expectations. He could very well lose this battle. Now, it's your turn. Go, Duinjia. Legu sent forth his fourth Pokémon, Duinjia. It was evident that Duinjia was not native to the Kanto region, suggesting that it had traveled from other lands. Zuduan beast, return. Wuma called back his Pokémon. At this moment, he had only utilized 2 Pokémon while his opponent had already deployed a 4th, placing him at a distinct advantage. The Zuduan beast had sustained considerable injuries earlier, and with its evolution still causing instability, it was unfit for further battle. Now, you shall take the stage, Bidabeast. Wuma's third Pokémon emerged, Bidabeast. Upon seeing Bidabeast, Legu furrowed his brow. Ground-type Pokémon are at a significant disadvantage against flying types. It is not that flying-type attacks inflict severe damage on ground types, but rather that ground-type attacks struggle to reach airborne foes. Nevertheless, Legu, having trained exclusively ground-type Pokémon, must possess strategies to counter flying types. Return, Duinjia. Without hesitating, Legu withdrew Duinjia before the battle had even commenced. While this approach is permissible, it does carry certain drawbacks. Duinjia's premature withdrawal could dampen its spirits, making it difficult to unleash its true potential in future encounters. Additionally, Duinjia had already occupied one of Legu's slots, necessitating its eventual deployment in battle. It's up to you, Garagara. Upon seeing Legu send out Garagara, Wuma focused intently. Garagara was Legu's ace Pokémon, which he consistently deployed at the start of every match. Garagara was formidable enough to take down at least 2 of its opponents. The battle continues, announced the referee. Garagara. Use Bone Boomerang. Garagara gathered energy and hurled the bone in its hand toward Bidabeast. Bidabeast, evade. Bidabeast soared upward, narrowly dodging the attack. However, the bone boomerang suddenly altered its trajectory and struck Bidabeast. Wuma was taken aback by this unexpected turn. Did that bone travel too far? And the path it took was rather peculiar. Typically, a boomerang's trajectory follows a predictable pattern. However, Garagara's bone boomerang exhibited no such characteristics. After striking Bidabeast, the bone returned to Garagara's grasp. Bidabeast, unleash Mega Cannon. Bidabeast concentrated its energy, releasing a powerful Mega Cannon. Garagara, block the attack. Garagara positioned the bone before it and began to spin rapidly. The whirling bone successfully deflected the Mega Cannon, leaving Garagara relatively unscathed. This is outrageous, Wuma thought. Utterly baffled by how Garagara managed this feat, Garagara, bone boomerang. Garagara hurled the bone once more at Bidabeast. Bidabeast, catch the bone. Realizing there was no way to evade, Wuma instructed Bidabeast to seize the bone. If successful, Garagara would lose its weapon and be rendered much less formidable. Yet, just as Bidabeast's claws were about to grasp the bone, it unexpectedly veered away, circumventing Bidabeast. The bone then returned, striking Bidabeast once again before landing back in Garagara's hand. This defies logic, Wuma thought, utterly perplexed. However, he soon remembered that in this world, adhering to the laws of science might lead to unnecessary frustration. In that case, I shall resort to close-range attacks. Use Horn Attack. Bidabeast charged toward Garagara. Garagara, unleash a flurry of strikes with the bone. As Bidabeast neared Garagara, the latter leaped into the air, delivering rapid blows to Bidabeast's head with the bone. Bidabeast collapsed, instantly losing its fighting capability. Bidabeast. Wuma clenched his fist tightly. This was the first time he had felt so frustrated in battle. Garagara was simply unreasonable. Return, Bidabeast. After recalling Bidabeast, Wuma retrieved another Pokeball. Now it's your turn, Haycron. Wuma sent forth his 4th Pokémon, Haycron. Garagara, use Bone Boomerang. Haycron, summon a tornado. The tornado formed, blocking the Bone Boomerang's assault. Haycron manipulated the tornado, drawing Garagara into its vortex. Garagara, being a small Pokémon, was easily lifted. Although it swung its bone, it was unable to escape the tornado's grasp. Haycron. Employ Rain Dance. While maintaining control of the tornado, Haycron initiated Rain Dance. Soon, Heavy rain began to fall from the sky. The rainwater merged with the tornado, transforming it into a waterspout, which proved significantly more effective against Garagara. Under the continuous assault of the waterspout, Garagara succumbed, losing its fighting ability. That's enough, Haycron. Haycron dispelled the tornado, and Garagara tumbled to the ground. The referee announces, Garagara has lost its fighting capability. Please, Legu, send out your next Pokémon. Wuma let out a sigh of relief. He had finally defeated Garagara. Its strength was formidable, and with Bone Boomerang in its arsenal, even flying types struggled to overcome it. Haycron's ease in defeating Garagara stemmed from its wide-ranging control abilities. Garagara's bone was indeed remarkable, without a move like Tornado to neutralize it. Even Haycron might have found it difficult to overcome. Return, Garagara. At this moment, Legu felt disheartened. He had not anticipated that Garagara would only take down one of Wuma's Pokémon before being defeated. He was left with merely 2 Pokémon. And given the current circumstances, Duinjia seemed practically useless. Thus, he could rely only on his final Pokémon. Defeating 3 of Wuma's Pokémon with just 1 remaining would prove to be quite the challenge. Originally, he had intended to reserve it for a decisive moment. But if he did not deploy it now, his journey would end here. Wuma, allow me to showcase my most formidable Pokémon. Go, Banjirus. A colossal Pokémon materialized on the battlefield, its landing causing a slight tremor beneath. Upon seeing Banjirus, Wuma felt a profound pressure. He sensed that this Banjirus was incredibly powerful, rivaling Haycron. Should Haycron fail to defeat Banjirus, Wuma would likely have to resort to his remaining 2 Pokémon. Chapter 40. The Emergence of the Angel Beast. Conducting interviews. Referee. The battle continues. Wuma and Legu stared at each other's Pokémon, momentarily hesitant to make the first move. As the 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, they were compelled to engage in battle. Tyranitar, unleash Rock Slide. Tyranitar raised its hands, and a multitude of rocks materialized in the air, plummeting toward Haxorus. Haxorus, evade. Haxorus deftly maneuvered amidst the falling rocks, successfully dodging the onslaught. Tyranitar, conjure Sandstorm. The winds whipped up sand, enveloping the battlefield. Within the tempest, the swirling sand gradually sapped Haxorus's stamina. Haxorus, summon Tornado. The tornado whirled into existence, absorbing the surrounding sand and dispelling the sandstorm. Tyranitar, use Hyper Beam. Haxorus, evade. Haxorus swiftly darted aside, narrowly avoiding the devastating Hyper Beam, before retaliating with Dragon Rage, hitting Tyranitar squarely. Tyranitar braced itself against the Dragon Rage. Tyranitar, execute Rock Slide. Once more, Tyranitar unleashed Rock Slide, particularly effective against airborne Pokémon. Yet, Haxorus, with remarkable agility, deftly evaded the attack. Thunderbolt. Tyranitar swiftly unleashed Thunderbolt, successfully striking Haxorus and inflicting damage. Haxorus, retaliate with Dragon Tail. Haxorus regained its composure and charged toward Tyranitar. Tyranitar, Fire Punch. The impact of Haxorus's Dragon Tail collided with Tyranitar's Fire Punch. Now, Tornado. Haxorus momentarily retreated before launching a tornado, which swiftly enveloped Tyranitar. However, Tyranitar's immense weight rendered it impervious to being lifted by the tornado, and its formidable defense mitigated the damage. Tyranitar struck the tornado with a punch, emerging unscathed. Haxorus, Dragon Rage. Tyranitar, Hyper Beam. Both Pokémon unleashed their attacks simultaneously, resulting in a fierce explosion. The shockwave struck both creatures, inflicting harm upon them. Tyranitar, conjure Sandstorm once more. Legu commanded. Soon, the sandstorm reared its head. Haxorus, invoke Rain Dance. This time, Haxorus opted for Rain Dance instead of Tornado. Moments later, light rain began to fall, intensifying and suppressing the sandstorm. Legu commanded. Tyranitar, use Ice Beam. Haxorus dodged. Tyranitar's strength was formidable, making a direct confrontation unwise, compelling Wuma to direct Haxorus to evade. Ice Beam launched toward Haxorus, but it deftly sidestepped just in time. Continue with Ice Beam. Tyranitar adjusted the direction of its Ice Beam attack, sweeping toward Haxorus. Haxorus spun around, skillfully avoiding the strike. Suddenly, Haxorus collided with an unseen object, abruptly halting its movement, and was consequently struck by the Ice Beam. The attack had a significant effect, encasing half of Haxorus's body in ice. At that moment, Wuma realized that Haxorus had crashed into an airborne sheet of ice. The earlier sandstorm combined with rain had formed suspended water and particles in the atmosphere. The Ice Beam swiftly froze these particles, creating a sheet of ice that Haxorus had failed to notice. Now, use Rock Slide. Haxorus, deploy Tornado. Haxorus centered itself, conjuring a tornado to shield against the falling rocks. Yet, at that moment, an attack struck Haxorus. It was Tyranitar's Hyper Beam. Seizing the opportunity as Haxorus defended against the rocks, Tyranitar locked onto its position and unleashed a powerful attack. Tyranidar's strength was immense, and the Hyper Beam inflicted considerable damage upon Haxorus. "How are you, Haxorus?" Wuma inquired. If Haxorus was unable to continue, he would substitute it. Haxorus nodded, signaling its readiness to fight on. "Very well." Haxorus unleashed Dragon Rage. The Hyper Beam shattered the ice encasing Haxorus, allowing it to move once more. Tyranitar, Ice Beam. The clash between Dragon Rage and Ice Beam resulted in a titanic collision of their respective moves. "Come on, Haxorus," Wuma encouraged, eager to see if his shouts could bolster Haxorus' strength. Haxorus intensified the power of Dragon Rage, overpowering the Ice Beam and striking Tyranitar. Despite Tyranitar's formidable defense, it remained in the fight, undeterred by the consecutive onslaught. Even though Haxorus had triumphed in their earlier confrontation of moves, it was now significantly weakened from the previous Ice Beam and Hyper Beam assaults. Haxorus gradually descended to the ground, succumbing to its battle fatigue. Wuma recalled Haxorus. "Rest well, Haxorus. Now, I entrust you with the battle, Stinky Flower." Wuma summoned his fifth Pokémon, Stinky Flower. The grass-type Stinky Flower held a distinct advantage over the rock-type Tyranitar. "Return, Tyranitar." Upon seeing Wuma deploy Stinky Flower, Lega chose to withdraw Tyranitar, allowing it to recuperate for the final showdown against Wuma's last Pokémon. Legu, having studied Wuma's battles, recognized that all the Pokémon Wuma had previously used in the tournament had already emerged, meaning that his sixth Pokémon was yet unseen. He needed to ensure Tyranitar retained ample strength to vanquish Wuma's Pokémon. Against Stinky Flower, Dugtrio would more than suffice. "I entrust this to you, Dugtrio." Lega released the previously summoned Dugtrio. The audience watched intently as the battle reached its zenith, eager to discover who would emerge victorious. "Go, go." The spectators cheered for the contenders. Dugtrio use rollout. Dugtrio curled into a wheel shape, rolling rapidly towards Stinky Flower. Stinky Flower evade. Stinky Flower awkwardly leaped aside, narrowly dodging the assault. Indeed, Dugtrio swiftly changed direction and charged back in. Dugtrio collided forcefully with Stinky Flower. Legu, Dugtrio, use Earthquake. Dugtrio's legs pounded the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The earthquake inflicted severe damage upon Stinky Flower, causing it to topple. Stinky Flower, Seed Bomb, seated on the ground. Stinky Flower unleashed a barrage of seed projectiles. The Seed Bomb struck Dugtrio with impressive efficacy. Dugtrio, once more, roll out. Dugtrio rolled forward, deflecting the seed projectiles and barreling towards Stinky Flower. Stinky Flower, Acid. As Dugtrio collided with Stinky Flower, the acid spewed forth onto Dugtrio. However, Dugtrio's thick hide rendered the acid less effective. Dugtrio, roll out. Dugtrio accelerated its rolling speed, continuing its advance towards Stinky Flower. The Stinky Flower utilized its shadow clones, skillfully deceiving the vision of Dungia. After Dungia attacked one of the clones, it rolled away. "Now's the time, Seed Machine Gun." The barrage of seeds struck Dungia, inflicting further damage. Dungia continued to roll about the battlefield, evading the Stinky Flower's attacks. It would occasionally charge towards the Stinky Flower, only to retreat afterward. Stinky Flower, use Paralysis Powder. The Stinky Flower released a vast cloud of paralysis powder that enveloped the entire battlefield. Upon inhaling the powder, Dungia suddenly halted. Now, Solar Flare. After unleashing the paralysis powder, the Stinky Flower began to gather sunlight. As Dungia came to a stop, the Solar Flare was instantly unleashed. The attack hit Dungia with remarkable efficacy, causing it to collapse and lose its fighting capability. "Come back, Dungia." The reason Legu made Dungia roll around the battlefield was partly to buy some time for rest. However, the time for Banquilas to recuperate was still shorter than he had anticipated. "It's up to you now, Banquilas." Legu sent forth his final Pokémon, Stinky Flower. Seed Machine Gun. The barrage of seeds shot forward, striking Banquilas but causing negligible damage. Banquilas, use Rock Tomb. Several boulders fell, entombing the Stinky Flower and rendering it immobile, thus losing its fighting ability. "Return, Stinky Flower. You've worked hard." Wuma understood that the Stinky Flower stood no chance against Banquilas. Legu was a formidable trainer, even stronger than some gym leaders. Should he lose, it was highly likely that Legu would emerge as the champion of this tournament. Wuma contemplated his next Pokémon, knowing that sending out the Mountain King would likely result in defeat against Banquilas. Thus, he was left to choose between the Angel Beast and the Demon Beast. In the wild, Wuma would undoubtedly opt for the more powerful Demon Beast. However, in the competitive arena, the Demon Beast's inherent ominous aura was unsuitable for display. Consequently, Wuma settled on the Angel Beast. He tossed the Pokeball into the air. "Shine brightly, Angel Beast." The Angel Beast, radiating a sacred aura, materialized on the battlefield, instantly captivating the audience's attention. A warm sensation washed over them upon seeing the Angel Beast. The commentator, momentarily transfixed, eventually exclaimed, "Here it comes. Wuma's final Pokémon." To think his last Pokémon is also a brand new one. Moreover, we have not found any data on this Pokémon in the Pokédex, which means it has yet to be recorded. The revelation that the Angel Beast was unrecorded piqued everyone's interest. Professor Okito chuckled. "I didn't expect this young man to have a surprise in store. However, using such a Pokémon might present some challenges." He observed Wuma, seemingly lost in thought. Lei Gu's attention was also drawn to the Angel Beast, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, even losing his desire to battle. The match continued, interrupted only by the referee's voice, bringing Lei Gu back to reality. He understood the necessity of winning this battle to advance. Retreating was not an option now. Banquilas. Use Hyper Beam. Angel Beast. Heaven's Punch. The two attacks collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Blinding white light flashed, causing everyone to shut their eyes. However, the brilliance had no adverse effect on the Angel Beast. As the light faded, it became evident that the Angel Beast had soared to Banquilas' front. With its staff, the Angel Beast struck Banquilas, dealing significant damage. Banquilas, Fire Punch. Just before the Fire Punch could land, the Angel Beast stepped back, evading the blow. Banquilas, Sandstorm. The Sandstorm kicked up again, accumulating a thick layer of sand on the ground. Angel Beast, use Heaven's Punch again. The Angel Beast launched a swift attack, connecting with Banquilas. Banquilas, don't falter. Use Hyper Beam. At this point, Lei Gu was beginning to panic. He realized he might be on the verge of defeat. Banquilas unleashed Hyper Beam towards the Angel Beast, but it nimbly dodged the attack. Heaven's Punch. The third Heaven's Punch landed on Banquilas with tremendous force, knocking it to the ground. Get up, Banquilas. No matter how loudly Lei Gu shouted, Banquilas lacked the strength to rise. Banquilas had lost its fighting capability. With all 6 of Lei Gu's Pokémon incapacitated, Wuma emerged victorious in this round. "I won," Wuma exclaimed, throwing a triumphant fist in the air, exhilarated. This battle had been incredibly challenging, as he had nearly utilized all his Pokémon. The commentator announced, "Victory. Wuma has triumphed with his Pokémon imbued with divine power." The audience erupted into cheers, their voices soaring to the heavens. Those unaware might have thought Wuma had already secured the championship of the league tournament. Many recognized that Wuma had essentially claimed the title. As the other competitors were no match for him, he had already achieved the ultimate victory. The cheers continued for a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Amidst the applause, a figure clad in a black cloak swiftly departed from the audience. Naturally, no one paid any heed to his exit. "All right, please let Wuma and Lei Gu take a moment to rest. Audience members, please calm yourselves. We will now proceed to the second match of the semifinals." Wuma returned to the waiting room and sank into the couch. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Several other competitors gathered around to inquire about Wuma's final Pokémon. Wuma merely shared the name of the Angel Beast, offering no further details. Some asked where he had obtained these brand new Pokémon, to which Wuma replied that he had found them in the Towering Forest. He believed that it would not be long before trainers in the Towering Forest increased in number, though he was uncertain of the potential consequences. The 4 matches proceeded in succession, and after over 2 hours, the battles concluded. The quarterfinals had ended, and it was quite late. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Throughout the journey, Xiaomi excitedly recounted the brilliance of Wuma's battles and the prowess of his Pokémon. Wuma relished the attention, after all. Who doesn't possess a touch of vanity? After a late-night snack, he had just returned to his room when he heard a knock at the door. Wuma opened the door to find 2 unfamiliar individuals standing there. "Who are you?" "Hello, we are reporters from the League Daily." "Wuma, we would like to conduct an interview with you." "League reporters?" Wuma noticed that the man behind them was carrying a camera. After checking their credentials, he confirmed they were indeed League reporters. "Well then, please come in." Wuma led the reporters to the couch. "Brother Wuma, who are they?" Xiaomi, hearing the commotion, emerged from the room. As a League reporter, they came to conduct an interview. "Would you like to join us?" "Of course." Xiaomi quickly took a seat beside Wuma, eager to see himself on television. "Wuma, we have a few questions for you. If you could, please respond as thoroughly as possible." Wuma nodded, no problem. He felt quite pleased to be interviewed, although he was aware that some media outlets could be troublesome, so he chose his words carefully. "Wuma, what are your thoughts on reaching the top 4? After a brief moment of contemplation, Wuma replied, "Naturally, I am thrilled. Achieving this milestone is not solely my achievement. My Pokémon have put in tremendous effort as well. Additionally, friends like Xiaomi have been a great support. However, reaching the top 4 is not my ultimate goal. I will continue to strive for more." "What are your views on the previous battle?" Many believe it was the decisive match for the championship. Wuma anticipated this question and responded, "The previous battle was indeed exhilarating. My opponent, Raikou, is an exceptionally skilled trainer. However, that match was merely one of the semifinals. The championship battle will unfold tomorrow. Do you have confidence in securing the championship? The reporter pressed. Every competitor is formidable, and I cannot be overly confident. Nonetheless, I believe every trainer harbors a certain degree of confidence in their pursuit of the championship. Moving on to the second question. Second? All that content was just the first question. Wuma expressed his disbelief. The reporter continued, we noticed you utilized many new Pokémon during the competition, which were only added to the Pokédex shortly before the event. What is your connection to this? Wuma replied, a few months ago. I indeed had a discussion with one of the creators of the Pokédex, Professor Nishino Mori. He conducted thorough research on these Pokémon and concluded that they are quite ordinary, albeit rare. I believe it won't be long before more trainers encounter similar Pokémon. May I ask where you captured these Pokémon? I am sure many trainers would like to catch one. Here it came again, no matter who inquired. Wuma's answer remained the same. I captured them in the Jubin forest. While traversing the forest, I unfortunately lost my way and stumbled into a secluded area where I caught several rare Pokémon. Wuma was aware that if this information got out, the Jubin forest would be swarmed by trainers, much like the previous frenzy over Wild Dratini. However, the Jubin forest was different. The Pokémon there are incredibly powerful, and even top-tier trainers must tread carefully. For ordinary trainers, it would be akin to moths drawn to a flame. The forest is vast. Even if all trainers were to venture in, they could not search every corner, making it impossible to disprove Wuma's statement. Young one, may I ask your name? Are you a friend of Wuma? The reporter shifted her focus to Xiaomi, hoping to glean useful information from him. I am the trainer Xiaomi, a friend of Wuma. We have traveled together for quite some time. What do you think of Wuma as a trainer? The reporter inquired. Wuma is an outstanding trainer. I believe he will definitely win the league championship. It appeared that young Xiaomi had great faith in Wuma. During your travels with Wuma, have any amusing events occurred? Wuma glanced at Xiaomi, hoping he wouldn't say anything inappropriate. Certainly. Xiaomi recounted several memorable incidents, all rather mundane and lacking in significant details. After all, the important endeavors Wuma undertook did not involve Xiaomi, ensuring no secrets were leaked. Having asked so many questions, do you have any further inquiries? Wuma said. We have covered most of our questions. Thank you for your time. We shall not disturb you further. Please rest well. We will return for another interview after the competition. Very well, I will see you out. Wuma stood up, opened the door, and ushered the two individuals out. After closing the door, Wuma exhaled a sigh of relief. Dealing with reporters was quite troublesome. He decided that after the tournament, he would refrain from any further interviews. Wuma, do you think they will include footage of me? I don't know. It depends on what they choose. I see. Xiaomi was quite pleased, imagining himself on television. Wuma understood he had become a focal point of the tournament, and more interviews would likely follow. He resolved to avoid them when possible, and if unavoidable, to respond with similar phrases. As night fell, Wuma washed up and prepared for bed. Just then, he heard a tapping sound. Chapter 41, Wuma's Abduction, Elite Training. Not long after lying down, Wuma heard a knock at the window. Startled, he sat up and gazed towards the window, pondering who could be knocking. Being on the 6th floor, it seemed unlikely that anyone would be knocking. Cautiously, he approached, pulled back the curtain, and was greeted by a familiar face. You? What brings you here? Wuma was taken aback to see you at his window. You knocked again, let me in. Couldn't you have come through the front door? Why resort to climbing? Wuma questioned as he sat back on the bed. I have something very important to discuss with you, and it cannot be seen by others. What is it? You seem mysterious. Is this related to a mission? You seated himself in a chair, facing Wuma. I am here to take you away. Take me away? Where to? Wuma was surprised, not understanding why you insisted on taking him. I want to help you lay low. You have been attracting a lot of attention lately. Wuma began to piece things together, likely due to the incident involving the Digimon. The emergence of the digital beast had certainly drawn significant attention, including from Team Rocket. But I still need to participate in the league tournament. I can find a place to hide once the competition is over. Surely, those individuals wouldn't act during the tournament. Would they? Wuma felt that such underground organizations would not dare to disrupt the tournament for fear of losing their prized digital beasts. The individuals I refer to are not from those underground organizations. Wuma was taken aback. Not the underground organizations? Could it be the League? He asked incredulously. You nodded. They are not looking to oppose you. They are likely to seek you out. After all, your performance has been exceptional, and every champion is usually courted. What is the big deal? I can simply decline their offer. Or if their terms are favorable, I could consider joining. Didn't you want me to join the league before? It's not the same. The championship of the Alliance tournament holds immense significance for certain factions within the league. They will undoubtedly attempt to recruit you. In truth, most of the league's grand champions are individuals from prominent families and powerful factions. They're already organized, making it unlikely for other organizations to approach them. Conversely, you are entirely unencumbered by any background, which makes you a coveted target for many organizations eager to enlist you in their pursuit to recruit you. They may even resort to questionable methods. How troubling this all is. Wuma is aware that not all individuals within the League possess noble intentions, yet, according to Yu's words, the current environment within the League seems utterly grim. He even begins to wonder if Yu is affiliated with an underground organization, intent on discrediting the League. Yu remarks, "Those few Pokémon of yours are truly exceptional, significantly enhancing your appeal. I am certain that once you secure the championship, no fewer than 10 factions will seek you out, offering you exceedingly generous terms." Wuma responds with a smile, "If the conditions are so favorable, why would I refuse? Joining any faction would be inconsequential." While Wuma is naturally reluctant to align with such organizations, he would reconsider if they were to offer him a sum in the billions. These factions indeed provide certain advantages, yet afterward, one must relinquish their freedom. You are someone who cherishes liberty, relishing the ability to travel freely and pursue your desires, are you not? Yu, with a smile, observes. Wuma nods in agreement, as he is indeed averse to constraints. Although these factions are not overtly malevolent, they desire to maintain complete control over the trainers they invest in. Once you join them, extricating yourself from their grasp becomes exceedingly challenging. I must contemplate this matter further, Wuma states. You would do well to hurry. Time is of the essence. I believe that as long as you participate in the tournament, victory will be within your grasp. However, at that point, escaping their influence will be nearly impossible. After a brief pause, Yu continues, the League may appear just, but when it desires something, it will employ every conceivable method to acquire it. They do not wish for a champion they cannot control. Take your time to ponder this, for I shall await you in the fields outside the city come dawn. With that, Yu departs on his Pidgeot. Wuma sits on his bed, reflecting on Yu's words. Should he continue competing, the likelihood of securing the championship is high. Yet this would invite trouble from the League. Furthermore, having previously showcased his digital monsters, many factions would not overlook him. He faces a choice: endure the pressure from the League or align with one of its factions. Yet, as you indicated, joining a faction may lead to a loss of autonomy. The secrets of the digital monsters are many, and Wuma has countless ambitions. He cannot afford to be under anyone's control. He could concede in the upcoming matches, thereby evading the League's pursuit. However, regrettably, his digital monsters attract too much attention. Even if he were to withdraw now, underground organizations would still seek him out. Nevertheless, he yearns to claim victory in this tournament. He has already vanquished his fiercest rival, rendering the championship almost within reach. Securing the title in his inaugural participation in the League tournament would indeed be a matter of great pride. Wuma feels a pang of frustration. He had envisioned a harmonious and beautiful world, only to confront such disheartening realities. Disregarding it for now, he decides to sleep. Wuma tosses the matter aside and soon drifts into slumber. The following morning, Yu arrives at the plains outside the city, waiting for Wuma. He is confident that Wuma will make the right choice. After a while, Yu glances at his watch, noting that their appointed time has arrived. Yet Wuma has yet to appear. Is he contemplating which path to take? As disappointment creeps in, he finally spots Wuma approaching slowly. Yu's face brightens with a smile. I thought you might not come. You've made a commendable decision. Wuma reaches Yu's side, smiling as he replies. Did you not know I have a penchant for arriving late? Since everyone believes I am already the champion of the League tournament, there is no need for me to continue competing. However, I shall return one day to defeat everyone and reclaim my title as the champion of the League tournament. At that time, no faction will be able to coerce me into actions I do not wish to undertake. Yu nods, affirming, I believe in you. I am confident that you will succeed. With your prowess, it will not be long before you need not worry at all. Wuma and you walk forward together. Where are we headed? Wuma inquires. I am uncertain. We shall see where the path takes us. Yu responds with a smile. Meanwhile, Xiaomi awakens and steps out of her room. She knocks on Wuma's door, but receives no response. At that moment, she notices an envelope on the nearby cabinet. Upon opening it, she discovers it is addressed to her. Xiaomi, I apologize for my abrupt departure. This shall be the end of my participation in the League tournament, as I have pressing matters to attend to. Please explain to Professor Okido and Sister Hanako on my behalf. Do not be too disheartened. We shall meet again during our travels one day. Your good friend, Wuma. How could you, Brother Wuma? If you have tasks to attend to, at least take me along. To be on the verge of victory, yet abandon it midway. What a foolish decision. Xiaomi carefully places the letter in her backpack before setting off to find Professor Okido and the others. In the skies, Wuma rides on his Pidgeot while Yu soars on his Pidgeot, both swiftly navigating towards their destination. Where are we headed? Wuma shouts. What did you say? You fails to catch Wuma's words amidst the rush of the wind. As they fly swiftly, communication becomes difficult. The two Pokémon slow their pace. Flying side by side. I asked, where are we going? Wuma reiterates. To a small island, you replies. An island? What purpose does that serve? Wuma questions. Suspecting you may require his assistance with another task. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Just follow me, you instructs. Pidgeot, increase your speed. Pidgeot accelerates ahead, while Wuma urges his Pidgeot to keep pace. Soon, they exit the quartz plateau and enter the vibrant city of Tokiwa. From above, they observe the lush Tokiwa forest nearby. At this point, you alters their course, flying along the outskirts of the forest. Navigating directly over the Tokiwa forest is perilous. Even you would hesitate to do so. After more than an hour of flight, they reach the coastline. Pidgeot does not pause, continuing onward. After 2 hours, an island emerges before them. This island is not particularly large, somewhat smaller than Red Lotus Island. As Wuma sees Pidgeot descending towards the island, he instructs his Pidgeot to land as well. Gradually reducing altitude, Pidgeot lands gently on the island. Wuma dismounts and recalls his Pidgeot into its Pokeball. Thank you for your hard work, Pidgeot. After flying for several hours, I imagine you are quite fatigued. Where exactly is this place? Wuma inquires, surveying his surroundings. What do you think? Quite nice, ASCENT. While soaring above, Wuma had observed the entire island blanketed in trees, devoid of any structures. It is, in essence, a secluded isle. Wuma regards you with a scrutinizing gaze, beginning to suspect you may have ulterior motives for bringing him here. Come with me, I assure you. I will not sell you out. With these words, you strode into the woods. Wuma raised an eyebrow, wondering if you had somehow overheard his thoughts. Noticing that you had already distanced himself, Wuma hurried to catch up. The trees on the island were exceedingly dense, and straying too far could easily lead to getting lost. After walking for more than an hour, they were suddenly encircled by a swarm of large hornets. Is this how you welcome an old friend? You suddenly exclaimed. A woman gracefully leaped down from the trunk of a tree. Xiaofeng, command your subordinates to retreat. The hornets swiftly vanished into the underbrush. Is this the person you brought? The woman remarked, scrutinizing Wuma. Indeed, this is Wuma, the one I mentioned to you. This is Shifu, an old friend of mine, you introduced. Hello, my name is Wuma. It's a pleasure to meet you, given that she was a friend of yours. Wuma felt compelled to be courteous. Shifu nodded in acknowledgement. Follow me. After about 10 minutes of walking behind Shifu, Wuma suddenly spotted a house. However, it was not a conventional dwelling but rather a treehouse. Several green tree houses were constructed on the trunks, nearly invisible from above. Come on up. The three ascended the wooden ladder woven from branches and entered one of the tree houses. Sitting on a mat, Wuma gazed in astonishment at his surroundings. He had anticipated a rather sparse environment, yet it was equipped with electricity, a television, a computer, and all manner of furnishings. Surprised, are you? I was taken aback the first time I came here as well. However, when we arrived, there weren't nearly as many amenities, you remarked. Are you certain you want to join the training? Our regiment is perilous and not something just anyone can endure, Shifu inquired. Training? What training? Wuma was completely bewildered by the unfolding events. You haven't informed him yet? Shifu looked at you in surprise. You shook his head, saying, not yet. If I had told him, he likely wouldn't have come. For some reason, Wuma suddenly felt an ominous sensation. What exactly have you brought me here for? I brought you here for training, as well as to provide a safe haven. Both the Alliance and the underground organizations could potentially track you down. For the time being, you should stay here. Additionally, I have another purpose for bringing you here. I hope you will join the elite training program. Could you elaborate? Wuma asked. This is better explained by Shifu. After all, I have been away for so many years. Taking a deep breath, Shifu began. This island is called Forest Island and is one of the territories governed by the Alliance. Here, we conduct a special type of training. The island is not open to the public. Only the graduates of the previous class can bring in the next generation of trainers. Those who graduate from elite training become the backbone of the training community. After graduation, becoming a gym trainer is entirely feasible. Wuma turned to you and said, Didn't you tell me not to get involved with the Alliance? Why have you brought me here? You replied, I have never stated that you should not join the Alliance. I even invited you to become a special investigator, remember? The Alliance I referred to before and the one now are entirely different entities. The Alliance is an official organization, with its core leadership composed of prominent families and various conglomerates. These families often secretly recruit talented trainers to bolster their strength. However, positions like special investigators and graduates of elite training camps are directly affiliated with the Alliance and are not subject to any family-esque control. I do not wish for you to be entangled with these families, but I hope you will join the alliance. The alliance is governed by laws, making it relatively fair and devoid of malicious exploitation or coercion. To rise to the upper echelons of this world, joining the alliance is essential. Otherwise, you will remain merely a powerful trainer. Wuma found this reasoning agreeable. A trainer, no matter how formidable, would wield little influence without a significant backing. To truly gain a voice, one must either ally with a powerful faction or establish their own. For Wuma, the latter seemed insurmountable, lacking resources, connections, and a deep understanding of this world's dynamics. His best course of action was to align with a reputable faction before plotting his next move. Initially, he had intended to secure victory in the Alliance tournament before making further plans, but now, events were unfolding more rapidly than anticipated. What exactly will the training entail? Wuma inquired. Shifu replied, there are numerous aspects to the training, including physical conditioning, combat training, psychological preparation, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, among others. Of course, these are tailored for trainers, and there are corresponding training programs for Pokémon as well. Wuma was taken aback. Was this akin to cultivating spies? What do you think? Do you wish to participate? Shifu asked. Can I opt out? Wuma countered. Absolutely. However, you have already signed a confidentiality agreement, so be sure not to disclose anything. If you choose not to participate, you should leave promptly. Confidentiality agreement? What confidentiality agreement? Wuma had no recollection of signing any such document. You didn't sign a confidentiality agreement? Shifu cast a glance at Wuma and then turned to you. You calmly stated, I must have forgotten. Forgotten. This is an important matter. Shifu slammed her hand on the table, visibly infuriated. Addressing Wuma, she continued. In that case, you have only two options. Either join the training or face death. Her tone shifted dramatically. Is this training free of charge? Wuma asked. Of course. It is, Shifu replied. And all meals and accommodations are included, you added. Very well, I will join. Wuma readily accepted, recognizing the opportunity to enhance his power and acquire survival skills, all while having his sustenance provided. To decline would be foolish. What will I need to contribute? Wuma was skeptical that they would offer such training without any strings attached. Naturally, there are requirements. After graduation, you must complete 3 special missions each year and respond to emergency summons. Aside from that, there are no further obligations. You interjected. The elite organization does not impose excessive demands on graduates. Special missions can be chosen at your discretion, and you won't be coerced into anything. Wuma nodded, finding the arrangement relatively liberating. When does training begin? Anytime, Shifu replied. Our training adopts a one-on-one mentorship model, meaning one instructor will guide one student. And who will be my mentor? Wuma inquired. That would be me, you stated. Since I brought you here, it is only fitting that I teach you. Shifu added. For each new student I mentor, I can be exempted from 3 years of special missions. Wuma suddenly realized Yu's true intention for bringing him here. It was to avoid completing missions. I will train with you until your graduation. The graduation period is 3 years, and if you do not graduate by then, you must leave. You must also keep all matters concerning this place confidential. If any information is leaked, you will face dire consequences from the organization. I believe that with your aptitude, you can graduate within a year, you declared with enthusiasm. Wuma's lips curled into a smile as he declared, I believe I shall remain here for 3 full years. Upon hearing Wuma's words, Yu's expression darkened instantly. His initial plan was to facilitate Wuma's graduation in just 1 year, allowing him to enjoy complete freedom for the subsequent 2 years. If Wuma were to stay for 3 years, what significance would there be in mentoring a new student? Are you certain you wish to join? Shifu inquired with utmost seriousness. Yu, equally earnest, replied, While I hope you will join, you must think this through carefully. The training here is exceedingly arduous. Many have faltered in the past. Should you leave midway, the Alliance will blacklist you. Rest assured, now that I have chosen to join, I shall see it through to the end. Wuma responded with unwavering confidence. Very well, here is an agreement. Please sign it promptly. Once you do, you will officially be a member. And you must also sign this mentor agreement, Shifu stated as she produced the documents. Wuma glanced over the agreement and noted that most of its content pertained to confidentiality and stipulations regarding 3 annual tasks post-graduation, along with urgent response obligations, nothing too alarming. After perusing it, Wuma affixed his signature. Yu, without even glancing at the document, hastily signed his name. To him, the contractual details were inconsequential. His sole responsibility was to ensure their graduation. You may find yourselves a room, Shifu instructed. There is a sign outside indicating which rooms are occupied. Any unoccupied rooms are available for you to choose from. She handed a sign to Wuma. Let us go, you said, leading Wuma out of Shifu's treehouse. As they walked, they surveyed the surrounding trunks, searching for an uninhabited treehouse. What about that one? Wuma inquired, pointing to a treehouse. Not yet. Let us venture a bit further, you replied. After a few minutes, they arrived at a tree beneath which you declared, this shall do. Trusting you's judgment. Wuma agreed to stay there, confident that you would not lead him astray. They ascended and found the treehouse unoccupied. This will be your residence, you said. And you? Over there. You gestured to a treehouse a few trunks away. For now, rest well. Should anything arise, feel free to seek me out. I will fetch some daily necessities for you. Once you departed, Wuma examined the room closely. The layout was quite similar to Shifu's, complete with electric lights, a fan, and a television. Wuma picked up the remote, switched on the television, and tuned into the channel broadcasting the Alliance conference. His disappearance had indeed made a notable impact on the proceedings. Following Wuma's withdrawal, the trainer who was supposed to face him had advanced to the finals without a match. The champion crown was rather mediocre and paled in comparison to Wuma's prowess. Wuma was convinced that Legu must have been infuriated had Wuma not defeated him. He would have claimed the title. Instead, Wuma had won the match and subsequently opted not to compete. As the competition concluded, Wuma suddenly heard the system's voice resonating in his mind. Chapter 42, Training commences. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving a top 4 finish in the Kanto Region Alliance Tournament. Reward, 10 digital draw cards. 10 draw cards. Wuma felt both astonished and exhilarated. The reward from the system was extraordinarily generous. Had he secured the championship, the reward would have undoubtedly doubled. 10 digital monster cards meant he could summon at least one mature digital creature. If the rest were fragments, he could exchange them for a second. However, Wuma decided to reserve the draw cards for now. He already had an ample supply of digital monsters, and he intended to train here for at least a year, leaving little opportunity to cultivate more. Moreover, his sea lion beast had already evolved into a fully fledged Zuduan beast, rendering mature digital creatures less appealing to him. Wuma, rise and shine. Early the next morning, you roused Wuma from slumber. Hurry up, training begins today. We must endure this period to graduate swiftly and leave. With effort, Wuma opened his eyes and exited the treehouse. The treehouse lacked running water, necessitating a trek to a designated area for fetching water. Armed with a basin, Wuma made his way to the water source to wash up properly. What shall we have for breakfast? He inquired. The organization supplies us with meals 3 times a week. When hungry, we can also forage for food on the island. You explained. Before long, Wuma spotted 2 cans, which would serve as their breakfast. The food was specially prepared for preservation, sealed within cans. Though the taste was mediocre, the energy content was substantial, providing comprehensive nutrition to meet their training needs. However, Wuma mused that consuming such food for a year would surely drive him to madness. After finishing his meal in a few swift bites, he followed you to an open area. What shall we train today? Wuma asked. As Shifu mentioned, we have 8 subjects to study: physical fitness, combat, psychology, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, camouflage, stress endurance, and Pokémon battles. We must achieve excellence in at least 4 of these subjects, with the remainder at least meeting satisfactory standards to graduate. Wuma nodded, finding the number of subjects reminiscent of his high school curriculum. Today, we shall begin with combat. Attack me, you instructed. Wuma studied you, searching for weaknesses, yet realized he had no notion of what a weakness entailed. With no vulnerabilities to exploit, he resorted to a direct approach. Wuma lunged forward, delivering a straight punch aimed at you. You sidestepped, seized Wuma's arm, and effortlessly pulled him down to the ground. Again, you prompted. Wuma rose and launched another assault, this time opting for a side kick. His leg struck you, yet it seemed as if it had no effect whatsoever. You grasped Wuma's leg, lifted him with ease, and tossed him to the ground. Ouch! Wuma winced, rubbing his backside. That fall had been quite painful. Could you ease up a bit? Are you trying to break me? He exclaimed. This is nothing. I haven't even exerted myself yet. You must be exceptionally weak, you retorted. Is combat the only option? Perhaps we could test my intellect instead? Wuma suggested, confident that he would excel in an intelligence assessment. You smirked, then landed a punch squarely on Wuma's nose. Pain surged through Wuma's face as he touched it, discovering he was bleeding. That's going too far. Wuma's anger ignited, and he retaliated against you. Left hook, right hook, straight punch, side kick. Wuma unleashed a flurry of strikes. You refrained from countering, merely dodging, leaving Wuma unable to land a single hit. You scoundrel. Wuma spun around and kicked at you's abdomen. You caught Wuma's foot and hoisted him off the ground. Let go of me. You suddenly released his grip, causing Wuma's head to crash against the ground, followed by his body crashing down. Wuma collapsed entirely, every inch of him aching. He realized he was utterly unsuited for combat. Let the Pokémon handle the fighting. Why train in combat at all? Wuma pondered, perplexed. You explained. There will be times when you cannot summon your Pokémon in time and are dealt with by your opponent. While Pokémon possess great strength, relying solely on them is insufficient. Your own strength is paramount. Again, you extended his hand. Wuma grasped his hand and pulled himself up with determination. Once more, he declared, resolute in his belief that he must land a blow on you today. However, the ensuing moments were marked by Yu's overwhelming dominance, with Wuma failing to land a single hit. After half an hour, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, unable to lift a single finger. I can't go on. I really can't, Wuma murmured weakly. It seems you truly are at your limit. You teased. Though men are not supposed to admit defeat, Wuma found himself utterly incapacitated. Your physical condition is far worse than I anticipated. Starting tomorrow, you will undergo a month of physical training. I will intersperse some additional knowledge along the way. For now, rest well. I must take my leave. After you departed, Wuma lay on the ground gazing up at the sky. Observing the heavens from this vantage point held a unique charm. In that moment, he contemplated the idea of remaining there for eternity, doing nothing and thinking of nothing. Alas, such a dream was impossible. That evening, Wuma lay in bed, his body still aching all over. You entered his study carrying a box. I brought you some medicine. Applying it to your wounds will hasten their healing. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. I do this for your benefit, so you can train properly tomorrow. If your injuries take too long to heal, who knows how long it will take for you to graduate. Now, take off your clothes. Take off my clothes? Wuma complied. Lying on the bed, his back, arms, hips, and legs bore various injuries, marked by bruises of different shades. You gently applied the ointment to his wounds. Get a good night's rest. By tomorrow morning, you should feel revitalized. Keep the medicine here. You'll need to apply it yourself in the future. With that, you rose and exited Wuma's treehouse. Hey, could you at least close the door behind you? A gust of cool wind swept in, causing Wuma to shiver. The temperature difference between day and night in the forest was quite pronounced. The next morning, Wuma awoke to use calls. Stretching, he felt remarkably refreshed. His body no longer in pain. He hadn't anticipated the medicine you provided would be so effective. Breakfast consisted of canned food once again, but the flavor was different. Today, we will begin physical training. First, we will run a lap around the island's perimeter. The island's circumference was approximately 10 kilometers. And Wuma knew that completing a lap would surely exhaust him. Don't worry, I'll run alongside you, you assured him. With you willing to run together. Wuma had no room for protest. They began to sprint around the island's edge. Don't run so fast. Otherwise, you might tire yourself out. You advised. Yet you were keeping pace with me. Wuma retorted, noticing you matched his speed effortlessly. You smiled. This pace is quite slow for me. Wuma, slightly annoyed, quickened his pace, only to realize you was right. Running too quickly would result in rapid fatigue. Slowing down, he resumed a more sustainable speed. The initial kilometers felt relatively easy, but as they progressed, fatigue set in. By the time they reached the 2 to 3 kilometer mark, Wuma contemplated giving up. However, he was unwilling to concede so easily, fearing Yu's mockery. After covering half the distance, he finally stopped, utterly unable to continue. Don't halt. Walk slowly for a bit. Then resume running, you instructed. Following Yu's advice, Wuma began to walk. Before long, he noticed a younger boy sprinting past him. Who is that? Wuma inquired. That's just someone from the island, you replied. This was Wuma's first encounter with another inhabitant of the island, aside from Shifu. Though he could see the tree houses, the occupants remained unseen. Seeing the boy run so swiftly spurred Wuma to start running again. After another kilometer, he found himself stopping once more, increasingly aware of his dwindling stamina. As Wuma approached the 10-kilometer mark, he was astonished to see the boy had reappeared, indicating that he had lapped Wuma. The boy jogged beside him and introduced himself. I'm Jichuan. What about you? Wuma just started training. Jichuan nodded. It's normal to feel fatigued at first. You'll adapt over time. I now run 3 laps around the island daily. 3 laps. That's nearly 40 kilometers. Wuma exclaimed, astonished. I complete 3 laps in just 72 minutes. Jichuan continued. Wuma felt a pang of envy, suspecting Jichuan was boasting. All right, I must continue my run. This time, I aim to finish in under 70 minutes. With that, Jichuan dashed off. Okay, he is definitely bragging, Wuma remarked. How long does it take you to run 3 laps? You pondered briefly before responding. In my youth, it took me around 60 to 70 minutes. Now, I need at least 80 minutes. And what are the standards for the assessment? Wuma asked. The physical education course tests long-distance running. Completing 3 laps in under 80 minutes is considered good, while under 70 minutes is excellent. That boy is close to achieving excellence. Don't worry, It won't be long before I can say the same, Wuma declared confidently. Achieving under 80 minutes isn't so simple. You've been running for over an hour. And you haven't even completed the first lap. It's just my first time running. I'll improve significantly next time. I will give it my all. Wuma resolved as he resumed his run. After another 10 minutes of running, Wuma finally completed one lap. It had taken him over 80 minutes, indicating he needed to triple his average speed. He suddenly realized that this physical test was indeed quite challenging. After lunch, they began another course. Next, I will teach you about camouflage, you announced. I received an excellent grade in this subject, as it was my strongest area. There are a few subjects in which I am less proficient. I may need to enlist others to assist you later. However, I can certainly introduce you to the basics. First, we must understand what camouflage is. It involves a series of measures to conceal oneself and confuse the opponent. Camouflage can be categorized into natural and artificial. Natural camouflage uses the surrounding environment to hide oneself, whereas artificial camouflage employs props, such as clothing that conceals one's identity and alters appearance. During my last visit to the Rocket Team base, I used a disguise technique to blend in as a member of the Rocket Team. Yet you were still discovered. Wuma interjected, amused. Wuma found himself intrigued by the concept of camouflage, recognizing its utility in numerous situations. You proceeded to share some basic techniques of camouflage with Wuma. This subject was relatively easy to grasp. However, mastering it fully would be quite challenging. After the morning run, Wuma felt merely fatigued in the afternoon, lacking any other sensations. However, after a night's rest, he discovered his legs had completely lost sensation, making even the slightest movement exceedingly difficult. Well, I suppose I should postpone today's run. Let us focus on other lessons for now, you concluded, aware that Wuma could not possibly run with both hands, even after engaging in various leg relaxation exercises. Wuma's legs took several days to recover. In the ensuing period, Wuma dedicated each morning to physical training. Initially, he completed a lap in 80 minutes, gradually reducing it to 70 and then 60 minutes. Once he managed to run in under 50 minutes, he progressed to 2 laps, which took him directly to 150 minutes. In the afternoons and evenings, you introduced Wuma to other courses. Disguise was Wuma's greatest interest and strongest skill. After a month of diligent practice, his proficiency in disguise reached a commendable level. At that point, you could no longer provide guidance. The transition from good to excellent required Wuma to experiment and discover on his own. If you were to impart all his disguise abilities to Wuma, he would merely become a version of you who could disguise himself, rather than a unique Wuma skilled in the art of disguise. Consequently, Wuma allocated his disguise training time to other subjects. The training was quite monotonous, yet the presence of Jichuan brought considerable enjoyment to Wuma. Jichuan would frequently visit Wuma, subtly boasting about his achievements. As their camaraderie deepened, his boasting became more overt. However, when Wuma's disguise score reached commendable levels, Jichuan felt a sense of rivalry and intensified his efforts. Their mutual comparisons fueled their growth, leading to rapid enhancement of their abilities. In addition to Wuma's personal training, there were also Pokémon battle sessions. Wuma's primary opponents were you and Jichuan. Against you, Wuma had never achieved a victory, not even when employing his Angel Beast. In pursuit of a single win, Wuma sent out his Zoodoan Beast, only to be met with a Pokémon from you that astonished him, resulting in yet another defeat. You primarily utilized various evolutions of EV. Beyond the fire, electric, and water types from the Kanto region, he possessed EVs of other attributes from different regions. Notably absent, however, was the fairy type EV, indicating its non-existence in the current context. In the common perception, EV was not regarded as a particularly combat-oriented Pokémon. Yet you wielded their special moves with remarkable proficiency, making them formidable. Jichuan's Pokémon lacked any extraordinary traits, as he also employed Pokémon of all attributes. Wuma's battles against him were evenly matched. Naturally, this was partly because Wuma refrained from deploying his Angel Beast and Zoodoan Beast. Otherwise, Jichuan would not have stood a chance. The psychology course revolved around interpreting expressions and actions to discern the mental state of others while ensuring one's own thoughts remained concealed. Wuma exhibited a natural talent in this area. While he speculated that others might struggle, it would be quite challenging for them to decipher his thoughts, given that he possessed insights from another world. The reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance training resembled a game of hide-and-seek, requiring one to remain hidden while tailing another without detection, all while being wary of being followed. This relied heavily on one's 5 senses and intuition. In this regard, Shifu excelled. Wuma would be swiftly discovered whenever he was near her, attributed to her heightened 6th sense. The intelligence-gathering course essentially involved theft and eavesdropping on gossip. Shifu was notably adept in this area, particularly when it came to eavesdropping. She was always the first to learn of any incidents involving trainers on the island. Remarkably, she could even uncover news from thousands of miles away. Wuma's targets for mischief were either Shifu or Jichuan. However, Shifu's counter-reconnaissance capabilities were so formidable that Wuma was invariably caught and subsequently chased down and beaten, which inadvertently improved his physical fitness. Stealing from Jichuan was considerably easier. The latter's carelessness allowed Wuma to pilfer his belongings with ease, except for his underwear, which remained untouched. The pressure endurance course focused on cultivating courage and the ability to withstand stress. Initially, the training involved watching horror films. Despite the existence of ghost-type Pokémon in this world, many remained fearful of them. Wuma, however, felt little apprehension while watching horror films. Having been inspired by certain influential figures, he often found them akin to comedies. Subsequently, the training evolved into resisting pressure, which, in Wuma's case, meant enduring physical punishment. You unleashed his entire array of EVs to chase and strike Wuma in turns. Although Wuma's strength had significantly improved, he was still no match for these Pokémon. He could not physically confront them. Under Yu's tutelage, Wuma continuously honed his skills, enhancing his overall capabilities. While studying on the island, he remained attentive to external events to avoid becoming disconnected from the world upon graduation. Recently, an event pertinent to Wuma occurred. Zheng published a paper titled The Possibility of Reviving Fossil Pokémon. The publication caused a sensation throughout the academic community and attracted considerable attention from trainers. If Pokémon from fossils could indeed be revived, it would allow everyone to witness ancient Pokémon. These ancient creatures held not only research value, but also significant commercial potential, prompting interest from various corporate entities. Consequently, a fossil frenzy ensued across the region, with trainers scouring for fossils and excavating them. The quantity of fossils was exceedingly scarce, resulting in many returning empty-handed. However, a few individuals successfully unearthed some fossils, though those of rock-type ancient Pokémon like Omanyte and Kabuto were particularly rare. Zheng, as promised, included Wuma's name in the paper. Though few were privy to its mention, time flew by, and soon Wuma had spent a year on the island. Initially, he found the training quite challenging, yet he gradually adapted. Throughout his learning journey, he sensed his own transformation. On this day, graduation assessments were set to commence, but it was Jichuan, not Wuma, who would be assessed. Look at Jichuan. He is already participating in the graduation assessment while you have yet to meet the requirements, you remarked, exasperated. I've only been here for a year, Wuma replied. He arrived a few months before me, and I'm not far behind. Wuma's learning pace had been remarkably swift. He had already reached commendable levels in psychology, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, and pressure endurance, while disguise and Pokémon battles had elevated to excellent. However, in terms of physical fitness and combat, he had yet to achieve even a commendable rating. You had invested significant effort in these two areas, yet Wuma lacked the natural talent required for success. Wuma, just watch me. I will graduate, Jichuan declared confidently. Is that so? If you fail, I shall take great pleasure in your misfortune, Wuma retorted. You won't have that opportunity. Before long, Jichuan commenced his formal graduation assessment. The process was lengthy, taking nearly an entire day for him to complete all evaluations successfully. The results were announced the same day. Jichuan achieved excellence in 4 of the courses and commendable ratings in the other 4, thereby meeting the graduation criteria. See? I've successfully graduated, Jichuan exclaimed joyfully. Wuma clapped his hands and said, Congratulations. Jichuan had anticipated a few sarcastic remarks from Wuma, only to discover that he was sincerely offering his well wishes. Well, in a couple of days, I shall be departing. Will you be able to manage on your own? Jichuan inquired. Of course, Wuma replied. Without you. Do you think I cannot continue my training? I assure you, it won't be long before I pass the graduation assessment. And then I shall venture out to find you. In this brief span of time, Wuma and Jichuan had forged a genuine friendship.